Instead of life, he had one continuous dream. He did not invent anything. Everything stood before his eyes as if it had happened yesterday. Actually, what happened yesterday could be described in a few words. But the most important thing was that inattention had always been his biggest problem. He always just wanted to play out of boredom, but the monsters started to hit incredibly hard. But one day everything was different. The armor began to crumble, and the guy realized that everything would not be as simple as usual. But on the other hand, he understood that in fact this was worth expecting, because it would have happened anyway someday. But besides this, he had another very big minus. He always got angry too easily, so at one point he didn't care that his armor was starting to disintegrate and went back into battle. He delivered incredibly powerful blows with incredible speed, which there was simply no chance of dodging. The guy always liked the feeling that he was incredibly strong, and he experienced the most pleasant emotions. He always liked swinging a sword and using magic. But one day everything changed. The monster he was fighting was able to trap the guy. When he came to consciousness again, he had the feeling that he was sleeping, but he also felt the presence of another person in this room, and it seemed to be a girl. For some time he tried to think about where this woman came from. Did he really have a fan who followed him around? But he was so tired that he couldn't even open his eyes and talk to her, although on the other hand he understood that it wasn't strange, because he had had a pretty tough fight. At some point he felt the girl come closer to him and kiss him on the forehead. Then he immediately felt that she smelled incredibly strongly of flowers. He slightly opened his eyes and saw a girl of incredible beauty in front of him. For him, it was a pleasant surprise in the morning, because of which his mood immediately improved. At some point he became interested in finding out if she had really been there all this time and admiring him. All these thoughts made him jump up from the bed because he could no longer hold back, because he really wanted to kiss her, and it seemed that he could do it now. But as soon as his face was closest to hers, he woke up and realized that something was wrong with his body. He immediately looked at his hands and realized that they were like a baby's. But that was not the end, because he began to understand that he had truly become a baby. And the woman who held him in her arms named the baby Alice and suggested that he was screaming because he was very hungry. In fact, the guy was very upset at that moment because he was reborn again. His panic was connected with the fact that in his past life he had died. Although it seemed to him that this was simply impossible because he was incredibly strong. Alice was not an easy person, and unlike other people, he is reborn every time after his death and so on ad infinitum, which is what happened this time. If his memory serves him right, his first life was spent in Korea. That life was a living hell, consisting of endless interviews to finally find a job. That life was painful because it was filled with longing and disappointment, and in the end, he still died without having enjoyed it. After which he was able to be reborn for the first time. And when he woke up, he found himself in the body of a baby in a completely unfamiliar family of foreigners. Since then, he has been reborn again and again, but what was most surprising was that he was reborn in different worlds and eras. But the scenario of his life was only repeated over and over again. He has nothing special to brag about. He just got used to this state of affairs and went with the flow because reincarnation became something ordinary for him. But still, at the beginning of each new life, he was interested to know where fate would throw him this time. Looking around this time, he realized that judging by the interior, he was somewhere in the Middle Ages, and apparently he found himself on Earth again, which was not entirely logical for reincarnation. Although, on the other hand, he did not deny that this could be a completely different world. Moreover, he hoped for this because he always liked other worlds, and these worlds were usually much more comfortable and modern. But all these were just his guesses. But this time he understood that he was born a rather rich child, because there were expensive things around and even maids. And if this was the Middle Ages, then one could conclude that he was from a noble family. In addition, he was incredibly loved by his mother, who, during his stay in this world, had already kissed him several times and told him how much she loved the boy. She spoke some strange language that the guy had never heard before, but he understood it perfectly, because every time he was born in a new world, he automatically learned this language, and it was not surprising that these people had their own language. From his experience, it could be said that when he gets into a new world, it often happens that he does not understand anything at first. But this time, everything was different, because the woman had such warm, gentle hands that the boy did not want her to let him go. And her look, which was full of love, spoke for itself, so one could say with confidence that his mother truly loved him. Alice saw many different women who were his mothers, so he changed hundreds of mothers. So he could definitely say that many gave birth out of a sense of duty or for profit. As bitter as it may sound, it also happened that he was abandoned immediately after birth, or even forced to work for the life given to him. But he immediately had a good feeling about this woman. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the voice of one of the maids who addressed the woman named Li Fan. The young girl wanted to tell the lady that if she was tired, she could leave the prince with her, and she would be happy to look after him. Alice was incredibly surprised that he was born a prince and into a fairly wealthy family, but he didn't have time to think about it, because he immediately noticed that his mother's expression had changed and she had become sad. Apparently it was all connected with the fact that the woman was not sure that everyone would recognize this child as a prince. So to begin with, she decided to ask the maid, to which the young girl immediately began to say that of course he would be recognized as a prince because he was born into a royal family. Li Fan smiled and allowed the girl to tell the truth since there were only the two of them here. Besides, she guessed that the maid treated the boy badly, although the girl began to deny it and say that these were just rumors because she loved the young prince very much and was ready to do anything for him. Li Fan realized that perhaps she had said too much, but according to her, recently one maid had allowed herself to do something that made Li Fan think. Now the baby understood why his mother's expression changed so abruptly. She was simply worried about him. That's why she was saying these things. After which she interrupted his thoughts when she began to talk about how, even though he was a prince and had imperial blood in him, his fate would still not be easy. And besides, she always believed that it would be much easier if no one knew that her son was a prince. As she said these words, she understood that her son could hear all this, and she hoped that he would not be offended by her. She knew perfectly well that everyone was now discussing her and Errol, because of her, Errol had no right to inherit the throne. Li Fan began to cry and apologize to the baby, but he immediately interrupted her when he began to wipe the tears from her eyes. The woman immediately began to smile because she had never seen such a thing from her son. Moreover, she could not believe that he understood everything. At that moment, Alice wanted to tell his mother not to worry and not to be sad, because everything would be fine with him. But he couldn't do that because he couldn't speak yet, so he decided to do just that. He didn't care at all that he wouldn't be able to inherit the throne, because the life of a prince was already a stroke of luck for him. So he decided that he would simply ignore all the annoying nobles. He also immediately decided to set a goal for himself that even the imperial family would not be able to control him. So it seemed to him that the life of a prince promised to be very eventful. The boy was sure that his 101st life would be a dream for everyone, especially for him. As it turned out later, the boy became the son of an emperor and a former servant, a sort of half-breed, whose life can be spent quite well if you don't get involved in politics. Therefore, the guy decided that since the blood of the emperor flows in him, he would be guaranteed more or less comfortable conditions in which he would live and not think about anything. At least that's what the boy himself thought. While he was thinking about it, he looked incredibly happy, which made Li Fan happy. So she smiled while looking at her son. But her joy did not last long, because soon she became sad again and began to talk about how she would very much like to have the strength to protect her child from everything that awaits him in the future. The boy didn't pay much attention to these words, because he believed that strength really wouldn't hurt anyone. Besides, as was known, anyone born into nobility was obliged to be able to stand up for themselves, so he understood that he would have to learn this. But he didn't mind. Besides, he already had a little experience in this. Having lived several lives, he realized that if a person is weak, then no one can stand up for him. So in this life, he will also have to find a way to become stronger as soon as possible. He looked at his mother and thought that she shouldn't worry about him, because her son had lived a huge number of lives, and most of them were the lives of warriors, where he was far from the weakest. 3 months have passed since then. The woman calmed down a little, and over time began to watch her baby with a smile, especially when he was sleeping, because at that moment he was a real angel for her. One such day, her observation was interrupted by a maid who wanted to tell Miss Li Fan that her carriage was ready, so it was time for them to set off. Immediately after these words, she reached out to her son to kiss him and tell him that she would be back very soon. Alice wasn't really sleeping. He was just pretending because he wanted to be left alone, because the overprotection was a little tiring for the guy, so he decided to stay alone to check something. He felt like his future depended on it, so he hoped that the imperial blood contained at least some kind of ancestral power, and if so, then he needed to learn how to use it. But first, he needed to concentrate anyway. The boy already knew that this world is ruled by the strongest, and when he is strong, no one dares to object. And for this, at least he can use the experience of the previous hundreds of lives to become strong and independent as quickly as possible. After a long time of meditation, Alice realized that even in the body of a child, he could accumulate inner strength, which meant that strength in this world was also available. He believed that he could start training right now, because even in a child's body it should work, and he was also sure that no one would think that a child of that age could train. Alice understood that if everything worked out, then by the age of 10 his inner strength would increase many times over, and by 20 he would be completely indestructible. But all this will be in the future, and for starters, he decided that he needed to concentrate on his energy as much as possible so he could train anywhere, even with his nanny on his neck. While he was thinking about this, the concentration of his body approached the maximum value, but he did not intend to stop there, and so he decided that he should combine the energy of his entire body and gather all the energy into one. It was not the most pleasant process, because he had to endure incredibly strong pain, so at some point he began to doubt whether his body would be able to withstand such a test. The boy's nanny heard some strange sounds in the child's room, so she immediately burst in to check if everything was okay with him. Alice had already finished, so when she came in, he was already lying in bed and continued to pretend to be asleep. But in his mind, he was thinking about how he had succeeded after all. But he also understood perfectly well that even from a small touch of a woman, all the accumulated energy could disappear. So now the main task was to ensure that she did not touch him. He tried to behave as quietly as possible so that the maid would think that he was sleeping and leave. In the end, it worked, and the girl decided not to touch the baby so as not to wake him up. And as soon as she left the room, the baby began to concentrate in his small body the maximum enormous amount of energy, and all he needed to do next was to simply support her like that a little longer. But at some point he realized that his body was not that strong, so it would be extremely difficult to do this. However, the thought that it was better for him to die than to live in the body of a weakling gave him an incredible amount of motivation to continue. So he continued to follow his plan and was going to do everything to make this life one of his best. He miscalculated his strength, so at some point he had to shout, which the maid immediately heard and went to his room. She ran into the room and immediately went to the boy's bed, where she saw how the boy continued to sleep, while his whole body was wet and damp, as if he was sick with something. So she immediately decided that she needed to prepare a bath with herbs and wash the baby so that the boy would be in good condition when Mrs. Lifon arrived. But as soon as the girl walked out the door, Alice stood up on two legs and began to smile, because he was more than sure that he had managed to do it. A few minutes later, the maid entered the room again to the baby, who was in a great mood and laughed a lot, which could not help but please the girl. But the guy at that moment was glad that his maid didn't notice anything and his secret remained a secret. From that moment on, Alice could use the mana concentration technique. In other words, he could easily accumulate it in his body. Moreover, he became stronger even when he simply ate or slept. Because of these thoughts, he simply could not hold back his smile, because he understood that even in 3 years, he would be able to accumulate so much energy that he would be able to compare with most adults. And closer to 10, he would all become one of the most powerful warriors in this world. So he was more than confident that when he became strong enough, he would be able to live like a king without doing anything. More than 5 months had passed since his birth, but thanks to the mana absorption technique, his physical capabilities had greatly increased, and his internal energy continued to accumulate. But this was not enough for him anyway. So he could not wait for the moment when his power would become so enormous that none of his peers would be able to say a word to him. At some point, all these thoughts were interrupted by his mother, who took him in her arms to tell him once again that he was a very active baby. But this time she didn't come empty-handed, but brought him a small toy which he immediately noticed, even though he didn't want it. Alice, of course, was not delighted because he had long outgrown such things, but he did not understand what was happening, because his body was maximally concentrated on this toy, so much so that he could not even tear his eyes away from it. As a friend, he noticed that his mother was upset because he didn't like the toy, so he immediately realized that he needed to fix it. And to do this, he just needed to start playing with her, and it worked. The woman immediately began to smile and be glad that her son liked the new toy. At that moment, the maid could not help but notice that the prince looked incredibly happy, with which Madame Lifon immediately agreed. Alice decided that he would remain a little boy who was loved for a little while longer, because he, like no one else, understood that this time would pass too quickly, so he needed to enjoy it as best as possible. However, his childish body did not always agree with the guy's thoughts. For example, at one point he began to cry because he really wanted to eat. They immediately realized that the child was hungry, so they began to feed him. And at that moment, the maid decided to ask Mrs. Lifon how things were with their financial situation. Lifon understood this perfectly well. But in any case, she could not do anything about it, because the budget for maintaining the mansion was greatly cut this year, and now it is difficult to raise even one child. It wasn't the first time Alice had heard a conversation like this. A few days ago, he heard two maids talking about how they would have to economize on absolutely everything. But he couldn't even think that they were talking seriously. At that moment, the boy realized that apparently his mother was really a simple concubine. She had neither power nor status, even taking into account the fact that she gave birth to a prince. At that moment, the maid was saying that the situation was getting worse because winter was coming, and they urgently needed to do something. Otherwise, there would be huge problems with food, which couldn't help but upset Arl, because he believed that since he was a prince, he wouldn't have such problems. The maid decided to suggest that Madame Lifon contact His Majesty, but the woman immediately answered her that it was very difficult to see him because he had been very busy lately. Now Alice understood where his mother was constantly going, and given the conversation between the maid and the bra, one could conclude that she had never managed to meet with His Majesty. He believed that no matter how cruel a ruler His Majesty was, it was in any case unacceptable to behave like that towards the mother of his children. Now he decided that he had a new task, because he really wanted to help his mother, even though he was a child, but he was sure that there were certainly ways to help her, although nothing really came to his mind yet. That evening, he sat in his bed and thought about how they really only needed to survive the winter, which meant that in essence, the whole issue was a lack of money for all their needs. After several hours of thinking, he finally came up with something, but he wasn't sure if this was a good idea. The idea came to the guy when he looked at the fireplace. There was coal there, and if he is not mistaken, then it is precisely this that belongs to the carbon structure. And just recently he noticed that his mother wears precious stones, which means that in this world they are also valued. Therefore it seemed to him that the solution was quite simple. If there was no money, then he could try to collect as many precious stones as possible. Right after that, he had a new problem. Since he was still a baby, he couldn't even get out of his crib, which means that finding these stones will be quite a difficult task. So he decided that he needed to find a way to do this, using only the amount of mana he had at the moment. By concentrating, he used a small amount of mana, which allowed him to get out of the crib and reach the fireplace. Alice understood that there was quite a lot of charcoal. Even if he took a few pieces, no one would notice anyway. And he in turn, with a fairly light movement of his hand, could turn this pile of coal into diamonds. He thought for a while about how this could be done better, and as soon as he had an idea, he immediately began the process of making precious stones while everyone was sleeping. His main idea was that he needed to transform Manu into thermal energy. Thus, he locally created the pressure and temperature that was necessary for the transformation of coal. But Alice didn't hesitate to spend as much mana as possible, because he understood perfectly well that he could accumulate even more if he could simply survive. However, this process turned out to be much more difficult than the boy could have imagined, but he still did not give up and continued to do what he had planned. He understood that he needed to release even more internal energy, and at the same time hold it until the very end. And in order for him to succeed, he constantly thought that he was doing this so that his mother would be happy. After some time, he finally managed to do what he had planned. In her hands was a diamond that sparkled and shimmered in the light. After that, he realized that all he had left to do was to slip it to someone without anyone noticing. The next morning, the maid entered the prince's room and immediately began to panic because she saw him crawling on the floor. She understood that the prince could not speak yet, but she still decided to ask him how he managed to get out of the crib. The maid immediately picked him up because she was starting to worry a lot about him being on the cold floor all night. But the boy's smile made her stop worrying and start smiling again. She immediately decided that she should take the boy back to his crib, but unfortunately the area around him was also quite dirty, so she decided that it would be a good idea for them to clean up this room. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Alice, who showed with his whole appearance that he had something in his mouth, so the maid began to ask him to spit it out. And as soon as he did this, after a few seconds, she already had a diamond in her hands, which could not help but shock the girl, so she immediately wanted to know where the boy got this precious stone. Moreover, yesterday she cleaned very carefully all night and did not notice anything like that. Especially she would have noticed this diamond because for such a stone, you can get a decent amount of money. In any case, she was very happy and immediately hugged the little prince because she realized that they would be able to get out of this difficult situation in which they found themselves. Alice was very glad that the maid was so happy, because he understood that most likely his mother would also be delighted. After this incident, carts with supplies poured into the palace, and they received enough firewood to survive the winter. And the simple kitchen pantry quickly filled up with food. In general, that diamond was sold at the most favorable price. It was enough to cover 5 years of living expenses. However, Lifon was still not sure that they had done the right thing because it seemed to her that this diamond could have belonged to someone, although the maid believed that this could not be. According to her, the castle was empty for almost 100 years before Lifon and her son moved in, so she believed that it was a gift from God that was sent from heaven for their little prince. Lifon trusted the maid, so she still allowed herself to smile and be glad that everything would be fine with them. Alice at that moment decided to go up to his mother and take her hand, and at the same time he thought that the woman needed to wait a little, and as soon as he grew up, he would definitely relieve her of all worries. The palace was warm by the fireplace all winter, and their financial situation improved so much that they stopped worrying about money at all. For a long time, Lifon could not believe that they had so much food. Although the maid had told her more than once that a woman should not think about it, she could only eat as much as she wanted. Not only were there no longer any problems with supplies, but the servants who had been fired were also rehired. But the most important thing that Alice wanted to achieve was that his mother would stop being sad. In the end, the winter turned out to be very cold and harsh, but they spent it in warmth and comfort. And all this thanks to the fact that the little prince was able to find a diamond. Exactly a year passed from that time. The day came when little Alice began to be changed several times in a very short amount of time, which he clearly did not like. He was pretty tired of this and didn't understand at all why they were doing this. Was some kind of holiday really being planned? After thinking for a while, he found a way out of this situation. He started screaming very loudly, thereby showing that he no longer wants to change clothes an endless number of times. The maid immediately picked up the boy in her arms and put him to bed, which could not but please Alice, because this was exactly what he wanted. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a maid who began to say that today was a wonderful day, because they would finally officially introduce the prince to the imperial family. Lifon was no less happy about this, because at some point she didn't even believe that they would be able to survive this year safely. But now she believes that he is obliged to be recognized, even though he is still a child, but in any case, imperial blood flows in him. Besides, today is the boy's birthday, and in her opinion there is simply no better day for this event. The maid supported Lifon, and believed that His Majesty would appear on this day, and she also asked Alf not to forget that in the state you often try to stay away from your newborn children. Now it dawned on Alice why they changed his clothes several times, and what all this fuss was about. Apparently it was his birthday today. At this point, Lifon continued to talk about how her son would officially become one with the royal family, because she understood that even if some people did not want this, they still would not be able to do anything, because in this, the laws of the empire were on Alice's side. The boy at that moment looked at his mother and thought that she was very worried about this, but he was not worried about her, because he saw that she was smiling, which meant that she liked it. But suddenly he realized that since it was going to be a banquet, that meant that all sorts of different aristocrats would show up here. But most of all, he was interested in his father. He wanted to look at the one who had been ignoring his match all this time. After a few hours, a lot of guests actually arrived at the castle, among whom one could see various aristocrats from different families. Alice really liked the way this banquet was organized, so he became very interested to know how much money was spent on this celebration. He also noticed that everyone was wearing different clothes, so he thought that apparently in this world it is customary to dress like this for banquets. Lifon saw her little son smiling, so she decided to pick him up and ask him if he liked it. Alice couldn't answer her yet, but he was thinking in his mind that it was quite nice here, until his thoughts were interrupted by the maid, who wanted to say that she thought the little prince was a little confused by the new faces, because he had never seen so many people, which Lifon couldn't help but agree with. She immediately told him not to worry and not to be afraid, because he was still the main one. Alice wasn't really worried about it, but he had long since noticed how the aristocrats had begun to look askance at him and glance at Lifon. But in any case, it didn't bother him too much. First of all, he was waiting for the emperor to arrive, whose name was Thorel Erna, and who was also Alice's father. So the boy wanted to look into his shameless eyes, because he was the one who had never shown his nose after Alice was born. Although, on the other hand, he understood that he didn't care how his father lived. He just wanted to know what he looked like, because he could still take some of his skills from him. Soon after the banquet began, these people finally arrived. They were talking about the imperial family, As soon as they entered, everyone immediately paid attention to them. In the center, one could immediately notice the Empress, on the sides of which were children who looked very much like her. So Alice concluded that these were his half-brothers and sisters. Among them, one guy stood out the most, who was apparently his oldest brother. You can also see his younger brothers and sisters, whose faces showed that they were not too happy to come to this place. But his thoughts about them were interrupted the moment they, as a family, walked past his mother as if she didn't exist at all. Lifon noticed that her son was upset, so she decided to ask him to be patient a little, because soon all this would end and they would be alone again. Alice realized that if his mother smiled, then nothing terrible had happened, so for now he would not pay attention to them. Although Lifon suddenly raised her eyes and stared somewhere, her gaze was clearly directed at a certain person. Turning around, Alice immediately saw a man who stood out from all the others, and after a few seconds, it became clear to him that this was the same emperor around whom there was incredible energy. The man simply walked past, and the talkative nobles and their servants immediately fell silent, after which they bowed their heads before him. But even without this, Alice felt an incredibly strong energy, which made him understand that this man was the emperor. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed that the man was looking straight at them, and this look was so cold that everything inside him was shrinking. Alice could not fully understand where this man was looking, at him or at his mother. Although in any case it was not so important because the main thing was that he paid attention to them at all. At that moment, he regretted only one thing, that reincarnation does not give the opportunity to also read the thoughts of other people, because in that case, it would be incredibly great if he knew what they were all thinking about. Sometime after this meeting, Alice, as a prince, began to receive gifts, and aristocrats came up to him one by one and congratulated him. Most of them said exactly the same things. Something like how it was a great honor for them to meet the little prince and congratulate him on his birthday. When it was time for the imperial family to congratulate the boy, their words were not entirely pleasant, because they began to say that the prince was so small that he could be called tiny. But what was most unpleasant about this situation was that they did not hesitate to openly express their bad attitude towards the prince's mother. Because of this, Alice was very angry, and even in this child's body, he was ready to destroy each of them. But so far, he did not have the opportunity to do so. Although this was not surprising, because it was immediately clear that these people did not consider them equal, so the guy's anger was justified. At some point, all these aristocrats began to irritate the guy, so he began to think about striking each of them with his baby cry, and thereby ending this meeting. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lifon, who began to calm her son and tell him that there was nothing to worry about because she would always be with him, so he should not pay attention to these people. Alice heard her and realized that it was better for him not to do what he had come up with, because in that case he would only further disgrace his mother, so he decided to remain calm until the end of this meeting. Besides, he understood perfectly well that hypocrisy in the world of aristocrats is a common thing, so his shouting would not change anything anyway, and it certainly would not make things better. However, at some point his body made a different decision. He felt an incredible desire to sleep, so he thought about how he needed to get out of here as soon as possible, so as not to fall asleep right in his mother's arms. Well, suddenly my thoughts were interrupted when someone started shaking his cheeks, and from his facial expression, it was immediately clear that this was not the most pleasant feeling he could experience at that moment. These people congratulated Alice on her birthday, and before Lifon could say words of gratitude to them, they turned around and immediately began to leave. When the banquet came to an end, Lifon and her son were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, because it had been nothing but stress for them. At least that's what it seemed like at first glance, until Lady Aaliyah approached them and first told Lifon that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that she missed her so much. Lifon, in turn, wanted to ask the lady how they got there and whether everything was okay, to which Aaliyah said that everything was okay because her son, who would soon become the heir to the throne, was always next to her. Alice listened to this woman and immediately noticed that she was bragging about her son, although in his opinion, this guy had not yet achieved anything for her to be able to say that. Although on the other hand, he understood that nothing else should be expected from the Empress. Although otherwise she spoke quite friendly, even several times she said that Alice was very similar to Lifon. But the kid continued to doubt her sincerity, because it seemed to him that she had put a lot of effort into making sure that he and his mother lived in poverty, because he was sure that even if no one cared about him, No one would simply lower the castle's funding to such a level. So he will never forget the moment when they had to use knights to get firewood, and his clothes were sewn by servants from rags of long-used things. At this point, Elia continued to say that she would like to wish the young prince long life and good health, for which Li Fan was incredibly grateful to her. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the emperor himself, who approached Li Fan to find out how they were doing, and if everything was okay with them. Li Fan didn't tell the man about what was happening there, but she simply decided to say that everything was fine with them, which couldn't help but surprise Alice, because they had been on the edge for quite a long time. At that moment, he started screaming and thinking that the man should have given them money and been a real person, because not only is he the emperor, but he is also his father, and he behaves like that. The emperor looked closely at his son, and at some point decided to take the baby in his arms, given the fact that Alice was not in the most calm state at that moment. The baby was a little scared when the man picked him up, so he stopped crying, which couldn't help but surprise the emperor, because every time he picked up the children, they all started crying non-stop. Alice heard these words and immediately decided to start smiling, mentally thinking that he was definitely not a child like the rest of the emperor's children. The emperor liked the boy very much, so he said that the baby was very funny and cute. At that moment, Alice was thinking that this was not all, and now he was going to show the man something that would make him pick his jaw up off the floor. He began to ask the man to let him go to the floor. The emperor did not know that the boy could not walk yet, so he did it without any problems. Li Fan immediately intervened and said that her son could not walk yet, which could not help but embarrass the emperor, although on the other hand, he did not see anything bad in this, because the boy was only a year old. But then the most interesting thing happened. Alice stood up on two legs and began to walk towards Li Fan. At that moment, the baby was thinking that he was the star of the evening, and now he would show who was the most talented son of all the emperor's children. Li Fan was incredibly happy when she saw her son take his first step. She even shed a tear. But the emperor at that moment covered his smile with his hand, because he didn't even think that this baby was full of so many surprises. But the kid didn't stop and was going to show the man a few more tricks. Thereby, he wanted to prove to him that he was definitely different from other children. He walked closer to the first table he saw and pulled the tablecloth with all his might, thereby causing the objects that were on that table to fall. Immediately after this, bottles, cups, plates, all the food that was on this table began to fall on the floor. Because of this, Li Fan immediately became scared because in her head, the baby could get hurt and harm himself. In fact, Alice had planned to do this from the very beginning, because he understood that everyone was so inspired by the prince's first steps, so no one would notice that this was a carefully planned strategy. He chose the right moment from the very beginning, and when he finally got to the table, all he had to do was jerk the tablecloth sharply, and immediately after that, he got what he wanted. He also did not forget that he needed to scream a little, because he was a child, and this was typical for him. He did all this so that the emperor would pick him up in his arms and calm him down. The man was no less scared for his son than Li Fan, but a few seconds after he picked him up, the man immediately realized that the boy was fine and that he had only spilled a little wine on himself. According to the emperor, all the boy needed now was to be changed, so the maid immediately came closer to pick up the baby and change him. However, the emperor did not allow her to do this because he noticed something and he wanted to test his theory. He took off the boy's outer clothing and noticed that underneath he was wearing clothes of very poor quality, which aristocrats definitely do not wear. The maid immediately began to worry, because she was more than sure that she had changed the boy into new clothes in the morning. Other aristocrats also noticed that the boy was dressed in something terrible, and they did not understand what was going on. The emperor was not going to tolerate such words behind his back, so he immediately ordered each of them to shut their mouths and not say anything like that about his child. After which he began to regret that he had not been interested in the life of his little prince, because now he was more than sure that their life was not the best. At that moment, Alice was very happy, because he managed to achieve what he wanted so much, and the emperor fell for his trick. Earlier in the morning, the nanny had changed the baby's clothes, and after she left, Alice concentrated his energy and began to stretch the fabric with all his might. As a result, she easily succumbed to his energy, and the guy managed to create the effect of worn-out fabric, although he understood perfectly well that if he had adult muscles, this process would have been done without wasting mana. In any case, the most important thing is that he managed to bring the inconvenient truth to public view, and now everyone will know what is hidden behind the appearance of the youngest prince of the emperor. The emperor wanted Li Fan to explain to him how this could have happened at all. Was it really so hard for her to live with this status and raise a little prince? Before the woman had time to answer this question, the emperor immediately said that in fact this question should not be asked to her. He approached a man named Jen, from whom he wanted to know how much money was allocated for the maintenance of the concubine's castle, and why such things were happening at an important event. From Jen's appearance, one could immediately tell that he was very worried, but even in this state he still said that the emperor himself gave the order to divide the budget equally, and therefore they did everything in accordance with this order. These words made the emperor very angry, and he ordered Jen to immediately transfer the report in which these words were written. At this point, Alice began to think that perhaps he had gone a little overboard, because it was immediately obvious from the emperor that he was determined, although he himself would have been happy to look at the figures, because of which they had to live in such poor conditions for some time. Lifon and her chief maid began to ask forgiveness from His Majesty and tell him that it was primarily their mistake. After which, they took the baby in their arms and began to talk about how they would try to fix all of this, although at that moment it seemed to the baby that they just needed to be patient a little and that everything would definitely work out for them soon. A few minutes later, the genie finally brought that same report, which detailed the budget distribution for each concubine castle. It took the emperor only a few minutes to study these records in more detail, and once he did, his mood worsened even more, because he understood the main reason why Lifon and her son received so little money. Alice, looking at all this, at some point realized that apparently the emperor was not aware of these matters, and all this time he was thinking about the fact that his little son had everything he needed. And before he had time to think about who was to blame for all this, the emperor turned to the empress and asked her to come closer to him. She did this successfully, and as soon as she was close enough to the emperor, he immediately wanted to ask the woman how he was supposed to understand all this, and why there were such gaps in the report. The woman remained silent, so the man continued asking her questions, the gist of which was that she wanted to know why there was suddenly a hole in the budget and all his concubines received almost nothing. The empress pretended that she did not understand what was being discussed at all, and therefore told her emperor that this was the first time she had heard about it. This angered the man even more, because he did not believe her that she was not aware of these matters, because as far as he knows, the distribution of budgets is part of her direct responsibilities, so she is in any case connected with this distribution. And as soon as the man raised his voice at her, the emperor's eldest son immediately stood up for his mother and asked his father to stop yelling. After which the guy added that he was more than sure that this was some kind of misunderstanding because his mother would never have done something like that. But the emperor was not going to back down from his own, and besides, he did not see any difference in this, because the leader bears responsibility for the mistakes of his subordinates. Since the empress is responsible for the distribution of funds, it is she who will be punished for this mistake. Moreover, the emperor asked his son not to forget that due to the empress's negligence, his younger brother was left cold and naked. At that moment, Alice looked at his older brother and thought that he had neither the charisma of the emperor nor the cunning of the empress. After talking with his eldest son, the emperor turned to his wife again and told her that he was disappointed in her because he did not think that she could do her job so poorly. At some point, Lifon couldn't stand it any longer and intervened in their conversation. She wanted to ask His Majesty not to blame the lady because she believed that it was all her fault. The emperor did not quite understand what kind of mistake was being discussed, so he asked Lifon to explain to her more specifically what had happened. But before she could say a word, the emperor came closer and told her that she had carried and given birth to the emperor's child, which meant that she should never need anything again, especially money. Besides, this is more than enough to be considered a member of the imperial family, and the imperial family should never go hungry or be out of comfort. Lifon tried to respond to these words, but the emperor interrupted her again and asked her to realize her status in society, because until she could do this, all sorts of aristocrats would continue to wipe their feet on her. The empress, of course, heard all this, and from her facial expression, it was immediately clear that she did not like all these words, and especially the way the emperor treated one of his concubines. After which the emperor again turned to the empress and ordered her to find all the culprits and bring them to justice. And he also added that he would not tolerate such mistakes anymore, and if this happened even one more time, the punishment would be much more severe. The empress could not say anything more, so she decided to add that she would definitely make sure that this did not happen again. And she also promised that she would definitely find the culprit and punish him to the fullest extent. Although mentally, she did not understand at all why her man took on this situation so much. In any case, she thought it would be right to approach Lifon and tell her that she was very sorry that such a situation had happened, and she also didn't even know what to do to somehow fix it. Alice heard every word the woman said and did not believe any of them, because it was obvious to him that she was pretending. Leafon interrupted the baby's thoughts at one point when he began to say that Miss Alice did not need to apologize to her. This obviously did not please Alice because he was more than sure that this woman knew about everything, and most likely it was she who initiated the allocation of less money for all the Emperor's concubines. Thus, Alice's birthday came to an end. The hole in the budget was patched up and the scapegoat was quickly found. It was a family of minor aristocrats who were made guilty and executed without much investigation. A few days later, the entire court was talking about it, especially the maids, who were discussing the fact that at the end of the investigation, they even admitted their guilt, but they did not quite understand what this small aristocratic family was going to do with such a huge sum of money. But in any case, most of them were glad that the problem was solved, and now they did not have to think about how they would survive the next winter. Alice heard all these conversations, but he certainly did not agree with them, because he was more than sure that the real instigator escaped punishment. But in any case, he decided that he would not leave it like that, and as soon as he grew up, he would grind them all into dust. However, for now, he couldn't do this. His body was very weak, and even if he used mana, it still wouldn't lead to anything good. So for now, he decided to have a little snack, and for this, he started shouting, and thereby calling the maids to him. After a few minutes, the maids fed him with a spoon, and they did it with great joy, because they wanted the boy to eat well and grow big and strong. At that moment, Alice was thinking that he still needed to work a lot on his body, but fortunately, he still had enough time, because he was still a baby. After a small snack, Alice decided to sleep a little, and when he woke up again, he didn't quite understand what was happening and how long he had slept in total. The first thing he saw was that his maid had also fallen asleep, but he understood her perfectly well because they had been watching the boy for several days, and sometimes they didn't even have time to just sleep, so he decided not to wake her up. He went to the window and saw a small carriage arrive. He immediately assumed that it was most likely his mother's carriage, but so far he had no idea where it could have gone. With the help of his internal energy, he immediately felt that guests were coming into his room, and it was not 1 or 2 people, but a group of 4 people. Among them, he immediately felt his mother. He also clearly felt the steps of an adult, and there was a child next to him. Alice at that moment realized that he had forgotten to wake up his nanny, but what he was most afraid of was that if she woke up, she would see his power. After thinking for a while, the prince finally found a solution to this situation. He decided to fall into the nanny's arms, thereby waking her up and at the same time doing everything possible to ensure that she did not find out about his power. At that moment, his mother entered the room and immediately saw that Alice was offending her nanny, so she asked the boy to calm down and not do mischief. She came closer to them and asked Alice to remember that the nanny must be loved and obeyed like his own mother. At that moment, the maid was thinking that she was very lucky to wake up at that very moment, because if a few more minutes had passed, then Mrs. Leafon would have seen how she was sleeping and not looking after her son. But fortunately, everything worked out, and now she would like to say hello to Mrs. Fenelia. She also immediately wanted to ask for forgiveness for not immediately noticing the lady and for not greeting her. The woman asked the maid not to worry about it because in fact everything was fine, and besides, she herself did not warn anyone about the visit. At this moment, Alice wondered what another concubine was doing here, especially the one who had not behaved in the best way at the banquet. While he was thinking about this, Leifon was telling her guest that if she had known about her visit earlier, she would have prepared much better. But Lady Fenelia assured them that she had deliberately kept silent about her visit in order to arrive in this place incognito, after which she turned to her daughter and asked her to sit in another place, or she could go to Alice and chat with him for a while she talked to Mrs. Leafon. Leafon, in turn, did not quite understand why another concubine had suddenly arrived, and so secretly, the only thing she was sure of was that the conversation would be very serious. Her thoughts were interrupted when her guest Fenelia began to say that she had come here to apologize. Leafon didn't quite understand what she was talking about or what she was apologizing for, so she had to explain that she was apologizing for her behavior at the banquet in honor of Prince Alice's birthday. Fenelia was one of the Emperor's concubines. In the recent past, at the height of military action on the continent, her family made the greatest contribution to the victory. There was no one in the empire who had not heard of the Kenzest family. But now this is a thing of the past, and recently no boys were born in the family, so the fame of their family quickly died down. Rumors began to circulate throughout the empire that they had been severely pushed out of power, and therefore there was too little money in their treasury to be considered a great family. Li Fan knew about this very well and heard all these rumors. So she decided to assume that the lady came to her so that she could solve this problem for her, because she was actually ready to admit that their entire family was in debt and they didn't even know how to get out of this hole. After which she took out a small bag of gold and said that she understood perfectly well that this was not enough. But she would like Li Fan not to be offended by her and to know that she was very sorry and understood perfectly well that she could not be forgiven. She also said that she would not be surprised if Mrs. Li Fan hated her and thought badly of her family. At that moment, Li Fan looked at the woman and understood that she wanted to protect her child from conflict with other members of the imperial family. So she decided to tell Lady Phanelia that she was completely fine. And she also wanted the woman to understand that she did not need this gold, because she believed that Lady Phanelia was not guilty of anything. Although the woman believed that she should not be pitied in this situation, because she was the one to blame for all the troubles. She wanted to add a few more words, but Li Fan interrupted her at one point and said that she really didn't feel sorry for her. She just wanted to tell her directly that there was no need for them to be at odds, and so that she would not worry about it further. Li Fan asked her to understand that she did not hold a grudge against her, and she did not take the money that she wanted to give her as an apology, and said that it would be better for her to spend it on a gift for her daughter. After which she began to talk about the fact that she knew the reason why their palace had its expenses cut so much. Although she was not completely sure, she believed that there simply could not be another reason. They both understood that the most likely reason was that Li Fan had once been Her Majesty's servant. Alice couldn't believe his ears when he heard that his mother worked for the Empress, although on the other hand it became clear to him why Her Majesty disliked Li Fan so much. While he was thinking about this, the maid came up to him to check if everything was okay with the boy. So Alice decided to start smiling to show her with his whole appearance that everything was okay with him. Although in his mind he kept thinking that he was already tired of being fussed over so much, and he already wanted a little more free space. After this, the maid moved away from the guy because she was sure that everything was fine with him, so she could spend some time with the princess named Kania, who at that moment was reading a book. Alice realized that he had the opportunity to listen to his mother's conversation with their new guests again, and for this he used the energy inside his body. At this point, Li Fan continued to say that she could actually understand her, so she took this attitude for granted. But she couldn't hide from the Empress's wrath, even if the Emperor himself found out about it. So she decided that until Alice grew up, she would do everything possible to prevent the Empress from getting to him and harming her family. And to make it easier for her to do this, she decided to offer Lady Phanelia friendship and not enmity, because in this way it seemed to her that it would be easier for them to survive all these difficult moments. At that moment, Li Fan understood perfectly well that this was not just a conspiracy, but in essence a unification of the forces of the concubines against a common enemy. Lady Phanelia thought so too, so at some point she decided to agree to Li Fan's proposal, and from that moment they became allies. They both understood that if one of them ended up in a corner, then at least they would have somewhere to wait for a helping hand, and that was precisely why they created this union. Given the details of this conversation, Alice came to the conclusion that his mother knew everything and continued to live with it. She knew about the conflict between the Empress and the concubines, but now he was most interested in what she might do next, and whether he should prepare for all this in advance. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the same princess who arrived with Miss Phanelia. Even though Alice smiled at her, he was mentally thinking about how she shouldn't pester him, because he had no desire at all to communicate with someone like that. But apparently the girl had a completely different opinion, because literally a few seconds later she was already in his crib and tormenting him a little. Alice, of course, didn't like this. He wanted her to leave him alone as soon as possible, besides he didn't understand. Did she really have nothing better to do, and decided that he was now her toy? The maid noticed this and decided that she urgently needed to run to the children to find out if everything was okay with them. Alice hoped that the maid would save him from this torment, but as soon as the girl came closer, she immediately began to say that the boy was very cute and looked very good with his new girlfriend. She also decided to ask the young princess if she would come to visit her again to visit and play a little with Alice, which angered the boy even more, but he could not show it with his upset look. Time passed, and now the prince was 30 months old, so very soon they would celebrate his 3rd birthday, which upset the young prince a little, because he was once again convinced that life is too fleeting. But on the other hand, he wouldn't mind growing up faster, because the body he was in was too weak for him to do what he had long planned. Although he understood perfectly well that in this world he would have to try hard in order to live to adulthood, but if he still managed to do this, then he would finally be able to communicate normally with girls, as he did in his 45th life. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud crash, and as soon as he turned around, he immediately noticed how a young princess ran into the room, who was always glad to see Alice. The boy was not entirely happy to see her because every time she came, she tormented him, and they played until the very night, which the young prince did not like. So this time he decided that he needed to hide so that the girl would not find him. But he did not do it very well, and the young princess immediately noticed his legs. So after a few seconds she opened the curtain and screamed, which couldn't help but frighten Alice, although it greatly amused the young princess. And as soon as she found him, she immediately assumed that the boy wanted to play hide and seek with her, although in her mind Alice was most afraid of this very proposal. Before he could say a word to her, she immediately took his hand and began to run with him in an unknown direction, telling him along the way that they would now run to a more spacious place, and there they would be able to play good games. After Finelia's visit, Princess Kania began to visit them very often because she really enjoyed playing with Alice. Although Alice didn't like it very much, on the other hand, he thought that it wasn't so bad, because in that case, a strong friendship would develop between his mother and Lady Finelia, and everyone knew that in this world, it was very important to have allies. Besides, Princess Kania was very kind to the boy. She always told him not to worry, because she could always take care of him. She also believed that when Alice grows up, he will take care of her, and besides, she really likes playing with the guy. In her opinion, Alice is the best option among all her peers, and although the boy was smiling at that moment, in reality, in his mind, he was only thinking about the fact that as soon as he grows up, the girl will immediately take her words back. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a woman who asked Princess Kania to leave the prince alone, because when he is tortured like this, it hurts him a lot. After which she also turned to the princess and told her that she should not carry heavy things, because she herself was still very small, and this could cause many problems in the future. Alice at that moment was very grateful to the servant Kania, who literally saved his life at that moment. Well, the princess certainly didn't think so, so she started talking about how she wanted to play with her friend and didn't understand why the maid decided to interfere with them, to which the woman tried to calmly ask the girl, how about going to draw a little or listen to music? The girl was against it, because she thought it was very boring, and she definitely wouldn't want to do something like that. And as soon as the maid decided to ask the girl what she wanted to do, the young lady picked up a stick from the ground and began to say that she wanted to swing a sword, like knights do. At that moment, Alice carefully watched the girl waving this stick and thought that her center of gravity was shifted. There was no balance, even taking into account the weight of the piece of wood. Although for him at that moment it was not bad, because he himself loves fencing very much and even misses this feeling a little, when in his past lives he was actively engaged in this art. Well, his thoughts were interrupted once again by the maid, who wanted to tell the young lady that real princesses don't fight. This upset Princess Kania even more, because she was constantly forbidden everything, unlike her brothers Kyle and Leonid. The maid explained to the girl that she was a princess, and it was not right for her to get her hands dirty, especially in martial arts. After which the woman immediately added that the girl could not even argue with her, because that was how it was accepted and would always be, as everyone knew. First of all, a princess should be elegant and feminine. But before she could say this, the young princess snatched the sword from her belt and began to run away. And when she asked her to stop, the young princess did not respond and continued to run away. Alice watched this with pleasure, and at some point he even began to think that Princess Kania was not so bad. 2 years later, Alice turned 5 years old, and it seemed like he should have grown up, but this did not happen, and the guy was still a small child, which began to anger him little by little. He always wanted to ride a real horse and couldn't wait for the moment when he could do it. This desire was noticed by the maid, and she decided to offer him a ride, but the baby answered her that at this age it would be very dangerous for him, which confused the maid a little because she thought that all boys were interested in horses and swords, so she thought that Alice should also try it. Although Alice himself assured her that a prince on a white horse is already a thing of the past, and now many boys don't even think about it. At some point in his life, Alice thought that out of all the things he had experienced in life, there was only one piece of knowledge that he had not absorbed to the proper extent, and that was how to make people hysterical. In all his past lives, he was able to reach the heights of fencing, defeat many strong opponents, and also succeed in the magical space, incinerating all obstacles in his path. Every skill that he took on to develop in past lives, he honed to perfection, and thus everything came to the point that he simply had nothing to do with himself, because in his past life he tried absolutely everything. Therefore, in this life, he was not the calmest child, especially when he grew up. He often asked his nanny to leave him alone and let him be alone. After which, he went to his bed and just lay there, because he believed that work was definitely not for him. And in this life, his main task would be to take a little rest from constant work and training. He managed to do nothing for some time and just rest. But one day, the nanny came to the boy and told him some very sad news, which even made him cry. Hearing this sad news, tears literally began to flow from his eyes on their own, although mentally, he was only thinking about the fact that he needed to immediately calm down and be as strong as possible at this moment. It turned out that the news was that since the boy was already 5 years old, it was time for him to learn about the world around him from different sides. In other words, the maid wanted to tell him that it was time for him to start studying. Alice assured her that he had absolutely no desire to do this, because at the very least, he did not want to do this, and in general it was a completely uninteresting activity, at least at that moment. After these words, the maid decided to jokingly suggest that the guy was talking as if he had lived 100 lives before, which could not help but frighten Alice, because he assumed that she had found out his secret. But he realized that this was simply impossible, so he simply decided to tell her again that everything was wrong, and he simply did not want to study. Mentally, the guy at that moment was thinking that he was already incredibly tired of studying. All he had done in his previous lives was engage in mental and physical work, and he had practically no rest. But the maid did not give up, and continued to tell him that according to imperial law, 5 years is exactly the age at which all princes should start studying, and besides, she had already brought him books with which he could begin his studies. Alice took these books in his hands and began to tell her that he loved books very much, but definitely not to read them, but for example, to play with them a little. And at the moment, this is the maximum that he can do with them, which could not help but anger the nanny. After all, she believed that he should be ashamed of these words and actions, if only for the reason that many children of commoners simply dream of studying, but they do not have the opportunity to do so, so most do not even know how to read, which means that the opportunity to study is a gift that is not given to everyone. In other words, she tried to explain to him that he should respect books and treat them with care. So she asked him to calm down and stop treating books like toys, and to sit down and start studying. But Alice at that moment was only thinking about how to see her off quickly and continue to rest. He didn't have to think for long, because the idea came to him on its own. He just lay down on the floor and immediately started screaming that he didn't want to and wouldn't study. Mom Alice heard this, so she entered his room, and then the guy realized that apparently he had no choice and he would still have to start his education in this life. And so it happened. His concert ended with the venerable pose of a coastal student, and a few hours later, he was sitting in one of the libraries and diligently reading books. He himself understood that at that age, he should already be studying and learning different sciences. But ironically, the more he tries, the more he will endanger the people around him. All this was explained by the fact that the more talented, the son of the concubine and the emperor, the sooner they would want to get rid of him, because the competition in this world is simply terrible. It may seem unfair, but fate had already decided everything for him long ago, and there were simply no other options. So he wanted to remain a child for as long as possible, who could not compete with the other children of the emperor. However, Alice decided that he simply had no choice but to pick up his drooping hands, while doing everything possible to avoid becoming better. But every time he wanted to rest, the nanny appeared out of nowhere and told him that he should try harder, because in this case he would become better and also be able to please his mother. But the guy himself didn't think so, and told the nanny that in his opinion he was too lazy for this, so he'd better stop wasting time. The nanny asked him to think about it again, because according to her, if he continued to behave like this, then most likely Lady Li Fan would be very upset. But this was not the worst thing, because the consequences would be much worse if he did not continue his studies. Alice didn't care at all about all the consequences of this. He was only interested in the fact that he could really upset his mother, and therefore he still decided that he would start training, but he immediately decided that he would study everything except fencing, because he was not going to get hit again in this life. As for magic, at first he thought that he would use it, but after thinking a little, he realized that it needed to be sent to the same place where he sent fencing. Besides, he was very interested to know who he would grow up to be without all these skills. However, that was what Alice thought, And literally 1 week later, a magician from the tower came to their palace, and the guy immediately assumed that he was there for a reason. These guesses were confirmed by his nanny, who wanted to tell the boy that the magician had arrived here to help Alice learn magic. She also added that first of all, they would need to determine whether the boy had any talent for magic, and if they found it, they would immediately begin training. Alice understood that he couldn't just pretend that he had absolutely no skills, because if a strong magician came here, he would definitely feel his power, and then he would literally have to practice magic. Alice never forgot that he had a huge amount of energy concentrated within him that he had managed to accumulate over all these years. So at that moment, he urgently needed to come up with a plan that would help him hide his abilities. At that moment, the nanny continued to calm the boy down because she saw his upset look and thought that he was simply afraid that something might happen to him. So she decided to tell him not to worry because everything would go quickly and painlessly. A few moments later, Alice entered the room where the same magician from the tower was already waiting for him. He immediately turned his attention to how his energy flowed inside his body, and this only meant that he would be dealing with a fairly strong magician, and so he became interested in finding out if the man would be able to discern his potential inside him. The magician immediately ran up to the boy to examine him, which is why the nanny suggested that apparently their prince was a special child, with which the magician could not help but agree. But as it turned out later, he thought that Alice was special, but not in the most pleasant way, which came as a surprise even to the boy himself, because he did not think that a magician could express himself so bluntly. The magician explained this by the fact that he did not feel any mana inside Alice, and this only meant that he essentially could not become a representative of magic. This upset the nanny very much, and she asked the magician to check again. It seemed to her that perhaps it was some kind of mistake, but the magician assured her that he had already checked it several times. Moreover, he even magically probed it. But in the end, he found nothing. Alice's smile appeared on his face because his plan to hide his inner energy worked. A few minutes before, Alice had been carefully curtailing the circulation of his mana on his way to this room, then concentrating it in one point and throwing out all the energy. Seeing the magician's reaction to his appearance, he sighed with relief, because he was sure that he simply would not be able to see mana if it did not exist in principle. However, the fact that the magician did not find a single grain of mana in him also had negative consequences. After examining the boy, the magician began to talk to his mother, and the first thing he wanted to say was that Prince Alice had absolutely no inclination towards magic, because even a commoner can often see at least a drop of mana, but as for the prince, there is none at all. In the end, the main downside of this situation was that the guy simply disappointed his mother, but this was very important to him. So he decided that this needed to be fixed immediately, although he had no ideas on how to do this yet. Although on the other hand, he understood that he needed everyone to think that he was a weak and incapable baby. Only in this case, he would remain safe. But the boy's problems did not end there, because the next stage was learning fencing, and so he met with his teacher the next day, who first of all wanted to assure the boys that if he trained hard, he would soon become as strong as he was. Alice listened to him attentively and smiled, thinking that in fact, in front of him was an ordinary knight whose strength was very far from what Alice was capable of. In other words, one could say that against the boy, this knight was a weakling. This was not surprising because Alice's body was hardened in an incredibly large number of battles with the most nightmarish monsters. So the guy was more than sure that this knight simply had nothing to teach him. But the boy couldn't leave this training, so he decided to tell his new teacher that they could start training right now. Before starting his sword training, Alice decided to tell his new teacher that he had recently seen Princess Kania wearing weights to increase her physical capabilities, and so he suggested that perhaps he needed such training as well. But his new teacher assured the boy that this was absolutely normal for the princess's family. But the knight believed that for fencing, it was not strength that was important, but first of all, flexibility and balance of the body. Only in this case, a person would be much stronger than his opponent. And the knight decided to start by showing the boy the basics, which consisted of the boy learning to control his body and not lose balance in whatever situation he found himself in. Although Alice didn't worry about these trainings, he had one problem that he couldn't overcome in any of his lives, and that was that he was afraid of any heights, and he couldn't control it. The knight heard the boy and decided to offer him to move on to flexibility training, because he believed that this would also not be difficult for the young prince to master. But after a few minutes of this training, the knight realized that he had problems with this too, so they should probably start with something else. The knight suggested that he try to point the sword exactly at the center in order to hit the target, which today was just a training exhibit, but in the future he would most likely encounter real enemies, so the knight thought that he needed to prepare for this in advance. But as soon as Alice tried to strike, his sword simply fell out of his hands. Thus he was unable to make even the most basic movements in fencing. The prince became demonstratively upset and began to say that he was apparently untalented and that he should not take up fencing. But his teacher assured him that this was just his first training session and that there was no need to be upset about the fact that he was not succeeding at something. He asked the boy to continue practicing and that sooner or later he would succeed anyway. Alice wasn't particularly worried about this. He just played his role as a talentless student while watching how someone was actively watching their training. The guy understood that most likely these were people from other families who were looking at the results of his training, and as soon as they realized that the guy was not succeeding, they would immediately leave him alone. And for this, Alice was ready to do anything. In the end, he still managed to make the rumors spread quickly, and after a few days, most of the aristocrats were discussing the fact that Prince Alice had absolutely no mana, so much so that even a commoner had more. And the people who actively followed him during training happily reported to the Empress that his body was so weak that he could barely even stand on his feet. And as for the talent for fencing, according to the scouts, he had none at all. The Empress was very happy to hear this, so the smile on her face did not disappear, but she did not even suspect that this could be a cunning plan of a little boy who used rumors to lull the vigilance of his enemies. But he decided not to stop there, and at some point everyone and their dog was saying that he was a useless prince, and almost all the teachers began to refuse to teach him because they saw no point in it. It turned out to the guy that he was able to achieve what he wanted, and finally everyone would leave him alone. But even after spreading so many rumors, there was still a hero who decided to come to the young prince and try to teach him something. And this teacher's name was Gamel Pernea, and according to his words today, he will be the young prince's teacher of foreign languages. As soon as Alice saw this teacher, he immediately thought that the man was probably forced to do this, because such hopelessness was immediately noticeable on his face. But they still started their first lesson after the boy's new language teacher put several books on the table and said that they would allow him to learn the basics of grammar in one day. He also said that this was a normal pace of learning and that tomorrow he planned to move on to a new topic. And after a few days, they should have made good progress in learning their first language. Alice was quite skeptical about this, but still decided to tell him that he would try his best, although he thought mentally that there must be something wrong with the man, since he decided to choose this particular pace and study everything so quickly. His thoughts were interrupted by the same teacher, who wanted to tell the guy that bad grades were possible, and he shouldn't be upset if Alice suddenly got them in any case. Studying is first and foremost a question of interest, and only then of abilities. But mentally he was skeptical about all this, because he believed that the man wouldn't last long anyway, and sooner or later he would also leave. That same night, Alice went to one of the libraries, where he thought along the way that although he was a little boy, he was quite well versed in languages, because he had studied them a lot in all his past lives. Thus, he believed that the young Prince Alice could well boast of linguistic abilities, if it were ever useful to him. He came to the library to find the dictionary he needed, and to try to learn one of the languages that his teacher had told him about that afternoon. Since he had incredible power, it was not difficult for him to use his energy and find the book he needed, which should be suitable for learning a new language. He knew that all languages in the world were composed on similar principles, so he shouldn't have any problems learning another one to add to his collection, and he did it in order to beat the teacher, who considered himself much smarter than the boy. The next morning, the first thing Alice wanted to do was tell his teacher that he had already mastered all the material, which made Gamel angry, because he did not understand how Alice could even bring himself to lie so openly. Alice could only assure him that he was not lying, and to prove it, he was willing to start speaking the new language they had just begun to learn. The teacher realized that the boy was obviously not joking or lying, so he decided to ask him again if he really remembered everything. Compared to the languages of neighboring countries, the native imperial language was still difficult, and it was absolutely unimportant how smart the child was. Reading even one simple book before the age of 12 was incredibly difficult. Probably for this reason, the teacher was so surprised by the boy's words. As soon as Alice started reading this book, all the teacher's doubts disappeared. He just stood with his mouth open and watched Alice read. The man thought that this was simply wonderful because he knew very well that when a student succeeds, the teacher's reputation increases. Alice decided that he would still choose one occupation in which he could afford to be a genius in high society, and also in this way, he would not upset his mother, who sooner or later would be very disappointed in him. The rumor that the prince was still a bit of a genius also quickly spread throughout the city. Many people did not understand how such a blockhead could learn languages in just 2 days, despite the fact that he was not even able to hold a sword in his hands. Besides, they were worried that if he was so good at languages, then perhaps he was just as good at the exact sciences. Well, the source of the rumors was his precious teacher, who himself told about it to all the people he met on his way. A few days later, rumors reached the emperor, who actually expected that one of his sons would turn out to be a genius after all. He wasn't too upset that the sword or magic just wasn't his thing, and as was known, learning languages in the empire was far from an easy task. Although it seemed to Lifon that the emperor wasn't entirely pleased, so she decided to sincerely ask him for forgiveness for the fact that she and her son might have disappointed him. At that moment, she thought that her beloved son had changed a lot recently, and it even seemed to her that perhaps he was moving away from her a little. And what worried her most was the question of whether she was raising him correctly. Suddenly, the emperor interrupted her thoughts when he decided to ask the woman if she was really that worried about him. But before she could say a word, the emperor decided to add that he thought that Alice was growing up to be a wonderful boy who would show his talent to other people in the future. Alice thought exactly the same. Moreover, he believed that it was better to present his talents gradually, in order to maintain interest in his person. And while he was standing out, he thought that he had a little time so that he could relax and rest a little. A few days later, Alice woke up and immediately noticed that a fairly large number of knights had gathered near their castle, which is why he immediately assumed that the emperor had decided that they needed to better protect someone who himself did not know how to fight. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by 2 maids who entered his room and brought a small chest, which, according to them, was quite heavy. And therefore Alice immediately became interested in finding out what was inside. Immediately after this question, Lifon entered the room, according to whom these were gifts from His Majesty. From the boy's expression, it was immediately clear that he was quite surprised, because he had no idea that the emperor could give him gifts, and in such quantities. Lifon started laughing at him and saying that there was nothing surprising about it, and all he needed to do now was just open this chest. And as soon as he did this, he immediately saw a huge amount of gold and various kinds of diamonds. In other words, the emperor gave his son a large amount of treasure. Among all this goodness, Alice immediately noticed a small pendant which was red, so he immediately wanted to know what it was. But before they could answer him, he suggested that it helps to concentrate and activates a person's mental abilities. But most likely, this thing simply helps the brain to boil, which is why it begins to get very tired. One of the maids immediately noticed that their prince had become so well read, and this could not help but amaze him. At that moment, Alice was thinking that an ordinary person only sees a precious pendant, but in his case, he sees mana inside the stone, although on the other hand, it is not so important for him, and most likely this pendant will be useless for him. After thinking a little more, he decided that it would be a good idea to give it to Princess Kanya, since she had been training so much lately that she would soon become very strong and she clearly could use some extra help. Lifon noted that this was a gift from His Majesty, but in her opinion, he would not be too angry if Alice gave this pendant to one of her friends, which could not help but please the boy. It was a happy day for all the inhabitants of the castle because the emperor generously rewarded the prince and also sent a huge number of knights, each of whom took on the task of protecting the castle of the concubines. The next day, Alice decided to order several desserts from his new chef, to try each of them and understand which one he liked best. And as soon as these desserts were on the table, he immediately began to try each of them, but after a few seconds he began to get very angry because most of these desserts were not sweet, and the other half were not tasty at all. The maid couldn't believe her ears, because the chef swore to her that these desserts were incredibly sweet and would please any child, so she assumed that she needed to call the chef to the boy. But Alice immediately told her that he did not want to see the chef here. Instead, he asked her to bring him an alchemist. In fact, from the very beginning, Alice wanted Coca-Cola, so he needed the help of an alchemist to recreate its taste because it did not exist in this world. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the maid who decided to find out from the guy why he needed an alchemist. The guy immediately thought that she wouldn't understand if he started explaining to her. And besides, it was still strange when a 5-year-old child demanded to call an alchemist. Looking at the food that was on the table, He understood that it was simply impossible to create the tastes that he liked without the help of a chemist. And he had no idea how products were processed to obtain the taste of Coca-Cola, because there were no such technologies in this world anyway. But his desire for a cool drink that he always enjoyed was much greater than he could bear to put up with it. So he didn't answer his maid. He just got up from his chair and started thinking that he was a genius after all, and that sooner or later he would be able to figure out what to do with this. As he ran down the corridor, the thought occurred to him that cooking is, first and foremost, chemistry, and therefore one of the libraries should have a book or manuals on how to properly combine chemical elements. Exactly 3 years have passed since that moment, and Alice turned 8 years old, so he was allowed to attend small gatherings, where one of the participants said that they were still planning to build new bridges, mainly in those areas where traders actively move. And as soon as he finished speaking, another participant in this meeting decided to ask the prince what he thought about this. But instead of giving his opinion, Alice decided to find out with a smile who designed this bridge he was looking at. Immediately after this question, one of the participants of the gathering immediately shouted that this was his project. He also added that he worked on this project for an incredibly huge amount of time, and he was very glad that the prince liked it after all. But suddenly Alice interrupted his words and joy to say that if he brought such a bad project again, he would immediately fire him. His complaint was that although this bridge looked good, if you looked closely, you could immediately see that in the winter snow would accumulate, and then everything would collapse to hell. And in addition, the drawing itself showed that it could be overloaded, and this is not safe for citizens who decide to operate such a structure. In other words, Alice thought that they had invested in the decorations and the beautiful appearance of this bridge, but they had not thought at all about how the bridge would perform its main function. Because of his extensive knowledge, they decided to load Alice with a huge amount of work, so he only consulted ministers, while using knowledge of technologies from his other lives, which allowed him to be significantly different from all of them, although it did not look quite normal, because it even sounded very strange that an 8-year-old child consults officials on the most important issues of the country. However, Alice understood perfectly well that they would not get away from him, because now was the time when he would demonstrate his real skills to everyone. After another meeting, Alice went outside, where a new maid approached him, who immediately told him that it was a great honor for her to see the prince himself. A few seconds before, the girl addressed him as a young sage, which caused the guy a little surprise, so he decided to ask the girl where she got this nickname from, and also asked her not to call him that in the future. After which he headed to his carriage, thinking that people had come up with a stupid nickname for him, which he didn't even like. But in any case, he had his own business, so he got into the carriage and set off, which Li Fun noticed and decided to ask one of her maids where her son was heading. According to the maid, the prince had recently requested an audience with the emperor himself, and therefore headed to the capital, which surprised Li Fun even more. So she decided to ask the maid why he needed this at all. As it turned out, Alice wanted to ask the emperor for permission to study alchemy. After this conversation, Alice thought that since the emperor accepted his request so quickly, it could only mean that he had achieved his special favor. Although on the other hand, it was not surprising, because he really works hard for the good of the empire. And to be honest, Alice is ready to admit that even with so many lives behind him, he was still nervous during the conversation with the emperor. Although in this case, there was nothing surprising, because during this meeting, he needed to give maximum eloquence, and at the same time, do it as unobtrusively as possible. This question could not help but surprise the emperor. He immediately wanted to clarify with his son why he should study alchemy at all. Alice gave him a clear answer. According to him, he believes that he should do everything he can to benefit the empire, and he has the opportunity to do this with the help of alchemy. He also added that since he is not strong in fencing or in the magical arts, all that is left for him is science, and he is also ready to do everything to bring the empire the maximum benefit. At that moment, the emperor was thinking that although his son was young, he had a very sensible head on his shoulders, and he was not just thinking about how to become famous throughout the empire, but was also thinking about how to help it grow. So the father decided to support the guy in his endeavors and told him that he would provide him with a teacher of alchemy. And since the guy was already here, he wanted to ask Alice, or did he need something else? In response, the boy smiled and said that this was all he needed. He had already asked. After it was announced that Prince Alice was looking for an alchemy teacher, there was a huge line of candidates who were looking to make their mark on history. A test task was set, which was to create a mirror that could reflect sunlight all the way to the horizon. Soon a man appeared who coped with the task perfectly. He was a true expert in alchemy, and the name of this lucky man was Darman. And as soon as Alice himself saw this teacher, he could not help but be surprised, because he thought that they would send him some old man as a teacher who did not understand anything about this science. But how wrong he was when he saw Darman in front of him, who not only was talented, but he also looked great. And what surprised Alice most was the color of her new teacher's hair, according to whom he had conducted many chemical experiments in his time, and thus he had breathed in all sorts of crap, which is why they had turned white. Alice, listening to his new teacher, thought that if everything Darman was telling was true, then it was surprising that he was able to survive at all. Outwardly, Darman was a rather calm person, but Alice, in turn, was sure that this was just a mask, because alchemy is, first and foremost, a merciless thing, and if he suddenly got hurt or died during his research, then he would have no one to blame. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his new alchemy teacher, who dared to warn his student that the study of alchemy was a rather dangerous occupation. He also couldn't help but add that this was a science for the study of which one could pay a very high price. But before he could finish his sentence, Alice interrupted him and said that he had long ago weighed all the risks and was ready to try. After which the little boy added that chemistry is a science, not magic, and besides, he does not expect him to teach him how to make gold from lead. He says he primarily wants to explore things like metal alloys, for example, finding the strongest one or creating a material that will make it easier to build houses. Listening to all this, Darman could not believe his ears, because he did not even imagine that the rumors about the prince would be true, and he was not really a boy like everyone else, so it became clear to him that he really was a genius who would lead their empire in the future. Several days of training passed, and Darman noticed that Alice was doing great, so he decided to ask him if he had studied alchemy before. The guy was a little scared by this question, because he couldn't believe that it was so obvious for a man. But after thinking a little, he told his teacher that he had previously read several books on alchemy, thereby preparing himself for the training. This made Darman smile, after which he decided to say that the rumors about the talent of the young prince were not lying. Alice was glad that his teacher didn't find out anything, and it seemed to him that he didn't even suspect anything, which is what the guy needed. After some time, Alice knew how to extract lead and other chemicals. With the exception of metal and medicine, everything else was identical to what he already knew. But in any case, he was glad that he managed to improve his knowledge in this area. Thanks to such rapid progress, Alice dared to send a letter to the emperor himself, in which he wanted to ask the man to expand the staff of alchemists to 4 units. The man thought about this proposal for a while and still decided to order his men to gather the best alchemists in the empire, but his assistant immediately decided to say that he was a little worried about this decision. According to this guy, he doesn't even have a rough idea of what Alice is going to do with these alchemists. But it was pretty obvious that they were spending the empire's budget on their research while they weren't providing any results, which is why people might start getting angry soon. But the emperor assured his assistant that Alice was primarily engaged in alchemy in order to bring as much benefit as possible to the people of the empire, so he should at least be given a chance to prove himself. Meanwhile, Alice, at another meeting, confessed to his ministers that he was going to invent a drink, which could not help but shock each of them. They thought that an invention in the field of cooking was not at all what the people expected from it, because they invested a lot of money in their research, and in the end they would get an ordinary drink. But Alice assured them with a smile that he had sketched out a plan that would help popularize this invention, and if everything went smoothly, they would be able to make very good money on it. It was immediately clear from their facial expressions that they didn't quite like the idea and would have gladly invented something else, but they couldn't say anything against it. Each of them at that moment had in their minds that the prince was so smart, but in turn was spending his efforts on creating an ordinary drink. So it seemed to them that because of this, they would soon fail. And this meant for them that they would have to look for a new job. At some point, their thoughts were interrupted when Alice tossed a coin, which drew their attention to himself. After which he successfully caught her and added to them that they could not worry, because he could promise them that he would pay more than a decent amount for this work if they did everything as he said. And what is most important for them is that it does not matter at all whether they can succeed or not. In any case, they will get their money and will be happy. Upon hearing these words, most of the officials immediately began to smile and tell the prince that if this was really true, then they were ready to work to get that very carbonated drink that the guy was talking about so much. The second half of the officials, although they were ready to work, were interested in another question. which was that such a development already exists, and if they simply repeat it, nothing good will come of it. Alice was not stopped by this at all. In his head, there were only thoughts about the fact that they would only need to give their best, and for this he would use money and fame, because as absolutely everyone in the Empire knew, this is an incredibly good motivation for which everyone is ready to give their best. A few days later, they successfully brought mineral water from abroad, which they needed so much to begin their research. Darman, who actively participated in this study, was not sure that this water could be drunk at all, because it was completely different from what they drink. What bothered him most was that it looked like recycled materials, and that they had been stored in these barrels for a very long time. Alice couldn't help but agree with him and confirm the fact that it really shouldn't be used now, because nothing good will come of it. However, he himself did not really understand what it was and why it smelled so bad, because in his understanding, mineral water was practically no different from regular water, except for the gases, but in this case, everything was completely different. After thinking for a while, Alice decided that since natural soda was not suitable for them, they could always create an artificial one, from which in the future they would create the very drink that would bring them fame and money. Besides, he had already come up with a theory that they had to evaluate and refine, and this was already the alchemist's task, for the completion of which he gave them exactly 1 week. The next few days, the guy was in a great mood, because he believed that his alchemists were the best and the smartest, so they would most likely cope with this task, which Darman could not disagree with, because he himself knew very well that they were the best alchemists in the Empire. After some more time, Alice decided that it was time for them to test the theory in practice. Besides, this is the best entertainment for all alchemists, especially when they have all the resources for it. At this point, he finished giving instructions and decided to go to his room to rest a bit and think about how he would proceed further. And he also hoped that the motivation he had given his people would be enough for them to get everything done in 1 week. Exactly a week passed from that moment. Alice gathered all the alchemists again and began to talk about how this discovery would turn the Empire upside down, after which he shouted that they could meet the trend of the season, which is called carbonated water, and this, in his opinion, is the real fuel of progress. At that moment, he thought that he had doubted for some time that they would really be able to create at least some analog of soda, but from the appearance, he saw that they still managed to do it. Now all that was left was to try it, and he was about to do it when his friend Darman stopped him, who decided to ask the guy if he was sure that it was really safe. And also some alchemists told him that they somehow didn't really want to try this soda. Alice did not try to prove anything to them, and simply asked them to trust him, because he was more than confident that everything would be fine. After which he ordered them to mix this drink with fruit juice, or if they wanted, they could also dilute it with alcohol and then drink it. Initially, he wanted Coca-Cola, but he would hardly be able to create this unique taste at this stage, and he understood this perfectly. So they created several copies of similar drinks to understand how they need to move forward in order to ultimately create the drink that he had been dreaming about for so long. The first thing Alice decided to try was adding lemon juice to the soda. It seemed to him that it was a good combination that most aristocrats might like. But before that, of course, he decided to try it. In the end, reality exceeded all the guy's expectations. It was so delicious that he was ready to drink it until he burst. The other alchemists continued to doubt it until Alice literally had to force them to try it. And once they did, it was immediately clear from their facial expressions that it was an incredibly delicious drink that they had never tried in their lives. Thus, a drink called Prince Alice's Lemonade appeared in the Empire. This drink quickly gained popularity and spread even beyond the borders of the Empire. This lemonade received the status of an expensive drink, and the price was so high that not even all aristocrats could afford it. Eventually, this drink even reached Count Demand, who, like other aristocrats, really liked this drink, but most of all he was surprised that it was created by Prince Alice. The Count's assistant also added that people say that the prince personally supervised the creation process, which is why the drink gained wild popularity and became a luxury item. And what's most important is that it is a great contribution to the Empire's economy. He also told the Count about rumors that carts with gold were allegedly constantly being brought to the castle of the concubine Lyphon, which could not help but anger the Count, because now he understood that this was primarily his mistake when he decided to underestimate the prince and think that he was the same as other children. Therefore, he could not help but regret his choice and think only that if he had only known that this would happen, he would have definitely hurried and not allowed the prince to create such an expensive and popular product. Time passed and Princess Kanya turned 16 years old, during which time she became incredibly strong in fencing, which even Alice noticed. Moreover, Alice didn't just praise her because they were friends. He actually thought that she was even better than most guys her age. But at the same time, she continued to be kind and sympathetic, especially when she was praised for being good at fencing. But Kanya did not forget to tell her friend that his miracle water had spread not only in the empire, but also beyond its borders. And this was a sign that Elise had managed to create a very high quality and good product. The girl also told him that he was the emperor's ideal son, and he probably couldn't even imagine how people envied Lady Leafon. Although in fact, Alice from the very beginning dedicated the development of carbonated water to his mother, because the Einrest family used to belong to the nobility, but soon lost all its capital. Because of this, they were left with only a title and a small house, but they actually lived the life of commoners, and upon learning of the unfortunate fate of his mother's family, Alice gave them a share in his soda business. And this decision was not a mistake because they sold this drink so well that it brought him a huge profit in just 1 month. But Alice was not going to stop there, and he then decided to create yogurt and waffles, which quickly became sales hits. His mother's family's finances had skyrocketed, and they had earned so much money that no other aristocratic family could match them in this regard. At the same time, Kanya could only tell Alice that he was on top, which the guy himself regarded as ordinary envy. But in any case, he treated her well and even decided to bring her lemonade and waffles and syrup. And it would be free for her, and she would also be able to try this wonderful drink. But suddenly she interrupted him when she presented the sword to his neck and began to say that she actually had plenty of money too, and could afford to buy these products. And as for Alice, he still hadn't learned to hold a sword in his hands, so she asked him to be careful with his expressions next time. However, after thinking for a bit, Kanya decided to offer the guy a small exchange, which consisted of her teaching him fencing, and he in turn would treat her to lemonade and waffles, as he promised. Alice pretended that he would be very happy to learn from her, although in reality, he was mentally thinking that he was not at all interested in this. Besides, he already had a high level of fencing. Right after that, they started their first training, and Kanya said that to start, she would show him a simple combination. Alice at that moment thought that he would try to repeat it, but would not do it with special diligence, because it turned out that in this way, the girl would quickly leave him alone. Although on the other hand, he understood that the girl was striving for her dream, wanted to become the best warrior, and confidently hold a sword in her hands. This desire drove the fragile little girl, and she was still able to achieve her goal. So Alice decided that he would have to use some of his mana just to counter her, since she was no longer the girl that could be defeated so easily. Every time Alice went out into town, a lot of people would run to his carriage because they all recognized him and wanted to talk to him and maybe get a soda as a gift. The guy was quite pleased that so many people recognized him, and at the same time he felt like a star that absolutely everyone knew. But at that moment the guy was more interested in why the emperor had called him to him. The only assumption he had at the moment was that he was going there for a reward because he had done an incredibly huge amount of work and was able to earn a lot of money for the empire. Previously, the emperor's silence made him noticeably nervous, but at some point this changed and now Alice has gotten used to it. Every time he came to visit his father, he thought that he could at least eat well, and he didn't have to pay anyone anything for it. And besides, he was so used to his father that he felt at home in this castle. But this time, everything was different. The boy's meal was interrupted by the emperor, who decided to ask Alice if he would like to receive a full-fledged government position. And it was immediately obvious from the guy that he was very surprised by this, and did not expect that the emperor would offer it to him so quickly. But the man continued to say that it could take some time, and he was far from sure that no one would object to his candidacy. So to begin with, he decided to ask the guy if the guy himself was against it, to which Alice immediately decided to say that this job was not for him, and he did not want to do it. He had thoughts in his head that he was not yet ready for life in the palace, and besides, it was also a huge responsibility that he would not want to take on at all. So he decided to tell his father honestly that he didn't even know how to react to such a generous offer, because in his opinion, he still had a lot to develop in alchemy. He also did not forget that the Empress and the Heir had been keeping a low profile lately, so he kept a line that he did not dare cross, so as not to anger these people and cause himself even more problems. They still didn't see Alice as a threat, if only because he lived an uneventful life, doing only his alchemy, and giving them no reason to think that he could lay claim to the throne. Well, the most important thing is that Alice understood perfectly well that he was not yet ready to fight with his brothers for the place of being the heir to the throne. But he did not let go of the thought that perhaps the emperor was deliberately provoking him, and the man himself wanted Alice to join the race for the throne. Natural selection is not only in nature, it also operates in full in the human world, the struggle for power in which the strongest survives and the weak perishes. This is the foundation of the foundations that one must know and understand if a person wants to become an emperor. But Alice most of all did not want to touch on these questions now that concerned his quiet life. He did not need all this. He only wanted to study alchemy and live a quiet life for some time. Lately, Alice had been working too much, and so he decided that he needed to rest a little, and for this he took a horse and rode as far away from the castle as possible. He never thought that he would turn into an office rat, because before he wandered the world in search of the strongest opponent who could at least give him a little competition, because his strength was on a different level. But in any case, those times are behind him, and now Alice has a new life. So he decided not to think about it and enjoy his freedom to the fullest while he has such an opportunity. The guy went on a short journey not alone. He took Princess Kanya with him, who asked the guy to ride his horse more slowly the whole way, and she was also surprised that the guy was such a good rider. Alice smiled and answered her that he had spent quite a lot of time training, and therefore it was not surprising that he rode a horse so well, and he could not help but notice that his little sister also had an excellent command of this skill. After which the smile disappeared from Alice's face, because all the way he wanted to ask her why a whole platoon of some knights was following them. Couldn't they really go for a walk together? The girl answered him that in fact she had said many times that she wanted to walk alone, but no one listened to her, and still so many knights were sent after her. Alice started laughing at this, and at some point noted that apparently all this happened because of him, for which he asked her for forgiveness, because lately his situation has been getting more and more difficult. So most likely they went into these warriors to guarantee the guy's safety. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a strange energy ahead. He immediately realized that it was dark energy that did not bring anything good. So he stopped and asked his girlfriend not to go any further, explaining that it seemed to him that there was a monster in the forest, which could not help but surprise the girl, because she did not see anything suspicious at all. After which Alice added that he just had such a feeling, and usually his guesses were correct, so he wanted them to set up several traps and check his guesses. But apparently no one was going to listen to him. Everyone thought that these were just children's games, so most of the people from the knight's squad went forward, although the guy asked them to stop and not do this. He repeated to them several times that it was dangerous there, and that they should first check what was ahead, and not rush headlong forward. One of the knights turned and asked the prince to calm down, because he was more than sure that there was nothing further that could threaten the prince's safety. Besides, the princess uses this forest for training. Alice could not say anything to these arguments, so they simply went forward after the princess. A few hours before, the princess had suggested that Alice go horseback riding. She was just about to do so, and if he didn't mind, they could relax together for a while. Alice didn't know what to say to this proposal, so the girl decided to tell him that he was clearly tired of sitting in the castle all day, and besides, he devoted all his time to work, so it seemed to her that it wouldn't hurt for him to go and have some fun. Now Alice regrets it a little, because he understood that at any moment they could get into an unpleasant and dangerous situation for themselves. Although Kania certainly didn't think so, she was more than sure that now they would have a lot of fun and all because adventures are great. Besides, she believed that even if it was dangerous there, he was still next to her, and she was more than confident in her abilities. And even if something happened, she would protect Alice, and all he had to do was trust her. After a few hours, Alice had to make a plan according to which they would act. Because they still got into trouble, Kanya and the rest of the squad had to come from behind and deal with the monsters. As it turned out, the thing was that they were attacked by about 20 orcs, which were incredibly difficult to defeat without a specific plan. The princess still continued to show her true power and destroy one monster after another. Alice watched this carefully and thought that this was the first time he had seen such huge monsters. But on the other hand, he also understood that the princess was much stronger, because she not only had excellent martial arts of fencing, but she also used her speed and reflexes perfectly, which helped her destroy monsters with incredible ease. The unwavering aura emanating from her image inspired everyone present, so they fought with full motivation, and Alice had no reason to doubt that they would win in the end. The battle continued until nightfall, and they were eventually able to win, After which they set up their camp and sat down by the fire to talk. The princess said that she had not let off steam for a long time and was very glad that these monsters attacked them because they did not lose a single soldier. But at the same time they warmed up very well, which Alice was very glad to hear, although it seemed to him that the girl needed to tone down her ardor and not overdo it so much. At that moment, Alice looked at Kanya and thought that no matter how strong she was still a child. But suddenly he decided to interrupt this conversation and ask his little sister why she wanted to become stronger. She thought for a bit and started talking about how since childhood everyone had told her that she was a princess and that waving a sword was far from a woman's occupation. According to her, people thought that she was just messing around and that she would get tired of fencing, which would be a reason to find herself a new occupation. According to her stories, she was often told that she would marry a man she didn't even know and that this would calm her down. Alice understood that a marriage of convenience was the norm for an aristocrat, and in any case, she would have to get engaged to someone in order to keep the family afloat in high society. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the princess, who began to say that she simply hated all this because she wanted to live the way her friend Alice lived. It seemed to her that earning money and authority, doing what she was good at, was exactly what she wanted to do throughout her life, working for the good of the empire and gaining recognition from people. She looked at Alice and saw how he was already recognized on the streets, and that is why she wanted it too. In other words, the girl dreamed of glorifying her family, not by marriage with some unknown man, but by merits that no one could ever deny. Alice smiled in response to her words and said that he was always ready to support her, and in his opinion, she was on the right path, and if she continued to move forward, she would definitely succeed in her endeavors. The next morning, the monsters attacked the princess, Alice, and their squad of knights again. But before the guys had time to recover, the princess had almost destroyed everyone, so they were not sure whether they needed to interfere in this fight at all. She got so carried away that she didn't even notice how she had defeated everyone, so Alice had to interrupt her passion and ask her to finish here, because it was time for them to go home, and if they didn't do it right now, they were in danger of being late. She was not against it, but she had a problem. When she approached her horse, she immediately noticed that something was wrong with her face. Alice suggested that perhaps the horse was tired, so he thought that it would be better for her not to ride this horse and suggested jumping on his horse. After which one of her squad approached her and offered to take the princess's horse from her so that experts could examine it, to which Kanya agreed without any problems. After a few minutes, they continued on their way and headed home. Everything was fine until a certain moment, until Alice stopped and started looking into the air. At that moment, the guy saw the same dark energy flying in the air that he saw before they entered the forest. There was nothing visible, but the guy was more than sure that he felt an aura, which meant that someone was hiding behind the clouds. Taking a closer look and using his energy, he finally noticed that behind this dark energy, there was none other than a wyvern, and one of quite enormous size. After which he shouted to everyone who was near them that a pervert was flying above them, so they should immediately run in all directions and not ask him any unnecessary questions. This made some of the knights smile because they hadn't seen any wyverns, and they also thought it would be a good idea to tell the prince that this was a training place and there were no incredibly dangerous monsters here. One of them mocked the prince the most and told him that the emperor hunted wyverns in his time, but it was definitely not in this place, because it is more than safe here. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a force that pulled him up. And after a few more seconds, no one doubted that wyverns were flying above them, because some of them were captured and taken away, so they began to run away as the prince advised, but it turned out that it was already too late. Alice and Kanya ran away on their horse, and the girl could not believe that she really saw wyverns, and in such huge numbers. Looking at everything that was happening around, Alice could not believe his eyes, because he immediately realized that a whole flock had gathered here, which would take with them as much life as they could. Moreover, the energy he observed gave him confidence that this was not just a hunt, it was a massacre that would end very badly if they did nothing. But as it turned out later, this was only the beginning, because after a few seconds, these monsters began to release poisonous gas from their mouths, which further reduced the knight's chances of survival. Everyone who remained alive immediately stood up to protect the princess and prince, using their magic. Alice continued to run away from this place as quickly as possible, but in his mind he understood that they most likely wouldn't be able to hide, since wyverns were resistant to magic up to the 4th class. Most mages wouldn't even be able to scratch them, So Alice had no choice but to use her internal energy in the form of bullets to somehow delay them. And this was actually a very effective method, because not only was he able to delay the attack of these monsters, he was also able to inflict a fairly large amount of damage on them, after which he shouted that he was very grateful to the magicians for saving them, although the magicians themselves did not understand what had happened at all, because just now their attacks did not bring anything useful, but the wyverns still began to fall to the ground. But the problem certainly didn't end there, because at some point a huge wyvern appeared in front of them, literally blocking their passage further. Fortunately, the princess's teacher came to their aid and was able to destroy this huge monster with one blow, after which she ordered the children to immediately run away from here and find a safe place where they could hide. A smile immediately appeared on the guy's face because he didn't even imagine that this guard was so good at martial arts, but now it played into their hands, and now they have a chance of survival. He was more than confident that she would be able to buy them enough time to escape and call other knights for help. But as soon as he began to think about it, a man appeared in front of them, who called them pathetic little people and said that they would never leave here. The first thing Alice noticed was that this magician was holding a very suspicious staff in his hands, from which a very dark energy emanated. He didn't think long and immediately shouted to this man what he wanted from them and why he came here at all. Instead of answering this question, this dark magician simply cast a dark spell once again and fired his magic at them. This was far from a simple magical blow, because of it, a very large number of people suffered, especially knights who did not expect such a blow. After which this strange magician spoke again and this time addressed the princess, called her name and said that she had made the right decision when she began to run away. Alice, looking at this madman, thought about how he could even know the girl and was he really aiming specifically at her from the very beginning. However, the guy didn't have much time to think about it, because this madman looked more and more dangerous with each passing second, until he revealed his true nature and started talking about how they would now have a little fun with the guys. Immediately after these words, Alice felt an incredibly dark and heavy energy that engulfed his entire body. But as it turned out later, this was only the beginning, because after a few seconds, the soldiers who died in battle began to get up, and it was obvious that these were no longer the same people. Moreover, along with these soldiers, flying monsters began to resurrect, which will be even more difficult to defeat this time. And when things were clearly going badly, this dark mage pointed his staff at the princess and ordered his new warriors to destroy her. He also had no intention of standing still, so he also went into battle, shouting along the way that he was going to teach a lesson to these upstarts who sit on the throne and think that everything is subject to them. At that moment, Alice concentrated all his internal energy into one blow and thought at the same time that apparently this monster really had come to take the princess's life. However, the guy understood that this dark magician was not at all prepared for the fact that he would be resisted. For example, he certainly did not guess that along with the princess, there would be a little boy, inside of whom there would be energy for an entire army. A few seconds later, the prince was able to destroy the magician with just one blow, after which all the undead he had created disappeared, which could not help but surprise the princess, causing her to ask what that was all about. Alice answered her that he himself did not understand what had happened. The only thing he assumed was that it was possibly a recoil from his own magic, because the guy had recently read that this happens when a dark magician uses a spell that is too hard for him to cast. However, the battle still continued. Alice thought that all the undead would die after the death of this magician, but this turned out to be a mistake. But now, he understands that this spell is not tied to the magician at all. Apparently, it is just a summoning for a certain time, and even if the dark magician dies, his army will still remain alive. In any case, the main task at the moment was to get out of here as quickly as possible, because if they didn't do it, they would have big problems. They managed to get away from the battlefield quite well, but they were left completely alone. The princess was especially worried. She did not understand what to do next, but Alice calmed her down and said that since their leader had died, it was quite obvious that the undead would also soon disappear. Besides, in the guy's opinion, the soldiers must already be looking for them, so there's no point in worrying, and all they need to do now is make a fire and warm up a little. In response to the guy's words, the princess began to say that she thought that the guy only knew how to work with his brains and did not understand at all where he got the skills to make a fire, which made him laugh, after which he said that he simply knew how to use the force of friction, and there was nothing surprising about it. Although Alice was thinking at that moment that he wanted to use mana to start a fire, but now he can't do it because the princess is looking at him very closely. In the end, he managed to do it, which made Alice happy no less than the princess, because for the first time, he was able to make a fire with his own hands, without using magic. The joy did not last long because at some point the princess began to say that she was very sorry that she had started all this. Alice tried to convey to her that it was an accident, and she definitely could not have known that this could happen, to which the princess reacted rather strangely and decided to ask the guy if he was scared and why he was so calm. Alice at that moment immediately realized that the main reason for her sadness was that she felt guilty for what had happened. Therefore, he immediately began to say that he was also very scared, but he reassured himself that the princess was always next to him. Especially according to him, there were incredible creepy flying creatures, after which the princess saw that her friend was also very scared. She decided that it would be nice to thank the guy for the fact that today could have ended in a big tragedy if Alice had not intervened at the right moment and helped them. Alice looked at the princess and thought that he hadn't even noticed that she was so scared. It always seemed to him that she was fearless and wasn't afraid of anything around her. Most of the people who accompanied them died on the battlefield, protecting their lives. The Imperial family is always under fire, and Kenya experienced this for the first time. So Alice had no doubt that it was very difficult for her at that moment. But he also understood that nothing could be changed, and now they only needed to think about how to quickly return home safe and sound. But as a friend, their thoughts and conversation were interrupted by a very loud sound, and as soon as they looked up, they saw a griffin fighting with a flying monster. They didn't quite understand why this was happening right now, until Alice noticed a small nest on the rock, after which he immediately realized that the wyvern was hunting the griffin's children. At some point in the fight, the griffin clearly began to lose and definitely didn't have enough strength to destroy the wyvern. A few seconds later, the griffin was already lying on the ground and could barely move. But surprisingly, the wyvern turned around and began to fly away in a completely different direction. He assumed that perhaps she did not smell them, so she began to fly away. But as soon as Alice turned around, he did not see the princess next to him. Turning around, he saw that the princess ran up to the griffin and then heard the girl say that, unfortunately, the griffin died. She stood for a while and thought about what they should do next, and Alice decided to jokingly tell her not to tell him that she wanted to dig up the griffin and bury it. But as it turned out later, the princess was talking primarily not about the griffin, but about the baby who remained alive after the wyvern attack, which surprised the guy even more because he did not understand at all where the girl got him from. But after thinking for a bit, he told her that it seemed like they had no choice but to take him in, although in his mind, he was thinking that he didn't want to do anything like that at all, but he simply couldn't leave him. The princess was very glad to hear this, because she agreed with the guy that they needed to take this griffin with them, and then take him to the castle, although from the expression on Alice's face, it was clear that he did not quite mean it. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the princess's teacher, who was very glad that the boys managed to survive and were safe and sound, after which the girl's teacher noted that only one magician had died and no more losses were expected. So everything was not as bad as it seemed from the very beginning. But the smile on her face didn't last long, because right after that she saw a small griffin in the girl's arms, which scared her quite a bit. At that moment, Alice stood and looked at this whole picture and thought that they had come here just in time, and now they would do his job, namely tell Kanya to take this baby with them. Right after these thoughts, he told all the other guys that the princess wanted to keep this baby for herself, which surprised the guys even more. A week later, everything was back to normal and life was back to normal. But there was one thing that was bothering the guy. This thing was a small griffin who now lived with them and constantly bothered the prince when he tried to get at least a little rest. However, over time, Alice got used to this little guy and was even glad that he came to him because he was cute enough, and the guy didn't mind playing with him a little while Kanya was away. Before leaving the scene, Alice ordered all his subordinates to take the princess with them, and then they still had to clean up here, because he understood perfectly well that the smell of the griffin could attract many wild animals, and then they would have even more problems. Alice himself, while everyone was busy, quietly cut open the griffin's chest and took out a magic stone from there. The guy will need it to tame the baby griffin, which in any case will one day grow up and become a huge and incredibly dangerous animal. Together with Kania, they decided to name this griffin Fry. This baby quickly got used to the kids. He especially loved his owner, Kania, who every time she came to visit Alice, The first thing she did was run to her favorite. One of those days, one of the commanders of the night squad told Alice that the dark magician who attacked them was wanted, and they were also collecting any information about him, because they understood that he could act far from alone. But this was still not enough for Alice, and he wanted to know who in the world was the most ardent opponent of the Imperial family. Although he did not wait for an answer, he himself understood perfectly well that there was an incredibly huge number of such people, because everyone did not like the Imperial family. Some showed it openly, and some hid it. In any case, he was haunted by the fact that this black magician decided to attack a very young girl, because in his opinion it was clearly too much. So Alice decided that from now on, he would have to keep a close eye on the princess, because they could easily repeat their attempts to destroy her. All these thoughts led him to the point where he was more than convinced that he urgently needed to increase his aura, because by the age of 20, he would definitely need it. And for this, he decided to choose for himself an opponent equal in strength at the moment, which became that very princess. This time, the guy was incredibly interesting for the princess, because she dealt a large number of blows, but at the same time, Alice parried their masterful blows and did not allow her to do anything, which caused joy and a smile in the girl, because she did not even imagine that her good friend could use a sword so well. Alice answered her quite logically, saying that after the attack on them, he decided that he would train harder with the sword, so that in the future, he could protect both himself and Kania. The girl was very happy to hear such words, but she also wanted to know if the guy trained on his own, because it was quite surprising to her that he was able to develop his skills so much without having any teacher. Alice answered her with a smile that he trained alone, and he realized that the most important thing in a sword fight is to put mana into the blow. Then the blow will be much stronger and more powerful. These words upset Kania a lot, because she assumed that she wouldn't be able to do this, because she was already practicing a lot and no one even told her about it. Alice immediately tried to calm her down and say that they just had different fighting styles, but this definitely didn't mean that she wasn't capable of it. In any case, the girl thought that Alice was a genius, although the guy definitely didn't think so, and asked her not to say so, because he was more than sure that she could also use her mana, and if she wanted, he could easily show her how to do it. She certainly wanted to try something like this, but she honestly admitted and told the guy that she was far from sure that she would be able to do it. Although Alice assured her that she just needed to follow his instructions, and then he was more than confident that she would learn quickly. Besides, mentally he was more confident in himself than ever. But what's most important is that Alice had been secretly absorbing his mana into her for a whole week, thereby accumulating it, so that at one point she could deliver the same powerful blow as he does. From then on, Kania came to him every day and trained in fencing using aura, and as a result, her control skills exceeded all his expectations. The only nuance that emerged from these trainings is that, due to Kania's aura, the baby griffin grew very quickly and became incredibly large in size. Alice noticed this more than anyone else because every day this big guy put more and more pressure on his shoulders. But in any case, he was very happy for his friend because he understood perfectly well that the beginning had already been made and then it was only a matter of practice. And in his opinion, the more mana she had, the stronger she could become in the future. He told her several times that she should just imagine how she would rush into battle, riding on Fry and destroy all her opponents in her path. Kania smiled every time Alice said these words to her. Besides, she had a great relationship with the griffin, and he definitely wouldn't mind if she flew on him. But at some point, their training was interrupted by the Emperor himself, who arrived without any warning. And as soon as Alice saw him, he immediately thought about the fact that, as far as he remembered, the Emperor was very busy with work in the north, and since he came here, it was definitely not just like that. As soon as the man entered the room to the boys, the first thing he did was turn to his son, who, according to rumors, had begun to learn fencing. Alice did not deny this, and said that he had recently become interested in doing this. And he also understood that he needed to try himself in other areas, and not just in science. According to him, after recent events, he decided that he needed to learn self-defense, and also how to properly raise griffins, which the Emperor clearly liked to hear. And from his facial expression, it was immediately clear that the man was proud of his son. These thoughts made Alice think that he was apparently worthy of standing in the same row with the other children of the Emperor, and perhaps even above them. But that was not all. The Emperor did not come to visit empty-handed, and as soon as they talked with his son, he immediately ordered his servants to bring into the room a huge box from which a very bright light was coming. As it turned out later, it was a gift in the form of a beautiful sword for Alice. The Emperor also added that this sword was made especially for him, and the man could not wait to see it in the guy's hands. At this point, Lifan intervened in the conversation to suggest that Alice was still too small to use such a huge sword. The Emperor understood her excitement, but still decided that the boys liked the feeling of a real, formidable weapon in their hands. So it seemed to him that it would be better for them not to deprive Alice of this feeling. The Emperor immediately noticed that Alice had not been interested in this before, but now he was more than sure that the boy was very happy when he received this gift. But his thoughts were interrupted when the boy dropped the sword, and a second later, he himself fell to the floor. At that moment, Alice was thinking that the thoughts about fencing were wrong, and he was definitely not going to get involved in it again. So he would do everything to ensure that fencing was prohibited for him. Besides, he understood that even if he had a talent for fencing, he still did not want to show it to them, because he owned a sword, because he would be forced to fight for power. And this development of events did not suit him at all, because this life would become a little rest for him. Besides, he had already put too much effort into making this life a paradise for him in the future. So he didn't want his efforts to go to waste. And to do this, he needed to do everything so that no one would suspect him of having talent. Immediately after these thoughts, he turned to His Majesty to tell him that he liked this gift very much, only he was very sorry that he was not able to appreciate it properly, because this sword was more suitable for such a talent as Princess Kania. After all, the guy believed that the girl had become very strong because she was hardly inferior to the Imperial Knights, so he believed that this was more than enough to be considered elite. Of course, she was still very far from him, but in any case, he believed that in the future, she had a huge chance of getting into the top 30 Imperial Knights. So Alice handed her this sword and told her that her talent deserved recognition, and with such a weapon, it would be easier for her to prove it to the whole world. At this point, the Emperor intervened in their conversation and said that he was not against agreeing with the guy, but he had one condition, after which he asked Princess Kanaya to demonstrate her abilities to him, and only after that, he would think about agreeing to his son's decision. This, of course, surprised not only the princess, but also Alice himself, because he was not at all prepared for such a development of events and did not understand why the man suddenly decided so, after which, Alice immediately thought about the fact that the Emperor was also a warrior, who, as was known, was crazy about fencing and had been engaged in this martial art almost his entire life before coming to power. Now he basically wants the princess to show him how far she has come in that time. And if she can hit him with that sword, that will be more than enough to take him for herself. Alice, looking at his friend, understood that she was very afraid, and this was quite normal. But he decided to push her towards this fight and told her not to worry because he was more than sure that everything would be fine and she would cope with this task. Alice actually had complete confidence in the princess because he saw what she was capable of, so he was sure that she would definitely cope with this task and deliver a good enough blow that would surprise the Emperor 100%. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the Emperor immediately noticed that Princess Kania had an excellent stance, which not every fighter could boast of. But after that, his compliments ended, and he began to say that this would be too little to win. In other words, he began to intimidate her. But the princess was not going to give in to this pressure and continued to stand confidently and wait for the battle to begin. And as soon as she was given permission to start this battle, she immediately jumped up and ran to attack, hoping that this battle would end faster than she expected. She immediately noticed that something abnormal was happening here. But at that moment, Alice was thinking that the princess's speed was at the highest level, so it seemed to him that the Emperor would not have time to blink an eye before the princess would deal him an invincible blow. What confused Alice was that the princess started with a blow straight to the forehead, because every knight knows that this is unprofitable and no one starts a battle like that, especially when it is a duel. As for the Emperor, he immediately noticed that the man was smiling. Apparently, he was not afraid at all, and he was in complete control of this situation. But Alex was sure that this was only the beginning, and the princess would be able to bring a surprise for him. After a few seconds, she was still able to strike, but the Emperor blocked it so easily that he didn't even move from his place. And after that, he even told her that it was a good strike. But in his opinion, it was still not enough to fulfill the terms of their bet. Even though the princess had fallen to the ground, and it seemed that she could no longer continue this duel, the Emperor still continued to approach her slowly, and along the way, he said that he had never seen such an aura on a child, with the exception of their knight commander. After which the man turned to his son Alice to ask him if it was true that he had helped Princess Kania in her fencing training. The boy thought for a bit and then told his father that he had tested something and that his theory had worked, so the princess had become a little stronger. After which he told in more detail about what he read in the book, how to increase the potential of a swordsman, and decided to try this method with Kania, because as the owner of a magical aura, she was the most suitable for this role. The emperor thought about it for a bit, and eventually he was interested in one question, which was that he wanted to know if this method could work on other knights. Alice immediately understood that the man was definitely not asking this just like that, and in his opinion, he was doing this in order to drag the boy into these dirty deeds. But Alice would definitely not fall for it just like that. The guy understood that most likely the emperor was planning to start mass production of knights with aura, and in order to create an invincible army that no other could compare with, he needed someone who could train those very knights. But he decided to immediately tell his father that, unfortunately, no one would likely be able to achieve the same results as Princess Kania. After all, according to Kania, she had high potential because she honed her skills from early childhood, and only thanks to her persistence, she managed to get so far. It was immediately clear from the emperor that he was a little upset when he heard this, but Alice didn't care, and in fact he was thinking that anyone could be helped if their weaknesses were analyzed and their strengths were identified. But teaching everyone individually was too difficult and stressful for him, so he definitely didn't want to do that. Besides, he most of all did not want to see knights every day, because they were men, because he believed that his eyes were made for beauty, and he definitely should not agree to such conditions, although he did not want to completely abandon this idea either. After all, he understood that this could be called a secret technique on the other hand, which would only be available to a select few, and so he told his father that this method would only be suitable for members of their family. The emperor immediately thought about it, and all that was left was to hope that the man correctly understood what the guy was hinting at, because it had long been known that for the emperors, all the nobles around were like hyenas, and he never knew whether they were using their knowledge for the good or against him. In other words, Alice didn't want to make his competitors stronger. The emperor thought about this idea for a bit, and still agreed with the guy that it would be nice if it remained a secret that would be passed on within the imperial family. Alice was pleased to realize that his training method would be passed down from generation to generation, an imperial family with a family fighting style. It even sounded chic, so the guy simply couldn't help but agree to it. Exactly a month passed from that moment, the emperor decided to try this method himself and was incredibly surprised that it really works, because he was able to achieve the maximum from training in just 1 month. After some time, one of the courtiers came to Alice to tell him that the emperor had asked him to choose the escorts, and according to the man, there were actually a lot of suitable candidates, so it seemed to him that Alice would be able to choose the right people. He took one look at the applications and immediately realized that it seemed like most of them were from noble families who, just a couple of years ago, did not even consider him a person, and now they wanted to be part of his escort. However, he believed that this was what was supposed to happen. Considering his skills, he didn't need security at all, but in order not to arouse suspicion, it was better for him to agree to such an offer. But Alice didn't want to do such things at all, so he decided to ask the butler if he could just pick 3 random candidates, to which the man told him that His Majesty could do whatever he wanted, but he thought it would be better if he chose a few people himself. Although it was difficult for Alice to do this, he understood that it was nice for him to be on the other side of an interview for the first time. And these resumes also contained all the personal information about skills, achievements, and many other things that might be needed in the future. After thinking for a bit and looking at these applications, Alice realized that if he had to choose, he preferred beautiful ladies in the form of knights, so that he could at least enjoy their appearance. But when these candidates came for a personal interview with the prince, he realized that the idea of what they would be like was too different from reality. Even though they were women, which he couldn't argue with, he was still very upset that his fantasies turned out to be too unrealistic. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that this is what first-class knights who train every day should look like. And besides, it was time for him to stop dreaming and start doing something. Moreover, despite the fact that they were women, he immediately saw that they looked very powerful, which meant that they were most likely very strong, and if their appearance matched their strength, then he would definitely be safe with them. But suddenly, among all these muscular women, he noticed an ordinary aristocrat who, compared to the others, was more feminine. After a short interview with each of the participants, he noticed that there was absolutely nothing to find fault with, because everyone answered well. So he asked them to leave and wait outside so that he would have some time to make his decision. The choice was very difficult, and Alice decided that he needed to concentrate and release his internal energy, distribute it throughout his body, and then he would be able to understand what he really needed. The secret technique that stimulates the brain to make wise decisions can help make the right choice. This ability is not so easy to activate because it takes a lot of training and effort to achieve that very enlightenment. But the guy was doing a great job of it. So after a few minutes, he was ready to start the second round of interviews and asked each of the participants to come into him one by one. The reason he used this ability at that time was because he wanted to know the intentions of each knight who came to be his personal guard. For example, he immediately noticed the dark energy inside the first contestant. At that moment, these eyes saw the inner world of a person, and Alice understood perfectly well that he did not need a lie detector to distinguish the unfaithful, because he saw what shade their emotional background was, and that was all he needed to decide whether he needed this person or not. Besides, he understood perfectly well that he needed those who wanted to become knights specifically for his sake, so that it would be their personal choice. And as soon as that very feminine nature, which stood out among all the others, entered his office, his magical eyes did not see a single dark spot. This girl was like a saint. Her name was Asya, and despite the fact that she was a knight, she was completely pure. So he decided that he needed to get to know her biography in more detail, because there was a chance that he could have missed something. Although, on the other hand, he also understood the fact that if this did not apply to him in any way, then he could not worry about it at all and immediately hire her. Besides, he didn't like anyone else except Asya, and he had to choose at least two, so he assumed that he might have to take that woman who had more muscles than any knight. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when another female knight burst into the office, who introduced herself as Sienna, and if you believe her words, she is the last contestant. Alice was pleasantly surprised when he saw this girl because in his opinion she looked pretty good, and her aura only radiated positive emotions. He got a little familiar with her biography and immediately decided to ask her if it was true that she served abroad for some time, because these papers said that she changed many nightly squads, and he wanted to know what was the reason for this. In response to this question, she began to laugh and say that she was actually a little ashamed to admit it, but she could not sit in one place for long, and this was the reason for changing several squads in such a short amount of time. Alice, although he doubted it, on the other hand, he didn't see any negativity at all, so he believed that she fit all his criteria quite well. He decided that he would think that she just loved to travel. That's why she was constantly being transferred. That's all he needed to know about this girl. After which he was happy to announce that he would hire Asya and Sienna, who in his opinion were the most suitable for this position. Thus, Alice managed to quickly and successfully replenish her personal flower garden. On the right hand is now Asya, and on the left is Sienna, who turned out to be quite serious and responsible at work. Immediately after this interview, Alice decided that he needed to test the new workers. And to do this, he took them to a small training area. After which he told them that he would like to see their skills with his own eyes, so they just have to demonstrate them to him. Alice understood that this would most likely sound unexpected to them, but in any case, he thought that no matter how strong knights they were, he would in any case make them even stronger, and for this, he first needed to understand what level their skills were at. Asya completely agreed with him. She also thought that it would be good if they showed their skills, but she would like to know how exactly he wants them to do it. Alice didn't think long about his answer, and immediately told them that they could just fight each other. This made the girls smile because sparring on the first day is quite unusual, but each of them was ready for it. Alice was glad that they had such a reaction, although mentally at that moment, he was thinking that they were somewhere on the same level, and the duel would determine which of them was more capable of his training. The girls themselves were not against finding out which of them was stronger in this regard, so the atmosphere began to heat up, which Alice could not help but like, because he had long wanted to see a confrontation between these two. Before the fight began, Sienna decided to clarify if they needed to discuss any rules before they began the duel. Asya, in turn, also continued to warm up, and when she heard this question, she decided to say that in her opinion, they did not need any additional rules, but she was still sure that this should be determined first of all by the prince. At that moment, Alice was already eating popcorn and was thinking only about the fact that he had apparently motivated them very much, and he decided to give a simple answer to their questions, saying that they should fight in such a way that in the end none of them would get hurt. Sienna immediately stated that since His Highness wished it, so be it. She would be gentler with her opponent, because she believed that in any case, she had more experience, and it was she who should control her strength, and therefore the entire duel as a whole. Asya was obviously not delighted with these words, and immediately said that Sienna should not feel sorry for her, because she is completely confident in her abilities and strength, and besides, she does not think that everything Sienna tells about her travels is true. Alice immediately noticed that the atmosphere was getting too tense, and he realized that they were going to fight, not just to show off their strength, but to really find out who was stronger. So before they started, he decided to tell them once again that they shouldn't go too far, and the most important thing was that none of them would get hurt. But before he could finish these words, the fight immediately began, and the swords of the two girls crossed. Alice immediately understood after the first blow that they would definitely not be softer with each other, although on the other hand he understood that it was his fault because he had angered them too much. In any case, he continued to watch this fight and immediately noticed that Asya carried out an incredibly strong attack that he did not even expect to see. But what surprised him most about this was that Sienna was able to anticipate this blow, and not only did she block it, but she also continued her counterattack. Alice watched this fight carefully and thought that using a spear as the main weapon, it sometimes becomes difficult to parry attacks when the knight is close to his opponent. So he was very interested to know if Asya would make a counter move at such a difficult moment. And after a few seconds he found out the answer. Asya was able to get out of the situation using not her weapon, but her legs, with the help of which she was able to move away from her opponent again and not let her finish her attack. Sienna started to smile and immediately decided to point out that using a kick in such a situation was a bit too much. But since Asya wanted to fight in this style, she didn't mind. Asya, in turn, decided to tell her that she thought Sienna had no right to say something like that because she herself had used trickery. Alice was trying to tell them at that moment that they were taking this battle too seriously, and it was time for them to cool down a bit. But it seemed that it was said too late, because after a few seconds he noticed that they were spewing too much energy at each other, which made it immediately clear to him that at this rate they would only stop when they saw each other's blood. So he made the decision to scream and stop this fight immediately, also adding that he saw everything he needed. After which he began to approach them closer and talk about how, thanks to sparring, he had fully studied their skills and now thought that they both had something to work on. He also added that surprisingly, they are both too impatient because they are too focused on their speed, especially Asya. And as for Sienna, he thinks that she is indecisive because she is used to hand-to-hand combat. Asya was surprised to hear this, so she started to talk about the fact that if you think about it, she heard that it was he who trained the second princess, after which she became much stronger, and now Asya assumes that he wanted to look at their skills in order to help them improve them in the future. Hearing these words, Alice thought about how Kanya had recently become an expert in the use of aura, which is why she had apparently become famous even among the knights. But in any case, he had nothing to hide and told the girls that now that they had become his bodyguards, they should become stronger. In other words, the guy wanted to convey to them that as long as they were on his side, they should become sword masters no matter what. And from that moment on, he announced that a special plan for training the Alice Knights was beginning. A few minutes later, they moved to a small classroom, which was surprising for the girls, and they decided to check with His Majesty if they really would be training in this place, because they thought it was a little strange. Therefore, the guy had to explain that in this place he would only give lectures on theory, because he would like them to be very well prepared for practice. The girls admitted to him honestly that although they had read the book that Alice had given them, they were still a little unclear as to how they should distribute mana throughout their entire body in order to strengthen their aura. Alice didn't think the questions would come up so quickly, and so he assumed he would need to do a lot of work on this book. But in any case, he didn't mind explaining to his students how it worked. He started by saying that the amount of mana stored in their body was different in nature from what they would use. What he meant was that in these places that he had marked with a dotted line, there were mana circulation channels, and in their case, they could tell that this mana channel was currently blocked, so their main task at that moment was to open these channels. According to him, in such a state, if they blindly study the aura and waste their physical strength, then they will not achieve anything in this way. Moreover, it is also very dangerous, because when the circulation channel is not opened correctly, or they try to open it with force, it can lead to an explosion, and then it will be very difficult to save the person. If his words were to be believed, then in that case, they would simply fall into a state of negative energy, and instead of using the aura, they would become half corpses, which scared the girls a little. But he asked them not to worry about it, because he would always be with him, and would tell him how to do it correctly so that nothing would happen to them. And now they first of all should know how to naturally let this enormous energy into their body. According to the princes, they first need to learn how to accumulate and use mana in their daily lives. In this way, they will learn how to circulate it productively, and if they manage to learn this, it will definitely change their technique of using aura. From the expressions on the girls' faces, it was immediately clear that they were very inspired by this idea and were ready to do whatever the prince told them. Right after this explanation, Alice decided to begin practical training. He started with Sienna, who in his opinion should first learn more about concentrating her aura, to which the girl told him that she can use it quite well. Alice didn't think so, but to test it, he asked her to concentrate her aura in both hands at the same time or in both legs. But as he expected, the girl could only use it in one hand. The guy understood that they did not need to surround their body with an aura, and all they had to achieve was to concentrate on the necessary areas, since with a rapid expenditure of aura, a person gets tired very quickly, and this will lead to overwork. In the end, he was absolutely right. After a while, Sienna began to tell him that she could not do what he asked. If she needed to use aura in several places at once, then her feelings simply could not cope. Alice thought for a moment and decided to use the two-hand method. He put both hands on Sienna and began to say that if she felt a rise in temperature or touch, then it should become easier for her to concentrate. For the girl, this turned out to be quite strange, but she still tried to concentrate, and as soon as she did this, she immediately noticed that she was able to emit an aura in both hands at the same time, which could not but please her. After which she admitted that at that moment, she thought that the prince's hands were as soft as a teddy bear's. These words immediately embarrassed the guy. In any case, the most important thing is that now she understands everything perfectly and is ready to use the aura for its intended purpose. At that moment, Alice was thinking that he had apparently opened her mana circulation flows incorrectly. Although on the other hand, he also understood the most important thing, that they had at least managed to open them. After which he went straight to Asa, to whom he first told that in the previous fight, when Sienna approached, she kicked her without fear, which was a rather stupid act, because she responded with hand-to-hand combat to someone who most likely had much better command of these techniques than she did. In other words, it was about mastery of the spear, in which it is very important to remain calm. Hearing these words, the girl finally understood why he was forcing her to undergo this training. After some time, Asya admitted that, to be honest, she only felt his weight, but the guy immediately interrupted her and began to talk about how she needed to concentrate until this feeling went away on its own. The Empress received a short letter that same evening about Alice's successes, and she immediately saw that this guy had been up to a lot of trouble lately. So she decided that she would have to step in and sort this out on her own. As Asya could have expected under His Highness's guidance, she definitely felt that she was becoming much stronger. At first she didn't think that the training would be difficult, but after some time she changed her mind. Asya was an aristocrat from the ruined Pernil family, so she sometimes wondered if she deserved so much instruction from His Majesty. Her family was not very rich, as they lived quietly in a small village until they were hit by a famine that was caused by a monster attack. After some time, even the nobles with whom the family had previously had good relations turned their backs on them, and in the end, the girl voluntarily joined the knightly order to earn a living through her talent in the martial arts. And thus she was able to quickly awaken her aura and was assigned to the royal capital. The 15th Order, under the direct command of the king, the lowest ranked squad, which only gathered scum, and it was in this squad that the girl ended up. And the worst of them all was the incompetent and lazy knight commander, who even at his age had an incredibly weak aura and only got his position through connections. Because of some of the situations she had with Asya, she often began to think about whether she should cut his lower torso in half the moment they met again. Out of desperation, she applied for a position as a bodyguard for a member of the royal family, but she never thought that she would end up being accepted. However, thanks to this, her family's life became much better. Now she just needed to save up some more money until she could pay for her brother's tuition at the academy. At the same time, Sienna applied for a position as a royal guard because she was tired of sitting in one place again. Sienna and her family had been mercenaries for generations. The place where she grew up was a tribe of mercenaries that did not belong to any country, as they led a nomadic lifestyle. One day, Sienna's father began to tell her that as far as she knew, the last war with the Empire ended about 30 years ago, and despite the fact that the situation had become peaceful, the income of their mercenaries began to decrease very sharply. So her father began to assume that mercenaries like them would soon have nothing to do, and so he thought it would be better for Sienna to leave them and go her own way. He also told her that he would try to deal with those stubborn old men who still insisted on remaining mercenaries, because in his opinion, it was because of them that young people like Sienna could not develop. The girl began to laugh in response to these words, because she knew that if her father began to insist on something, then no one could stop him, so his proposal for her to return was already final. She accepted the departure for training quite calmly. Besides, she believed that nightly training was not the most difficult thing that could happen to her. However, what was unexpected was that while Sienna was away from home, her father, who was in a quarrel with a corrupt lord, sadly passed away. As a result, Sienna came back home to take revenge on all the offenders who brought her incredible pain when they destroyed her father. Now she is one of the royal guards, and when she remembers her past, she does not regret her actions at all. Moreover, every time she thinks about it, she feels a little relief. Since then, Sienna moved from one place to another and was sent to dangerous areas. After wandering around the area, she volunteered to accompany the prince because, in fact, she was already a little tired of going from one place to another. When the prince finally accepted her, she realized that she was incredibly lucky, and she couldn't help but like it, especially when she realized that although His Majesty was lazy, he was not arrogant, like the people she had met before. Looking at the prince, for some reason she had a vague feeling that his hands were so soft and cute that she just wanted to stroke them. It surprised her a little and scared her at the same time. But she experienced such a feeling for the first time, so she was interested to know what it was all connected with. In any case, both girls were incredibly grateful to the prince for giving them such an important job for them, and also for showing them how much stronger they could be. Now they understood perfectly well that Alice, although not strong in the arts of fencing and magic, but he showed himself to be one of the most talented people in science, so they were ready to protect him to the very end. He created all sorts of rare goods to increase the kingdom's finances, and even made the second princess rise to the level of an aura specialist in a short period of time with just theory. So over time, the guy was finally able to do what he really likes, namely lazing around. As expected, nothing compares to this, so the guy did his best to laze around for several months. After some time, the emperor gathered all his advisors to discuss that the third prince would be turning 14 next year, so his coming-of-age ceremony would soon take place. Count 10 decided to tell the emperor that since the third prince was already showing his talents in various fields, they felt that this coming-of-age ceremony would be a good opportunity for him, and they definitely should not miss this chance. The emperor understood that they were telling him that he essentially had to give Alice his own territory, and these advisors completely agreed with this, because they were sure that no one would be against it. Although as soon as they finished speaking, the emperor immediately became angry, because he thought that they were all fools, because they were trying to send him away somewhere far away, while using the coming-of-age ceremony as an excuse. Although the emperor was angry, he still decided to say that the name of the third prince was well known not only among the low-ranking nobles, but also in other countries, and perhaps His Majesty would want to make the third prince the next ruler. But before he could finish speaking, the emperor interrupted him and started shouting, because he did not understand what kind of nonsense this count was talking about. After which he decided to find out how many times he had already told him that the heir is first and foremost the crown prince, and that this child would be the next ruler. The advisors understood his anger, but they still wanted to convey to him that the main problem was that similar rumors were already spreading in other countries. Moreover, according to Duke Gast, the young nobles were supporting the third prince instead of His Highness the Crown Prince. And given these rumors, one could assume that the public was wavering in their choice. Moreover, according to him, this is not only their opinion, after which one of the butlers approached the emperor and handed him some papers. Gast continued to say that many nobles were expressing their concerns that this would shake the order of the royal family, and they only wanted stability in the kingdom. The emperor saw these papers and thought that all these appeals were absolutely the same, but he could not believe that they were determined to see this through to the end. But he understood perfectly well that each of his advisors wanted to send Alice somewhere far away, because each of them worked for the Empress, who most likely ordered them to act in this direction. So now it was a little hard for him to bear every word they said, especially when they asked him not to disregard their goodwill. But all he could say was that he would take the request into consideration, and if there was a territory suitable for this child, he would do his best. Alice was incredibly curious to know what happened during the meeting, and when he read the letter, He could not believe that everything turned out exactly like that. He understood that they wanted His Majesty to give him territory, but it seemed to him that this was complete nonsense. Although on the other hand, he was on their side because he would be incredibly happy to finally get his own territory, where he could do absolutely whatever he wanted and no one could order him around. Thinking that he didn't care at all about this throne because he believed that all aristocrats were potential terrorists and dealing with them was much worse than having his own territory where he could be free and independent. Northern Fahelia is a place where it snows all year round, and if you relax there for even 1 minute, you can freeze so much that no one can help you. Alice understood that it was difficult to farm on such harsh lands, but even so, he could no longer change anything because the nobles had decided everything and that was it. So he understood that he would be leaving exactly 1 month later, right after the coming-of-age ceremony, which meant he had 1 year and 1 month left until that time to properly prepare for his departure. And for this, he gathered all his servants and knights to tell them that, as they all know very well, being independent from other territories is far from a child's play. This task will only be for those who are truly ready for it. As for the others, he certainly wouldn't mind helping them find other jobs, but those who followed him would definitely rise through the ranks and achieve incredible success. So most of his servants decided to follow him without much hesitation. Alice was glad that, fortunately, the alchemist and most of the other important people, who would have been very difficult to find, followed him. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Sienna, who decided to tell the guy that she had once been sent to that region for a whole year, which could not help but surprise him, because he was once again convinced that the girl had apparently managed to visit all the dangerous places of the Empire. In any case, he listened to her, and if you believe her words, then this place is not very dangerous. It is just incredibly cold there, and if you come to terms with that, then it is quite possible to live there. She also didn't forget to add that there were practically no monsters there at all. So apart from the cold, there were no downsides to this land. Alice listened to her and thought that if all this was true, then they wouldn't have to work too hard and all they would need to do was solve the problem with the incredible cold. In any case, the guy assumed that they would send him to a place like this. And he also thought that they would send him to a worse place, where it would be almost impossible to live. But the fact that they chose a cold place for him was not the worst option. He assumed that he could easily be sent, for example, to a place that would be full of all sorts of dangerous monsters. Or, for example, to a place where he would be fried to a crisp by a dragon next to its nest. So he thought more than once that they would try to get rid of him in every possible way. But since they decided to choose just a cold place, he would do everything to cope with it and live without any problems. And as soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head and saw 2 knights looking at him and literally crying. And when he decided to find out what happened, they began to tell him that they would do everything possible to protect him no matter what. After some time, Sienna and Asya walked out of the prince's office, and as soon as they did, Asya decided to ask Sienna why she shouldn't be honest. She didn't quite understand what her colleague was telling her, so Asya had to add that she meant the honesty of her words that she had said earlier, because as far as she understood, His Majesty had also noticed this and decided to catch her out a little. Even after this explanation, Sienna did not quite understand what Asya was talking about, and decided to say once again that everything she said was true, and that it really was incredibly cold in that place. And if she wants to know the reason why the knight sent her to Fahelia, it is to get rid of monsters that could endure such terrible cold, which Asya definitely did not expect to hear. In any case, Asya added after the last words that she was ready to follow the prince to places even worse than this, but she did not think that they would throw him out like that. Although Sienna at that moment was not particularly worried about this issue, and it seemed to her that they should think about this last. Besides, she was more than sure that His Majesty definitely had some plans since he was not upset at all. Although on the other hand, during all the time she had been with him, she had never felt fear in his eyes. At that moment, Alice continued to deal with the necessary documents, and over time he was able to resolve this issue. The only thing he had left to resolve was the issue with his mother, although she did not say this, but the guy was more than sure that her heart was simply broken. Some time before, he ordered the maid not to tell her where he was being sent, but he still worries about his mother's safety, because she will still remain in this castle, and with the recent attacks on Khania, he is no longer sure that this place is safe. So at some point, an idea came to his mind, which was based on the fact that he needed to create a secure way of communication, whether it was an ultra-long-distance communication sphere, or teleportation circles, or magic scrolls. It didn't matter to him at all, as long as it was a fast and secure way by which he could quickly contact the people he needed. So far, the guy had no ideas, and all he had to do was think about it carefully. But for now, he decided not to waste time and prepare for departure, because he believed that those harsh lands were ideal for the life of a professional like him. The first thing he decided to do was ask his magician for a few students, which he needed to prepare for his coming of age, but he couldn't even imagine that the man would bring so many people. In any case, it was not bad for Alice, and the first thing he decided to do was ask the man and the other magicians who were in this room to keep everything a secret, to which they immediately answered him that they were ready to swear that they would never tell anyone about this. After which he held out a small piece of paper towards him and said that he simply wanted his students to do what was drawn on this piece of paper, and if possible, it needed to be done as quickly as possible. The man immediately decided to say that they would do everything the master asked them to do without any problems. But as soon as he saw the drawings of what the prince requested, he immediately took his words back, because now he was far from sure that they would be able to cope with it quickly. And after a few more seconds, the man went into a state of shock and immediately began to ask the prince about whether he had drawn it, to which Alice gave him an immediate answer, saying that he had drawn it, and that it was an updated version of an artifact that activates the brain, and if he was not mistaken, then it was called the Sage's Necklace. The magician, looking at these same drawings, thought that if they were correct, the effect would be twice as good as that of the existing artifact, while the production price according to these calculations was 10 times cheaper, and therefore, he could not even imagine how the young prince even came up with something like this. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by the prince, who wanted to ask the magician again if he could do it or if it was too difficult for him, to which the man confidently replied that the drawings were simply magnificent, so if he had any problems, it would only be with the supply of materials. Alice was very happy that the magician was ready to take on this job, and in order to completely get rid of the man's uncertainty, he decided to give him payment for keeping the secret and thereby add a little motivation to complete the task successfully. After which he also did not forget to add 2 bags of gold, which he asked to spend on the very materials that they needed in order to create the artifact. From the expression on the magician's face, it was immediately clear that there was a lot of this money. But before he could say a word, Alice began to say that he knew very well that he was a generous person, and he also decided to give some advice so that the creation process would proceed more effectively. After their conversation ended, the magician and his students bowed to the prince and began to say that he could rely on them, because now they would definitely do their job as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. Alice was thinking at this moment that, as expected, money is the best way to bring people to their knees. So he smiled and told his new employees that he was looking forward to their work together and wanted them to get it done in a month, which he thought was more than enough. Although the man understood that a month was a rather short period of time, with such a large amount of money, he simply could not help but agree with the prince, which once again confirmed to Alice that giving money to the man was the right decision, and now it would be possible to continue to load him with work. A few days later, the magician and his students arrived at Alice's office with an object they called the Sage Gray's Necklace, and according to the man, they made it especially for Alice by his order. But the prince clearly did not like this wording and asked them not to call things as they pleased. In any case, he took this necklace in his hands and thought about the fact that he did not expect that they would be able to manage it in just 10 days, and besides, the quality was quite good, for which he could even praise them. After which he told them that this necklace was more than suitable for him, and now they would need to set up mass production of such artifacts. Although the man was surprised by this, he still decided to find out exactly how many of these artifacts the guy needed. Alice thought about this question for a moment and said with a smile that he only needed 50 of these artifacts. The man, and especially his students, understood perfectly well that this was a huge amount, and they could hardly cope with one such necklace. But still the man told the prince that they could do it without any particular problems. Alice knew that they were probably very angry when they heard this request, but he didn't care at all because he believed that if he thought it was unfair, then they should try living 100 lives where there was no talk of fairness. Next, Alice began the second step in preparing for his independence, and for this, late at night, he went on a short trip with Asya. On the way, she tried several times to find out from him where they were going, and if he needed anything, she would do it without any problems. He just had to ask him about it. In response, Alice assured her that they would not do anything like that. He just needed her to be nearby this time so that he could calmly choose one thing. From the way he spoke, she understood that he just needed to buy something, which the guy himself confirmed. As it turned out later, they were going to the slave market, which could not help but shock Asya because she was most afraid of this place. After some time, Alice already had a whip in his hands, with which he beat his slaves and told them to move and do their work faster. He also told them more than once that they should know that until they filled 1,000 boxes today, they might not even think about getting their food. At least that's what Asya thought when she heard that the prince was going to buy several slaves. Although she believed that these were completely normal thoughts and that nothing else could come to mind when it came to buying slaves, because when it came to this topic, it was always accompanied by screams and tears. Although when Alice arrived at the place, in reality, everything turned out to be much softer and calmer. The place where these slaves were sold was much cleaner than he could have expected. The girl immediately noticed that if the slaves got sick, it would become a big problem, and that is why those who looked after them try to monitor this. Most likely this is the reason why this place is so clean. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a man who came closer to them and began to talk about how this place was carefully selected healthy workforce. Also, according to him, their slave market is large and multifaceted, so he was very glad to meet his guest named Prince Alice. Well, when he finished saying all these things, he allowed himself to introduce himself. And this man's name was Ian. He was the owner of the slave market. Alice, in response to his words, began to say that he did not need to address him so formally, because he had first and foremost come here as a client. But on the other hand, he was pleased to realize that the man had heard about him. He immediately noticed that it was difficult not to recognize the guy, and that was precisely the reason why he was so polite to him. After these words, he asked the guy to follow him. They walked slowly through the place, and along the way, Jan told them that their organization complied with the laws impeccably, so they could be sure that they were buying and selling only labor. At that moment, Asya, although listening to this man, still told Alice that these are mainly those who cannot pay their taxes, and after they are mired in debt, they in particular end up in this place, which surprised Alice a little, because he did not think that in this world slaves become slaves in this way. According to Asya, sometimes this is the only way to avoid dying of hunger. When suddenly her words were interrupted by Jan, who noted that most of the guys are exactly like the girl says, although there are thieves and criminals, but they have pacified these guys, and now there is no need to worry about them either. Alice watched Ian closely, and with each passing second, he was getting the impression more and more that Ian knew perfectly well that Alice was coming, so he had prepared for his visit, which made it impossible to dig in and notice any problem. After which they entered his office, and finally Jan folded his hands and was ready to find out what kind of slaves exactly His Majesty wanted to receive. Alice did not think long about his answer and immediately told the man that he would like to get different slaves and that the most important thing is that there should be enough of them, which is why the man began to laugh and say that this is not a problem for them at all. But his laughter was interrupted the moment Alice pointed out that he needed at least 150 people who were willing to do hard physical work, and this in turn could not help but shock the man. From the man's expression, it was clear that this was probably too much, but he immediately began to say that they would be able to cope, although they would have to attract the resources of branches outside the capital, but they would definitely cope with this task. However, he was interested in a slightly different question, namely, he wanted to find out from the guy why he needed such a huge number of slaves, to which Alice answered and said that the man should not worry about this because he was not planning anything terrible. After which, Alice added that he had another request, the gist of which was that he would like Jan to divide the slaves into groups of 4 or 5, based on their kinship or close acquaintance. Ian smiled and immediately noted that this was not an easy task, but he also wanted to point out that it was not uncommon for an entire family to be sold into slavery, so they would most likely be able to handle this request. And after just a few minutes, a huge number of papers appeared on both sides of John, which he asked to be looked at in order to select the best people for him. Alice began to slowly read these papers, and he immediately noticed that they indicated separately those people who could read, and this, as it seemed to him, would most likely be useful in the future. In any case, he needed him to send these people to the places that he would tell him. And as soon as Jan agreed to this, Alice immediately offered him to make a deal, and then asked Asya to bring the gold here. He placed a huge bag of jewelry on Jan's table, which was definitely enough to pay for all of Jan's services, and this was also noticeable from his facial expression. A few seconds later, the man began to literally laugh hysterically and say that he was very pleased to work with Alice, and according to him, From that day on, he was their most privileged client. After they made a deal, Alice and Asya went back home, and on the way, Asya still wanted to know why the prince needed so many slaves. And finally, Alice decided to give her an answer. According to him, he wants to replenish the human resource of his new lands. In his opinion, the more of them there are, the better it will be in the future. It seemed to him that almost no one lived in that deserted territory, so he did not understand at all what the point was in being the Lord of Lands where there were no people. So he decided that he needed as many slaves as possible who would be able to start settling these territories. And as for the artifact, of which he had already made about 50 pieces, the guy decided that he would give them to each member of the family and teach them what to do with them. In this way, he believed that they would become much more productive and would quickly pay for themselves. Well, finally, Alice told Asia that he was not going to quietly and peacefully die there from the cold, and it seemed to him that he needed to find a way to inhabit this territory, which did not yet belong to him, as much as possible. Of course, he thought in his mind that he was doing all this only for the benefit of his future comfort, but of course he kept silent about this and did not tell Asya. All this was for the sake of a different life in abundance, which, as it seemed to him, needed to be prepared for in advance. And for this he needed to recruit and prepare people in advance so that there would be someone to carry out the tasks in Fahili. When a chick flies out of the nest, the hardest thing at that moment is saying goodbye to its home and family. Alice began to understand this like no one else, especially at the moment when his mother came to him with tears in her eyes. She began to hug her son without any words and simply remained silent at that moment, but the guy understood perfectly well that she was very upset that he was leaving. She was so upset that she even suggested that the guy talk to the emperor again, and maybe then he could change his mind. Alice asked her not to do this, after which he added that she should not worry about him, because he would write to her often, and besides, they had a whole year in reserve, so there was definitely no need to cry yet. After his mother left the room, he thought that he would probably have to keep the place where he was being sent a secret, so he would tell her when he could settle in there and settle in there thoroughly. It seemed to him that she would worry much less, and over time, would come to terms with the fact that the guy had started his own independent life. Kanya at this point continued her hard training, and at some point she became so angry that she started smashing everything around her, screaming along the way that she refused to accept it. That's why she took it out on her charges, whom she ordered to beat her with all their might, and if they didn't do it, they would soon suffer seriously and regret their choice. At that moment, all she could think about was that she couldn't believe that Alice would just up and leave the capital, and all because of those annoying nobles. Well, what was most offensive to her in this situation was that he had known about it for 6 months, but only told her now. It was for this reason that she crushed all her sparring partners, who were clearly weaker than her, but this certainly did not stop her, and she continued to be angry. Her mood changed incredibly quickly, and at some point she calmed down and even began to cry, thinking that Alice apparently made such a decision because he realized that nothing could be changed, although in fact Alice did not tell her anything, for the reason that he knew perfectly well that she would start to get angry. When emotions run high, mana rises like a whirlwind inside the body and pours out. Everything happened as Alice planned. On that day, the youngest swordmaster was born, the third and youngest in the history of the empire. The reason for this was her obsession with her younger brother, but of course no one will know about it. Alice quite unexpectedly suddenly remembered his first life because of the familiar feeling. Because before he went to serve, time flew by quite quickly, but after he received the summons, it seemed to slow down. Now living in his 101st life, he felt similar emotions because it all began to repeat itself. The banquet on the occasion of his coming of age was in full swing, but at the same time, it all moved very, very slowly. The nobles approached him one by one and said that they incredibly strongly wanted to bring him their congratulations because he was able to grow up so quickly right before their eyes. Although Alice understood perfectly well that these were just beautiful words and mentally, they certainly did not think so. However, Alice couldn't act the way he wanted, so he thanked each of the nobles, telling them that he was very pleased to receive wisdom from such smart people. Although in his mind he was only thinking about how they all bored him, and compared to his first birthday, this time there really was too little space. In the guy's opinion back then, he could at least pretend to be asleep because of his age, but now he's forced to smile and wave like some kind of idiot. At the same time, he looked at all these nobles and listened to them talk about how this was a holiday not only for them, but for all the citizens of their great empire. At the same time, he was more than sure that in their minds they were thinking about the fact that the day had finally come when the upstart prince would finally get out of the palace. Therefore, he was very irritated by their hypocrisy, and he wanted to end it as soon as possible. But the number of nobles, as it seemed to him, only increased with every second. So at some point, he started to think that maybe it would be nice for him to make some kind of mess here to finish it faster. But he was stopped by the fact that his mother was looking at him, and therefore it seemed to him that he should definitely behave decently and not do anything that comes to his mind. Besides, he was more than sure that in just 1 month, he would never see those impudent faces again. So he decided that in honor of the wonderful farewell, he would show them a little mercy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the Empress, who decided to also attend this coming-of-age ceremony and congratulate the young Prince Alice. To begin with, she decided to tell the guy that he was already quite an adult and even received his own lands. For her, this was an incredibly joyful event, and it seemed to her that in this case only Li Fan could be upset. Although Alice smiled at these words, he thought in his mind that it would have been much better if this rat had not come to his party. But he still answered her quite politely and said that he would have to leave his mother one day anyway, so he decided not to delay it. She answered him with a smile and said that Zane would also miss him, because thanks to him his sword skills had improved significantly. After which she added that she was very grateful to him for his help, so she decided to somehow repay him for his efforts. And for this she prepared a gift. And at that moment Alice immediately understood that no matter what she gave him, he was more than sure that it would be some kind of suspicious thing. A few seconds later, his thoughts were interrupted when he was given a fur coat, which, as everyone knew, was the most famous commodity in the empire, and the price could be very high. Although it was an expensive gift, Alice understood perfectly well that his thoughts that it was the woman who was behind everything that happened to him and that she was the main reason for his move were confirmed. Besides, he knew very well that Zane was not the kind of guy who would accept help from the outside, much less thank him for it, but a person with enough power to achieve his goal and with the proper support would do everything to achieve his goal. Well, what irritated the guy the most was that she was essentially making fun of him when she gave him such a gift, even considering the price of the gift. Although Alice was filled with anger, he understood that if he started to get indignant, he would only end up in the minus. So he decided that he would hold back until the very end. Therefore, after sighing a couple of times, he smiled again and began to tell the Empress that he was so grateful to her and his older brother. And also, according to him, even if they were far away, as long as the same blood flowed in their veins, they should definitely help each other and support each other, despite the obstacles in the form of distance. Although these words irritated the woman, she also took the position of restraining herself and therefore smiling, and answered him that it was so noble of him. In both of them at that moment, the only thought was that they should control themselves, but on the other hand, they so wanted to rip each other's heads off. After several hours, the boring banquet finally came to an end, and Alice was incredibly glad that it was finally over. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he turned his attention to Kanya, who seemed to him to have been too quiet all the evening and seemed to be still angry because he had not informed her immediately about his move. He thought that it would be nice for him to apologize before leaving, but suddenly his thoughts about it were interrupted because she stood up from her seat and began to confidently walk straight towards him, so that he thought that she was clearly up to something, and given the expression on her face, it was clearly something crazy. At the last moment, she turned around and started walking in a completely different direction, so this made the guy even more worried, because now he was more than sure that the girl was going to make some strange statement. Kanya approached her father and asked him to spare her a few minutes, because according to her, she had a very important conversation with him. The emperor asked her to come to him later, because now he was a little busy talking with important guests. But Kanya continued to insist on her own and assure the emperor that this could not wait and that she had to say it right now. After which she paused for a moment and finally said that she had decided that she was going to follow Alice. This quite obviously caused a violent reaction among the other guests at the banquet, so much so that some of them dropped their wine glasses. Although Alice suspected that the girl could do something like that, his surprise still knew no bounds. And besides, he had absolutely no idea what she was thinking about when she said such things. After which he turned his attention to Kanya's mother, who, it seemed to him, should be the first to approach her daughter and ask her to change her mind. The emperor was on the verge of a nervous breakdown at this point, and judging by the energy he was emitting, it was safe to say that he was very angry, so he asked Kanya to speak to him honestly, because this was not funny at all. At this moment, Alice, although silent, understood perfectly well that among all the children of the Emperor, Kania was the most stubborn and purposeful, especially when it came to objections. But on the other hand, he was in no hurry to interfere in this conversation, because he was also interested to know why the girl suddenly decided to follow him. They got the answer to this question a few seconds later, when the girl started screaming that she was going to become Alice's personal knight, and no matter how much they were against it, she would do it anyway. As soon as the Emperor heard these words, he immediately began to tell her that she apparently did not understand what she was talking about now, and that it was completely unimportant how well she handled the ball. Although Kania immediately began to object to him and say that this was in fact the most important thing, and besides, she had only recently reached the level of a master. The Emperor became calmer when he heard these words, because he could not believe it, because he knew that the girls were only 19 years old, and the only one who managed to become a master at such a young age was the late Emperor. She immediately snatched a sword from the first knight she came across and said that if they did not believe her, then she was ready to show them, and prove that she was a master of the ball without any problems. And then she released an incredibly huge amount of aura, thereby showing what power she possessed. After this performance, most of the guests and the Emperor could not help but agree that she really had become much stronger, and apparently she was not lying about being a master of the ball. After which Kania approached her father again and began to tell him that she had thought about this decision for a very long time and eventually decided that she did not want to marry someone she did not even know. And as it seemed to her, it would be better to follow to unknown lands and help her younger brother on his difficult path. Besides, she prefers the path of a knight and protector since she sees this as her destiny. At that moment, Alice listened to every word she said, and a little more and he would have cried, because it was incredibly pleasant for him to realize that his older sister was ready to take such risks for him. Besides, he understood perfectly well that right now, in front of everyone, she was literally refusing to be a princess. And although this might seem like a joke, the consequences would clearly be serious. Although looking straight at her, he was more than sure that this was exactly what she wanted. In any case, in his opinion, the matter was gaining terrible momentum, so that he was becoming increasingly confident that it would no longer be possible to end it just like that. He decided that he urgently needed to act, because a little more, and it would definitely be impossible to stop. But before he could say a word to her, the girl began to say that if this was not enough for them, then she was ready to prove her determination to them without any problems. The sword that has been with him all his life, the sword that will be his support in the future, she dedicates it to him and pronounces a knightly oath. Thereby she promised to always be on his side, eliminating any obstacles in his path. And from that moment, Kania Ursenia becomes the faithful knight of Prince Alice. Alice understood perfectly well that this was just a knightly oath, but he also understood perfectly well that officially she had no right to do something like that, because his sister had not yet received the title of knight. Moreover, she had not agreed on this with anyone. But even taking into account all these facts, Alice understood perfectly well that the main problem was that there were too many people here who had seen all of this and would definitely not forget it for a long time. The knightly oath was far from a joke, especially when it was given by the master of the ball, and anyone here would take it seriously. Thinking about this, Alice began to realize that from the outside it was just concern for his weak younger brother. But in fact, he understood perfectly well that he was now paving a better future for himself. In addition, there was one huge plus in this whole situation, which was that the Empress was very angry, and this was evident from her facial expression. And the woman herself at that moment was thinking that it seemed to her that she had gotten rid of all her problems, but now she understands that she has another one. After that day, everything continued to go on as usual. Alice collected his things and was ready to set out on his journey. Lifan and his favorite maids came to see the young prince off. His mother first of all wanted to tell him that time flies very quickly, and it seems that he was born only yesterday, but has already become so grown up. Alice assured her that there was no need to cry, because he would try to visit his mother more often. Although she immediately told him that he couldn't even imagine how much she was worried about him, especially when she remembered how often he cried as a child for any reason, which was a little surprise for Alice, because he didn't even think that he was so emotional. Besides, Lifan still believed that the guy's body was still quite weak, and if suddenly she asked him to contact her first, and although Alice did not quite agree with her, he still assured her that he would definitely do as she asked him. At this point, their conversation was coming to an end, and Lifan decided to hug her son, telling him that it really didn't matter where he was sent because he was a very smart boy, so she wouldn't talk anymore about how much she was worried about him, and in the end she just wanted to ask him to be more careful. Alice hadn't felt such a pleasant feeling for a long time, so he hugged his mother back and told her that he would do everything possible so that she wouldn't worry about him. They set out on a journey to distant lands, and during the journey he often thought that separation from family was always so sad, even though he could return to his homeland at any moment, although even in that case, there was a stone on his soul. The northernmost part of the empire, the frozen land at the foot of the icy mountains, is exactly where Prince Alice will continue his life. In other words, he was going to conquer lands that no one dared to set foot on. But Alice was more than confident that he would be able to find a way out of this situation, and would begin to live in this place no worse than in the kingdom itself. These thoughts were interrupted at one point by Kania, who asked Alice to stop messing around and constantly looking out the window saying some strange things. Alice explained to her that he was doing this specifically to test how the magical heating items worked, although the girl did not quite understand why he spent so much money on heating artifacts, considering the fact that the carriage was already warm. Alice, listening to these words, thought about the fact that the girl was sitting in one dress, and it seemed to him that in such frost, this was at least illogical, so he wondered how she was not cold at all. Using his skills, he looked at the girl from the other side and saw that she was using her mana to warm herself up, and he definitely didn't teach her that, so he could only assume that it was a self-preservation instinct. But after thinking about it for a bit, he finally decided to do it and told the girl that her abilities sometimes even scared him, which surprised her, because it seemed to her that absolutely everyone who uses mana can do this. Kanya decided to go north with him as his personal knight, and he spent the whole day persuading the emperor to somehow resolve this issue and for her to stay in the empire. But even so, she still wasn't going to listen to anyone or stop, and in the end she still followed him. And now, when Alice asks her such questions, she answers him without any doubt that she considers this an excellent opportunity for her development. Besides, she did not forget the fact that if she had not left, she would definitely have been married to some stranger, and then her life would clearly have gotten worse. Alice understood perfectly well that he also did not want to marry a stranger. Besides, Kanya was already 19 years old, and he could not believe that she had not been married off earlier. Now it became much clearer why she had such an urgent need to go with him. His sister, like him, did not like restrictions, so for her this was the last chance to remain free. But Alice still decided to find out from her who was chosen as her groom. But she immediately began to deny it and tell the guy that she refused, without even looking him in the eye. She also said that the person with whom she could have tied her life was very lucky that the wedding would not take place, because she would have made his family life unbearable, and then he would have had to run away from her, which Alice certainly did not doubt. 1,000 soldiers and 200 slaves will become the new inhabitants of this place, and his entire retinue, alchemists and maids, arrived with Alice to begin creating their own paradise. From the very beginning, Alice decided that they needed to establish defenses for the new home, and this task fell to Asya and Sienna. As for Kanya, as much as it was a pity, he didn't want to entrust her with this work. After all, he believed that she would be able to destroy the Knights' barracks in no time, and that it would be incredibly easy for her. However, it was clear from her that she herself did not want to work with the army. In the meantime, Asya and Sienna were busy with defense. Alice decided to return to the roots and deal with the question of the total population of Fahelia, which numbered about 10,000 people, who were scattered across 12 small villages, and the most important question was that the guy needed to figure out how to pave the way to them. He realized that most of them were hunters and gatherers who had lived there for many thousands of years, and no one had moved in or out for hundreds of years, so the population continued to decline. So Alice concluded that this area was not just poor, it was on the way to extinction. After digging into the local literature, he discovered the fact that the palace does not even collect taxes from the residents because they simply blacklisted the place and ignore it. Then he came to the place where they were talking about a local lord who, according to the description, was not entirely competent, and therefore he did not get along with the locals. There were many reasons, but the main one was that he borrowed too much money, and after some time he went bankrupt. This couldn't help but anger Alice, because it seemed to him that things couldn't get any worse. But given what he had just read, he realized that he would have something to work on. But Alice was not going to give up, and decided that since this had happened, he would have to do everything himself, hoping only that there was something to see here. And although there were few people here, he noticed that there was a huge amount of wood here, which was ultimately not touched. He thought about it a little and came to the conclusion that it might be a good idea to try producing paper, because he understood that paper is a valuable thing in this world, and if everything goes well, he will be able to pay off his huge debt in no time. As for other products, he thinks they're still selling steadily, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He decided to stop there for now, and as problems arose, he would solve them, but for now he realized that it was time to get to know the locals. The guy had thoughts in his head that if the previous lord turned out to be a fool, it didn't mean that the territory and the locals would be the same. Moreover, in Alice's opinion, all these residents are very important, and they will be the ones to build a new empire with him. So he ordered his subordinates to gather all the village elders, and they have no right to miss any of them, and they must drag them to him personally. A few hours later, all the village elders he wanted to see arrived in Alice's office. Looking at them, Alice realized that, as expected from the inhabitants of the Cold Valley, they were all well-fed and strong, and it was also immediately obvious that they were quite capable of tearing a wolf apart with their bare hands. They interrupted his thoughts as they decided to greet the new lord and show him respect. In turn, Alice did not remain silent and introduced himself, and also added that he promised that he would become a lord for them, on whom they could rely. Although at that moment he understood perfectly well that in their eyes he was just a child who was endowed with power, and they probably did not believe him. But he also wasn't going to let them look down on him, and for that he turned his attention to one of the elders who came to him, because he was too young, and so Alice thought that most likely he wasn't an elder. This young man fell out of the crowd and immediately began to tell about how his father was the headman of his village until last year. But unfortunately he passed away, and so the guy had to take his place. Looking at him, Alice thought that he already knew about this from the reports that he had been studying all night. And it wasn't that he wanted to pester him. He wanted to show and let them know with his actions that there was only one power here, and that was him. After he talked to this young guy, he decided that they were probably tired after the journey, and so he suggested that they continue the conversation at the table. At the same time, Alice understood perfectly well that people of low rank hated lunch with their superiors the most, because at such a moment the food usually doesn't go down their throat. And with these thoughts, the guy told them that everything they ate would be at his expense, so they could feel free and eat as much as they wanted. At the same time, Alice himself did not take part in the meal, because he really did not want to eat, but he decided to pretend that he was waiting for them until they started first. Although he himself understood that the atmosphere was also not to his liking, he had prepared for this meeting for too long, so he could not fail it. After a few minutes, the elders finally opened their plates and saw very tasty food there, for which they were grateful to the Lord, although Alice told them that he wanted to treat them as best as possible, but for now he only had such products. One of them finally decided to try a piece of meat that was on the plate. After the first bite, the surprise was clearly visible on his face. As it turned out, everything was simple. He only tasted the salt. Although Alice didn't show it, he knew very well that salt was a very valuable product here, and salted meat was considered a delicacy. Even though he is their lord, he wanted to show his closeness to the people, because he first and foremost wants to be a wise lord for his people. Also during this dinner, he decided to point out that their former lord had apparently caused them a lot of trouble, given what he had to become familiar with. Therefore, he immediately wanted to assure them that if the gentleman does not take into account the opinion of the people, then this is quite difficult, but he came here in order to correct this mistake and promise them that in the future, everything will be fine. And to prove this to them, he began to tell them that in his opinion, continuing to do what they had been forced to do for 10 years was a road to nowhere. He understood that hunting was certainly capable of feeding them, but it could not continue like this forever, and from the expressions on the men's faces, it was immediately clear that they agreed with him. For this reason, Alice stated that from now on, he would give them some instructions that would seem incomprehensible, and the only thing he could do in this situation was to ask them in advance to trust him, no matter what. He wanted them to understand that if they listened to his instructions and did what he told them, he could give them the opportunity to forget about the endless supply of food and eternal hunger. And without going too far, he decided to give them his first decree, after which he told them that he knew that they were already aware, but he wanted them to welcome the people he brought with him. The first thing he talked about was the slaves he brought here, and they needed to be distributed among the villages and settled. They were all freed and could live here peacefully with their families. But at the same time, Alice decided that those who at least know how to do something will stay with him and continue to work for him. One of them, after these words, decided to remark that they would accept them without any problems, but he was not sure that other residents would accept them. Alice took into account that even if they were freed from slavery, it would be difficult for them to destroy the wall of status, and in the opinion of the residents, they were just trash that came with the empire. But he told his elders that they could not worry about this because he was only asking to disperse his people into the villages and try to make sure that no one harmed his people. After some time, the meeting between the Lord and the elder came to an end, and as soon as they stepped out of the castle, one of the youngest elders decided to ask his older colleague whether the previous Lord was the same, to which he was immediately given an answer, saying that this boy was strange and definitely different from the previous ones. According to them, most of the lords did not show interest in this territory, since these lands were like a place of punishment for them. For example, the previous lord tried to do something, but unknowingly did a lot of things, because of which many residents suffered. And now a new lord had arrived, a young boy who had just recently had his coming-of-age ceremony, and one of them immediately thought that things couldn't get any worse. The old man could not understand why this boy was sent here and what he would do at all. But now it seems to him that everything is not so bad, and at least they can hope that he will not do stupid things like the previous lord. Sometime after the meeting with the village elders, Alice decided to look through the documents and noticed that the population was about 10,000 people before he took possession of this land. But after checking, it turned out to be much less, even including the villagers, which he counted came to about 9,700 people. Sienna noted that in these parts the population decline is a completely natural process. However, Alice believed that this was not the case in this case. He understood that people could have left while the Lord was changing and information was leaking, but he was also worried that the number of newborns was quite small, and the reason for this was most likely that the poverty of these lands was at its maximum level. In his mind, the boy thought that even taking into account his fortune of 500,000 gold coins that he brought with him and his expenses for settling in, the money would only last for 50 years. Now he had no doubt that these aristocratic rats had specially shoved him into this place so that he would get bogged down in the quagmire of local problems and die as soon as possible. They began to discuss all possible options on how to change the situation, and according to Sienna, farming in this place will not bear fruit. She also said that the previous lord went bankrupt precisely because he wanted to develop agriculture here. Alice himself understood perfectly well that in this place, only gathering and hunting were possible, but he did not want to believe that this was the only way to earn money. After thinking for a while, an idea finally came to his mind, causing him to jump out of his bed and start talking about how it was time to use a plan called Skillful Hands. He decided to carry out the first reform in order to at least help this territory a little, and this reform primarily concerned the roads that led to this place. Looking at the local road, Alice understood perfectly well that there were holes and ruins everywhere, which is why many accidents happen every month, and besides, there were no signs or barriers anywhere. In a word, no one had ever taken care of the roads or even thought about them. After some time, the elders learned about the plan to destroy the roads in Fahelia and were extremely surprised by this decision. But they immediately learned that the prince was hiring people for this job and promised to pay generously for it. Now they had an understanding of what Alice had told them the other day. Since he would take on all the expenses, they were ready to try. Arriving at the site, they immediately noticed the enormous scale of the process and had no doubt that it would be a very large-scale undertaking, even judging by the plan. Alice confirmed this information by saying that everything is going well for them at the moment, and even if it takes longer than indicated, he is still ready to pay people for their work as much as is due. They were incredibly grateful to the guy for this, and promised him that they would do everything possible to finish this work as quickly as possible. Thereby, Alice once again confirmed that the power of money is incredible. Besides, Alice's favorite activity was that he really loved to watch others work from the sidelines, especially when they were doing hard work. After some time, the workers were able to build the first section of the road, which was of excellent quality. So Alice liked it right away, and he told them that now other people could comfortably get to them. So Alice asked them to continue their work. The second reform for this territory was the creation of a trading company, which some people did not like very much, and they said that perhaps it would be better to choose a different strategy. But Alice was not going to stop and continued to act as he saw fit. So to everyone who told him that it was a bad idea, he simply gave them money and told them to do their jobs silently. He was more than sure that they first needed to establish trade in essential goods for the locals, and if he gave them orders from the trading company that he managed, it would in any case attract not only the locals, but also itinerant traders with exclusive goods. Trade quickly entered the lives of local residents, and Alice was very happy about this, because he liked to watch how trade helped him make a big step in the development of his territories. The last reform for the dying territory was that Alice wanted to produce paper, and so he came up with a little plan that he showed to Damon to tell him if it was even possible. Damon knew full well that paper had been around in this place for a long time, but the problem was that it was incredibly poor quality, having been made by simply steaming pressed fibers. Moreover, due to the high price, only a few people could buy it, only people with high status, and it seems that Alice only saw it in the Imperial Library, because most people use parchment paper and only when absolutely necessary. Damon looked at the plan and couldn't help but notice that paper was certainly a valuable item, and it seemed to him that its production would be very profitable for them. But he also wanted to say that the problem would be that no one knew how to produce it, and so he wanted to ask the prince if he had any method for producing paper. Alice smiled in response to these words and said that he certainly would not have proposed such an idea if he did not have a strategy for it. Damon had no doubts about the prince, but he was still worried about the issue that concerned competitors, although according to Alice, they were not a problem for him, because he was going to produce a completely new paper, and therefore wanted to tell Damon that if he decided to object, then first he needed to look at the special equipment that they would be using. After which, Damon found himself in the hands of the blueprints for the new equipment, and according to the man, they were flawless, although he still doubted that they would be able to create this equipment on their own. He also added that they are primarily specialists in chemistry, on the one hand dealing with a chemical element, and on the other hand developing machines. For them, this is a completely new business, which most have not done, and as for the local blacksmiths, in his opinion, they are unlikely to be able to forge something similar. After which he thought for a bit and added that the gnomes who live in the capital could forge similar equipment and do it quickly enough. In his opinion, then it would be more than possible. As soon as Alice heard about these gnomes, he immediately thought about the fact that there are not so few of them in the Empire. Besides, they take orders, and as far as he heard, they say that they can do anything, regardless of the complexity. So he stood up from his throne and assured Damon that spending money was his job first and foremost, so he was willing to order equipment from these gnomes. But he was suddenly stopped by Damon, who wanted to tell the guy that they were not the kind of people in front of whom you could thoughtlessly throw money, which surprised the guy a little, because it seemed to him that absolutely everyone in this world loved money. But Damon told him that because of their pride, the dwarves would rather take a job where they could show off their skills than where they could earn more money. So it was easy to conclude that if they didn't like his tone, they would easily refuse the order, regardless of the amount of money and the identity of the customer. After listening to his assistant, Alice began to understand that they had too much pride in their own skills. But it still seemed to him that it was rather strange that someone actually thought about the experience and knowledge that could be acquired while working on an order instead of a high fee. At some point, his thoughts were interrupted by Damon, who decided to tell the guy that he would ask his gnome friends about this, which could not but please the guy, and he immediately asked him to do it. A few days later, in the dwarf village, in the local blacksmith shop, one of the chief blacksmiths was shouting at his subordinates and telling them not to idle away their time and get to work, because if they didn't finish this work tomorrow, they would have big problems. But the assistant continued to stand with this letter, which angered the men even more, so he began to shout in his direction. But even so, the assistant made up his mind and told the man that the sender was the alchemist who came to him 10 years ago. The man immediately snatched the letter from the guy's hands and could not believe that Damon was writing to him, the same guy he remembered quite well. Starting to read the letter, he immediately noticed that he was writing from Fahilia, which was quite surprising because the man did not even roughly understand what he could have forgotten there. After some time, the blacksmith read this letter and told his assistant that he would have to leave for a while, so he left the blacksmith shop to Ben, who could not believe his ears, and it was clearly a shock for him. The guy, in turn, could not believe that the letter could change the blacksmith's mood so much, so he became interested in what he had read there. Before heading to Fahilia, Akin gathered all his colleagues, who were clearly not happy about it, because they did not understand why the man had gathered them on a day when they already had a lot of work. First, he asked them to calm down and started telling them that nothing special had actually happened. It was just that one guy had sent him a drawing that he had made himself and asked them to make some equipment for him in Fahilia. One of the blacksmiths started laughing at this and saying that this guy was just impudent, and he couldn't believe that Ak had called them here just to discuss this. Akin agreed with them that it looked ridiculous, and he thought so too. But then he looked at the drawing and realized that everything was not so simple. While the other blacksmiths were looking at the drawing, Akin confirmed that it was a drawing of a paper-making machine, and then reminded them of what happened 5 years ago. And he was talking about a guy from the East who said that he was going to make high-quality paper. Everyone remembered this very well, and in the end, they were unable to live up to his expectations with their skills. All they got that day was humiliation and shame that almost made them throw away their hammer and end their work there. But now, according to Akin, someone in Fahilia came up with an idea and technology that they couldn't achieve for 5 years. And now this guy is asking them for help because he himself is not able to complete this project. After which he noted that if none of them wanted to go there, then he could easily do it alone. But before he could finish speaking, most of the blacksmiths told him to stop talking such nonsense. Besides, they knew very well that he had a lot of work, although Akin believed that his students would be able to take care of everything else without him. Besides, he was the only one who could complete this project, and he had already decided everything. Well, with these words, he provoked the blacksmiths even more, and most of them started shouting that they also wanted to go, and Akin simply had to take them with him if it was a business trip. Then they believed that they were more suitable for this role than others. Akin at this moment looked at each of them and thought that, as he expected, they could not hide their excitement, and they must have been intrigued by this drawing from the very beginning, but they hid their emotions well. So at one point he stopped them with his shout and asked everyone to listen to him, because he wanted to know what they would do with the forge if they all left, so he thought he could only take half of those present with him. After these words, a few minutes later, the workshop went into complete madness. Every blacksmith wanted to go on this journey and complete this task, so they literally started fighting for free places, which could not help but shock Ben, who just came to ask the master something. In fact, all blacksmiths had a custom that if they could not agree verbally, they would start to settle it with their fists, and they did not have any problems after that, and they did not make claims against each other. At that moment, Alice was resting, but in his head he constantly had thoughts that the gnomes would need at least 5 days to give an answer, and he did not understand what to do until that moment. Although on the other hand, he thought that this was a great time when he could again do his favorite thing, namely idleness. To begin with, he decided to get some sleep and then think of something else. But as soon as he closed his eyes, literally a few seconds later, he was awakened by a loud scream that came from the street. Looking out the window, he saw Fry flying from above and screaming along the way. Alice, looking at all this, could only think that this was very strange, because in his opinion, this animal definitely knows how to fly, but so far it does not have the ability to develop the speed that he just saw. At that moment, Kanya was working with Fry. She was throwing him higher and higher, and after he failed to fly again, she decided to find out what the problem was and why he couldn't rise to the sky. Alice immediately left the palace and wanted to ask Kanya what she was doing here and why she was torturing the poor griffin. She replied that he imagined it and that she was far from mocking him. All she was doing at the moment was simply teaching him. Although looking at the griffin, it was very hard to believe. Sometime before, during the transfer of duties from Prince Alice, Kanya was the only one left who was free, while everyone else received their duties and began to get down to business. In turn, the girl began her day every day with breakfast, after which she moved on to training with a sword, after which she went to bed, and so on for several days in a row. For someone who can't sit still, Kanya lasted a very long time, but eventually boredom overcame her and she began to think about what to do next. Because of these thoughts, she went outside and noticed Fry, who was playing in the garden and not bothering anyone, enjoying life. From that moment, Fry's suffering began. Now Kanya assures that in the future, he should become a riding animal. And in her opinion, this is impossible without increasing the speed. Now it dawned on Alice that he should have taught the girl common sense, not the art of ball control. At this moment, he didn't even know what to do next. He assumed that maybe he should take this opportunity to play with her, although he pretends that he is busy, but in fact he really has some time, and he can devote it to his sister. Besides, if you think about it, usually brothers and sisters don't have fun with each other, and Alice was an only child in his first life. In all his subsequent lives, although he had blood relatives who could be called brothers and sisters in all his concepts, their relationships were clearly not warm. Moreover, the most normal of them were those when they did not even talk to each other until their death. So after these thoughts, he snatched the griffin from Kania's hands and released it so that it could run away from her. Although she began to get angry at him, Alice still turned towards her and offered to play together today, since the griffin had flown away so unexpectedly. Alice decided to invite the girl to try playing chess, but after a few games she started screaming that she couldn't play this game. Alice, looking at her behavior, could not even think that the chessboard would be turned over on his face after he suggested just playing a little. In fact, the guy himself didn't really want to play it, but in the north, there was a little tension with entertainment, and chess at least would not let him get bored. So he decided to ask Kania to calm down, and if she didn't mind, then they could try to play again. After which he asked her to use the artifact that he gave her, because according to him, this artifact would help her think much more broadly. Although in fact, the guy understood perfectly well that it would definitely not help her, because his experience in playing chess is 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. So he began to think about simply giving in to her. They started a new game, and at some point the guy's attention was drawn to the very stone that he gave to the girl because it simply cracked due to her extremely strong energy. And after a few more minutes, Kania took out her sword and simply smashed the chessboard into several pieces, after which she said that she would never play it again. It was quite unpleasant for Alice to hear these words, because in his opinion, chess would be the most suitable option to improve his mind. On the other hand, there was no point in thinking about it now, because he didn't even know what else he could play with her, and looking at the girl, he understood perfectly well that he would have to come up with a new game. So to begin with, he decided to ask her what she usually does, to which the girl gave him an answer, saying that she trains and trains again, so she decided to suggest that the guy take up training. Listening to all this, Alice could not believe that the girl was still doing this with such enthusiasm, and that she had not gotten tired of constantly training during all this time. Just thinking about it, Alice remembered that they would soon have dinner, and so he came up with the idea of suggesting to his sister to try cooking something together, which clearly didn't seem like a very good idea to her. As far as Alice knew, Kania had never cooked in her entire life, which was a little surprising to Alice, because all knights are required to be able to cook for themselves, and the girl should definitely not be an exception. Since ancient times, knights were not just guards, they went on expeditions to destroy monsters. Such trips last more than a week, and therefore Alice was surprised that Kania was confident that she could really go hungry all this time, especially since if you don't understand food and its processing, you can easily get food poisoning. So he wanted her to understand that cooking is an important aspect in everyone's life, and from now on, they will do everything to make the girl learn how to cook. Kania clearly didn't like this idea, but she still had to agree. And at the same time, Alice convinced her that she didn't have to worry, because he would always be there for her and would help her in any case. Although it was a little strange for him to teach his older sister to cook, after all, he was the younger brother and he had to be taught to cook, but in any case, they were already ready to begin this process. Alice decided to start his training with a little theory, and therefore told the girl that today they were preparing stewed meat. According to Alice, meat is a fairly simple dish that is prepared from a moderate amount of ingredients and is the most common soldier's food during the campaign because it is easy to prepare and most people like it, so it is the most ideal option. After a few minutes, the guy noticed that Kania was doing a pretty good job of cutting vegetables, as if she had done it before, to which the girl replied that it was actually simple, and she didn't understand how difficult it was to cook. At some point, she even got hooked and developed a little passion for cooking delicious food, so she listened to the instructions that her younger brother told her, that after she cut all the ingredients, she needed to put them in a pan. After which, he told her that she should add some spices and cook these ingredients until they were no longer raw. After some time, they finally managed to prepare Princess Kania's first dish, which looked quite good. Alice even tried it and told the girl that she had made a pretty tasty dish, although he was surprised because it was her first time cooking. After which he also decided to add that if she learned to cook better, then any trip would become a simple walk for her. Although in his mind, the guy was thinking at that moment that the task of entertaining his sister had come to an end, and as soon as he finished eating, he would immediately go to his room and go to bed. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the butlers, who burst into the dining room and began literally shouting that he had urgent news for him. Alice stood up and at that moment thought about the fact that he had told them not to bother him today. But looking at the butler and his frightened face, he realized that it seemed that something really serious had happened, since they had not obeyed his orders, after which he wanted to ask the guy what had happened and why he was in such a hurry. The butler came even closer to him and began to repeat that the dwarves had arrived, and he also added that they had threatened to destroy the butler if he did not immediately bring them the prince. Alice couldn't believe his ears because he couldn't even imagine how the gnomes managed to arrive so quickly. In any case, Alice was glad that they at least agreed to help him, and now, even though he had not rested, he still understood that he needed to act according to the plan, and at the moment, it was better not to be lazy. But he still couldn't believe that the gnomes had arrived so quickly, and also that they were incredibly angry. In any case, Alice thought for a bit, and realized that he needed to give these guys a decent reception, because a rather serious task depended on them. But as soon as he decided to say how glad he was to see them, he was interrupted by one of the gnomes, who came right up to the guy and wanted to know from him whether he was the same prince who came up with what was written in this message. Asya immediately intervened in this dialogue and created space between the prince and the dwarf so that he could not harm his highness. After which she turned to one of the dwarves and told him that he was behaving too rudely and that he had better apologize to Prince Alice as soon as possible. The gnome, looking into her eyes, immediately noticed that for a girl she had quite strong energy. Asya did not pay attention to his words and repeated once again that it would be better for the gnome to apologize for his rudeness, although Alice asked her to stop behaving like that, because Darman should have told her that these were very important people. The concept of title and status is accepted only in human society. Dwarves do not care about these formalities, so they absolutely do not care who they are talking to, be it an emperor or some prince. Alice repeated to her once again that she should not tell them how to behave, and the girl agreed to this, since this was the desire of her prince. The guy understood perfectly well that he shouldn't drag out the conversation. If they did something wrong, then Asya would immediately destroy them. But still he answered their questions, saying that he really was the author of the drawing that the gnome was holding in his hands. The gnome immediately answered him that it was quite difficult for them to believe this. So he asked the guy to prove it, because if this was some kind of human joke, then they would definitely have problems. But before he could finish speaking, Alice immediately interrupted him and began to say that it was he who invented this machine. But they still did not believe Alice and told him that he looked like a weak prince who could not even lift a hammer. This was the last nerve cell, and as soon as they started telling him about it, he allowed Asya to destroy them, which the girl wanted to do with pleasure. After this, the gnomes had to believe that Alice really was the creator of this drawing. The guy was already starting to get a little angry about this because he no longer understood what he had to do to make them believe him. Besides, the witnesses had already confirmed this several times, and it was time for them to accept it. In any case, he was interested to find out from them why they decided to come so quickly, because if he knew about it, he would be able to meet them properly, so they could at least take a rest, breathe fresh air, and come to him with renewed strength. But apparently they didn't care at all about the vacation, and Aaron wanted the guy to tell him as soon as possible. Or did he really want them to build this thing for him? Alice responded by telling them that they unfortunately did not have enough experienced craftsmen to create it. So he turned to the gnomes, and he also knows very well that they are professionals in their field. In response to these words, Aaron began to tell the guy that it was impossible to process such parts with human hands, which is why the guy immediately realized that the dwarf in front of him was bragging that he was essentially the only creature in the world who could help them, but he absolutely did not care about this, and he just wanted them to do their job. Although he still decided that it would be nice for him to respond to these words, and so he began to tell them that human brains are only enough for good ideas, so he could call himself a genius, and the gnomes could only be called good performers. But he decided not to stop there and continued to talk about how a genius like him drew a drawing, and he understands that they doubted it. But in fact, he is very smart and educated, and the fact that he is a child does not mean that he cannot be a genius. Although the gnomes were already a little indifferent to this, and they were tired of hearing from the guy that he considers himself a genius. Aaron asked the guy to stop chatting, assuring him that he believed the guy was a genius, but he felt it was time to get down to work and not just chat. Alice most of all waited and wanted to hear these words because he himself thought that the only way to convince the gnome was to assure them that he was smarter than them. But as soon as he wanted to tell them where they should start, one of the house interrupted them and said that he could no longer continue, because according to them, they had already made a decision when they came here. In other words, They wanted to tell the guy that they were taking on this job. It was a little surprising for the guy because they hadn't even discussed the details yet, and it seemed to him that they should talk about the conditions because they might not suit everyone, although the dwarf assured him that the only and main condition for them was that the work was interesting for them, and this case was more than suitable for them. The man also decided to add to the guy that in this case he would only be in the plus because he is the one who needs this car, and they, as an additional condition, at least asked the guy to show them other developments of the genius. Alice hadn't even imagined that everything would be so good for him, so he was glad for the gnome's words and was ready to show them what else was in his head. So without thinking twice, the guy told them that he had some more drawings that he would be happy to show them. But apparently the gnomes were not going to wait long, and they immediately told the guy that they were ready to look at them right now. Alice immediately realized that they would not leave him alone, so he took another drawing from his desk and decided to show it to them. But as soon as the dwarf reached out to take it from the prince's hands, Alice did not let him do so. This made Aaron a little angry, and he reached for this drawing, but he didn't even imagine that the prince would be so fast and thus would not allow the man to do what he had planned. At one point, all this stopped, and Alice told them that he would show them this drawing, but first they had to collect the parts according to the drawing that he sent them, and then he would show them everything else without any problems. He also asked the dwarf not to forget that the trust of a genius still had to be earned and was not as easy to obtain as they might have thought. They understood this perfectly well themselves, so they quickly agreed with the guy and assured him that he would not have to wait long until they created the car he needed. He was very happy that everything was developing in this way, and he also wanted to show the entire plan for creating the machine right away. But then at the last moment, he changed his mind and decided that he should use this to his advantage. In other words, he was going to use these blueprints as bait, and he was more than sure that then the gnomes would work twice as fast. A short amount of time passed from that moment, and the gnomes actually made this machine twice as fast as Alice had expected. He didn't even think that they would do it so quickly, because he was about to go to bed, and they ran to him with this news. So he had no choice but to give them another part of the drawing. This story continued until Alice gave them all the blueprints he had. So the gnomes continued to work tirelessly and take the blueprints from the guy, even at times when it was not entirely appropriate. After some time, everything was coming to an end, and the gnome with an incredibly creepy expression on his face told the guy that they had done everything. Alice and Damon were a little scared by this expression and did not quite understand why all this was being presented like this. But on the other hand, they were glad that the dwarves were able to complete their work so quickly. And it was truly incredibly amazing, because the gnomes essentially managed to complete the construction of a paper-making machine in just 10 days. And a few hours later, Alice could enjoy the first batch of paper that was made with this machine, and according to Damon, it was of surprisingly good quality. Alice, looking at this paper, understood perfectly well that unlike ordinary paper, which artisans dry by hand one sheet at a time, he created a machine that stamps it in packs, and also with a perfectly white color, which makes it even more profitable to buy. In addition, he thought in advance that there was a lot of wood around here and therefore he could easily make a paper factory. The gnome interrupted his thoughts to find out if the guy was happy with everything, to which Alice confidently responded, saying that he liked everything, and now they needed to make a few more of these machines. After which he thought that it was only a matter of time before their paper would hit the shelves all over the world. They essentially just had to set up trade and they could make a fortune on paper. To continue this business, Alice invited another very important person to his place, who arrived quite quickly, and the first thing he wanted to do was to assure the prince that this title suited him very well, and that his mother had asked him to come here. Alice immediately remembered this because it was he who wrote to Lifon and asked her to send an assistant for him, and what was most important was that he was looking for someone from the Lifon family to entrust him with the work of selling paper. He understood perfectly well that he needed people in this business first and foremost, whom he could trust, and these people could easily be relatives on his mother's side. So this person arrived quickly and was already ready to start fulfilling his role and wanted to know what they would sell. Alice didn't think long and opened the curtain of the product that they would sell, and to the guy's surprise, there was paper. He picked it up, and at first he wasn't sure if it was a good idea at all since paper was available in almost every corner of the empire. But then he took a closer look and noticed that it was definitely not just ordinary paper. It was incredibly white and of very good quality. But he still decided to warn Alice that if the guy decided to put the paper up for sale, a real scandal could break out, which was a little strange for Alice, because he did not understand the reason at all. According to his mother's relative, if the guy wants to sell a better quality analog at cheaper prices, then his competitors will obviously be furious about this and will want to get rid of the guy. He also added that recently the demand for paper has increased, and accordingly its price has also skyrocketed, all because of the painstaking process of creation. But even in this case, it is being bought up faster and faster, and the price continues to rise because of this. According to him, even he recently barely managed to buy some paper for a fairly large sum of money, and now it has become almost a luxury item. Alice listened carefully and assured his new employee that he had nothing to worry about because customers would have no reason to complain about them, because their paper was a completely new product that would clearly be different from all other analogs. The guy couldn't believe that the prince was so confident, because providing people with a higher quality product without any markup for it is such a unique production system without competition, and therefore he was not entirely sure that they would really be able to do it. But still, these words of the prince motivated him, and he immediately told Alice that he would set a sales plan right now, and according to him, thanks to the low price they would be able to organize sales even where paper is only dreamed of. Alice was very happy to hear these words, and in his mind he thought that the guy had just been pessimistic about this plan, and now he had turned on the natural-born merchant and was going to do everything he had just told him. After some time, a new employee, Alice, came to her prince to tell him that he had automated the method of paper extraction. He began to tell that the gnomes had built several of these machines for them, but what was stranger to him was that less than a day had passed since the construction was completed, and they had already decided to return home. Although Alice suggested that they stay a little longer to have dinner and celebrate this event a little, Aaron angrily answered the guy that they had a lot of work, and even though their students were replacing them now, he still thought that it would be better for them to go back and control everything. But in the end, Aaron told the guy with a smile that if he suddenly had any more requests or ideas, he could safely contact them, because they would always arrive on time for good work. Alice did not answer them to these words, and only followed them with his eyes, thinking at the same time that they could at least stay and celebrate, because without them, he definitely would not have managed, and it seemed to him that he owed them. But on the other hand, he had offered it to them several times and they had refused, so he was not against thanking them for their help with words and finally starting to trade paper. After a fairly short period of time, most of the aristocrats who decided to try to buy new paper from the guy noticed that it was completely new paper. For example, the ink on it did not spread and the paper did not tear. This is what immediately caught the eye. Later, this paper began to reach other layers of society, who noticed the quality of this paper, despite the fact that the price for it was significantly lower than for ordinary paper. And after a few more days, rumors began to circulate throughout the empire that this new paper was not only high quality, but that it was also made in Fahilia, where a new lord had recently been appointed. And along with these rumors began to circulate that he had built new roads there, so that they could even visit this place. Because of this, most people began to consider the young lord a genius, because they believed that not only did he work so hard, but he was also able to revive this frozen land, where no one had lived normally for hundreds of years. So in order to support him, they decided to buy as much of this paper as possible. The emperor at this time, after a week, noticed that the documents he was signing began to be written on new paper, which in his opinion was significantly different from what was before. So he decided to immediately call one of his butlers to find out from him whether this was some new kind of paper or just his imagination. The butler smiled and said that this was indeed a new type of paper, which was very pleasing in its quality, despite the fact that the price was much lower than the paper they had been using before, which is why most of the nobles switched to this type of paper. Then the emperor decided to find out where this new type of paper came from and how surprised he was when the butler told him that this type of paper was produced in Fahilia. At first this surprised the emperor, but then he smiled and realized that this seemed to be the work of his son, who did not give up and began to do something. Suddenly the butler added that Alice had asked him to convey that from this year, Fahilia would be paying taxes, which surprised the man even more, because he had not even thought that they had such a good income. It was really hard for him to believe that in such a short period of time, Alice managed to revive the economy of such a neglected place. The land there is very harsh, and it could easily break his will. But he apparently did not give up and won. At that moment, Alice was lying on the bed and finishing his third cocktail, thinking at the same time that it seemed like someone was remembering him, because he felt somehow uneasy. But on the other hand, he understood that this was not at all surprising, because recently he had been able to earn quite a lot of money on paper development, so now he could afford to drink sweet drinks as much as he wanted and just relax. The Emperor's eldest son was drinking tea at that moment, and couldn't help but notice that it smelled especially nice today. In his opinion, this tea was different from the one they usually drank. The Empress noted with a smile that if the guy hadn't noticed, it was a gift from the Emperor's youngest son, and thus he responded with kindness in exchange for the fur coat she had given him. He was a little shocked by these words, but then he began to smile again and talk about how no matter how hard his youngest son tried, Fahelia still had not risen up. At least that was what he thought. Although in response to these words, the woman remained silent, and therefore the guy had to assume that the woman had some problems, because she was clearly somehow pale. Although she assured her son that she was doing fine and was just thinking about the fact that there was one piece of jewelry that she didn't like. She thought about Alice, and with each day, with each second, she wanted to destroy him more and more. The guy suggested that perhaps she should replace the jewelry, since she could easily afford it, to which the woman responded by saying that she had already done so. But this piece of jewelry still continued to be an eyesore. But then she suggested to her son to close this issue and not to return to it anymore, because she thought that it was not worth it. And in order to move this matter in another direction, she decided to ask her son how he liked his new sword, which she gave him. The guy happily answered her that he liked it very much, and he also knew very well that this sword was specially made by the dwarves, so it fit perfectly in his hand. And now, thanks to his mother, it was much easier for him to handle his sword. The woman believed that he shouldn't even thank her for this, because he is the crown prince who is destined to inherit the throne, and of course, he must have the perfect sword in his hands. She also asked him to remember that he should always live and think like an emperor, which the guy himself understood perfectly well. After this, the Empress's son left, and as soon as he closed the doors behind him, the woman immediately began to shout that she heard the name of this guy, and it could not help but anger her. She already considered that this was essentially an insult to their family. Queen Zelia's real name was Prats, and Duke Prats's family was the only merchant family that produced paper. So Alice's success in this area only angered the woman even more. Even abroad, they had only two competitors. The first was the paper of the Sea Empire, and the second was from the East, but among the producers, they still remained the first. After the war with the First Empire, the paper developed there was banned from being brought into the empire, and the second competitor, Duke Prats, bought out and monopolized his business. Apparently for this reason, the woman was screaming that they had paid a lot of money to create an exclusive product that not everyone would be able to use. But this little brat suddenly decided to create something new, and that's why the woman literally exploded with anger. So she decided that there was no time to waste in this case, and immediately sat down at the table to write a short letter, which she then packed in a black envelope and assured herself that this was the beginning of the end for the impudent boy. More than half a year had passed, and Alice decided to return to his old friend to get new slaves at his disposal. The man was glad to see his regular customer, and immediately assured him that they had the largest selection. And as far as he remembered, the guy needed people without any demands. Although this time, Alice's desire has changed a little, according to him. This time he needs strong guys who will be resistant to the cold. Now he's looking for exactly such real slaves who are ready to work tirelessly. The man did not expect to receive such a request, so he decided to ask the young prince for what purpose he was going to use these people. Although Alice didn't really want to answer this question, he still said that he primarily wanted to use these people as his security. He also added that while the roads were being repaired and the paper was being created, there were a categorical shortage of soldiers to stand guard. So he decided that now the main goal was to protect the territories of Fahelia, although in his mind he thought that the title of Lord was almost equal to the title of Count, and thanks to this, he could increase the number of soldiers to 50,000, and in his opinion, this number should be enough for him. So when the man decided to ask the guy how many people he needed this time, Alice didn't think long and extended his hand to him, pointing to the number 5, which made the man think that he only needed 500 people. But Alice immediately decided to explain to him that he had come here to take 5,000 people with him. That was the number of slaves he needed this time. The man's reaction was immediate. He immediately began to broadcast like a child, because he understood perfectly well that this would bring him a very large profit. although it was almost impossible to complete this task. He stated that they would be able to complete this task without any problems and that they would definitely have that number of people. And he also asked the prince to remember that he would not disappoint him in any way. While Alice was waiting for his order, he enjoyed the excellent work of the dwarves, because he himself was quite surprised that they were able to create such impeccable quality swords. In the end, all he had to do was train the slaves in self-defense, and he had already ordered a full set of equipment for them, so he planned to make 5,000 copies in such a short time. After some time, the number of slaves that Alice ordered from his old friend successfully arrived in Fahelia, and the guy understood perfectly well that they were clearly not delighted with the fact that they arrived in this territory. So he decided that he needed to raise their spirits, and only then would there be a result. Several days passed since then, and before Alice there was already a small army of 5,000 men, each of whom swore allegiance to him for the rest of their lives. Alice, looking at all this, thought that this number of guys should be enough to protect the most important points of his empire, and he also did not deny the fact that he had worked well again, and apparently he deserved a little rest again. A few days after Alice had created his small army, several criminals arrived at his paper mill, apparently wanting to stop the production of that very paper. As it turned out later, the goal of their mission was the complete destruction of the factory. They wanted to remove all the machines without a trace, because they believed that this would cause enormous damage to their economy. When they arrived at the place, most of these mercenaries thought that the owner of this place did not think about safety at all. And they also did not forget that if the mission was successful, they would receive so much money that it would be enough for them for the rest of their lives. So they were ready to do everything to get the job done. Moreover, their confidence increased because they saw only 2 guards ahead, and it would not be difficult for them to get rid of them. They didn't think long, and as soon as the chance appeared, they immediately began to act and destroyed 2 guards in a few seconds, after which they became even more convinced that this mission would be carried out almost perfectly. After which they burst inside and decided that first they would need to deal with all the personnel, so that later no one would interfere with them destroying the machines. But suddenly their thoughts and plan were interrupted when they rushed inside and noticed that there was absolutely nothing around. There was an empty space and no cars. After which another guard appeared out of nowhere, lit up with an unknown object and blinded the mercenaries. Several mercenaries immediately fell into the hands of the knights whom Alice had recently hired. One of them immediately decided that he needed to get out before he too was captured, so that he could at least report to his allies what had happened here. But he didn't manage to do this, because as soon as he turned around and tried to run away, he was surrounded by several dozen knights who definitely wouldn't let him escape from here. In this man's thoughts, at that moment there was only one thing: where did 200 soldiers come from here? A few minutes later, Alice entered the building, who was apparently in his room and resting. But he had to get up because he was informed that these criminals had broken into their warehouse after all. One of these mercenaries immediately began to shout that he was ready to surrender, and that he was just someone who was simply following orders. To which Alice replied that they had broken into his territory without permission, after which they had destroyed his people, damaged other people's property, and after all this, Alice believed that they had no right to ask him for forgiveness. But Alice wasn't going to just destroy them. He ordered his men to send these mercenaries and interrogate them until they told him everything they knew. Although the guy was not a supporter of violence, he still understood that there are things that cannot be allowed to go unpunished, and such an incident is on the list of these things. The offenders were interrogated and punished according to the laws, and Alice also decided that they would live as slaves for the rest of their lives. But on the other hand, he also understood that they really didn't know anything about the customer's identity, because there was no benefit from interrogation, so he decided that he needed to come up with something else. But so far, nothing sensible came to mind. Although he was quite happy that he had managed to sort out the economy, and now he could not worry about not having enough money for further arrangements. Alice decided to put all these problems aside, because he believed that the time had come to try something interesting. Entering the room, he looked at the magic circle for teleportation, which he asked his engineers to create, which they managed to do quite quickly. So the guy wanted to try this mechanism as soon as possible. Looking at it, he only had one thought in his mind. He was very glad that it was completed so quickly. The price, of course, was quite expensive and exorbitant, because all the components of this creation were magical, but he was more than sure that it was worth it. Moreover, he was even willing to pay money for a second and third attempt if they had failed to do it the first time. if they had needed it. But fortunately, they had successfully completed the project the first time. Now the most important question remained before him, which was, would he be able to get home with the help of this invention? Having collected his thoughts a little, the guy laid out the necessary stones in the cells, and as soon as he did this, the very magic that was supposed to bring him home began, while the excitement increased with every second. The guy decided that it wouldn't be fun enough for him to go there alone, so he invited his sister Kanya along on the trip, who wasn't too keen on experimenting with such things, and wanted to check with her brother if she really had to go with him. It was a rather strange question for the guy, because it seemed to him that it was just teleportation. In other words, the movement should not have taken much time, unless she felt bad, and therefore did not want to do it. She told him that she was fine and that she felt great. But the thing was that she wasn't entirely sure that everything would be okay, and she also didn't quite understand what their parents' reaction would be. Alice took her hand after these words and said that at the moment she just had to concentrate on this teleportation, and then they would definitely succeed. And as for the parents, they would not be able to know this until they tried. She couldn't argue with him about it, so she had to agree, although she was still shaking with fear, and the guy had to tell her that it was safe, so she shouldn't be nervous. And as for the side effects, she might get a little sick, but it wasn't as bad as she might think. And as soon as she agreed, a huge magical wind flow appeared around them, which scared Kanya even more. So she asked for confirmation once again that everything would be fine with them. But the guy couldn't do it, if only for the reason that his sister hugged him so tightly that she almost strangled him. The guy was lucky that they were able to teleport quickly, because a few more seconds and she would have definitely strangled him. His mood immediately improved after teleportation, because when he looked around, he saw his native palace, where he grew up with his sister. He felt so joyful and warm in his soul that he decided to just fall to the ground and lie there until he enjoyed it as much as possible. For a long time, they could not believe that compared to that cold earth, this grass was so warm and warmed, not only the body, but also the soul. Their joy was interrupted when at one point their favorite nanny approached the boys to tell him that she was very glad to see them. After which she added that during their teleportation, she was quite worried because she thought that perhaps she had placed the magic stone incorrectly. Although in Alice's opinion, there was nothing complicated about it, and even a child could handle it. The nanny agreed with him, because in the end, everything worked out great for her, and the boys returned home successfully, after which she decided to invite them to go inside the palace. After this, Alice suggested to his sister to visit her mother, which she did not really like, but she understood perfectly well that she would have to do it anyway, because there was absolutely no point in running away from her. At this point, their dialogue ended, and Alice immediately rushed to his mother, while thinking about how she was doing and hoping that everything was fine with her while he was away. A few minutes later, he was already in Laifan's arms, which brought him incredibly wonderful and warm emotions. The woman immediately noticed that the guy had grown a lot during this time, and also that she was very happy about his arrival, because she missed him very much. She also said that his uncle told her everything that was going on there, so she was once again convinced that her son was an incredibly talented guy, which was a little strange for Alice to hear, because he was sure that recently, due to production, his uncle was very tired that he even lost a little weight. In any case, Alice assured his mother that there was a lot she didn't know, and he was incredibly eager to share this information with her, so he suggested that she not waste a second. They sat down at a small table, and the first thing Alice did was start talking about how it snowed all the time in that place, and how there were a lot of white rabbits. Although this was not very interesting, but his mother listened to it with incredible interest. She told him that it was a very cute creature, and she was very glad that such beautiful animals were being introduced to such a place. Although Alice did not mention to her that these rabbits were about 3 meters high. He thought that she did not need to know that. In addition, he told her about his successes in paper production. In general, he talked about everything that could please his mother. But suddenly, their dialogue was unexpectedly interrupted by the Empress, who appeared, as always, at the most opportune time. The guy's mood instantly dropped when he saw the Empress in front of him. He was irritated at least by the fact that she showed surprise that he had come to visit, although he had warned them in advance about his visit. At that moment, the Empress was telling Lifan that she was very glad that her son had come to visit. Although looking at that face, he was sure that she had thought of something again, and he wanted to quickly find out what was going on in her head. But he decided not to show it, and therefore intervened in the dialogue to find out from Her Majesty how she was doing, because he had heard that the eldest prince was doing well. She thanked him with a smile for his concern and assured him that everything was still fine in the palace and that, if she thought about it, she had heard rumors that the economy had been flourishing in his new lands lately, and she wanted to know a little more about it. Alice continued to smile and talk about how, thanks to his machine, which was capable of producing high-quality paper, they were able to raise the economy to a new level. Although in his mind, the guy was thinking that he was specifically telling her that things were going well for him, because it seemed to him that the Empress's pride was strangling her from the inside, because he was the prince she looked down on, and it was he who was able to hit her family's business. The Empress, in response to his words, decided to ask the guy if it was dangerous to make paper at such a time, since she often heard rumors that such factories were attacked by bandits. Hearing this question, Alice immediately realized that she was not just talking about these disturbing rumors, and apparently those bandits who recently attacked his production were the work of the Empress. But he decided not to show it, and therefore told her that so far he had not had any particular problems, and he was very grateful to her for this concern. To which she replied that it was a great honor for her as an empress that her children were making such a great contribution to the development of the empire. At this point, she finished her dialogue and began to leave. And at the end, she wished Alice good luck and asked him to be as careful as possible, to which the guy reciprocated, although he was mentally thinking that she had just threatened him. A few days later, Alice finished his journey to his home, after which he returned to the magic circle and assured his mother that he would return soon, so she could not miss him. After which he turned to Kanya to find out how the girl's trip went, but looking at her expression, one could say with certainty that everything was not as wonderful for her as for Alice. She finally gave him an answer to his question by slapping him on the back and telling him that he shouldn't worry about her relationship with her mother. Alice realized that it was better for him not to get involved in this matter, but to be honest, he thought that a fight would be inevitable in this situation. But now he realized that he simply had a wild imagination. Thus ended his first visit home, and a few days later, a new problem arose in the Fahelia estate. Alice was sitting in his office and repeating several times that he urgently needed a magician. The reasons why Alice needed a mage was because mages could activate the teleportation circle without any problem, and also a landowner like him definitely needed a mage on his own territory. He also recently learned that they could help grow various crops using magic, not to mention trees for paper production. In other words, it could be called the perfect assistant. And when monsters or enemies attack, the power of the magician can become the decisive factor that will bring victory in this battle. Therefore, thoughts appeared in the guy's head about where he could find a universal magician who could help him close these issues. He successfully looked through a lot of information and still could not find a worthy candidate. Over time, it began to seem to him that this was an impossible task. He tried to do something about this issue for some time, but eventually came to the conclusion that he had to abandon this idea. But the thought that all the nobles were using the services of a magician could not leave the guy. They literally suffocated him from the inside, and it seemed to him that he needed to at least hire one on a permanent basis. And if you consider how huge the territory is in his possession, then he needs a whole squad of magicians, which seems like an even more impossible task. But more importantly, it wasn't just to protect territory, it was more to protect their paper mill, which was essentially the foundation of his entire small empire. Although the warriors were doing a great job, the guy couldn't help but think about what would happen if they were attacked by some hired mage, with whom the warriors would hardly be able to do anything. After these thoughts, Alice came to the realization that he could not know what might happen in the future, so he urgently needed to fix this problem, so he began to write a letter that he thought would help him find a good magician. He wrote a small announcement that said that a magician was needed for his territory. He of course understood that he could submit a request to the Magic Tower, but he also understood that everything there was very expensive, and the influential Magic Tower was very greedy for money, so in this case it was better to save. And in fact, he was more than sure that some free mage would be interested in this announcement, so it seemed to him that he was able to solve this problem. In the prince's opinion, even a low-level mage would be suitable for him, from whom he could easily make a first-class wizard who could protect their territories from any threat. Alice's announcement quickly spread throughout almost the entire empire, and many people heard about Fahili. As she became famous for her paper, so many people became interested and wanted to try themselves for this role. The ad said that they were ready to take even a newbie with no experience. So many people wanted to try it for themselves, and among those people there was a girl. She didn't look like a first-class magician at all, and it seemed that the only thing she had for magic was her clothes. but she came up and confidently tore the ad off the pole and read that accommodation and food were provided, so this ad interested her even more. A few days later, Alice was very happy with how many applications he received for a job. He didn't even expect that there would be so many applications, but it was good news for him. At one point, he even thought about hiring everyone and thus creating a small army. But then he immediately discarded this idea, because at the moment, he does not have the necessary funds for this. Therefore, he began to gradually consider each candidate separately, because he understood that he needed to choose the best and most talented one, and then test his strength personally. But what was also important for the guy was that in the future, they would not become his enemies. He selected a fairly large number of magicians, whom he invited to an interview and began to gradually get to know them personally. In total, 12 magicians came to visit him, who, in Alice's opinion, were more than suitable for this candidacy, and he really hoped that he would be able to find a worthy candidate and give him this job, especially after he spent quite a large amount of money on this action. The first thing he told them was that he had chosen them because he had studied their resumes, and now they had the opportunity to work for him personally. The average level of each mage was about third, and most of them were very happy when they heard that they had the opportunity to get such a high-paying job. From now on, Alice will give them tasks and thus teach them new skills. And he also asked them to learn that they mainly need to look after the forest and fields, as well as guard the territory. And if they need anything, their wishes will be taken into account. Before they began their training, he decided to choose a leader among them who would coordinate this training, and for this, he asked each fourth-level mage to raise their hands. He noticed a mage with an unusual appearance whose name was Monk, who said that he was a fourth-level mage. Next was a girl who definitely didn't look like a magician, but she still introduced herself as Lecky. Seeing this girl, Alice immediately thought that he should not make the same mistake and judge people by their appearance again. Looking at them, he continued to convince himself that the most important thing was their skills, and in this case, it was very important. But in the end, he still couldn't resist and awarded the title of Chief Mage to a girl named Lecky, whom he congratulated on this a few seconds later. In fact, on the day of the interview, Alice had another reason why he chose this particular girl. After reading her resume, the guy noticed that she could find a much more profitable offer than working in the north, so he decided to ask her what attracted her to come here. The girl did not think about her answers for long, and as soon as she had a chance, she told the prince that she came here only to serve him. This sounded very surprising to Alice, so he asked the girl with a surprised face whether she understood what she was saying at all. After all, mentally he understood perfectly well that usually a worker is interested in salary or opportunities, but this girl is seriously talking about the fact that she is interested in serving the prince. In response to his question, she simply bowed her head and thereby confirmed her sincerity in wanting to serve her prince. At that moment, Alice realized that apparently the girl really had no reason to deceive him, and she really sincerely wanted to serve him. Then he decided that he simply had to take her to himself. And after a few hours, he decided to take his new magicians to another room, where he wanted to explain to them their duties and all the benefits they receive. He decided to start with something good, and as soon as they got together, he took them to the library and showed them the place where they could study. It was a whole library of magic books, in which one could find literature that was recommended directly to magicians throughout the empire. And fortunately, the books themselves were inexpensive, and if the guy had tried to negotiate with the magic tower about renting, it would have clearly cost much more. So as soon as the boys started to get acquainted with these books, he immediately started to pass by and say that he had great hope that with the help of these books, they would become stronger. Although the guy mentally understood that around him, in fact, there were mostly magicians who were not honored to work for the tower, and therefore they were expelled. And without his help, they would hardly have been able to become stronger and develop further. But they were very lucky when he gave them such an opportunity. They couldn't believe their luck for a while, and asked the guy several times if they could really use these books, to which he smiled and answered that they absolutely should, and that from time to time, he would come and check their progress. Alice decided that once his mages became stronger, they would need to restore the forest, which they had destroyed quite a bit while preparing for a new batch of paper making. After a little training, the magicians finally arrived at the site and tried to use their new knowledge to restore the number of trees that had been destroyed here. Although they managed to do it, Alice was a little dissatisfied with the result, because at that moment they did not just use their magical power, they performed a whole ritual, which made him a little doubtful about whether they could really influence the growth processes. He assured that nothing could compare to magic, and so he wanted to know if they could quickly grow trees from scratch. But one of the magicians immediately gave him an answer and said that if they do this often, the earth will dry out and it will need a period of rest, which can drag on. So in his opinion, it is better for them to leave it like this for at least a month, and then later they can continue. Alice understood them perfectly well, because he himself did not forget about the environmental problems that would constantly haunt them. So he decided to put this idea aside for now and simply thank the magicians for what they said, after which they moved on to the second task, which consisted of growing different crops of plants. In this case, Alice believed that they also could not do without magic. In Alice's opinion, the people of Fahelia cannot rely on hunting alone forever, and they clearly need to harvest, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the chief mage, who decided to clarify, or do they just need to speed up the growth of crops here? Alice looked at them with a mysterious look and finally said that the ideal would be to speed up the growth of crops in all 12 villages. He understood their reaction, so he decided to immediately add that they could do this not at the same time. They just needed to help the villagers create the necessary conditions for the development of agriculture. The magicians, although they understood that this was an incredibly difficult task for them, nevertheless thought about the fact that they could use natural magic and then most likely they would succeed. Alice interrupted their thoughts when he shouted at them that they had magical tools to work with, and if they needed to, they could use them without any problem. After saying these words, they immediately took out some items from their inventory to fence off a small area of land from the cold with a magical barrier, thus leaving sunlight and warmth to grow crops. Alice was more than satisfied with this result, so he told the magicians that they were great guys, and all that was left to do at the moment was to do this trick on the ground in each of the villages. After that, the two mages went to the Magical Instrument Research Department. 3 of them were appointed as palace guards, and only Lecky remained in the estate, who still had no occupation. In fact, Alice had already prepared a small job for her long ago, and assured the girl that she would act as his personal guard, thus she would accompany him and carry out various assignments during this work. The guy at that moment understood perfectly well that he could not yet use magic in public, and he definitely needed a magical assistant for this, which would be Lecky. After these thoughts, he turned to the girl again and told her that her first assignment was already ready. It was that she needed to improve her magical skills with the help of books. In response to these words, the girl confidently began to say that if this was the will of the prince, then she would do everything possible to improve her skills, which Alice really liked to hear, because he had not seen such a passion for work for a long time. Looking at her, he felt that she was speaking sincerely, and on the other hand, he did not understand at all why she thought so, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a book that fell from under Leica's robe. Picking up the book, Alice immediately noticed that his image was on the book, and the book itself was called The High Art of Knights, which could not help but surprise the prince. He recalled that he had once written a book about training for knights, but it had not received much distribution because the soldiers did not understand it, and so he certainly did not expect to see it in the hands of a mage like Lecky. So, in order not to guess, he decided to address the girl directly and ask her a question in which he wanted to know why a magician like her would have such a book at her disposal. She answered him that in fact this book was given to her by an acquaintance, who according to her was a magician and a knight at the same time. So he always said that both a magician and a knight control their body with the help of previously deposited mana. The only difference is in its quantity, and the mana control system for a magician is no different, and therefore she thought that this book was suitable for her too. Such thoughts occurred to Alice himself when he was developing this book, but he did not even imagine that someone else would appreciate this knowledge. Suddenly, the girl decided to add that now this book would become her Bible, which would always be with her, and when she felt bad or didn't know what to do, she would open it and read it. And also, if you believe her words, she crossed the continent just to serve the author of this book, after which it finally dawned on Alice why the girl was ready to serve him so sincerely. But on the other hand, he told himself that he was very glad that the reason for her loyalty was so simple. The only thing he could do was hope that he had not made a mistake in his choice. The next day, Alice decided to visit his huge library to study a little in the magic section. And once he found the theory he needed, all he had to do was put it into practice. And when he completed this process, He could confidently say that magic had now been added to his list of past sciences. Learning magic is a hobby, and as Lord of Thalia, it is time for him to do more important things. So he arrived right at the doors of the Dwarven Forge. Before entering and talking to these gnomes, Alice turned to Asa, asking her to remember that they cannot be rude, otherwise their whole plan will immediately fail. And he also asked her not to forget that she is first and foremost at work, and all she needs to do now is to control herself and wait for orders. And after a few more seconds, Mr. Akin's student approached him, introduced himself as Ben, and according to him, he was given the task of telling Prince Alice about this place. So he asked the young man to follow him. Alice and Asya, seeing this guy, immediately thought about how incredibly unlucky he was, because he was only 15 years old, and he was already running errands for the gnomes. But suddenly he interrupted their thoughts again to say that last time he himself wanted to come with the master, but his teacher told him to stay here. In any case, there was nothing Alice could do about it, so he entered the room where he saw Mr. Akin, who did not have time to say hello, as he immediately began to talk about how the letter had arrived a long time ago, and the guy could have arrived earlier, but instead, as usual, he was late. Alice couldn't help but notice that the man remained the same grumbler, and in general, he didn't understand why Akim assumed that after receiving the letter, he had to run to this place every second. Akim decided that it was time for them to finish discussing this issue, because he wanted to know what the guy needed this time, and while he was talking about it, Alice was only thinking about whether the man was really pouring him wine instead of tea. In any case, he decided to get down to business quickly, since he had little time, and he began by saying that his new request would be slightly different from the previous requests, and it was that he would like half of them to sign a contract with him. Akin did not think about this question for long, and as soon as the guy finished speaking, he immediately assured him that this was out of the question, and his people would definitely not go to work for some prince. At least he would not allow it. The guy assumed that this is exactly how his interlocutor would answer, so he asked the man not to jump to conclusions and listen to him until the end, because in fact, first of all, he wants them to open a workshop in Fahelia, and of course, he will pay all the costs for the move and for the opening. But this made the man even more angry, which is why he even started yelling at Alice and telling him that no one needed them in that place at all, because no one goes to that distant and cold hole. Alice understood perfectly well that there was no point in enticing these guys with money, so he decided to tell them that it was not only about money, but also that they had a resource that could interest every Akin employee. And that resource was Damascus steel, and from the expression on the old dwarf's face, one could tell with certainty that he was incredibly interested in it. Sometime before this dialogue, Alice had a conversation with his magic teacher Damon, who told the prince that the gnomes are very fond of rare metals, which are scarce on their land. From this conversation, the guy was able to conclude that in fact the gnomes primarily need not orders and technologies, but only the hope that someday they will be able to obtain a rare metal. Therefore, he confidently spoke to the head of the dwarves about the fact that he had already started mining steel, and if they worked under his leadership, they would be the first to learn about new technologies based on it. Akin's voice and facial expressions had clearly changed, and he just wanted to clarify whether everything the guy was saying was true. At that moment, Alice was trembling inside, because he immediately noticed how the dwarf had changed, and now he clearly had a chance to convince him. Akin thought about these words for a bit and eventually said that let's say he agrees, but in that case he would like to know what conditions Alice was offering. The guy was prepared for this question, so as soon as the dwarf asked him about it, he told him that he wanted to sign a contract for 10 years, which was too much for the dwarf, and so he decided to lower this number to 5 years. Alice didn't really expect even 3 years, so he immediately shook the dwarf's hand and agreed to this counteroffer, after which Akim told the guy that they were partners, and now he needed to tell the other dwarves about it. Alice was very happy with the result of these negotiations, but in his head, there were still doubts about whether these gnomes were really so interested in this steel, but he did not talk to them anymore. And as soon as he had the opportunity, he told Asya that they should immediately return back. A few days later, Kania entered the room where Sienna and Asya usually sat, and the princess wanted to ask them if they had seen Alice leave his room. They assured the princess that they had not seen him since they returned from the capital, and they themselves had begun to worry a little about it, and even had the thought that perhaps the boy was sick. Therefore, the princess and Alice's guard decided that they urgently needed to check the prince's well-being, and to do this, they absolutely had to break into his room. But as soon as Kania did this, the surprise on her face was obvious, because she did not expect to see the picture that appeared before her eyes. Alice was quite calm, even when he saw his sister enter his room, and even decided to invite her to have breakfast with him. But she could not say a word, because of incredible surprise. Because of her silence, Alice assumed that she didn't mind, and so asked Lecky to help the princess and move them both to the table. When the girl came to her senses a little, she decided to ask the prince if he thought he was doing something wrong. But it seemed to him that everything was fine, and she did not understand all the pleasure that this magic brought him, which made the girl think that the guy still behaved like a child who just wanted to play something. After this situation, Asya and Sienna entered the room and began to scold Alice for his behavior. He didn't quite understand what the problem was and why they were suddenly so angry, but he still decided to contact them and agreed that he was indeed to blame. Kanya could no longer stop and continued to tell the prince that she still believed that he should have at least some sense of proportion, with which both of the guy's guards agreed. Alice realized that they wouldn't just leave him alone, and so he decided to ask Leica's opinion about this incident, but the girl told the guy that she didn't really think anything about it, and the guy started talking about how he thought it was pretty rude of his sister to barge into his room like that. These words made Kanya even more angry, causing her to literally yell at the guy and say that he relied too much on magic. Alice was even more surprised by these words because he didn't really understand what was wrong with magic, especially when Lecky did his job so well. So Kanya had to tell the guy that there was no problem on Leica's side. In her opinion, the problem was something else, after which she asked the guy a question in which she wanted to know when was the last time he moved on his own. Right after this question, Alice smiled, because he had a pretty specific answer to this question, which was that he climbs into the bathtub on his own. This upset his sister even more, so she could no longer talk to him, which is why Sienna and Asya intervened in this dialogue, who also decided to tell the guy that this was already going too far. Also, according to them, they believed that he had been using mana too often lately, which is why they believed that this would not lead to anything good. However, Alice did not understand their discontent at all because in his opinion, it was much more convenient to live with magic. And besides, Lecky was not at all against helping. But apparently the girls didn't care at all about any of his arguments, and immediately after he finished speaking, the three of them started yelling at him that this wouldn't work and that he urgently needed to change his mind. And after that, Asya turned to Lecky to tell her that apparently she had some problems since she unquestioningly obeyed the prince, and she also wanted to ask the girl to think about how this would look in the eyes of other people. Alice was already starting to get tired of proving something to them, so he repeated once again that he was fine and didn't need any help from them. Kanya, in turn, had a different opinion, so she began to say that in any case, as an older sister, she forbids him to behave in this way, because in her opinion, he is strictly forbidden to use magic in everyday life, which could not help but surprise the guy. Besides Alice, she also turned to Lecky to say that she was strictly forbidden to follow stupid orders. The girl immediately began to panic, and it was clear from her face that she was very worried. And a few seconds after this phrase, she decided to ask Kanya if she would really be fired. The older sister Alice immediately began to calm the girl down, telling her that there was no point in her worrying so much because they would not fire her, but would simply give her a new type of work. And while she was telling all this to Lecky, Alice thought about the fact that apparently his way of life had changed so much that even his sister decided to intervene. Although in fact he himself understood that lately he had begun to depend too much on magic because he thought it was convenient, and it all started with little things when Alice asked Lecky to get him some book from the top shelf. Every day his requests became more and more surprising, and one day the girl carried him from one place to another because it was hard for the guy to even get up and move from room to room. And now the guy has finally come to the realization that he has become too lazy lately, which he himself did not notice. But in any case, now he is more than sure that magic is a terrible thing, and now he understands why his sister was so angry with him. While he was thinking about this, Kania continued to scold him, and at some point decided to ask the guy what would happen to him if he continued to live like this. Namely, she was interested in what would happen to his body. But before he had time to answer this question, Lecky intervened in this dialogue. The thing was that the girl wanted to tell them that every time she used her magic on the master, she simultaneously stimulated his muscles, so that they physically could not weaken, while the magic was acting on him, which could not help but shock the guys. Kanya didn't quite understand what to say to her in such a case, so she assumed that Leica didn't have time to be with Alice all the time. But the girl in turn assured the princess that she didn't mind and agreed to serve her master. She also didn't forget to add that this was her job and she was almost as good as other magicians. So she asked the princess and prince not to doubt her, and if they gave her a chance, she would do her job as best as possible. Alice, listening to all this, realized that apparently Kania had hurt the pride of this young magician, and now she would definitely not back down. Suddenly, Asya stood up for the lady, who did not deny that Mrs. Kania had gone a bit too far, but she still believed that the idea of refusing household magic was justified, and then decided to ask the girl again why she wanted to be close to Alice so much. Alice did not interfere, and simply listened attentively to what they were talking about, thinking at the same time that it would make no difference to her if he transferred her to another department. She would be able to go to another place in any case, even if she got tired of his whims, but she still does not do this and continues to faithfully serve the prince. As he suddenly realized that they had completely forgotten about him, he decided to remind the girls that the decision was still his. But apparently Kanya was not going to do exactly that, and decided to tell her brother that if they convinced her of the need for such an approach, then she would admit that leaving Lecky with Alice was a good idea. Lecky looked her straight in the eyes and assured the lady that she was ready for any checks. If she needed to be convinced of this, then she was not against it, and was ready to do everything that the princess told her. Alice, looking at all this, did not quite understand what Kanya wanted to achieve and why she was so pestering Lecky, but apparently the princess was not going to back down so easily, and still decided to test Lecky with all sorts of tests, the first of which was written. But apparently, she underestimated her competitor too much, because as soon as she gave her the task, Lecky immediately began to carry out this task, and with incredible speed, which shocked the princess. Kanya couldn't believe her eyes, but she realized that Alice had already entrusted Lecky with all the documents, and that this was definitely not the first time she had done this. But at that moment, Alice, looking at all this, was thinking that his sister was offering some stupid and useless tests. However, Kanya was not going to give up so easily, and as soon as Lecky completed the first task, she ordered the magician to move on to the second, which was cooking, because she believed that Alice had a special appetite, and therefore she had to be able to cook. Lecky put on her gloves and assured Kania that she wouldn't have any problems with this either, since when she was in the Mage Tower, she often did household chores. And she didn't say this for no reason, because literally a few minutes later, there was a huge amount of different food on the table, and it looked so appetizing that it was impossible to find fault with anything. While Kanya was pestering Lecky and giving her useless tasks to somehow catch the girl in a mistake, Alice decided to leave this room and talk to his guards. He wanted to find out from them what they thought about Lecky, because in his opinion, no matter how you look at it, she really is a talented magician, so he wanted to find out from them what Kanya didn't like so much. The girls thought about their answer for a while, and as soon as they were ready to give an answer, they decided to remind Alice of the incident that Sienna told him about 2 days ago. The gist of that situation was that the security system of magical items was partially damaged, but they were still unable to catch the criminal. Alice didn't like this wording, because he realized that they probably suspected Lecky, but Sienna immediately interrupted him and said that they didn't think so. They just had a feeling that they needed to conduct an investigation, and until it was completed, they shouldn't trust all magicians. But apparently that wasn't all, because as soon as Sienna finished speaking, Asya entered the game, holding out her hands to Alice, in which was a letter. After which the girl added that they found this letter at the crime scene, and it seemed to her that the criminal left, or perhaps dropped this letter, the meaning of which was for them to return Lecky to the magic tower. Alice read it carefully and realized that someone had decided to take the magician away from them, after which he wanted to find out from the girls whether they had shown this letter to Lecky, to which Asya confidently said yes, and also told that Lecky had not answered anything specific to this. But they also wanted to point out the fact that when Lecky read this letter, there was no hint of worry on her face, and she took it quite calmly. And considering all these facts, Asya decided to say that she believed Lecky, but in any case, she was a little worried about the behavior, which seemed to her not quite natural, and therefore now she was very interested in the question, which was why Lecky was so attached to Alice. The guy himself could not argue with this, because he could not answer this question, because the girl really was too faithful to him for no particular reason. Besides, he saw her aura, in which there were no oddities, at least he didn't notice. But of course he can't tell the knights in Kanya about this. Besides, Alice remembered the situation when his older sister suffered due to the attack of a black magician, and therefore if Leica had similar intentions, he would have noticed it right away. In any case, Alice asked them to calm down and breathe out because he heard them and assured them that he could solve this problem on his own. After all of Kanya's tests, which Lecky passed with success, Alice invited her to his room, and the first thing he decided to do was ask for forgiveness. Along the way, he looked around Leica's room and thought that her room looked neglected. There was very little furniture, and he assumed that the main reason was that the girl was with him almost all the time. And while he was thinking about this, Lecky said that the lady had every right to test the abilities of the magician, and besides, she served her only brother, which made her worry even more. Alice smiled and told Leica that his sister actually didn't like magic from the start, and she was against the idea of hiring a mage. So now it's just the consequences of her unwillingness to deal with magic. But according to Leica, this was not a revelation for her, and she had known about it for a long time. And it was all because of that incident with the attack. After all, she knew very well that after one incident, the nobles stopped trusting the magicians and their income dropped sharply. Since then, the Tower of Magicians began to teach them to destroy warlocks who attack ordinary aristocrats. In any case, Alice asked the girl not to listen to his sister and not to pay much attention to her words, but Lecky once again decided to convince the guy that she was fine and that she understood the princess perfectly. She also decided to add that her abilities as a magician were questioned, and if this was the case, then she had to prove otherwise in any case by completing all the princess's tasks. Alice didn't argue with her. Besides, he rather wanted to move on to asking the girl why she wanted to be his personal magician, because as far as he understood, they had not met before, and therefore it was strange for him to realize that she was such a kind person. Lecky warned the guy that if he wanted to hear the full answer, he would need to listen to a long story, to which Alice agreed, and the girl began to tell about how she was once taken to a magic tower at an early age. At that time, her village was hit by an epidemic and she lost her entire family, but she was somehow lucky to survive, and the magicians played a big role in this, who gave her a helping hand at the right moment. Alice listened attentively to her story, but at the same time, he also thought that the magicians apparently saw the inner energy inside the girl. And as far as he knows, the Tower of Magicians sometimes saves orphans if it sees magical potential in them. The girl continued to tell her story, that after that she ended up in a magic tower, and it was there that she began to study magic. But over time it became clear that it was difficult for her, and everything did not work out the first time. In the end, she failed to live up to the tower's expectations. So over time she began to be treated as a loser, blaming all the dirty work that was in the tower on her. At that moment Alice decided to interrupt her because it seemed to him that the girl had excellent command of magic. So he did not quite understand how they could treat her so badly. But according to her, it was not always like that, and for this reason she had to stay in the same class for 2 years. At that time, the girl was incredibly weak, and therefore she did not understand the theory that was taught to her in the magic tower, so she was unable to control spells. But this lasted only until the moment when she came across a book written by Alice. This book became a new solution for her. Thanks to it, she began to train in controlling mana, the rules of this book, and she managed to advance all the way to the 4th grade in just 2 years of study. Alice was very happy when he realized that the girl, reading this book, understood everything that was written there, because this only means that apparently Lecky is a real genius who is capable of advancing so much in his development in just 2 years. In addition, his self-esteem immediately increased because he understood that if he had not published the book, then perhaps the girl would have spent her entire life doing housework in the Tower of Magicians, not suspecting that in fact such a great talent was hidden within her. And apparently Lecky thought so too, because after a few seconds she finished telling her story and concluded this story with the words that if it weren't for Mr. Alice, then most likely she would have rotted in the magic tower. Although the guy asked her not to be so confident because he believed that these were, first and foremost, the fruits of her hard work, and she should not downplay her achievements. In any case, according to Leica, as soon as she became a 4th-class mage, she immediately decided to leave the tower, although her teacher was very angry with her. But the girl did not regret it at all, because he did not teach her anything, so she did not feel responsible to him. Looking at her expression and the energy that was around her while she was saying this, made the guy think that apparently she really did hate the tower. After Lecky left the tower, she didn't think long and immediately decided to find out a little more about Alice, and then find him, and at least talk a little, although she didn't even count on getting a job with him. She went so far as to cross another continent in one day. In fact, it made Alice smile because he thought it was completely normal for a magician who spent his entire life in a tower. The girl's story eventually had a happy ending, because when she found out that Alice was looking for magicians in Fahelia, she immediately submitted her application with the hope that the guy would hire her. And after some time, she found herself right in front of him, with the teacher who taught him everything she could do, for which she was grateful to him. After hearing this story, Alice decided to suggest that Lecky tell his sister about it because he thought that she should understand, but she immediately refused this offer because Lecky was convinced that in order to gain Kania's recognition, she needed to show her skills. And she doesn't really like to tell anyone about her past, so if it's possible, she wouldn't mind keeping it a secret. Alice did not insist on this, so as soon as they finished talking, he left the room and told the girl that she could now rest a little, and when she made up her mind, he would wait for her in his room. That evening, Alice contacted someone from the Magic Tower, who told him that the girl was the most outstanding student in the Magic Tower, but she was just unlucky with the teacher. According to the man, this is why she had to develop her skills alone, and for this she decided to leave the tower, thereby violating the contract. Alice heard about this for the first time, so she asked the man to tell him the details of this contract. According to his interlocutor, the girl was punished for breaking the oath of service to the tower, and if the rules are broken, the contract is forcibly broken, and part of the power is taken by the tower. Thus, the magician becomes an order of magnitude weaker, right down to the lowest level, which is what happened to Lecky. Now Alice realized that the magic tower was not as simple as he could have imagined, but on the other hand, it was not very surprising to him, so he thanked his interlocutor for the information and said goodbye. Before going to bed, Alice thought about the fact that he would need to find out more about these people, because it was for him that Lecky had broken the rules just to see him, so he had to do everything possible to solve this problem. The next day, as soon as Alice woke up, a very unexpected surprise awaited him, which was that when he left his room, he saw his sister and Lecky standing opposite each other, as if they were going to fight. He couldn't believe his eyes that his sister was actually going to go all the way and test Lecky properly. Before the battle began, Kania turned to her opponent and told her that she had thought about this battle for a long time and still decided that it would be the most reliable test of her abilities. Thus, according to the princess, Leica has an excellent chance to prove her strength. Alice couldn't help but be scared, because the swordmaster challenged a 4th-class mage to a duel, and this fight could be compared to a fight between a bear and a gopher. But apparently Lecky was not going to back down, and immediately agreed, having first asked the princess whether, in the event of her victory, the princess would definitely recognize her. Kanya assured her that her first priority was not to win, but to prove to the princess that she was ready to sacrifice everything for Alice. Alice couldn't just watch this and immediately started shouting at his guards not to stand there like pillars and to immediately resolve this issue, because it seemed to him that this was simply a reckless and unnecessary duel. But Asya and Sienna pretended that they absolutely didn't hear what the guy was telling them. Therefore, Alice had to think about what he could do in this case and how to help, because Kanya, if she wanted, could very easily deal with her opponent. But before he could think of something that would help him in this case, their duel began, and Kanya was already getting ready to go into battle. Suddenly, the fight turned from a duel into teamwork, which began with Lecky using her magic to scatter the bushes around the arena, in which some person had been hiding all this time. In turn, Kanya removed the cover from her ball and immediately launched a precise attack on that spot. Alice was very happy about this turn of events because he was already confident that in a little while they would destroy each other. Thus, Kanya and Lecky successfully worked together and, through their joint efforts, were able to find the very criminal who destroyed part of the security system. And this man turned out to be Leica's former teacher, who came to Fakelia specifically to take revenge on the girl. Alice, looking at this man, immediately remembered that he had been in his castle for quite a long time, but the guy did not pay attention to him every time he saw this man. And this was apparently a mistake, because as it became clear now, this is not an easy person. At some point, Lecky's teacher started talking about how they had no right to attack him, if only because he had an ID and was here legally. And then he became even angrier, because he started talking about how he came here to take Lecky back with him to the Tower of Magicians, and in general he was quite surprised that she herself did not want to do it. Lecky listened attentively to everything this man was saying, and then calmly remarked that she couldn't remember him teaching her. The only thing she could remember was that she was at his beck and call, and to be honest, she never considered him her teacher. She was ready to say a few more words, but the man flared up and immediately stood up from the ground and began to shout that he was tired of talking. So he orders her to go back to the tower, especially when she lost 4 whole years of training. At this point, Alice finally entered the dialogue, asking the man a return question, in which he wanted to know why Lecky was returning to this tower, since apparently the man was not good enough to teach her. Apparently, the man didn't care about the prince's words, because while he was speaking, the man grabbed Lecky by the hand and continued to say that even if this was true, he still remained her official teacher, and therefore Lecky was obliged to be punished for violating the tower's regulations, and they had no right to stop him. Alice did not stand still and immediately tore their hands apart, and then added that, unfortunately, this was impossible for him, because according to him, Lecky had signed a contract with him as a personal magician, and besides, he had recently sent an official request to the magic tower. The man still continued to shout that according to the rules of the tower, she couldn't just leave, but Alice couldn't help but notice in response that his request had not been rejected, which meant that the tower's mages were not against Lecky becoming his personal contract mage. In other words, he will regard any obstacle as a threat to his property. The mage from the tower realized that they probably wouldn't be able to come to an agreement just like that, so he would use his magic to take the girl by any means necessary, and for this, he summoned several golems. The man understood perfectly well that if he did not take the girl with him this time, then without her, he would not have a successful future in the magic tower, so he essentially had no other choice but to take her by force. Alice tried to help him, and until the end he said that the man did not quite understand the situation he had gotten himself into, and it would be better for him to stop this kindergarten. But before they could finish speaking, his warriors went on the attack and destroyed one golem after another, thereby proving their words that the mage from the tower had absolutely no chance in this battle. While the girls were dealing with the golems, Alice looked at this mage carefully and thought that he was a little disappointed with him, because he was only a 5th-class mage, so it looked like a fight in the schoolyard. While the guy was thinking about this, a huge golem appeared behind him, and then the man shouted that he had no choice but to take a hostage so that they would leave him alone. Lecky wasn't going to tolerate this kind of treatment towards her master, so as soon as she saw this golem behind Alice, she immediately used a lightning strike and destroyed this creature, after which she turned around and used her power towards her former teacher. She basically locked him in a small prison, which is why he stopped using magic, and the guys could safely approach him and clarify once again. Or did he still not change his mind about fighting with them? But instead of answering their questions, the man simply used a teleportation scroll and disappeared from the scene. Asya and the other warriors wanted to find him and make him answer for all his actions, but Alice immediately stopped them and asked them to leave him alone. After which Lecky entered the conversation, who with a sad face wanted to ask them for forgiveness, because she believed that all this commotion was only because of her. But Alice smiled and assured the girl that in fact she was not at all to blame for this, and then suggested calling this incident an absurd accident. Moreover, Alice wanted to talk more about the fact that he noticed that this magician was very surprised when he encountered the power that Lecky used to protect him, after which everyone approached Lecky to calm her down, and Alice was very happy that the problem was finally solved, and everyone began to support Lecky as their friend. The man at that moment teleported to an unknown forest for him, but he didn't care at all, because in his head there were only thoughts about how no one could know that the girl had become so strong. But in any case, he promised himself that he would take her, no matter how difficult it was. His thoughts were interrupted by a quiet voice that came from behind him, which made the man immediately turn around and want to know who this person was and what he wanted. This man turned out to be Alice, who took off his robe and showed his face, and then said that the man knew him very well, and that he would be the last thing the man would see in his life, after which the guy used a spell called a fire arrow. After which Alice was even more disappointed because he didn't understand how the man could even call himself a magician if he couldn't stop such a simple attack, especially when Alice expected more from the teacher of the magic tower. In any case, he was glad that he was finally able to solve this problem, and he did all this only for the sake of Leica, who suffered because of this man. After that, the suspicions about Lecky subsided, but Kania still insisted on limiting everyday magic and constantly repeated this to Lecky, which could not help but upset Alice, because a life built on magic was so comfortable for him. Therefore, at some point, Lecky decided to ask her master if she was bothering him when she was constantly around, to which Alice gave her an immediate answer, saying that everything was fine, and he even liked it when she was with him. These words made Lecky tell him that she respected him even more because he treated her so kindly. Alice, listening to all these words, could not help but think that he had a magician who respected him very much, because of which his life became even more diverse and interesting in the place where he was originally sent to die. The next day, Alice went outside and noticed that the weather was just beautiful, so he immediately decided that today was the perfect day to do something he had been putting off for a long time. And the thing was that he had wanted to practice his magic for a long time. The guy delivered several different blows, due to which half of the forest was practically destroyed, so the guy thought that this was a pretty good result for the sixth practical lesson, and it also seemed to him that this once again proved that he really was a genius, and the magicians would clearly be shocked if they found out about this. Although on the other hand, he understood that this was impossible, because at the moment he was on the border of his domain, so this was an ideal place for training, and if there were still monsters here, then this place would be priceless. However, Alice decided not to give up, and while he had time, he decided that he urgently needed to find a worthy opponent for himself to train against. The queen of this country and his Aunt Ellis did not leave the guy's mind all this time, because even at that moment, when he was a very small child, she already looked at him like a small bug. Now Alice understands that in fact he might have wanted to turn a blind eye to this, but he understood that the woman would not calm down in relation to him in any case, and she would continue to discredit his person in any case. All this time the guy was patient enough and did not break down, but in any case he understood that everything has its limit, so it was time to end it. Approaching the Pratt's empire, the first thing he noticed was that a barrier had been erected there to protect against intruders, and as expected, a certain frequency of waves was needed to remove it. But for a professional like him, this was no problem. Therefore, after a few minutes, he was able to easily penetrate inside, and he did it so silently that none of the knights even noticed it. Immediately after he entered, he noticed that Ellis's palace was larger than Alice's, which made him assume that the woman must have an incredibly huge amount of money and was not at all worried about it. But Alice was here to correct this injustice and, as it seemed to them, with the help of his fireball, the woman's possessions would soon be considerably reduced. In doing so, he sowed panic in absolutely every aristocrat who lived in this territory, especially in Duke Pratt's, who was the father of the Empress. And he did not understand at all what was going on and where this fire came from. But this was only the beginning, and their panic increased even more when they looked out the window and saw lightning, which frightened them even more. At this point, Alice continued to release fire from his hands and added lightning. And from his facial expression, one could confidently say that he liked it incredibly much, and he had not attended such fiery parties for a long time. Alice decided not to stop there, and as soon as he saw the vassals of this family, he, with a slight movement of his hand, threw a small curse on them, thereby causing them a disease called flu, which in this period of time of humanity is incurable, so Alice was sure that they would soon come to an end. After a few minutes, he finally stood in front of the very door he wanted to get through, and as soon as he approached them, he realized that he definitely couldn't leave empty-handed. He broke the lock that was on this door and opened them because he was incredibly interested to find out what was stored right behind them. And he was very lucky because a huge treasury opened before him, where all the gold earned by the Empress's family was kept. He was in no hurry to do anything about it, and for some time he just lay on this gold and thought that perhaps it would be easier for him to teleport all this goodness to himself. But he was still not sure about it. The Duke, who had left his castle, received a letter a few hours later, which, according to the butler, was left by the very same criminal who had attacked them. Reading this letter, the Duke thought that there would be something like threats. But after reading this letter, he saw that there was a small love message, which could not help but surprise the Duke. Alice wrote a similar message for Empress Alice, who, after reading this letter, could not come to her senses for a long time and simply stood in place for some time, after which she came to her senses and immediately wanted to ask her maid, who brought her this letter, if everything was okay with her father, to which the girl confidently replied that fortunately there were no casualties, because most of them got off with only minor burns. She was glad that in the end no one was hurt, and now she can think with peace of mind about who was the culprit of this horror. As for the Emperor, he immediately began to act because he believed that an attack on such a noble family was treason for the entire empire, so he immediately took all possible measures to be sure to catch the culprit. Most of the experts who were near the Emperor believed that it could have been done by at least a 6th-class mage, and perhaps it was not just one, but a whole group of warriors. For them, this was only the beginning, because as soon as everything had quietly calmed down, the butler ran into the room where all the experts were, in order to tell them that all the members of the nobility had fallen ill with a terrible disease, thereby causing an epidemic throughout the empire. Rumors immediately spread throughout the empire that everyone who was in the castle that evening had been given a disease that caused their bodies to gradually weaken and eventually die. All this news made the Empress sink deeper and deeper into her own depression with each passing second, because in addition to the fact that all the treasures of her family were lost, most of the members of the aristocratic family were simply dying from an unknown disease. Now she most of all wanted to find out who attacked them, to which her assistant replied that she would now use absolutely all knightly detachments and all mercenaries in order to find that very criminal. Meanwhile, in Fahilia, Asya received a letter stating that the Prats family's status had fallen, and even their allies were not helping them restore the mansion. Not only did the mansion burn down, but the treasures were also stolen, which made the princess worried, because she was not sure that they could not be calm while such things were happening. But Asya tried to calm her down by saying that since they were great nobles, they definitely should not lose heart. Alice absolutely agreed with them, although he spoke with a smile, but according to him, it was so terrible, and he was a little scared that the world had been so unsettled lately. The next day, Alice was very pleased with the work of his magicians, who were able to create the necessary barrier so that they no longer had to worry about food. One of the village elders approached the boy and told him that he never thought that they would be able to get such a big harvest in such a place. Moreover, according to them, the grains they collected during this harvest were twice as large as usual, and all this was thanks to Prince Alice. Although the prince himself believed that this was not entirely true, because this entire harvest only existed thanks to their magicians, who worked overtime to achieve such a result. In any case, looking at all this technology, he was very happy with the result, because now he can confidently promise the inhabitants of his empire that they will no longer go hungry. Besides, he did not forget that the queen's family would not bother him anymore, because they would have no time for him for at least a few more years. Thus, one could conclude that his small empire was beginning to grow. About 50 years ago, after the Great War, only 3 countries remained afloat, the so-called 3 great powers, which included the Ernesia Empire, the Merman Empire, and the Kingdom of Damaniel. Among them, the Kingdom of Damaniel had the least influence, and therefore this country survived more due to luck. Recently in the Kingdom of Damaniel, goods imported from the Kingdom of Ernesia were very popular, but the main problem was that these goods were illegal. At one point, all this stopped when King Lucia found out about this and therefore called every aristocrat to his office to find out why they continued to import goods from Ernesia illegally. However, his deputy asked the king not to be nervous and to calm down, because in fact, everything is not so bad, and they are doing all this in order to ensure a bright future for themselves, because none of them knows what awaits them tomorrow. However, Lucia could not believe his ears and eyes, that they did not understand what would happen if everything continued like this, because in his opinion, if nothing was done, the external debt would only increase, double, or even triple, because of which one day their economy would collapse. The man understood perfectly well that the economic gap between the 3 countries was still small, but the scales had already begun to tip in a certain direction. And all this happens only thanks to one person, who at one time continued to create new products, thanks to which he manages to earn huge amounts of money. The Merman Empire had already tested the paper that Alice had created, and because of its unusual production technology, they chose it. So King Lucia decided that they urgently needed to figure out how to close the gap in the economy. In addition, his assistant told him almost every day that they could not put it off any longer and that they had to do something. But the king did not quite understand what they should do, because as it was known, their enemy was a powerful state that was not so easy to defeat. So the assistant had to convey to the man that they didn't have to fight them alone, because in times like these, it was worth uniting with like-minded people and trying to solve this problem together. In other words, he proposed to the king to create an alliance that could destroy the kingdom of Ernesia, and over time they managed to create a secret meeting in the dungeon of the palace with those who supported their thinking and were willing to work with them. One of them was the Grand Duke Gun, who represented the Merman Empire and was the first person who decided to respond to the offer of the Damaniel Empire. Also among the participants was Count Marin, who represented the Principality of Seiji, and he also hoped that all these invitations and conversations would not be empty space. The king's assistant, looking at all this, understood perfectly well that although the Principality of Seiji did not belong to the three great powers, they had a very good army, which would definitely be useful to them in the future. Duke Gun, before the start of their meeting, immediately decided to point out that Songguk was also supposed to come here, but he decided to pretend to be a pure and innocent person. But at the same time, Guk was more than sure that as soon as this Songguk felt the benefit, he would immediately run to them. The king's assistant took these words with a smile because he believed that they were going to dismantle the Ernisia Empire piece by piece soon, so there was no point in them hiding anything from each other. He decided to start by saying that they needed to stop the Ernesian Empire, because in his opinion, they simply couldn't ignore their rapidly growing economy, which would only cause them headaches in the future, which his interlocutors agreed with. Count Marin noted that they didn't have a very good chance of defeating the Ernisia Empire, and if they failed, it would only lead to even bigger problems for them. The king's deputy immediately rose from his seat and approached the count to tell him that this was precisely why an alliance was needed, so that no matter how strong a country was, it would be difficult for it to resist an entire alliance at once. Also, according to him, in addition, if they are forced to wage war, then they will simply not have the strength for production, and thus in any case, they will be able to catch up with them in terms of economy. By the way, according to rumors, it is the youngest prince who contributes to the production of new products, although he is now only 8 years old, and he has already created an incredibly outstanding product that understood the economy of Ernie by several points. Moreover, at the age of 14, he was able to revive the land, which had been in decline for several hundred years. Although they knew that some of the rumors might be greatly exaggerated, but even if half of it was true, they already had a huge problem in the form of this guy. If they kept putting it like that, then in the future he would grow up and cause them even more problems, which could eventually destroy them. So the advisor immediately suggested that they stop hesitating and decide right now whether they would sit and fear war, or they would go and tear off a good piece from the Ernesian Empire. Duke Gong completely agreed, since in fact their emperor had long wanted to attack them. As for Count Marin, he was already more than sure that it was time for them to come out of the shadows and also fight for the right to exist. The king's advisor was very glad that they had finally come to a common agreement, and now it was time to discuss their further plan in detail. Meanwhile, in the Ernesian Empire's castle, the emperor was reading a letter that stated that the three countries had indeed entered into a secret treaty, and he was now more than certain that they had wicked intentions towards Ernesian. He knew that a storm was coming that would make the conflict of 13 years ago seem like a childish squabble in comparison. But this year, the taxes collected for the army were several times higher than last year's figures, so he was more than confident that they would not lose if they managed to prepare well. Therefore, as soon as he finished reading this letter, he immediately ordered his people to send official letters to all vassals and announce combat readiness to every warrior. A few days later, Alice received the same letter from the emperor, which made him think that perhaps he had overdone it and done something wrong, thereby causing some countries to want to enter the war. Lecky noticed that the guy was a little upset and therefore decided to ask him what happened and why he had such a burden on his soul. According to Alice, he felt like something bad was happening, and that's why he wanted to urgently meet his sister and discuss it. To put it briefly, the situation that happened between the countries was that the kingdom of Demaniel decided that Alice was making too much money, and so they decided that they needed to work together to stop this guy and prevent an economic crisis in their countries. Their colleagues from the country of Merman, as well as the county of Seiji, agreed with them and were ready to provide their people and help in this. Although this alliance was only in words, because in their minds, each of these participants thought that they did not know each other that well, but this time they were ready to cooperate even with them in order to defeat the one who in the future could lead the Ernisia Empire to incredible successes. Although Alice did not quite understand why they suddenly decided to act like this, because in fact he did nothing wrong, but in turn he also did not intend to sit still, and since they entered into such an alliance, he also activated his forces and began preparing for war. When Kanya found out about this, she was a little surprised that even the Merman Empire had entered into this agreement, because before that they had been allies and had cooperated for quite a long time. In any case, the girl's suggestion was that since they were acting so strangely, it would be a good idea to attack them first, which Alice would probably agree with. But on the other hand, he understood that if they attacked first, they would become the aggressor because there was no evidence of their intentions. And all this is because they do not behave so stupidly as to leave at least some traces and therefore, in his opinion, they are already lucky that they learned their secret. Although in fact, Alice himself expected this, but he thought that it would happen in about 5 years. In any case, Alice understood perfectly well that no matter what the world was like, the authorities in it were always the same, and most creatures did not care that civilians were dying, which is why military affairs were in demand in any era. Sometimes Alice couldn't understand whether it was really so difficult for them not to be hostile and not to fight with each other. His thoughts were interrupted by Kanya, who wanted to know what the guy was thinking about, to which he answered that it was nothing serious, and then told her that all this had not yet been confirmed, and therefore he was interested in asking her what they should do now. She didn't quite understand the question, so she asked him to explain what he meant, to which the guy told her that he thought she would want to go back to the palace and be with her family. But from the look on the girl's face, she was clearly surprised to hear this. At that moment, Alice understood perfectly well that the emperor was very worried about his daughter, and even sent a letter about this. But as for Alice himself, the man was not particularly worried about him, although it was quite normal that the man did not want to send his sweet daughter to the battlefield. But on the other hand, the guy was a little offended. So now Alice was talking to Kanya about how he didn't mean that she should run away. He just thought it would be better for her to stay in the palace until the threat was over. And in an emergency, her status as a princess took precedence over her status as a knight. But no matter how much Alice tried to convince her, Kanya still answered him that she was against it in any case, which is why Alice did not know what to do next, because he did not even think that the girl would refuse him so quickly. But he continued to persuade her not to give up, using the thought that this was far from being some kind of joke. And if the situation really got worse, then they would definitely have to fight tooth and nail. So he wanted to ask her again if she was sure of her choice. She didn't think long about the answer to this question, and after a few seconds, she assured the guy that she was fine. And besides, she swore to protect him, and now she was not going to stand aside just because she was a princess. Although Alice guessed that his sister was so reckless and ready to do everything for him, it was still a little surprising and strange for him. He realized that he would not be able to convince her otherwise, and therefore told her that he could not believe that his little princess had finally grown up and become a real empress. So Alice sent a reply letter to the emperor, in which he wrote that he could not convince his sister that her choice was wrong and that she would stay with him. Meanwhile, rumors about the beginning of a new war spread among ordinary soldiers. So Sienna and Asya gathered together with Lecky in one of the bars to discuss this news, and the first thing Asya wanted to know from Sienna was if she had experience in a real war. She admitted that in fact she had such an experience in her past life. Moreover, according to her, she had been to war twice. Then she had wandered along dangerous front lines, but in any case she believed that those wars were simply local conflicts, unlike the one that awaited them ahead. After this short story, Sienna suddenly decided to ask Asya how long she had been in her homeland. After all, according to Sienna, she heard that Asya's younger brother entered the academy this year, so she wanted to check with the blonde if she would like to see him while it was still possible. Asya thought about her answer for a bit, and still said that she wasn't sure that now was the time for this. And she also believed that her younger brother would understand her and forgive her. Besides, Asya thought that Sienna herself wasn't going on vacation, which made her smile. Because she had a different reason, she simply had nowhere to go, so she stayed in Fahelia. So they decided to have a drink while they still had the chance and not think about the bad things for now. At this point, Alice was doing some serious calculations, although he told his sister that nothing was clear yet. But according to his calculations, war would be declared on them within this year. So in any case, they needed to start preparing. He thought about how their opponent actually had a small chance of winning, about 30% that they would be able to achieve what they wanted, and as a military expert in past lives, he guessed that they had about 600,000 soldiers at their disposal. Given that they are defending themselves, they will also have approximately the same number of soldiers. But even in this case, it is difficult to talk about an easy victory. Moreover, with every second of this thought, Alice realized that most likely in the worst case, he would have to use his dirty tricks to get by with as few victims as possible. In any case, he came to the conclusion that his main priority now was to live for his own pleasure and not think about how he should fight in this war. He only had to come up with a small plan in which the little Lord of Fahelia could survive in this war, and he decided to start by strengthening his troops. He wanted to make sure that his opponents did not even reach his lands, and all that needed to be done was to make sure that not a single rat would slip past. So he went to Aiken straight to his new workshop to ask the man if he was busy, but as soon as the guy entered, a huge hammer immediately flew at him, which meant only one thing. Aiken was definitely not in the mood. Alice deliberately ignored the dwarf's actions, after which he decided to congratulate Aker on moving to Fakilia and also to find out if everything was okay with him, to which Aken gave a short answer, saying that everything was fine with them, because they had the latest equipment and indecently luxurious amenities. The only thing that didn't suit the old man was that there were absolutely no normal blacksmiths in this city. All the locals who came to work for him were complete trash, which surprised him a little, and he decided to ask the man the main reason why he thought so. As it turned out, everything was quite simple because of these blacksmiths. Aiken has not slept for about 2 days because he has to do all the work instead of them. Alice smiled and said that everything was very simple because ordinary people could not work as much as gnomes, which Aken could not argue with, after which he decided to ask the guy why he came to him. According to the guy, he came here to make a small order. He told the dwarf that he needed some weapons, and if possible, he wanted the dwarves to start producing them immediately, to which Aken gave him an answer, saying that if it was a simple weapon, then it could be done. As soon as Alice told him the whole idea that was in his head and what the dwarf would have to do, the man became even more angry and was ready to destroy and tear the guy into small pieces. Alice immediately decided that he needed to run away from this workshop immediately, otherwise nothing good would come of it. Aken's reaction was actually normal, because the guy asked him to make weapons and armor for 20,000 soldiers, despite the fact that he doesn't have a normal team. Alice expected such a reaction from the dwarf, so he was able to run away in time, while he understood that at this rate, Aken would wring his neck if Alice did not change his behavior. Despite this, Alice was more than confident that Aken would do everything, so Alice began to carry out the next step of his brilliant plan, and for this he arrived at the place where he usually bought slaves. As usual, they were very glad to see him there, to which Alice replied with a smile that he himself had not thought that he would have to return there again. In any case, according to the guy, they urgently need to get to work because this time his order will be the largest and most extensive. But his old friend assured him that there was no need to worry about this, because he had long known who he was dealing with and how to fulfill the prince's requests. After which the guy announced his order, saying that this time he needed about 50,000 people, which was 10 times more than he ordered last time. The slave trader was definitely not prepared for what turn of events, although he understood that the prince could ask for such a number of people. Hearing this figure, the merchant was still in shock for some time, but then he came to his senses and told Alice that the fact is that the number of requests for slaves from nobles has increased because they all hope to use slaves as soldiers, and about 2 or even 3,000 people have already been sold. After which he looked at the guy and decided to ask him a rather uncomfortable question, in which he wanted to know, or was he also going to use all these people as soldiers? Alice did not think long about the answer and immediately said that not all of these people would be soldiers. According to him, this is just an approximate number of people that he needs in order to get a small army, as well as a certain number of local residents who will work for the economy of his small empire. Alice listened attentively to this man, and at the same time thought that something had apparently changed, because all this time and all their cooperation consisted only in the fact that this man was only interested in money, and now he had changed a little. But the guy still assumed that the matter here was only that the man was looking for a way to ask for even more money. Therefore, he decided to immediately tell the man that he does not like empty talk, and if he cannot fulfill his order, then he will turn to another slave trader for help. Because of these words, the man had to immediately say that he will try to do everything possible to fulfill Alice's order. According to the man, the order would be ready in about 5 days, which made the guy happy, and he assured the man that in 5 days he would return and pick up his order himself, which could not help but surprise the man, because he usually delivers his order directly to his home, and it seemed to him that this would be the case this time, but Alice assured him that he would pick them up himself. After leaving the establishment, Alice thought about how much more work he had recently. It seemed to him that he was doing too much, and now that he had ordered so many people, he needed to speed up even more in order to prepare everything within 5 days. The next day, Kanya decided to come to Alice and accompany him because she was worried that something might happen to her, but the guy assured her that he would be fine and that he wanted to walk alone for another 5 days. Although in his mind he was thinking that the most important thing at that moment was that his sister did not suspect anything, and for that he decided that he needed to keep her busy with something so that she would not cause him unnecessary trouble. He understood perfectly well that his sister was a princess, but because of the rumors of war, she did not go anywhere. She spent most of her life in the palace, so he decided to invite her to walk around the capital, because he was sure that she was very interested in the world around her, and she probably had a desire to look at it. In the end, she still had some doubts about this proposal, but Alice convinced her that they had to do it, and as a result, he successfully persuaded the girl to go for a walk. As soon as they entered the city, Kanya immediately told Alice that in her fantasies, she had imagined this city to be much bigger, to which Alice responded with a smile, saying that this was just the countryside, and the most interesting thing was yet to come. Walking around the city, the girl at some point noticed that there was even a separate exhibition where the inventions of her brother, whom the locals call the Silver Sage, were sold. Alice could not believe his eyes that they were calling him a sage again, and that in this small town there was a shop with his creations, so he suggested to his sister to look at something else, just so as not to have anything to do with these deceivers. Kanya's next choice was a shop that sold swords, although Alice didn't quite understand this, because as far as he knew, the girl had a fair number of different swords. They were met at the entrance by a very pleasant salesman, who was smiling all the time, and as soon as he heard from the guys that they needed a sword, he immediately began to assure them that they had come to the right place, where they would be able to choose the highest quality material for them. Also, according to him, this store collected goods from famous gnomes, or rather, these were their works, which they had forged over the past few years. At that moment, Alice took a closer look at these swords, and at some point told the seller that he was telling a lie and that he was trying to sell the sword at a discount. But the guy was more than sure that these were fake goods, although the seller continued to say that this was impossible. Alice didn't argue with him and simply asked his sister to pour mana into one of these balls, and then, according to him, everything would become more than clear. Kanya did what her brother asked her to do without any problems, and as soon as she injected a small portion of mana into one of the swords, it immediately split into two halves, and immediately after that, Alice added that the fake balls break if you use aura. The seller realized that these guys were not simple, and it would not be possible to deceive them. So he decided to start talking about the fact that some kind of mistake had occurred. Although Alice believed that since he was so sure that these balls were made by gnomes, they could easily ask them themselves since they were just nearby. The seller did not have time to answer Alice, as the prince came even closer to him and began to say that if he was wrong, then he would easily suffer damage for his words. But apparently this will not happen, because the seller of this store after a few seconds began to shout that he was not guilty of anything and asked them for forgiveness. Alice didn't think long and took a certain sword in his hands, after which he added that if the guy gave it to him for free, the prince would be able to forgive him and would not tell anyone anything. The seller understood that this was an incredibly expensive sword, and if he gave it away for free, he would have big problems. But looking at the prince's face and the fact that the guy now knew everything about him, the seller simply had no other choice. So he agreed with the prince and assured him that he could take this sword for himself. A few minutes later, Alice and his sister came out of the store, and Alice had a small dagger in his hands, which Kanya thought was not worth the risk, although according to the guy, it was a real dagger, and although it was small in size, it was a real original, which was incredibly difficult to find. Moreover, he took this dagger not for himself, but for his sister, to whom he extended it in his hand and said that she could take it for herself without any problems and use it as a second weapon. Kanya was incredibly pleased to receive another gift from her brother, which made her feel like he was the only one who cared about her that much. For Alice, these were also positive emotions, because looking at her, he thought that the girl would be so happy, as if she had received the most luxurious dress in the world as a gift, although in fact it was just a small blade. A few days later, a huge number of people arrived at the gates of Alice's castle, which he ordered from the slave owner. Kanya was with the prince, and as soon as she saw these people, the first thing she thought about was that there seemed to be too many of them, although Alice didn't think so. And in his opinion, 20,000 people were not such a large number of people. Moreover, he asked Kanya to just imagine that she could soon become a person who would lead an army of 20,000 soldiers, and upon hearing this, the girl immediately thought that it sounded very, very attractive. Alice's guards and his personal magician Leki immediately ran out of the castle to meet their prince, whom they had not seen for several days. But as soon as they went outside the castle, They also saw a whole army of people, and from the expressions on their faces, it was immediately clear that they definitely did not expect such a turn of events. Alice was the first to bring with him a huge number of new residents, and if his words were to be believed, there were approximately 50,000 of them. Asya immediately grabbed her head and realized that she had made a huge mistake when she decided that Alice could be let go alone. Lecky in turn supported her, and in her opinion, the first thing they should decide is how they will feed such a huge number of people. Asya approached the prince and began to say that she of course understood everything, but in her opinion, it would be better to simply hire professional warriors and not waste time training these people. Although according to Alice, they were preparing not just for battle, but for war, and this would take a long time, so mercenaries were not suitable. Besides, according to him, they can simply trust him, and as an argument he cited the fact that he had never been wrong, so this time too, they can believe him. This was an argument to which the girls could not answer, and so they were forced to say that they had no more objections, which could not but please Alice. After which he asked them to pay attention to the people standing behind him, because it was they who would have to train these people so that in the future, they would become a small army of excellent warriors. Alice's plan was to select the required number of useful guys and create a squad that would be trained by Asya and Sienna, while he himself would prepare a basic training manual. All of this, Alice did only because he had thoughts in his head that if the leaders of the three countries' alliance decided to play with him, then he simply had to personally make them sit on their knees in a row in front of him. The next day, Alice and her magician Lecky went on a short trip to the mountains, but after some time, Alex was very unhappy that it was very difficult for him to climb, and in general he did not understand why all the magicians live in the mountains. On the way, Lecky explained to him that the thing was that most of these magicians were simply very old-fashioned people, and as for the young ones, they preferred to live in big cities. A few hours later, they successfully arrived at their old friend's place, who was reading a book at that moment and did not expect such guests at all, but still decided to ask the guy what brought him this time. According to Alice, he arrived to ask for a new request to be fulfilled, but he immediately warned the man that this request would not be easy. And as soon as the man decided to ask the guy what he needed this time, Alice began to tell him with a smile that he needed a stone that could store mana in itself, and if possible, he would like to get an artifact of at least Class A. The man was a little upset when he heard such a request, and as far as he knows, such stones are registered with the magic tower and it is not so easy to get them. Alice knew this very well, and according to him, this is precisely why he came here, because it seemed obvious to him that the magic tower would definitely not sell them to him. But the man was interested in another question, which was whether Alice was going to use these stones for war. Hearing this question, Alice thought about the fact that magicians are actually no different from mere mortals when it comes to war. But on the other hand, he understood that magical artifacts are a completely different matter. Therefore, Alice asked the man to understand him correctly, and then added that he would use these stones only to protect his territory, and this answer more than satisfied the man, after which he decided to find out why the guy decided to ask him. Alice began to smile even more and tell the man that he was more than sure that the man knew the answer to this question without him. And he also immediately decided to remind him that the prince never remains in debt if someone helps him. At the same time, Alice had thoughts about how, although the man pretends to be an honest person, inside he is still the same miser, although it is pleasant to deal with him because he is an intelligent person and quickly makes the right conclusions, just like it was this time when the man agreed to this deal, but asked the guy to wait for a while. After this meeting, Alice was in a great mood, and the main reason was that he was able to solve another problem. Besides, it seemed to him that he had been working too much lately, and therefore he deserved a little rest. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Lecky, who unexpectedly fell to her knees in the middle of the road, which could not help but frighten the prince. Then he decided to ask the girl what had happened to her and why she had suddenly fallen to the ground. She began to speak in a trembling voice about how the prince had paid too much for these stones, although Alice immediately assured her that this was not a problem for him because he earned enough to cover such expenses. After which he came closer to her to tell her how much money he had in total, and as soon as Lecky heard this figure, she could barely stand on her feet, although he did not even take into account the stolen treasure of the Empress. Sometime later in Fahilia, Alice created a new project, which he ordered to be completed as soon as possible, and also added to his workers that they needed to prepare everything before the war began, and that this was also confidential information that they were required to keep secret. From the expressions on the mages' faces, They realized that this was not an easy job which they had done before, but this time it was really serious, and if they messed up, then they would be in big trouble. Alice knew they would likely be working on this task around the clock, but he was willing to pay them whatever it took to get the project done. Alice himself decided to take Asya and go for a walk in the capital, because it seemed to him that working so much was dangerous for him. Asya didn't quite understand why the guys suddenly decided to go to the capital when they were actively preparing for war. Although according to Alice, this was a completely normal decision, because he believed that rest was a very important component. So he grabbed her hand and told her that they needed to stop chatting and go for a walk and see the beauty of the capital. The first thing Alice decided to do was to bring the girl to the Imperial Academy, where, as far as he knows, Asya's younger brother studies, and therefore Alice decided that the girl should see him. As was known throughout the Empire, this was an academy where only the children of nobles studied, and the reputation of this academy was so high that not every aristocrat could afford to send his child to study there. Asya was not entirely happy that they had arrived at this place, although it was a little strange for Alice because it seemed to him that she really wanted to see her brother, and that was why he had come here especially. Besides, he had already prepared a pass for them to enter this academy a long time ago, so all they had to do was go inside and meet Asya's brother. They both understood that only children of noble families studied at this academy, and Alice still did not know how Asya's brother managed to get into this academy. So on the other hand, he himself wanted to come to this academy to get an answer to this question. As it turned out later, entering the academy itself was much easier than finding the girl's brother, because she did not know the exact location. A few minutes later, they found a boy in one of the corridors who looked very much like Asya, and the prince immediately realized that this was the one they needed. Asya confirmed this information and told the prince that her brother's name was Iris. But the only thing that bothered her at that moment was that the guy was not standing alone, but 3 girls approached him with obvious hostility, one of whom actively talked to Iris about, or did he think about her proposal? Iris was clearly uncomfortable communicating with these students, but he still answered them that he thought about their offer and decided that he would refuse because it was all very difficult for him. Alice and Asya understood perfectly well that these were ordinary bullies, who are present in absolutely every academy, and therefore Alice offered to help the boys, but Asya asked him not to do anything for at least a few minutes. She turned out to be right, because a few seconds later the girls turned around and left, leaving Iris alone with his thoughts. And after a few seconds, his sister came up to him, who surprised him very much with her presence, because of which he could not even believe it for some time. But Asya immediately began to tell him that now this is not the most important thing, and she would like to find out from the guy who these girls were and what they wanted from him. The boy started to say that his sister had misunderstood, and that in fact they were good guys. But Asya immediately interrupted him, and raising her voice asked him to tell her only the truth. Iris, in turn, was not going to answer this question, and so he also had to raise his voice and tell his sister that she would not get an answer to this question. It was the first time Alice had seen Asya so confused, so he immediately decided that he needed to intervene in their dialogue so that things wouldn't get any worse. He asked Asya to wait for him aside, after which he approached Iris to tell the guy that he was his sister's boss, namely the third prince. Well, when he did this, he decided to ask the guy what was going on and whether he was really being bullied even at this academy, because looking at the girl the boy was standing with, he and Asya thought that this was exactly the case, although Iris assured them that they were wrong. Alice promised that he would keep everything the boy told him a secret. So Iris told him anyway and began to talk about the fact that this girl's name was Heir, and she was the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Karat. Alice had obviously heard this name before, and after digging around in his head, he remembered that on his birthday he had met this Marquis, and through a little acquaintance he had come to the conclusion that this Marquis was a pretty good person. But as it turned out, this lady is far from bullying the guy, but on the contrary, she has already offered to date him several times, which is why Iris has been very worried for the last few days. But Asya's brother could not accept this offer because he did not want to, because they were only 11 years old. He also told how he rejected the girl, but she continued her courtship anyway, after which the other ladies in the class began to treat him as if he were their pet. In other words, he was saying that they weren't really making fun of him. It just seemed to him that they were going too far, and he clearly wanted to end it. Alice, listening to this story, thought that the guy simply did not understand how popular he was and how good it was. But on the other hand, he himself could not think that even relationships between children could be so stressful. Iris became even more upset at this moment, because he did not understand how he should act in this situation and what to do. Alice thought about this question, and at some point pointed his finger at the lady and told Iris that it would be best to just ask her. Besides, she had been standing behind him for quite some time. Heir intervened in their conversation and started saying that she came back because she needed to tell Iris something. But that could wait. And first she wanted to know who these people were standing next to him. Alice, in turn, did not lose his head and assured the lady that they were not some suspicious individuals. And besides, standing in front of her at the moment was her future relative because she was Iris's sister. Hearing about this, Heir decided to show off her excellent upbringing and told that she was the youngest daughter of the Karat family. And she also admitted that she wanted to date Asia's younger brother. Asia, of course, didn't know anything about this because Alice hadn't warned her as he had promised Iris. So from her expression, one could say with certainty that she definitely didn't expect to hear something like this. But this amused Alice even more. Asia didn't even imagine what to do in such a situation, so she decided to ask Alice about it, who decided to tell the girl that since there was no feud between their families, she could entrust this situation to the discretion of these two. But Asia thought that this was not the best idea, because according to the guy, she was forcing him to do this. But then Alice also noticed the fact that Iris never said that he didn't like it, and in the prince's opinion, it looked more like the boy was simply confused and didn't know what to do next. After which he also added that if Asia wanted to know, the Karat family had an exceptional ability to make a profit through the right investments, and if they became friends with this girl, it would only benefit their family. But Asia believed that this reason was not entirely suitable for both her and his brother, because if they only counted on this, then nothing good would come of it in the future. Alice laughed and began to assure her that this was a secondary matter. Of course, he understood that the first thing was for the children to like each other, so he decided to ask the girl why she didn't leave everything as it was, and just watch how things developed. But the girl still did not understand why Iris refused to meet with her if she was not disgusting to him, to which Alice could not give an answer, because he himself was asking himself this question, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some guy who unexpectedly approached them. Looking at this student, one could assume that he was a high school student who was clearly unhappy with the fact that Iris was talking to Heir again, and in his opinion, flirting with her. Iris didn't have time to answer anything, as this guy who was from the Lucen family started yelling at Iris and telling him that he had no right to seduce Lady Heir, and if he continued, Lucen would have no choice but to punish the guy for it. Suddenly his cry was interrupted by Lady Heir herself, who wanted to know in response why he was accusing Iris at all when she herself was offering to date him. Lucen started to talk about how he actually doesn't care at all because he was against it from the start, especially when she refuses to communicate with him and chooses Iris. Meanwhile, Alice and Asia were watching this whole scene and did not understand what was happening at all. They already had doubts about the fact that this was an academy for getting an education. Suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by Lucen, who once again turned to the girl and began to prove to her that Iris's family was in decline, and his eldest daughter even went to work in the village. So he believed that someone like her should not communicate with him. Having heard these words, Alice clearly noticed that this guy had crossed all boundaries. But Iris did not lose his head and immediately intervened in the dialogue. He began to say that he did not know why Lucen was talking about this at all, but he sincerely asked to stop insulting his sister and Lady Heir. But apparently Lucen wasn't even going to stop and continued to shout even more, especially after Iris decided to tell him that this guy was clearly going too far. Suddenly his screams were interrupted by Alice, who decided to approach this impudent fellow and take him by the hand, and then add that if he constantly pokes his nose into other people's business, sooner or later he will be torn off, and then he will have big problems. Lucen started screaming, which caused another person to come up to them, wanting to know what was going on and why they were making all this noise. As it turned out later, it was Lucen's brother, who apparently also studied at this academy. Although Alice, looking at this guy, thought that he looked more like a teacher than a student. His thoughts were interrupted by that same brother of Lucen, who politely enough wanted to ask Alice who he was and what business he had come here for. Alice treated this question with a smile, and before answering, he noted that he had already been waiting for this question, and since he was asked, he introduced himself as the third prince of the kingdom of Ernesia, and also the owner of the very village where Iris's sister goes to earn money. Lucen's older brother was much smarter than his younger brother, so as soon as Alice introduced himself, he knew that they would get into trouble if he didn't fix things right away. so he decided to ask them to move to another place so that they could talk in a calm environment. They entered one of the academy's auditoriums, where the elder brother Lucen immediately began to apologize for his younger brother's behavior, and also assured the third prince that the Lucerne family would later make an official apology to them. And this guy's name was Cadell. Alice didn't think long about his answer and immediately noted that he needed to apologize not to him, but to Iris, who was listening to all the insults directed at him. Cadell, in turn, noted that he does not participate in such disputes. Moreover, as far as he knows, it was Iris who started this conflict. And since this was so, it seemed to him that the Purnell family should be the first to apologize, which could not help but anger Asya, so she began to loudly prove that Iris had done nothing wrong. At that moment, Alice thought about how he was curious to know where this childhood love triangle came from. But now he seemed to understand what the reason was. The Royal Academy is an educational institution, but in essence it is more than a school, because in this place young nobles do not just study but build connections and find new friends, or in the case of Iris, enemies. Alice was especially convinced of his thoughts when Cadell began to talk about the fact that the Carré and Lucen families had had a close relationship for a long time, so he believed that the Purnell family should not interfere with this. These words made Alice even more angry, so he stood up from his seat, because he couldn't believe that the academy teacher was behaving like this. Because in other words, they were considering the guy's family as nothing more than obstacles in their way. Therefore, he confidently assured Cadell that he was talking some kind of nonsense, because he did not understand at all what relation a surname had to children's relationships. Cadell did not lose his head and answered Alice in an absolutely calm voice, saying that the difference in ranks cannot be ignored even in childhood, and that it is the direct responsibility of a nobleman to make the appropriate connections. Then Alice decided to tell Cadell that Asya is his personal knight, and if they return to the rules of the kingdom, then she will be much higher in rank than Cadell himself, and therefore Alice was interested to know what he will do in this case. Cadell realized that he had no more arguments left, and so he immediately began to stand up and say that he would warn his younger brother that he should refrain from his statements. But he also asked Lady Asya to talk to her younger brother so that the Purnell family would refrain from actions that could cause misunderstandings in the future. But Alice wasn't going to let him go just like that, so he asked him to stay a little longer, and then asked him if he was still going to do it his way, and if he was planning to do it, then Alice asked him to sit back down, because their conversation would continue further. After which he summed up, saying that Heir was interested in Iris, and Cadell's brother was preventing this, so Alice suggested that he solve this in the traditional way. He spoke about the easiest way, which has been used since ancient times in solving such love problems. Cadell guessed what he wanted to propose, but still, with a frightened face, he asked the prince again if he really wanted to arrange a duel between children. Alice did not deny it and agreed with it because he believed that it was necessary to simply arrange a duel and make a decision after its outcome. And in this duel, the eldest daughter Asya would participate against the eldest son of the Lucen family. Cadell started shouting that this was complete nonsense and that he was definitely not going to take part in it. But Alice asked him to calm down because he was not finished yet and he had something to say. After which the prince added that if the Lucen family won this duel, he would not only retreat, but would also actively help them in the difficult situation with the lack of food due to crop failure. And then Cadell's face clearly changed. Now he was more than interested in this proposal. But Alice didn't finish there, because he also wanted to add that both Asya and Iris had to win on Purnell's side. Only in that case, the victory would count towards the Purnell family. And if at least one of the Lucen family wins, then the overall victory is transferred to them. Cadell immediately thought about it, and the thought appeared in his head that this was somewhat spontaneous. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that if they won, it would be doubly useful for the family, especially in such a difficult time as they were now. Besides, he also understood that his younger brother was 2 years older than Iris and had a larger build. So in a duel, he was more than confident that his brother would win. As for his duel with Lady Asya, since he was previously an officer of the 13th Order, he was confident that he could easily defeat a simple escort knight. Because of these thoughts, he decided to agree to this proposal and told Alice that since His Highness personally proposed something like this, he had no right to refuse. Alice was very glad that Cadell agreed to this proposal, after which he noted that he was ready to swear on the honor of the Ernesia family that he would keep his word, and he expected the same attitude from the Lucen family. As soon as Cadell left the office, Asya immediately began to shout about how she usually trusted Prince Alice in such cases. But now she believed that it was about something completely different, although Alice believed that all she usually did was grumble and ask not to do what he wanted. After which Alice admitted that he had gone a little overboard. But on the other hand, he was surprised that Asya did not object at all to everything that Cadell had just told them. In Asya's opinion, she is just the prince's bodyguard, and therefore she has no right to allow herself anything, especially she cannot allow herself to be guided by her personal feelings. This is the biggest mistake she can make at work. Alice didn't argue with her about her being just a bodyguard knight, but on the other hand, in his opinion, he also can't allow her to ignore such insults. So he decided that he wasn't going to remain silent when he or his men were insulted, so he gave her permission to stand up for her brother. Because he was more than sure that Asya herself would not be against destroying this scoundrel who allows himself too much. But as soon as they told Iris about this plan, the boy immediately began to cry and scream that he could not defeat Lucen in a fair fight because he was too weak, and his opponent was stronger by 2 whole years. Alice didn't understand why Iris was so worried, because it seemed to him that there was nothing complicated in children's fights. The most important thing was to hit first, and in that case, he was sure that the boy would be able to win. Besides, from what he saw, this Lucen was constantly insulting Iris and not letting him live in peace. So Alice thought it was time for the guy to answer him and put him in his place. Iris couldn't help but agree with him, because even considering the fact that he didn't want to fight, he still couldn't help but say that it irritated him and sometimes really pissed him off. Also, according to the boy, he sometimes remembers his sister, who tries for the sake of their family's reputation, and therefore he cannot allow himself to act recklessly and enter into conflict with such people. But so far he has not been able to come up with anything better than holding back and building up his strength. Alice listened carefully to the boy and assured him that in fact he had also chosen the right path. But in that case, it was unknown when he would be able to change this situation. In this case, he can do it tomorrow and in a few years when it will be too late. So Alice asked him to understand that in this life, you need to be able to solve problems on the spot. If he constantly holds back and waits for a good chance, then soon he will become moldy and will become useless to anyone. So he put his hands on the boy's shoulders and asked him to realize the fact that this was his chance. And right now he needed to be shown what would happen if someone hurt his family again. Especially when Alice didn't tell him to just fight, because it usually ends badly. This time he had a great plan that could help the boy. Of course, Alice didn't tell him the essence of this idea right away. All he told Iris was that the boy should not forget that he was currently supported by the third prince. Fights are cool only in words, but in reality you won't find anything more barbaric. It's a public display of violence that occurs by mutual consent of both parties. And of course, it attracts a lot of attention. So usually, a lot of spectators gather at such events. But Alice never said that he didn't like it. So he was in the front row and ready to watch the kids fight. Heir also came to watch this duel, although she was quite angry, because no one told her anything about this duel, and in her opinion, it could have been avoided. But Alice interrupted her monologue and said that they were very sorry that they did not warn her. But in any case, it would not change anything, and therefore he suggested that she just sit down and enjoy this duel. But the girl couldn't just calm down and watch this, because she knew that Iris was a poor swordsman, and therefore it seemed to her that he would definitely lose in this fight. But Alice again began to calm her down and tell her that she didn't know everything. Heir didn't understand what he was talking about or what it meant, but she was sure that abilities that Iris didn't have were important in duels, to which Alice replied with a smile that in fact the most important thing in a duel is not abilities, but the level of cunning that a warrior possesses. In general, he understood that it all sounded quite complicated, so he asked Heir to calm down again and assured her that she would soon understand everything herself. All she needed to do was just wait a little, and while the fight had not yet begun, Alice decided to ask the girl why she liked Iris at all. She didn't know how to answer this question correctly, so she became embarrassed and still said that in her opinion, Iris was quite cute. And later she added that when she hugs him, he makes a face as if he's about to pay, so she wants to pinch him even more and watch his reaction. Alice did not expect such passion from the girl. It seemed to him that at that age it was a bit too much, especially when she said that she was ready to eat him, because this was completely abnormal. Their conversation was interrupted by the priest, who, before the duel began, decided to tell the duelists that from that moment, with the permission of the third prince, he was ready to declare the duel open. And from that moment, they began to prepare. The younger brother of the Lucen family, immediately after the announcement of the start of the battle, jumped up and ran to the attack, shouting along the way that he was preparing to do everything to destroy Iris once and for all. Heir immediately noticed after that the younger brother Lucen was acting like some kind of beast, and he didn't look like a nobleman at all. But Alice had anticipated such behavior, so he began to put his plan into action, telling Iris that he should take half a step back. Sometime before this, Alice gave a special device to the guy, with the help of which he can hear Alice, and thus, the guy could control Ares's movements, and as it turned out after a few seconds, this was a fairly successful solution. Iris dodged his opponent's blows quite easily, but he himself couldn't believe that he was able to do it. And at what point, following Prince Alice's instructions, he was able to launch a counterattack that his younger brother Lucen was unable to block. In this way, he clearly reduced his chances of winning. All the spectators who watched this fight were surprised by how professionally Iris moves, although it looked funny at some points, but they were still surprised by how Iris fights. Alice, in turn, was very pleased with himself because the idea of creating a small port for communication was an excellent solution to this situation, because he knew perfectly well that children move only as they are taught from the very beginning, especially their further action was obvious. In other words, predicting what the enemy will do was as easy as pie for Alice. Lucen was even more angry that he missed the blow, so as soon as he had a chance, he raised his sword and started shouting about how he couldn't be defeated by some brat from an unknown clan, and he was going to prove it. But Alice asked Iris to calm down and not to panic, after which he asked the guy to lower his sword a little lower and lower his head along with it, striking them with the same blow. And after a few seconds, the sword was in the right place, thereby stopping his opponent's blow and delivering an excellent counterattack, after which their fight is unlikely to continue. And so it happened. Judging by Lucen's appearance, the fight is over and Iris is the winner. Cadell was a little surprised that his brother lost his duel, because he was more than confident that he could handle it. But considering how happy Alice was, he understood perfectly well that the prince apparently had a hand in this, and this fight was not entirely fair. But in any case, he felt that there was no point in him paying attention to it, because he was confident one way or another that he could win his duel and put an end to this dispute. Iris in turn approached Prince Alice to thank him, but before he could do so, Heir immediately flew up to him, wanting to quickly hug him and tell him that she was very glad that the guy was able to win this duel and that she believed in him very much and did not doubt his victory. Although listening to all this, Alice understood that she was lying and did not blush. Although Iris was glad that he won his duel, he was a little worried about his sister, because he heard that Lord Cadell was the former head of the Order of the 13 Knights. Although given Alice's reaction, Asya would be fine, and she would definitely cope with it. Before the duel began, Cadell decided to tell Asa that he was not going to give in to her, and therefore this fight would end very quickly, so that she would not be too upset later. And as soon as they were given the right to start, he immediately went into battle, thinking along the way that he never underestimates his opponent, even if he suddenly loses, then at least give it his all. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a blow on his body, causing him to fly back several meters. Asya was able to deal him a great blow, which essentially ended this duel, after which she decided to say that she also decided to fight at full strength. But now it seems to her that it was unnecessary, and it was not worth attacking him so strongly. After leaving the academy, Asya first decided to ask her prince, next time they warn her about what he is going to do. Alice didn't quite understand why she had such a reaction, because thanks to him, her brother was now respected throughout the academy, and he was so motivated that he even began to talk about how he would soon become a worthy person like his sister. He also didn't forget to add that thanks to today's fight, Iris would definitely not be bullied anymore, because it seemed to him that Lucen would no longer want to do something like that, because if they suddenly did that, then the third prince would personally deal with them, and as for Asya, he advised her to relax a little. At that moment, Asya looked at him with a smile and realized that she couldn't argue with that. So in response, she simply thanked him for everything he did for her, because in fact it was quite important to her. When a person encounters something bad, he always tries to deny the situation, and therefore, according to official information, the lords of the three countries immediately began to recruit and train soldiers to prepare for war. But unfortunately, their actions are too cautious to be called full-fledged preparation. After all, each of them had thought more than once about what would happen if they continued to prepare for war, But in the end, this war would not happen, because then all the accumulated supplies and weapons would end up in a warehouse, and this would become an even bigger problem for them. In other words, for them it was another headache that they wanted to solve as soon as possible. Perhaps that was why there were so many people pointing the finger at the Lord who decided to prepare in advance. But Alice knew very well that whether there would be a war or not, in any case, they needed to continue to prepare for the worst and do everything possible to ultimately emerge victorious. Meanwhile, in the capital of the empire, Merman, the emperor came out to his people, declaring that today he was going to make a statement to all the peoples of the continents. He began to talk about how they had recently made an enemy who was stealing the finances of their empire, and according to the emperor, this man was not only making undeserved profits, but he was also producing all sorts of weird products that were further harming their empire. This man was from the Ernesian Empire, so Emperor Merman raised his sword and spoke about how they must, for the sake of the peace of their continent, stand up against this villain, draw their swords so that their children could live in peace and safety. The ruler of the kingdom of Domanial, the Grand Duke of the Principality of Seiji, stood behind the emperor and were ready to sign under every word of the man. Eventually, the emperor went so far as to announce that their empire, along with their allies, the kingdom of Domanial and the Principality of Seiji, was going to judge the empire of Ernesia and do everything possible to ensure that they no longer interfere with their peaceful life. After which they sent a letter to the great ruler of the empire of Ernesia, in which they wrote that if he wanted to stop the shedding of innocent blood, then he needed to do the following as soon as possible. Namely, firstly, he had to stop making paper and close all production. Secondly, he had to share the secret recipes of unique products. And thirdly, the profits received from the product had to be distributed among all countries, which could not help but anger the emperor. But this was only the beginning, because then he calculated to the point that Emperor Ernesia should send his third son, Prince Alice, abroad so that he could study and thereby reveal all his secrets and talents to them. This became the last straw for the emperor, so he got angry and decided that they were simply mocking Ernesia and should definitely answer for this. Without thinking twice, he immediately decided that if they wanted to fight, then so be it, after which he turned to his assistants and ordered them to immediately gather troops and move to the border. He believed that this was not just their land, it was the land that their ancestors had defended, so they had to do everything they could to prevent these barbarians from taking it away from them, and to do that they were going to fight back. At the main palace of Ernesia, the first prince arrived and was told that an army of about 70,000 warriors was coming towards them in the vanguard, and if you count those approaching from the northeastern border, there will be about 100,000 of them. The guy understood perfectly well that 100,000 was far from the end, and the main troops would surely follow them, which would have to close them down. And as the heir to the empire, he decided that he had to stop them at any cost. The first thing he decided to do was to address his people to tell them that if they united and worked together, they would have nothing to fear and victory would be in their pocket. Meanwhile, before the real battle began, the warriors of Fahelia were waiting for the order for Alice to allow them to mobilize and prepare for the first battle. But the guy was in no hurry to give this order, because he was busy beyond measure, and his occupation consisted of calling Lecky to his room and deciding to arrange time for her to reveal her talent in cooking. They, together with the girl, actively ate rabbit meat and enjoyed this moment, while talking about how many people have forgotten too much about how they lived before, and now they don't even particularly value such a product. Although they were quite full, Alice decided that since he had already started cooking, perhaps it would be a good idea to cook something else amazing while he was in the mood for it. Looking at the ingredients, Lecky almost immediately guessed that the prince decided to make something sweet because he had wheat flour and dried fruits on the table, but Alice was not going to reveal all the secrets to her and asked her to just wait a little. In any case, Lecky couldn't help but notice the fact that the Lord was such a good cook, although usually people like him don't even appear in the kitchen, to which Alice answered her with a smile that he didn't tell anyone. But he had a period when he thought that if he couldn't become a good prince, he would run away and become a cook. After a few minutes, he was able to bake 2 small pies, which, according to him, should turn out simply masterpieces. Lecky couldn't wait to try it, so she grabbed the hot pie from the plate and started eating it. It really was incredibly delicious, but the only downside the girl found was that if you eat too many of these pies, you can most likely gain weight too quickly. But Alice assured her that this was not entirely true, because he had come up with this recipe when he was composing a menu for soldiers on the battlefield, because he believed that their food was usually tasteless, and if something went wrong and he had to eat it, he decided to redesign the menu so that in such cases, he could eat normally. Since the conversation turned to the army, Lecky decided to ask Alice if he had forgotten that the war had already begun a long time ago, and perhaps it would be a good idea for him to give the order for mobilization. Alice smiled back at her and told her that she didn't have to worry about it because he wasn't giving that order, because he just wanted to complete the preparations as much as possible and do everything he could to make sure his army was ready for that fight. Meanwhile, in the capital of Ernesia, there was fighting going on, and judging by the emotions of the first prince, one could say with certainty that things were not going well for them, because he kept repeating that they urgently needed to start a counterattack. Otherwise, for them, all this would end very quickly. In this regard, he was indeed right, because their enemy was actively climbing the wall, and in such a situation they had no other choice but to defend themselves. As it turned out later, this was only the beginning, because a few minutes later, one of the reconnaissance detachment ran up to him and told him that the enemy was approaching, and there were 200,000 of them in total, which could not help but shock the prince. After this news, there was complete chaos in the council hall of the Ernesian Empire. The emperor literally could not understand what was happening and what to do next. His anger was growing more and more with each passing second, because he heard that the number of enemy troops was continuing to grow rapidly, and it was only a matter of time before they would smash them to smithereens. So most of the advisors believed that this could not continue any longer, and the only thing they could do in this situation was to retreat and reform the line. And they also repeatedly hinted that they should take care of the safety of His Majesty the Emperor, because for them at the moment this is the most important task. The Emperor thought about their words for a while, and eventually decided that they were right, and that they really needed to withdraw the front line. And he also asked them to try to convey to the people the full gravity of the current situation, and to make sure that each person tried their best. In other words, he wanted them to convey to them that even feudal lords and aristocrats who sit in their castles and hope that the war will not touch them must go out into battle. It was quite surprising for Alice that his older brother decided to take part in the war for the sake of achievements, because usually representatives of the imperial family are not sent to the front, and therefore it was unexpected for the guy. But even in this case, Alice understood perfectly well that it was very difficult for them to fight against 3 opponents, because as was known throughout the empire, there is nothing more terrible than a numerical advantage. But what's most important is that Alice was well aware of the fact that in order for him to continue enjoying his life, he needed the empire to flourish actively. So he quickly made the decision that he needed to become a private and help his empire succeed. Leaving the estates to several soldiers, he immediately began to prepare for going out onto the battlefield, and for this process, he even decided to involve Fry, who had been sitting idle for quite some time. During these preparations, Kanya approached him, who also wanted to go with him, but Elise immediately began to persuade her to stay in Fahilia, because he understood that this was the only place in the entire empire that the enemy would definitely not enter. But apparently all these words were a waste of time, because Kanya immediately began to raise her voice at him and say that she also wanted to go, and besides, everyone else could, but she was definitely not special. Alice, listening to all this, mentally thought that it was clear that her skills as a swordmaster would definitely come in handy in the war. But on the other hand, he understood that no one in their right mind would want to let their loved ones go to the front. The prince was thinking until the very end that perhaps, for her protection, he should put pressure on her and assure her that she should not go with him. But suddenly she interrupted his thoughts when she placed her hand on his head, after which she came closer to him and said that she was very grateful to him for his help, and for the fact that he supported her so actively. But in any case, she was not going to leave this war to him alone, and therefore she decided that if her younger brother was going to war, then she, as an older sister, should support him and be with him at this difficult moment. Alice realized that since the girl thought so, there was no point in him holding her back, after which he added that he would be glad to see her with him in this difficult battle. And he also decided that the time had come when he was obliged to hand over something special into her hands, something that interested the girl, and she was already waiting impatiently. What would it be? And a few seconds later, a beautiful sword appeared in front of her, which Alice took out of a small bag, and then told her that this sword was entrusted to her by Mrs. Pinelli, who asked the guy to give it to the girl when, in his opinion, she was worthy of it. A sword passed down through the generations of the Kenzist family. It received its name Keltia from the first head of the family. This sword was so unique that even the dwarves recognized its quality, noting that it was extremely difficult to create such a treasure. Kanya couldn't believe her eyes, and for some time, she doubted that she could really take him for herself. But Alice assured her with a smile that she was the third master in the kingdom, and therefore refusal would not be accepted. Alice himself decided that it would be better for him to leave at such moments, so as not to interfere with the girl admiring this ball and herself, that she was able to reach such a high level. After which the guy decided that now his task was to minimize the number of victims that would arise in this war, because he understood that the best reward for a valiant warrior is saving the lives of his people. Therefore, he decided that in no case should they show alarm, and before they moved to the front line, he addressed his citizens and soldiers, saying that they would stand firm, and they could not even doubt this, after which they moved towards the war. The enemy forces numbered around 300,000 people, but Alice assured them that he had trained them for a reason, and they must show all their strength to prevent death in battle. In other words, Alice literally screamed that he did not need the preservation of the empire built on their sacrifices. He wanted them to definitely all survive and return home, so that after that they could continue their lives and build a new strong empire. According to him, there are only 23,000 people in the army of their estate, but in any case, he wants this number to remain unchanged, and at the end of the war, they all return home and continue to live a normal life. As soon as his army arrived at the battle site, he immediately noticed that there was an incredibly large number of wounded around, which made him immediately realize that the battle was much harder than he could have imagined. They, together with Kanya, immediately after that arrived at the command post, where they met the Crown Prince, and before talking to him, they greeted him and showed their respect for him. The Crown Prince, in turn, asked them for forgiveness for the fact that even they had to be involved in this war, because in his opinion, if he had led the army as needed, there would have been far fewer casualties, and they would not have had to involve other estates of the empire here. Hearing these words, Alice immediately thought that despite the enemy's numbers, saying such things was quite a strong act, so Alice decided that compared to the Empress, the elder brother was clearly a good person. And all these thoughts made him tell him what he heard, that the current situation left much to be desired. The Crown Prince almost cried from what was happening around him, but he still had enough strength, and he told them that their fortress was being besieged by the enemy, and their entire army would soon be here. So it seemed to him that their end would soon come. Also, according to the Crown Prince, they managed to gain some time, and if he is not mistaken, the enemy has gone quiet to reorganize its army. But that is where the good news ends, because tomorrow the battle will continue. Alice thought about it. Thoughts were spinning in his head that the situation was worse than ever, and if he was a couple more days late, this territory could have already been captured. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by the Crown Prince, who wanted to ask Alice whether he really had 23,000 soldiers, because if so, then with them, they would be able to hold out until the arrival of the rest of the feudal lords, who had already set out on their journey. Hearing this, Alice was not entirely happy, because he definitely did not want to allow his soldiers to be used as human shields. So he decided for himself that this would definitely not happen. And then he turned to the Crown Prince in a confident voice and said that in fact they had no need to wait and they would act in a few hours. In other words, he wanted to change the battle situation and finish just defending himself, and given the situation, he couldn't drag it out any longer. The hereditary principal understood him, but still said that in their situation this was normal. But unfortunately, for now they could not do anything. Alice knew that this sounded a little crazy, but to make sure that the Crown Prince understood that he was serious, he told him that he had prepared something for such an occasion, and then opened the entrance to their small command post and asked the prince to take a look at it for himself. As soon as the news of the war reached Alice, he immediately asked his blacksmiths to make one small thing that looked like a huge, incomprehensible thing, which Alice called a mobile defense. After which he began to talk about how the tower of this structure would house shooters and magicians, and according to him, this was a prefabricated tower. The Crown Prince looked at this tower with his mouth open and could not believe his ears that it could really help them in the outcome of this war. But Alice was in no hurry to make such conclusions. Besides, he had not told him everything yet, after which he showed him another invention, which was distinguished by its small size, but looked even cooler. So the first prince also wanted to know what this invention was called. Alice didn't know what to call this thing yet, so he suggested the name Blade on Wheels. Alice understood that such a weapon was often used in ancient times for sieges. It is capable of helping in defense, putting psychological pressure on the enemy. In addition, Alice improved this model with the help of a magician. After these thoughts, he came closer to the first prince and added to him that they had enough blades, and now they only needed to assemble the base, and the weapon would be ready for use. In other words, Alice was ready to take on all the defense. And he asked his older brother to focus on the counterattack, which he would carry out immediately after Alice stopped the enemy. Meanwhile, in the forward stronghold of the three states, there was talk that it seemed like the enemy had reinforcements because they understood that the resistance was serious, and judging by how they held back the first wave, one could conclude that the Crown Prince was not as stupid as they might have assumed. But the king's advisor continued to smile, so his allies asked what was the matter and why there was such a smile on his face, to which he told them that he was simply interested in the sucker who brought these reinforcements. His allies did not quite understand what was being discussed and therefore asked to be enlightened in the details of these words. And who was being discussed at all? The man easily replied that he was talking about Alice, who was the reason for the sharp enrichment of the Urnisha Empire and the start of this very war. This instantly made his allies turn around in shock, because they definitely didn't think that this guy would come to the battlefield and help, because he is an incredibly important person in this war. At first, the rumors that some small brat had created those impressive products seemed like complete nonsense to the king's advisor. But then suddenly they had a chance to check the authenticity of these rumors. But Count Marin noted that the guy had a special status, and if they did something like that, then everything would change, which the advisor himself understood. But after that, he immediately asked them not to worry about it, because he would do everything possible not to violate their agreement. After which he addressed them once again and asked them to prepare for the fact that they would soon be able to completely destroy the enemy. Ali's army numbered approximately 23,000 people. The army of the Union of Three States numbered about 50,000 people who came to conquer the territory. But the prince was not afraid and did not give up, and before entering the battle, he shouted to his warriors that they must act exclusively according to the plan. As agreed, only in this case they will succeed. Most of the soldiers of the army of the Three States believed that there were more of them, and therefore even the best strategists would not win in such a battle. But before they had time to think about it, they suddenly saw a huge number of arrows flying at them from the sky, which instantly destroyed most of them. They were not prepared for such an attack, so the very first attack could cause a huge number of casualties. They had to immediately raise their shields and expose them, because only in this case they would be able to wait out at least some time. Although they managed to stop this offensive a little, but looking at all this, Alice understood perfectly well that this was not enough to crush these guys, and he should move on to the second part of his plan. And for this, Alice ordered his warriors to let their enemy get a little closer so that they could use their special shields with a spear, which also became an unexpected surprise for the enemy. At that moment, Alice was not particularly happy. He understood that even though they had a small advantage, and apparently they would win this battle, he still felt a little sorry for these warriors, who had come simply to die because of a brainless commander. But the armies of the Three States were not going to give up on this, so they resorted to using the help of a magician who was supposed to help them in this difficult situation. One of the army commanders understood that it was a little offensive for him to resort to using magicians so early, but on the other hand, he also understood the fact that, unfortunately, he had no other options. As was known, mages in the Empire have a stronger reputation, and therefore they are much more dangerous than even a knight with an aura, especially if these spells are used by high-level mages, who are essentially weapons of mass destruction. So taking all this knowledge into account, he decided to order the mages to attack with full force and show their enemy that in front of true power, their cheap tricks would not work. But as soon as they stepped out of the crowd and tried to use their power, their staffs seemed to stop working, and so they were unable to use magic, causing the squad leader to immediately start yelling at them and saying things he didn't like to repeat. They immediately tried to explain to him that it was not their fault, because they could not use their magic because someone was desperately blocking them. And then it finally dawned on the commander that apparently their enemy also had his own mage, and one of such a high level that he could block the magic of an entire squad. But in fact, Lecky wasn't alone here. She took a few friends with her, thanks to whom everything turned out not to be so difficult. They were able to block their opponent's magic quite easily, and even at some point thought about whether they were really up against real magicians. The commander couldn't believe his eyes, so he started yelling at these mages even more because they were level 7, but they started explaining to him that they couldn't do anything because the enemy was controlling them too well. And the only thing they could say was that the enemy wouldn't be able to use martial arts either, because blocking magic required an extremely large amount of mana. But apparently they were wrong even in this, because as soon as Lecky finished blocking the enemy's attack, she proceeded to the next step, which consisted of striking the knights with lightning. No one could believe it, and the commander became even more angry. But the words of the magician are some kind of madness, because no matter how much mana the warrior has, in his opinion, it is simply impossible to use such spells immediately after the block. So he decided to take a closer look and noticed that these mages had a staff in their hands, inside of which was a magic stone that increased the strength of each of them, which most likely allowed them to block their attacks, as well as actively attack. The squad leader understood perfectly well what kind of stone it was, so thoughts appeared in his head about how a simple feudal lord could have such a treasure, so he began to seriously perceive Alice as an enemy. As a result, that day, the enemy army lost 30,000 soldiers, which forced them to retreat, and Alice at the time fought a wonderful defensive battle, which won even more time for the Ernesian Empire. On this day, Alice once again became convinced that victory in war does not bring any joy at all, because in all his many lives he still did not understand what all these senseless sacrifices were for. As for the pursuit, Alice decided that they would not pursue their enemy because they could use a breather too. The only thing he asked Asya and Sienna was to take the abandoned soldiers prisoner so that they would have arguments when one of the commanders-in-chief of the 3 states came to them. The first prince could not believe his eyes and ears when he was told that Alice had managed to fight back, and had even destroyed most of the army that had attacked them, so that the prince was ready to kiss his younger brother for that. But Alice asked to stop praising him without reason, because he believed that he was just lucky and that the first prince actually dealt with really strong enemies. He said all this for a reason, because in reality he wanted to just lie down and rest, and not become a hero of the front. So he decided that he would give his glory and honor to his older brother, who clearly wanted it. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the same first prince, who began to say that their counterattack had brought a lot of usefulness to this battle, and therefore he decided that they should carry out even more countermeasures that would strengthen their position in this war. Alice was glad to hear such words, because he understood that while his older brother was making noise in the enemy camp, he would be able to rest for some time and forget about this war. The Imperial army, led by the first prince, immediately launched a counterattack, and the active work of Fahelia's soldiers allowed them to destroy most of the enemy's defensive forces. And in order to counter the numerical superiority, the first prince decided to choose a battle of attrition instead of an all-out war. In this way, they were able to use a minimum of defense, a maximum of tactical moves and attack, while at the same time, fierce battles continued in the rear. Not everyone fought, for example. Alice and his small team were actively thinking about the next steps in this war, if it could be called that. Asya decided to say that she felt uneasy about the fact that blood was being spilled outside, and they were sitting here and resting. Although Sienna, in turn, did not really understand why she was so worried, because as they say, in war, the most cunning survive. Alice completely agreed with her and noted that Sienna was right, because the main thing is not strength, but cunning, which every warrior uses. And if they just go head-on to attack, then nothing good will come of it. Due to the strategic advantage, Fahelia's army remained in the rear under the pretext that they were slow, and if they were touched, then everything would be lost. Yesterday's counterattack made the Union tense up so they didn't go into that hive a second time. In other words, Alice could rest for another day with a clear conscience. The only thing he was worried about was that Lecky was sleeping in a not very comfortable place. Although on the other hand, they didn't take into account the fact that she had recently drunk a lot, more than anyone else. So it was not surprising that she didn't care where she slept. Although Alice didn't blame her at all, because he understood that she was dealing with a magic stone that took too much strength, and therefore she would need quite a lot of time to recover. In any case, he told all his other friends that they could now go and rest with a clear conscience, because tomorrow was an important day when a lot would be decided. The king's advisor, reading how the battles were going, understood that everything was incredibly bad for them. He was especially bothered by the fact that the crown prince, who was leading the army, was rushing forward, while he did not have a particularly large army. But on the other hand, he did not particularly care, because he understood that the real problem was not the crown prince. He was confused by the fact that the counterattack recently came out too unexpectedly, and he blamed all of this on that same third prince, who seemed like a small problem to him. But now he could not believe that his army of 23,000 people could destroy as many as 30,000 warriors of the Union. Thus, he came to the conclusion that in the combat craft, Alice also had some experience, which was a little surprising to him, because this guy was not even 18 yet. So the question arose, how is a 16-year-old guy even capable of such a thing? He also had questions about how, with such knowledge, he was still sitting in the rear and not leading the army, because with his abilities, he could change the course of the war in 2 counts. The next day, Alice's army joined the first prince's detachment, and they all went together to recapture the next fortress. At one point, Alice called one of the commanders to tell him that they should slow down a little and go half as fast to avoid getting trapped. She immediately noticed that Alice was a little nervous, and so she decided to ask the guy what was the matter. Alice told her that, in his opinion, some detachment was already waiting for them ahead, which had set a trap, because last time the Union suffered a lot, attacking them head-on, so in his opinion, they would not make such a mistake again. Moreover, given their directions, they would soon be passing a place that was ideal for an ambush, so Alice was almost certain that the Union would definitely not miss such a chance. And considering all this, Alice decided that since the enemy was preparing to attack, they should prepare for the consequences if they suddenly failed. Alice was indeed right, and after a few kilometers, several detachments were already waiting for them in the forest, who saw that the enemy was approaching and carefully began to prepare for it, because they were sure that this time they should win. Unfortunately for them, their calculations turned out to be wrong, and this already alarmed one of them. It seemed to him that his squad was delayed for a reason. He understood that he had, of course, been told that they were moving rather slowly, but he still could not believe that they could move so slowly. But before he could finish his thoughts, suddenly 2 carts appeared in front of him, which they had apparently been waiting for. He immediately jumped up and shouted to all his warriors to immediately run out and attack, to catch these guys by surprise and destroy them as soon as possible. But as soon as their arrows flew towards his squad, they immediately saw the magic of the Count in front of them, which repelled all these blows, thereby showing their enemies that everything would not be as simple as they could decide. The leader of the squad and one of the mages immediately realized that their spells were not working because there was a block again, but they were more surprised that Alice was able to guess that they were preparing an ambush. The leader of this squad immediately thought that the enemy could not use their magic so quickly, so he was more than sure that they had prepared in advance. So he turned to his guys and started shouting that they should immediately leave here, because there was no point in further assault. But as soon as they started to run away, most of them started to fall into traps that were left by Alice's people, who, like the leader of the squad, had guessed everything in advance. And after a few more minutes, they heard Sienna's voice, who was slowly coming out of the forest and saying that a skilled hunter knows how to set traps, and traps, as is known, are good traps not only for animals, but also for people. Well, after these words, she ran up and started attacking everyone she saw, and along the way, she said that if they were preparing for an attack, then they should be prepared for the fact that it would fail, and they would have to defend themselves. Thus, she conveyed the message of her leader. The head of their squad immediately shouted that she had no right to stand in their way and must immediately leave this place, and also let them leave here peacefully. He was more than confident in his abilities, so he immediately told her that he would not lose in this fight, especially considering the fact that she was a woman. But in the end, Sienna only landed 1 blow, which helped her destroy her opponent, after which Asya approached her, who could not help but notice that they were talking so much, but in fact they were nothing special. The army successfully destroyed the soldiers from the Union of 3 states who suddenly attacked and thus recaptured the border fortress. The enemy tried to attack several more times, but he could no longer break Ernesia's fighting spirit so easily. Moreover, the one who gave the strongest rebuff to these criminals was Princess Kanya, who, with the help of her new sword, destroyed the opponents without any problems. Since there was not a single sword master among the enemies on this line, they could not do anything with it. So at some point, they had to simply retreat, but not everyone managed to do this. So Kanaya's victory served to destroy several dozen enemy fighters. Several months had passed since the war had started. The army of the Union of 3 states was losing its reserves and any motivation to continue this senseless war every day. And as for the Ernesia Empire, it was rapidly approaching a logical victory, and all this was thanks to the diligent efforts of the prince, who entered this game incredibly timely. But there was also bad news. Alice's army at that moment lost 121 soldiers, and 142 were seriously injured, and another 192 people escaped with minor injuries, compared to other feudal lords, where the dead accounted for half of the total number. Fahilia's army demonstrated a simply stunning result. But in any case, it was not pleasing, because each victim was an even greater disappointment for him. The base of the General Command of the Union of Three States talked almost every day about the fact that in the South there was a more or less even battle, which could not be said about the North, where their people could not even defend themselves, and they had to constantly move further and further away from the already captured territories. They were not fools, and they understood perfectly well that they could not continue to waste soldiers in vain, so one of them decided to propose removing the troops from the northern side for some time and sending her in the direction where things were not so sweet for them. Each of them was incredibly irritated by this, but they also understood the fact that they would have to make this important decision. Otherwise, at some point, they would lose, so they decided that it was time to use all their strength. At every possible second, Alice tried to rest, and at some point he noticed for himself that lately it had been somehow quiet, and he had just recently defended this fortress from a large number of invaders. Since his army was focused on defending this fortress, other shock troops of the feudal lords began to put a lot of pressure on the enemy from other sides, thereby doing everything possible to drive these guys out of their land. With both sides shedding blood so fiercely, Alice knew better than anyone that they could greatly reduce their losses, so he was in no hurry to give orders to his men, and only told them that their time to fight had not come. The alliance of three nations invaded for their own benefit, hoping to take over Ernesia, but they also worked very hard to prevent these people from doing something like that. After the situation changed for the better, the previously passive feudal lords confidently ordered their troops to destroy as many enemies as possible, so as not to fall under the evil hand of the emperor after the war. Even the first prince, together with his army, continued to fight confidently, and the prince himself repeatedly took part in battles to show a worthy image of the future king. But Alice did not support all this at all, because he believed that all these actions were ruled only by greed, which in fact started this war. If people were less greedy for money and power, then everyone would live in peace and harmony. Greed helps a person to rise higher. For the sake of their selfish goals, many are ready to do anything. A greedy person does not care what lies at his feet. Everything is for the sake of achieving money and power. Although Alice himself did not deny the fact that he could be called a greedy person who only thought about himself and how he could rest more, he was confident that he was doing everything possible to ensure that there were not many corpses around him, and only then would he be able to calm down. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Asya, who came up to him to clarify what he had been thinking about for so long, to which the guy answered her that he was deep in thought, to which she responded by telling him that she was not asking him to stop lying around anywhere, but still she decided to advise him to maintain his image in public, because soldiers were looking at him, and no one would forget something like that. But in response, Alice began to smile and say that when a person does not pay attention to some image, it immediately becomes easier for him to live, and if she does not believe him, then he can only advise her to try, to which she immediately answered him and said that she would refuse because in fact she has a lot of work. By the way, she also decided to add to him that the enemy had not been attacking at all lately, with which the prince could not but agree, because he himself had noticed that the attacks had completely stopped lately, and they had been living in complete peace for the 6th day already. Asya could only hope that this would be the end of the war, and that no one would shed blood anymore. Suddenly, Alice interrupted her words and wanted to know what the military leaders of the 3 states had planned, and for this he had to call Fry, who scared Asya a little. After she came to her senses, she immediately started shouting at Alice to stop immediately, because she thought it was very dangerous, and he definitely shouldn't go that far. However, Alice was not going to listen to her, and as soon as he was ready, he immediately saddled Fry and took off to find out what was going on. After a few minutes of flying, Alice realized that he was actually right, so he called Asa on a special receiver and asked her to call Sienna, because he had news about further developments. A few minutes later, he was already on the ground and standing in front of his guards, saying that it seemed like the war would not end so quickly, after which he decided to ask a question in which he wanted to know from them what course, in their opinion, the Union of 3 states was going to take. Sienna and Asya decided to assume that they would decide to attack Ernesia again, but in any case, Asya asked Mr. Alice to refrain from the actions he had done recently. Alice ignored Asya's request and turned to Sienna, who continued to say that apparently the union of 3 states would not retreat so easily, and therefore he wanted to ask her why she thought so, to which the girl confidently replied that in her head, there were no thoughts that the union would suddenly decide to capitulate. Alice completely agreed with her, after which he added that in their situation there was no talk of any kind of capitulation. But he wanted to know their opinion on why it was so important for them, to which Asya decided to suggest that it was probably all about their pride. This was a correct guess, after which Alice began to talk about how the alliance of 3 countries had started the war after formally challenging them, so they would definitely not retreat even if their situation worsened greatly. He himself thought so, because it would be quite strange for him that after all this happened, these people came and said words of apology to them. Plus they turned their people against Ernesia, and now they definitely won't be able to retreat just like that, even if they suddenly wanted to. But what's most unfortunate for Alice in this situation is that since they have nowhere to go and they will continue the war anyway, they will make a very bad decision and start looking for troops en masse, most of whom are ordinary people who have never fought, but they will have to do it. Hearing this, Sienna immediately understood that in this case, if Alice was right, there would be too many casualties. And on the other hand, it was incredibly dangerous for Ernesia itself, who might not be able to withstand such a huge onslaught. Alice couldn't help but agree with her, after which he decided to add that the Union, especially in the Merman Empire, had an extremely high percentage of slaves, so hundreds of new troops would soon descend on them, who in the future would most likely go to attack the Ernesia Empire. For the guy, this was an unexpected move because they could barely repel the main forces, and then suddenly even more people would appear who could possibly wash away the entire empire, so one could come to the conclusion that the enemy would seek victory not by the quality, but by the quantity of their new warriors. But Alice still couldn't stop smiling, because he believed that they would not be fighting with ordinary people, but with creatures that were intelligent enough to foresee such things. Even with a multi-million army on the horizon, the main thing is to remain calm and be confident in your abilities. At least that's what Alice thought, although most of his colleagues did not agree with him. But he convinced his people that he was not just saying that, because he had prepared something for such cases. So this idea was not disclosed to anyone, and in the end only he, his father and older brother knew about it. So Asya and Sienna became incredibly interested in finding out what was being discussed, after which he came closer to his new invention and threw the fabric off her, and then literally shouted that he had brought here a large crossbow for shooting at long distances, and now it was aimed towards the front line. According to Alice, this crossbow is capable of firing about 100 arrows per minute. Moreover, the arrows themselves are unusual and were developed directly in the forge, so he could be sure that no royal scientist would be able to make something like this. Asya and Sienna couldn't help but notice that Alice was absolutely right in that it couldn't help but be impressive, because looking at this structure, they became confident that they still had a chance to win. At that moment, Alice stood silently and thought about the fact that he had made a crossbow, taking modern military equipment as an example. But on the other hand, he did not want to let it go so soon. But given the situation, he understood that he simply had no other choice. Meanwhile, warriors from 3 states began to approach near the first line of defense of the Ernesian Empire, who could not help but notice that their enemies were somehow too few, and they were especially worried about the fact that they had become quiet, although quite a lot of time had passed since the return of the fortress. So they were interested in how long they were going to defend themselves. But in any case, one of the generals of the army of the 3 states decided that now was the time to attack, and if they successfully completed this mission, then His Highness would recognize their exploits. So he turned to his soldiers and ordered them to prepare immediately for the upcoming assault, because they would begin any minute. But suddenly he opened his eyes in front of him and noticed that a huge army was approaching them, which was apparently sent by 3 states as reinforcements, and so he realized that they would have to retreat, because there was a chance that they would get caught in the heat of the moment and then only smells would remain of their small detachment. The Union wanted to mobilize all possible resources and carry out another raid on Ernesia. But the first prince with his army, who was on the first line of the border, he was sure that they had to hold out at any cost and could not allow the border fortress to fall into enemy hands again. All he could think about at that moment was that their opponents wanted to overwhelm the line of defense with numbers without any strategy. But he was ready to do everything possible to prevent them from doing so. But in any case, the battle would be difficult, because looking at the army of the three states, he immediately saw that among them there was a huge number of high-level magicians who had already begun preparing to attack the front line of Ernesia. No matter how hard they tried, one of the main squad of magicians noticed that all the spells were not working and suggested that it seemed that Ernesia had blocked again, which could not help but anger the commander-in-chief. But in any case, his anger transferred to the new team, because if you believe their words, they expected such a turn of events, and therefore he ordered the magicians to retreat back and the ordinary soldiers to go to the first line of attack and prepare for the next command. After which he ordered them to advance and shouted along the way that they were fighting not for life, but for their empire, and therefore everything should work out for them. This chief commander thought that he didn't care at all about his army, because such slaves lost in battle as they had collected could be replenished at any moment, so this time their main goal really was victory. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he looked at the soldiers that were from the Ernesian Empire, and what surprised him was that these soldiers did not move at all and just stood there, continuing to wait for the attack. He understood that if he thought logically, then in such a situation only retreat would help save the army. But they continued to stand, and therefore he wanted to know what they were trying to achieve. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when a spear flew past him, which almost destroyed him. Taking a closer look, he realized that it was far from a spear, but simply a huge arrow that somehow flew such a huge distance. This was incredibly surprising for the commander-in-chief, because he had never seen anything like it. But that was only the beginning, because as soon as he raised his head up, he saw an equally huge number of arrows flying towards his huge army, and given their size, he was almost certain that nothing would be left of his people. Although during that moment, he couldn't help but think that it was simply impossible. It was incredibly difficult to watch this. He still thought that they just needed to be patient a little and wait for the moment when the arrows finally ran out. At least these were the thoughts he was pursuing. But immediately after these thoughts, the first prince entered the battlefield, actively destroying the remnants of the commander-in-chief's army, which the arrows could not finish off. But of course he didn't come out alone. There was a whole army of guys on horses behind him, who were ready to attack their enemies and destroy them. He watched all this from the air, and was very glad that the first prince understood his idea and brought it to life perfectly. He was glad that his inventions were doing their job perfectly, and a whole cloud of arrows did not allow the enemy to take even the slightest step. The enemy was definitely not ready for such an attack, because an ordinary shield would definitely not help at such a moment, and something much more serious was needed. But since the enemy had nothing to counter the crossbows, they obviously died one after another. As for the supply of arrows, Alice and company had prepared an incredibly huge amount that would allow them to carry out more than 2 or even 3 such attacks, after which most likely nothing would remain of the enemies, although the guy kept in mind the thought that no matter how cool this crossbow was, it also had its drawbacks. For example, the biggest disadvantage was that due to the size of this crossbow, they have to spend a lot of time reloading. But if this was the only problem, then there would be nothing terrible about it. But unfortunately, sooner or later, the enemy will find out about it. The catch was that the arrows were made only to order, and only in the forge of Fahilia. That is, in other words, they used the only arrows that were in this part of the empire. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lecky, who wanted to tell Alice that the enemy had run out of mana, and in her opinion, now was the best time to make a counterattack. She also said that they still had about 80% of the stones that they had made for attacks. Of these 80%, they would have to leave about 20 for defense. They could use the rest for counterattacks without any problems. Therefore, Alice, taking into account all these words of his magician, made a lightning-fast decision and ordered the magicians to get ready, and as soon as the cavalrymen dispersed, they would need to use their power and destroy all the enemies together. The girl accepted this order without any problems and stated that she would do everything to destroy every enemy and protect this fortress. And after just a few minutes, most of the attacking troops of the 3 states were locked in a magical prison, from which it was almost impossible for them to escape. At that moment, Alice was thinking that the most important thing for them was to have minimal losses, while inflicting maximum damage on their opponent, and looking at how they attacked and defended, one could conclude that they were doing great. And after a few minutes, the enemies decided that they could not win this battle, so they turned around and began to run away at lightning speed, which could not but please Alice, because in this case, there would really be a minimal number of losses, even among the troops of his enemy. And after these thoughts, he decided to shout to his enemies that they should run away, and when they returned to their lands, let them tell their masters that they would soon go on the offensive against the Union army. After the army of the Ernesian Empire began to win, it became clear that the war was taking an unexpected turn, and of course there were those who did not like such things, and who were most worried about this, namely the ruler of the empire, Merman. Therefore, he decided to discuss this issue with his colleagues, and for this, he immediately called the Emperor of the Diamond Kingdom, as well as one of the advisors of the King of the Seiji Principality, to whom he said that he seemed to have sent a huge number of his warriors, but in the end, nothing changed. King Demaniel decided to note that now it was pointless to blame someone for their problems, and in his opinion, on the contrary, to try to figure out what to do next. And so he decided to find out from Duke Merman what he generally thought about what awaited them ahead. Before he answered, the Principality's advisor Seiji decided to point out that, unfortunately, the situation was too close to defeat, and even if they managed to properly deploy the soldiers, they would definitely not be able to hide from the innovative weapons of the Ernesian Empire. This angered Duke Merman even more, who after these words decided to clarify with the advisor whether he meant that the small arms that Prince Alice had invented were so powerful and had such an impact on this war. King Demaniel, with his last words, decided to note that he had recently spoken with some people who called Prince Alice a great master who created a weapon that was able to turn the tide of the war, so for them, it was incredibly surprising. All this made them very angry, because they understood perfectly well that they were superior to the enemy in strength, and they also started this war in advance with a prepared plan of action. But Alice turned out to be too smart and annoying a guy, which is why they started having these incredibly difficult problems. They understood perfectly well that if they wanted to change this situation, they needed to gain as much time as possible to find the enemy's weak point. When suddenly their dialogue was interrupted, when one of the butlers ran into the negotiation room and shouted that they were in trouble. They immediately decided to scold him and remind him that they had asked no one to come in. But the guy was very scared and could hardly say that this was a very important message, because Ernesius's army had begun to attack them, and now they had even more problems. And he didn't lie. Right in front of the gates of one of the kingdoms of the Union stood Kania, whom Alice asked only to break down these gates, which the girl was more than sure that she could handle. And she turned out to be completely right, because a few seconds later, with the help of her new sword and a fairly strong aura, she demolished this gate without any particular problems. The Union warriors immediately began to panic and gather in one column to prevent the enemies from getting inside. According to them, they had to do everything possible to stop these guys, but they couldn't even expect that their opponent would be a girl, and with such incredible strength that she could destroy dozens of warriors with one blow. Kanya struck 1, 2, or even 3 blows, after which the enemy army fell apart in a few minutes, after which she added with a smile that she could deal with such warriors herself, and no one else was needed here. Alice didn't doubt her for a second, so as soon as they walked inside, he smiled and told her that there was no better ballmaster in this business than her. The Merman Empire was attacked, and the first thing Alice decided to do was to capture the border fortress, after which he went to the Seiji Principality, where he also captured the border part. The lords of the 3 empires could not calm down after this, so they began to set their army against Alice and say that due to the enemy's greed, they lost some of their people, and therefore it was time for them to take revenge. But it was absolutely all the same, and he continued to confidently move towards his goal, which was the capital of the Union of 3 states, which in his opinion should be captured next, and it was after this moment that he could count on victory. As a result, Alice's army managed to retake the borders and capture the enemy's fortress, which was surprising even for them. For example, Sienna could not even think that they would reach this place, with which Asia could not disagree, who also noted that until recently their warriors had only done what they retreated, and now they were near the capital of 3 states. Alice was very pleased with his army and himself, because it seemed to him that the owners of the Union certainly did not expect this. He was more than sure that a little more, and they would definitely win. As for Kania, she has gained a lot of fans who, after each fight, would come up to her and say that they had no doubt about her enormous and incredible skills. And now they understand perfectly well how she managed to become a master of the sword at such a young age. But the girl just wasn't going to tell anyone anything. All she said was that she just ate a lot and trained a lot, and in the end she managed to become so strong. Alice in turn was not going to disturb Kania because it seemed to him that she had finally reached that moment of glory that she had always dreamed of, and in his opinion, she more than deserved this praise. In any case, Asya and Sienna agreed with him, but they still wanted to know what they would do next, whether they would continue to storm the enemy, to which Alice confidently replied that this is exactly what they would do. The only thing he asked the girls to do was to slow down a little. In his opinion, the best thing to do in this situation was to put pressure on the enemy gradually. It seemed to him that things would get worse and worse for them every day if he took away from them one grain at a time. According to him, he plans to continue doing these things for at least 3 years, after which time it seemed to him that he would be able to capture about 20% of the enemy's territories, and somewhere in about 5 years, the enemy will no longer withstand and simply break, which surprised the girls a little, because they were not prepared for the fact that the guy was going to continue this for another 5 years. Alice spoke about this not with much enthusiasm and joy, because he understood perfectly well that the majority of the population of the 3 states would simply die of hunger, because after 3 years, the Union would suffer colossal financial losses, because of which there would simply not be enough food. But in the case of their empire, Ernisha would gain complete power over trade. He understood perfectly well that an economic crisis was much more terrible than military pressure, and that over time, a civil war could break out in the Union, and an enemy was waiting for him outside, who would easily support the already dissatisfied people who were ready to overthrow the government. But on the other hand, Alice himself did not particularly want to allow this turn of events to happen, but he also did not forget that the enemy was going to treat them no less dishonestly, and therefore they definitely deserved it. At least that's what the guy himself thinks. He believed that since they dared to touch their empire, they should have thought about the opposite situation, and since they were not prepared for the consequences, they should not have started a war that, as it turned out, they could not have won from the very beginning, so Alice was sure that now there was no need to sympathize with the enemy. And if suddenly the Union does not lower its weapons and does not stop fighting with them, then retribution awaits it, which it will never forget. And this was not Alice who said this, but his father, the Emperor, was determined and ready to act. Sienna and Asya couldn't do anything about it because they understood that they weren't making a decision at all. But in any case, hearing all these things was quite creepy and unpleasant. But Alice answered them with a smile that they had absolutely nothing to worry about, because his hypothesis was only realistic if the Union continued to resist, and given their situation, it seemed to him that they would want to avoid such a situation. The alliance of 3 states, of course, considered this proposal, but one of them immediately said that there would be no capitulation from them, and they would continue to wage war. According to Duke Merman, the Empire had never faced such a disgrace in its entire history, so they would definitely continue this war no matter what. One of the assistants tried to convey to him the idea that their situation was much worse than it could be, and the best solution would be to take the soldiers away. But every word of the assistant angered Emperor Merman even more, and he was literally ready to wipe him off the face of the earth, because it seemed to him that such words were even shameful to say. But his advisor closed his eyes and asked the Emperor to listen to him, because he was more than sure that they would be much more ashamed if they continued the war and ended up losing it anyway. Moreover, he did not understand at all how they could even look into the eyes of innocent people who were dying every day from hunger and at the hands of the enemy. So he believed that they had already lost and therefore asked the Emperor to stop further military actions in order to save his subjects from suffering. But Emperor Merman, in any case, was not going to change his decision, and once again told his assistant that there would be no capitulation. After which he added that his assistant had acted against his will. While he understood that the guy was thinking about the people, nevertheless, he did not want to accept his idea in any case, and repeated once again that capitulation was impossible and would definitely not happen. And the main reason for this decision was that after such a capitulation, the Ernesian Empire would no longer consider them people. The assistant tried once again to convey to him that in this situation he needed to think about people, and not just about how it would all look. But Merman didn't care at all because according to him, it was he who declared the war, and it was he who must continue it. After which he also added that the Union of 3 states would not surrender until the very end. Ultimately, the Union decided not to capitulate, but to fight Ernisha to the very end, for as long as they had the strength to do so. Alice was quite disappointed with this decision, because he did not fully believe that there were such stupid people in the government, but he perceived their answer as a challenge. Besides, the guy, sometime before they made their decisions. He decided that if they surrendered, he would settle the issue of starvation for the civilian population. But they decided to do otherwise, and now the question arose for him. How were they going to win at all when they were not helped by general mobilization? The last operation of the Alliance turned out to be a failure. The endless defeat of the powerful weapon that the Kingdom of Vernetia possessed cut off all fighting spirit for the enemy at the root. One day, Emperor Merman received a letter from the Empire, which stated that it was pointless for him to continue shedding blood, so they called on him to immediately surrender. And if he decided to surrender, they were ready to promise him that they would kindly provide him with assistance in the process of ending the war. A few days later, the Emperor of Vernetia received a reply letter from Merman, after reading which the Emperor could conclude that his opponent had finally made a wise and correct decision. In the end, the Union capitulated, which made Alice very, very happy, because now he could finally return home, because the war was over. At that moment, Alice remembered how in his first life he was mobilized for war, and now he himself says goodbye to this hell. He will return home again and will do exclusively his own business. A small part of the troops of other feudal lords remained at the front line, but the troops that included Alice and Kanya received the order to retreat and safely return to their castle. Alice was in a great mood, because as soon as they returned to their lands, he immediately began to rejoice in everything around him. Even the incredible cold and constant snow pleased him more than the beautiful and cozy temperature. He was so happy because he understood perfectly well that it was time to return to his carefree life. The Emperor, meanwhile, had gathered some of the greatest feudal lords of his empire to decide the question of a sequential settlement with the Union, after which they quickly closed the matter, and all that was left for them was to reward the heroes who had bravely defended their borders. The first thing the Emperor began to say was that he would give some of the gold to some feudal lords, and would also allow them to make all prisoners of war his slaves. As for Alice, before he could finish talking about the third prince's reward, one of the feudal lords decided to point out that he would not leave the weapons to the third prince. And it was not that he had any mistrust of his highness, but he believed that a simple feudal lord could not handle such projectiles. The Emperor, of course, was angered by every such word because he did not understand at all how these people, after what Alice had done, could speak like that and, in general, who they took his youngest son for. He answered them that the weapon was the property of the Empire. Besides, Alice himself said that he was not going to leave it only on the territory of Fahilia. And in general, they were now deciding the question of how to reward him and not how to take everything he had. After which the Emperor admitted that, given his achievements in military affairs, the man would not be against giving Alice the title of Duke, which, although not very happily, most of the feudal lords agreed with. The Emperor also added that he asked Alice himself what the guy would like, but the answer surprised him greatly and he still cannot believe it. If we are to believe the words of the Emperor, then Alice asked to give him the unremarkable territories located near Fahilia. In the end, the Emperor finally made a decision and gave away the lands that Alice had asked him for, which couldn't help but make the guy happy, because he hadn't really thought that he would have a chance to take these lands for himself. And he could only imagine all these feudal lords sitting and laughing at him, thinking that the guy was stupid. Well, when he finally finished all his business and rested a little, he decided that it was finally time to sort out what they had gotten. He began to write a short letter, and along the way, he thought that there was gold in this place, which was good news for the guy, because in this way, he could cover military expenses with this money and pay the soldiers compensation for participating in this war. He also understood perfectly well that they had quite a lot of slaves left, and most likely some of these people would also be transferred to Fahilia. The Union was unable to buy out all the prisoners of war, and they officially became slaves of Vernetia, although in Alice's opinion, they were lucky, and they would 100% have a much better life than in the Union. And while everyone is racking their brains over what is being done with this bunch of slaves, Alice has long since found a use for these people. There are many empty plots of land in Fahilia that are suitable for habitation, and there is already quite a lot of money for food. So he decided that he would settle half of the new slaves and give them the opportunity to start a new life. Now, sitting in his room, Alice understood perfectly well that the battle had been exhausting, but on the other hand, considering that his army had not suffered many losses, this war had been quite successful for him. Every day, the puzzle of his great empire, which would soon flourish and become competitive with other states, was becoming more and more complete. Meanwhile, King Demaniel was disappointed because the people of Vernetia ordered him to pay compensation in the amount of 2 million gold coins, and he knew very well that in such a short time, Such an amount would definitely not be collected to pay off the debt. They would definitely have to suffer from poverty for several years and then spend the same amount of time to recover. He understood perfectly well that they had to surrender just for the sake of surviving, but he didn't think that everything would be as bad as it looked now. The allies asked the king for forgiveness because they understood perfectly well that they were to blame for everything because it was their carelessness that led them to collapse. But the king didn't care at all about their apologies, and so he asked them to immediately raise their heads and use them not to come up with apologies, but to make a plan that would help them rise from their knees in the future. He also added there that he would deal with the punishment later. But for now, he wanted them to improve the state's situation, to make it so that they could get out of the crisis situation as quickly as possible. And he also added that there would be no salary until all the aristocrats who participated in the war paid compensation. The Principality of Seiji received a letter sometime later, stating that they also had to pay compensation, which came as a bit of a surprise to the local ruler. Also in that letter, it was said that the emperor decided to abandon them and send them far away, because according to him, he could no longer help them and deal with the consequences themselves. On the other hand, the ruler of Seiji understood that he could not expect anything else, because they were still only a dependent state, and in fact, it was worth being glad that everything ended at least like this. In his understanding, the biggest problem now was that they needed to pay compensation, which was almost 900,000 gold coins and another 40,000 gold coins for the slaves. One of the assistants of the ruler of Sage could not believe his ears that the respected Duke of Sage had become a large debtor in just one moment, which made him hate Ernisia even more. The Merman Empire suffered greatly at first because the people began to rebel and say that they had first been sacrificed, and now they called it all a misunderstanding and retreated. So they believed that only the emperor was to blame for this war, and so they wanted his head. But Emperor Merman understood perfectly well that he could not simply give the order and drive away these vandals, because such a turn of events had been expected from the moment the letter of capitulation was sent. Also, in the man's opinion, all of this is his responsibility, and he himself is to blame that everything has come to this. After some time, the ruler of the empire, Merman, left the post due to health reasons, and as a result, the title passed to his eldest son. All three states of the Union needed a lot of time to get back on their feet, and that's how the story ended with the attack of the three states on the empire of Ernisia. Is it possible to live a happy life if it has already been written out for you? This is exactly what Kanya thought about quite often when she was told what and how she should do. And they constantly repeated that as a princess, she should know everything that a princess needs. And it is clear that she may not like studying, but most people did not care at all about this. Although Kania at that moment was thinking that it was not that she did not like studying, she was simply irritated by all these royal laws that she had to follow. No one argued that she was the princess of Ernisia, but until the very end, she did not understand how this was connected with the fact that she had to live according to a schedule. Over time, most of the servants and teachers noticed that the only thing she gave her best in was fencing lessons. Kanya really liked fencing the most, because during classes, she did nothing but think about how cool it would be if her life was as free as the swings of this sword. She understood that perhaps these words would sound arrogant from the lips of the princess. But from that moment, a cherished desire was born in her. That's why she went on such a long journey with Alice. And now the time came when Alice called her to him and told her that a letter had arrived with an order to return to the palace, and it was only about Kania. After reading this letter, she did not immediately notice that it was her mother who wrote to her personally, asking her to return to the palace. Alice was not really surprised by this, because he did not forget that Kania had shown herself well during the fighting. Now every aristocrat in the kingdom knows that the sister has become a master of the sword. But apparently because fencing went against the princess's image, the rumors were exaggerated and were not believed until the very end, until the princess showed it in real life. The influential aristocrats, who were not only afraid of Alice, now had another enemy in the form of Kania, because they believed that such a strong man should sit in the capital, and most likely it was they who influenced the princess to return to the palace. Therefore, Alice decided to tell the princess that there are no people in this world who do not respect the swordmaster, and as far as he knows, all the swordmasters currently in existence are in the personal guard of the rulers. But she did not care at all about his words, and she only wanted to ask him one question, which she was interested to know. Or did Alice also want her to leave the palace? Alice decided to answer her without any wise words, and therefore began to talk about how she followed him because she did not want to submit to the future planned for her. But he believed that she certainly knew that this could not continue forever. He also understood that before he could teach her something new, so she became stronger. But if he continued to stay with her, then she would only freeze in place, and in other words, there would be no progress. So now he thinks that it would be best for her to go back and take matters into her own hands, so that she could set the right goal for herself and gain recognition in this way. It seemed to them that as a result, she would be able to gain independence and become a real adult. Kanya thought that this sounded a bit unconvincing coming from someone who looked for an excuse to laze around every day. Alice understood her, of course, but he still decided to add that this was something completely different, and if she really wanted to become an independent knight, then she simply needed to prove that she had every right to do so. At that moment, she remembered how she stood outside her brother's room and wanted to support him in the fact that he was relocated to other territories. But unlike her, he accepted his fate. Then he clearly told her that he was very happy that he would grow up in a completely different place and become a master in some other territory. Now they understand perfectly well that the guy wasn't joking then, and it was quite surprising for her that for him, exile to another place is a real lucky ticket. Because he doesn't just accept the fate given to him, he seems to be adjusting it to suit himself. And given the example of her younger brother, she decided that perhaps she could also do something similar. But now she was lying in her room and thinking that perhaps she had forgotten why she had come here, and perhaps Alice was very right here, and it simply could not continue like this. She clearly understood that she didn't want to be a worthless older sister who only relied on her younger brother, so these thoughts made her take a determined approach to her future. The next day, Alice was sitting in his office and thinking that the weather was just wonderful today, so he didn't want to waste the day on some unnecessary nonsense. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when his doors literally exploded, and he heard the voice of his older sister. And a few seconds later, she burst into his office and started shouting that she had decided to return to the palace after all. This is how they went back to the royal palace to gain recognition. Alice, of course, had thought of a backup plan B, thanks to which the outcome would have been the same as if she had chosen to stay with him. But now it doesn't matter at all, because Kanya was able to come to the right choice on her own. Now he could only hope that she would be able to find her way, although he was sorry to part with her. But on the other hand, he understood the fact that she was not in another country, and if he wanted, he could always visit her. After Alice saw Kanya off, he realized that it was time for him to take care of his own affairs, which had been waiting for him for quite a long time. Reading the reports of his village elders, Alice realized that everything was fine in Fahelia. He was very happy that some people even decided to get married. For him, these were signs that people were happy in his territory, and everything was going as it should. At some point, he thought that he had enough money added to his account, and the territories they owned had also expanded. So he thought that it was time to get down to business in earnest. In his opinion, first of all, he doesn't care about power and politics, because they say correctly that whoever has the money rules the world. Alice fully agreed with these words because he himself thought that this was the most important weapon of a civilized society, and it seemed to him that he needed to think about a further plan to expand his influence. He decided that it would be best to open a bank and carry out a currency reform, because at present most of the country uses gold, silver, and copper, and everyone obviously has a different rate. So it seemed to the guy that in such an unstable situation, a currency reform would be of great use. Besides, he understood the fact that if he managed to capture the financial market and increase the value of their money, then no cockroach would dare to declare war on them, and then he would be able to rest around the clock. True, the main problem was that he would have to find a great specialist who would do all these things, and ideally his goal was to dump everything on his assistant, and he himself would relax and just enjoy the result. It seemed to the guy that this was just an ideal plan that couldn't fail. All that was left was to find someone to entrust this matter to. How did his thoughts suddenly get interrupted by his mother, who called him on special equipment to find out how her son was doing? Alice was very happy to hear from her, although for him it was quite a sudden call, which he certainly did not expect to hear. But the most interesting thing was yet to come, when his mother said that she called him in order to tell him that he was already 16 years old. And Alice understood perfectly well what this meant. The woman most likely wanted to tell him that it was time for him to look for a bride. After this wonderful news, all of Alice's guards and servants came running to congratulate him on this wonderful day, when he would finally find himself a bride. Although judging by the guy's condition, it was safe to say that he was not too happy about it. His mother, in a conversation with him, asked him to drop in on them sometime, back home, because she and His Majesty had already made a list of candidates who might suit Alice for the role of his bride. But Alice thought that this was a very bad idea because he had not had enough fun yet, and therefore he thought that there was no need to have a wedding yet. Now he thought that he understood Kanya perfectly well and how she felt. Now he also found himself in a similar situation when they want to take away his freedom. In any case, Asya decided to clarify with the prince who his potential brides were, to which the guy responded that it was not clear to him yet, but he believed that their opinion was very important to him, and when he would choose from a dozen girls, he would like them to give him advice, and that was precisely why he invited them. Alice understood perfectly well that because he had to choose based on documents, it was difficult for him to understand their true intentions, and in such a situation, he understood that he should listen to the opinions of those around him. But as soon as he entrusted this task to his closest ones, they immediately began to tell him that they did not really understand such matters, and in this case, they were not sure that they could help him. What surprised him most was that even Asya couldn't help him with this question, because she was an aristocrat, to which the girl replied that their family had fallen apart even before they started talking about marriage, so she didn't really have any experience that she could use to help the guy. As for Sienna, in her area, it was customary to just grab the first guy you came across that you liked and drag him home, so she also thought that she could hardly help the guy in this situation. As for Leica, she immediately told the prince that she had no experience, but she believed that it was necessary to choose an educated girl from a good family who was proficient in martial arts. In other words, she asked the prince to choose the ideal candidate who would fit all the parameters. Alice realized that they couldn't help in this situation, so he decided that they would work collectively and together they would definitely be able to choose the right candidate. In the end, after all these difficulties and difficult choices, Alice was still able to choose a bride for himself, who, according to his mother, she liked quite a lot, and she was surprised that the guy settled on this girl. Alice, looking at this whole picture, thought only about the fact that his mother really hoped that he really chose a bride for himself, although he actually chose a girl from a quiet family who would not cause him unnecessary problems and would not interfere with his business. Lifon read the guy's letter and immediately got up from her desk to tell the guy that His Majesty was very happy with Alice's serious decision regarding marriage. These words made him think that now he simply cannot tell the emperor that this is all not serious. In any case, after this, they went with their mother to the hall where Alice met his future bride, who, according to the servants, was already waiting for them. As soon as they entered inside, Alice immediately noticed two people, the first of whom was Count Convest, and next to him stood his daughter, whose name was Saria, and she was the second daughter of the Convest family. Alice was familiar with this family, and knew that this was a county of aristocrats who lived in the southwest of the empire. They were not particularly rich, but were famous for their deep traditions and a pretty good reputation. So he approached the girl with a smile and introduced himself, and also noted that he was very glad to meet her, after which the guy asked to leave him and the girl alone. And when all the unnecessary people left, he looked at her and thought that she seemed to be a very soft and gentle girl, a vivid example of a typical socialite. But still, first he decided to talk to her and find out who she really is, and he started with the question of what she is interested in. The girl's answers were quite boring for the guy, for example. According to her, the girl's favorite thing is reading books. Listening to all this, Alice came to the conclusion that this was definitely not his type, and with such a girl it would be quite difficult. Although he did not deny the fact that looking at her, one gets the impression that she is a pleasant and educated person, and judging by the fact that the girl is very erudite, it will not be very fun with her. After all, she is like an angel, and Alice, in turn, is more like a demon who is ready to do all sorts of different things that his future wife will not quite like. He understood perfectly well that she was like white dandelions, and she would not be able to get along with a devil like him 100%. So these thoughts made the guy suggest that the girl finish this time, to which she quickly agreed and noted that she had quite a lot of fun with him. After this meeting, Alice spent some time with his mother, and during this time he realized that Lifon really liked the girl, and now the guy doesn't quite understand what to do next. When suddenly Lifon interrupted his thoughts and decided to ask the guy if he liked this girl and what he thought he was doing next. Alice did not expect this question so quickly, so he could not immediately give an answer. But as soon as he walked away, he immediately noted that he needed some time to think about his thoughts. But his mother suddenly interrupted him and said that he could not worry, and that his opinion was very important to them. Besides, if you believe the woman's words, then His Majesty himself said that they would only make things worse with their pressure, and therefore they trusted only Alice in this choice, which made the guy think that it seemed his father had given in because of his sister, and it was obvious that he knew that a forced marriage would not lead to anything good. So Alice finally gathered his thoughts and told his mother that this was most likely not his option, and he would like to think a little more. In fact, Alice would like to postpone the wedding and enjoy life as long and calmly as possible, because it seemed to him that he had not yet done so much. At least the fact that he had not yet even invented that very Coca-Cola that he so wanted to drink. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw in the bushes the outlines of eyes that were looking at him attentively. He immediately thought about what was inside, and it seemed to him that there were hardly any rabbits there. A few seconds later, he already had some strange little animal on his head, which literally blocked his entire view, which made the guy a little scared. Taking this creature in his hands, he immediately realized that it was a salamander, which made him even more scared, because the guy couldn't even imagine what the spirit of fire was doing here. And then Alice realized that if there was a friend here, then there was also a summoner. But as far as he knew, there were no people in the kingdom who were good at summoning. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a noise, and then a girl suddenly came out of the bushes who wanted him to give her the lizard back. Alice took a closer look and realized that he had seen this girl somewhere before, and if he was not mistaken, then this was Fina, who was the princess of the Merman Empire. He remembered her because she was the one who ended up here as an exchange student, but in fact a political hostage who was not released until the end of the war, and after exactly the same. He certainly didn't expect to see her here, but given how confidently she approached him, the guy assumed that she didn't know him. So he was the first to start a dialogue, and decided to ask her again if this was really her lizard. In response to these words, the girl confidently told the guy that he could call her whatever he wanted. Princess or Mrs. Fina, in any case, it was her lizard, and she demanded that it be returned. She understood perfectly well that she was not in her homeland, and therefore had no right to say such things. But she apparently didn't care at all. Besides, she was here and she didn't care about all the formalities. So she confidently took her animal and began to leave, before thanking him for catching her friend, which caused the guy to be perplexed because he did not even have time to answer her. But in the end, he decided to shout at his back and ask if this was the spirit of fire. From the expression on her face, it was immediately clear that she was a little scared, and immediately began to make excuses and say that it was just a pet, and she didn't understand what he was talking about. Alice didn't believe it, so she decided to show him that it really was just a lizard. But as soon as she lifted it up, it immediately began to release a large mass of fire, which scared the girl even more. Alice started laughing at her and saying that he didn't know that lizards could already produce fire. She immediately threw him to the ground and started talking about how she didn't know who he was, but she wanted him to forget everything he had just seen, and if he did that, then she would definitely not be in his debt. For the first time in his life, Alice saw such a fearless person trying to bribe him, but he still decided to tell her that he wouldn't tell anything and she shouldn't worry about it, because he, like no one else, understood that she didn't want to create unnecessary noise. But the girl didn't really want to believe him, so she asked again if it was true that he wouldn't tell anyone. They continued to lie on the ground, and the guy asked her to listen, that there was no benefit for him from this, and even if he did blab, then it would be enough for her to simply deny everything, and then no one would believe him. But on the other hand, the guy didn't understand her at all. Why did she even call him if she didn't want to catch anyone's eye? But according to the girl, everything is not as simple as Alice says, because in fact she cannot control it, and it happened by accident. Alice realized that if he thought about it, the connection between the summoning of the body and the spirit could be considered more of a mutual agreement than a one-sided submission. The princess apparently has not yet become a real summoner, and judging by everything, Salamander runs after her out of personal affection, so the girl cannot control it as she should. Therefore, after thinking a little, Alice finally made a decision and decided that he would give one piece of advice to the girl, which would most likely help resolve this situation. The advice was that she needed to try to show the spirit who was boss. In other words, she could imagine that she was training her dog, and only in this case would the animal obey her. The girl did not take this advice very seriously, because she believed that Salamander was definitely not a dog, and everything would not be so simple. But she still listened to the guy and decided to start raising Salamander the way he said. And after just a few seconds, Salamander gave the girl her paw for the first time, which couldn't help but surprise her. But the girl did not finish there and continued to play with the Salamander, telling her various commands, which she carried out without any problems, and this could not help but please the girl. In other words, Alice turned out to be right, and noted that in fact everything was not as complicated as it seemed to her, to which the girl responded with a smile and could not say anything yet. But after all, she decided to add to the guy that he had helped her out a lot, but she was still interested in finding out where he knew all this from, to which the guy replied that he had recently read about the salamander in a book, where he also saw how to train them properly. After which the girl decided that she finally needed to find out the name of this guy who helped her so much. Alice stood up and brushed all the dirt off his suit and introduced himself as Alice Ernacia, adding that the girl would do well to remember that name. At first, Alice thought that maybe it would be a good idea for him to just name the name out of the blue, but he realized that now was not the time for any jokes, and besides, he was very interested in finding out how the girl would react, because in front of her now was the one for whom she became a hostage. But the girl reacted a little calmly and simply clarified whether he was definitely from the royal family. And from the expression on Alice's face, it was absolutely clear that he did not expect such a reaction. After which he decided to ask the girl if this was all she thought about, and if no other thoughts had visited her. Alice couldn't understand what was going on and why Fenya didn't care about him. Did she really not understand politics at all and didn't follow the news? Because he had no other explanation for her reaction. But suddenly the girl interrupted his thoughts when she once again wanted to ask him how much more information he knew about perfumes. But he immediately added that he did not live in the palace, which is why the girl decided to check with him, or he was also exiled, which angered Alice even more. Because in this way, he understood perfectly well that the girl actually understands all these points. She just apparently does not want to say anything. But what is most important is that he is happy with his life, and there is no need to feel sorry for him. So he decided that he would leave, and at the end he told the girl that if she wanted to meet so much, she could just ask someone from the staff for the address, and then they could probably get in touch. On the way, Alice thought that although he had told her that they could see each other if she wanted, he understood perfectly well that they would most likely never cross paths again in this life. And besides, he was more than sure that she herself would soon forget him. A decent amount of time has passed since the end of the war, but its traces have not yet been completely erased. The smell of the dead was still very strong, which attracted one of the black magicians, who decided to take advantage of this and increase his power. The feeling of injustice, regret, fear, and confusion, the negative emotions that a person experiences when he dies, all this made the black magician happy, who could not even think that he would be so lucky in this life that the same tragedy would happen. Now he was more than sure that he only had to wait a little longer and that very day would come that would change everything. Meanwhile, Alice was glad that his engagement had been postponed, and he could now set about creating a bank with peace of mind. To do this, he brought to one of the palaces a famous aristocrat who was already waiting for Alice, along with his people. The owner of this castle was the Duke of Carré, who was very happy to welcome Alice. After which he immediately turned his attention to Asya, who noted that his daughter had told a lot of little things, and if he was not mistaken, then she was Dame Purnell, which surprised Asya a little, but she still confirmed this information. At that moment, Alice thought that the girl named Heir, who was hanging around Asya's brother, was the youngest daughter of Marquis Carré, so they were received with great joy at the palace. As soon as they were able to sit down and begin discussing the reason for their visit, Alice immediately said that he would not detain them all and told them that she wanted to start a business with the Carré family. The man immediately began to tell him that if the guy meant trade by the word business, then as far as he knew, he already had a company. Alice immediately interrupted the Duke and asked him to listen to the end, because if his words were to be believed, his new business was much larger than what Carré could imagine. He slammed his hand on the table and told about how he was going to open a bank that would be under his patronage. And if you go into details, he wanted to launch a new currency, and His Majesty the Emperor already knew about it. After which he showed Mr. Carrot several coins that would go into circulation, and then added that, as far as he knew, the current monetary system had too many shortcomings, and that their coins were cast by gnomes, so they had an original composition that no one would be able to counterfeit. Now Carrot understood what the idea of the business was, but he still didn't fully understand why Alice was going to do this with him. Alice assured him that the answer to this question was quite simple. The thing is that he alone could not handle the bank, so he decided to find a worthy companion. In other words, Alice wanted Mr. Carré to become the manager of the future bank. Because to tell the truth, Alice believed that his shoulders could not bear so much care, and therefore he needed someone like a man who could help him in this situation. Although in reality, Alice thought that this was not such a difficult job and he could do it himself. But on the other hand, he was very lazy to do it, because he would have to monitor the cash flow from the entire continent. Alice noted that the men would benefit greatly from this business, but it was not surprising to him that the man was still thinking about it, because in other words, the Marquis was not one of those who were obsessed with money, and therefore the word benefit was not a very good argument for him. Having learned a little more about this man, Alice realized that he had a strong character and outstanding insight. Also, many said that he was an excellent expert in investments, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the Marquis himself to say that he was worried about how he could be sure that everything would go according to plan. Alice assured the man that he didn't have to worry about it because he would help make sure everything went smoothly. As an argument that would definitely help them, Alice cited the fact that he had the most gold on the continent, so he was confident that they would be able to solve this problem. Moreover, according to Alice, he had already discussed everything with large trading companies a long time ago, and his plans were not just to create a new currency, but also to strengthen the economic position of the empire. So he hoped that after these words, he had dispelled the man's doubts and he would work with him. In response to the guy's words, Duke Carrot noted that he was more than confident that his plan was doomed to success, but he also decided to say that he had already managed to earn a truly enormous fortune. So he was interested to find out from the guy why he decided to go into banking in the first place. But before he could answer this question, the man suddenly began to say that if he was driven by pure passion, like a large part of the population, he would not be able to help the guy and would thus be forced to reject his offer. Alice understood his feelings perfectly well, so she asked the man for the opportunity to explain everything properly. After which he began to talk about how his own currency for him is just a way to control the flow of money, which will subsequently be used to build a metropolis in Fahilia. According to Alice, he is going to turn the land that the aristocrats consider worthless into a real paradise where everyone will want to come. Moreover, he did not forget to say that, as absolutely everyone knows, building a city is not an easy task. And even if it is managed by the state, it still requires careful preparation, so the bank can be considered one of the foundations for building a city. Now the man understood what the guy was really dreaming about: a metropolis in Fahilia. A simple feudal lord would most likely laugh at Alice, but not Carrot, because according to him, he liked this idea quite a lot, and the fact that the guys were driven by such a big dream and not empty desires. So he decided to shake Alice's hand and accept his offer to create a completely new currency, and with it a bank. They discussed everything, and Alice was about to leave, when suddenly the Marquis stopped him, and he did this in order to find out from Mr. Alice how they would organize security. Alice smiled again and assured the man that he didn't have to worry about that either, and that he would figure it all out himself. After which he turned around and headed for the exit, thinking that in order to sort out one issue he needed to talk to someone. The southern territory of the Kingdom of Vernicia is closer to the mountainous borders. It is on this land that the homeland of Sienna is located, a mercenary village called Nachafanil. They came there because Sienna told Alice that there was a lot of tension in her village right now with the work for mercenaries and for her favor. Then Alice realized that since this had happened, they would have to go there themselves, which was incredibly unexpected for the girl, and she definitely did not expect that Alice would offer her something like this. His main goal in going to this village is to hire village mercenaries as bank guards, and since Sienna hasn't managed to persuade them, he has only one option left, which is to visit there personally. Suddenly, during their journey, Lecky stood in front of him and asked the master to hide behind her because she felt some strange energy. She used lightning magic, thereby destroying the people who were watching them and apparently waiting for the right moment to attack. Alice turned his attention to Sienna, because judging by her reaction, the girl knew perfectly well who these people were and why they attacked. Sienna agreed with this, saying that these were people from her village and that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, for which she asked the prince for forgiveness and also promises him that she will definitely talk to them. After which she began that very conversation. She began to beat up the guys who attacked them very hard and say that it was the stupidest thing they could have done. And she said this in her own language, and it was not clear verbatim what she was saying, but the expression on their faces spoke for itself. Alice continued to watch as Sienna dealt with her inhabitants, and at some point it seemed to Lecky that Sienna was speaking a completely different language. Alice confirmed this information and told Lecky that the local mercenaries were transferred here from another continent, and apparently this was their native language, although he himself noted the fact that this language sounded too rough for simple conversation. A few minutes later, Sienna finished her conversation and told Alice and Lecky that they could now move on. They came to the village where Sienna was born and raised. They were met by the village elder, whose name was Avin. He also immediately decided to ask forgiveness from Alice and Leica for the not quite appropriate reception. Alice noted that there was nothing to worry about and that he understood everything, after which he decided to clarify one point that became interesting to him. He noticed that Sienna and this old man had the same last names, and therefore he assumed that they were relatives. Sienna and Avon simultaneously answered that they were indeed relatives. The girl answered that it was her old grandfather, and the man himself noted that it was his disobedient granddaughter. The man also decided to immediately point out the fact that he perfectly understands that they had come such a long way here, but unfortunately, he cannot accept the order at the moment, and if they came with the purpose of putting forward the same proposal, then he is forced to refuse them. They didn't have time to say a word before he repeated once again convincingly that his answer would not change, and they could leave. These words made Alice understand that this old man was unshakable and would definitely not be treated this way. Lecky decided to whisper in Alice's ear that, as she had assumed, this place had changed a lot, which was a little strange to hear from her. So Alice decided to clarify what she even knew about this place. Lecky told him that when she escaped from the magic tower and got lost in the forest, she came to this place and stopped here for a while. And considering the fact that they spent some time in the center of the village, she noticed that the villagers began to behave somehow strangely compared to what they had before, as if they were afraid of something. Alice heard the girl and immediately decided to check with the village elder, or they definitely don't have any problems, because if something happened to them, then he would be able to help them without self-interest if they just told him what happened. Alain became despondent, and all he could tell the guy was that they couldn't involve him in this matter, especially since he was worried that they wouldn't be able to solve their problem. Alice insisted on his offer, and then the old man finally decided to tell them about the Walking Dead, which was a little surprising for Alice and the girls. According to the old man, these creatures have begun to appear more and more often in the vicinity of the border recently, and they have already counted about 1,000 of these animals. The old man was surprised by the reaction of the prince and his guards. Apparently, it seemed to him that the entire empire already knew about this situation. At that moment, Alice was thinking that something was wrong here, because the old man said that he had seen 1,000 wandering dead. But Alice did not understand at all why it was so quiet if this was true. Even at the royal meeting, the question was not raised. So Alice decided to clarify with the old man also about who owned this territory. The old man told the boy that the owner had actually recently changed and was now Count Cotillo's cousin, and this information made Alice ask the old man why this man was hiding the fact that these dead people had appeared. According to the old man, everything was quite simple. The reason was that only their village had suffered damage so far, so it did not spread to the entire continent, which left Alice even more confused. A few years ago, Count Cotillo, sitting in his office, said that they would soon have to hold a reception at which they would tell them that they would have to raise taxes again. But his assistant decided to ask the master to think about it again, because according to him, the village had a bad harvest year, so it was hard for the residents to pay taxes. But before the butler could finish speaking, Cotillo immediately told him that these words were tantamount to an insult to him. And then he added that since these people can't even pay their taxes, then they just need to get rid of these useless rats. Old Man Avon continued to tell the story, and according to him, it ended with the fact that his son and Sienna's father were able to prevent the tragedy. After all, he spoke out against the Count's plans and was able to save the village, which was sentenced to liquidation thanks to his petition. But Cotillo, as revenge, blamed the entire crime on him, and as a result, he was executed. True, 2 years ago, the villain still paid for his sins when it turned out that he had illegally seized the title. Now Alice understood how, instead of the feudal lord, his cousin got it, but he still did not understand how he did such things at all. In any case, according to Alice, the current owner of the land is now deliberately hiding the appearance of the dead on his territory, but the reason for this is still unclear. After thinking for a while, Alice decided to tell the old man that he would solve his problem and help the residents live. But the old man interrupted him and said that in fact there was no longer any need for this, because they were planning to leave these parts. According to the old man, this is not a problem for their tribe because they have been nomads since time immemorial, and a landowner who sits idly by is undoubtedly bad. But the main reason for their departure is still the walking dead, who have recently become too annoying for them. Avon also added that all this time they were somehow able to fight back, and they succeeded, but they realized that this could not continue, and they urgently needed to change something. Alice assumed that they would most likely want to move to a completely different country, and it seemed to him that this would be a little difficult for them. So he told them that he understood them perfectly, but he believed that it was not so easy to get abroad now, because even tribes leading a nomadic lifestyle could not simply change their citizenship. The old man did not argue with him about this, and understood perfectly well that in reality they really did not have much choice. And Alice also added the fact that their resettlement could ultimately give rise to another conflict, and therefore he would like to offer the old man an alternative option. In other words, Alice offered the village elder to solve the problem with the dead, and then they essentially wouldn't have to move. But the old man was surprised because he couldn't even imagine how the guy was going to solve this problem, especially when he knew that there were already about 1,000 dead people and every day there were more and more of them, to the fact that he did not understand at all why Alice should even try for them, to which Alice responded immediately, saying that he should leave all worries, because the guy is more than confident in what he is doing and, as he already said, he is counting on his help in return. The guy simply asked the man to think about the greatest benefit for the tribe. Apparently, it turned out that there was no guarantee that he would find permanent housing and food in another country. But here, Alice could help eliminate their problem and also pay good money for their labor. Considering all these conditions, looking at the old man, it seemed to him that the choice was obvious, and there was nothing to think about. But still, the old man decided to ask the guy for a few minutes, so that he could think about it carefully. Alice didn't mind, and so they went outside with Sienna to sit for a bit. Alice started talking about how it was now clear why the people from her village had set up an ambush for them. Sienna noted that as far as she knew, a stranger had recently come here, who later became a walking dead man and almost infected the entire village. Alice watched the young guys from this village and immediately noticed that the fighting skills of most of the locals were in no way inferior to the skills of real knights, but judging by their mood, they had suffered a lot, and therefore they had to learn to fight. One of the guys who was fighting right in front of them used blue light, and Alice immediately assumed that the guy seemed to be one of those who could awaken the aura quite easily. Alice had already begun to think that abandoning him and the others to their fate was a real waste, and he could have squeezed the maximum out of these guys if they had taken his bait. But Sienna, looking at him at that moment, was thinking about what a kind man the gentleman really was. After much thought, the elder accepted the offer, but on one condition, which was that if the problems with the dead were not resolved, they would leave the village. And this suited Alice completely, because he himself wanted to test himself to see how much of a pro he was, or whether he was still a loser. After some time of destroying these animals throughout the forest, Sienna noticed that at the moment most of the dead people were simply sitting in the forest, and apparently they were attracted to wild animals. Also, Alice couldn't get over the thought in his head that he didn't understand where these animals came from, because judging by their behavior patterns, they were not under magical control, and perhaps some idiot had simply created these animals and ran away. But even if we assume this idea, then we need to think very carefully about whose head could have such a crazy idea. After which his thoughts were interrupted by Sienna, who wanted to ask the guy, or would they continue to push them away? But Alice had a better idea, which was that they would gather all these monsters into one place and destroy them all at once. Lecky and Sienna didn't quite understand how it was even possible to do this. But on the other hand, they were ready to trust him, because so far, his ideas had never failed. Alice understood perfectly well that the most proven way to fight the dead was holy water, but according to his knowledge it was not cheap, and for some reason it was almost impossible to get in the kingdom. But he didn't forget that they had a 6th-class mage who, as they thought, was capable of helping them with this task. And so he decided to start from the very beginning, and that was to gather all these monsters in one place and then destroy them. To do this, he decided to use bait in the form of himself and Sienna, who were located in an empty field and lit a fire. While the dead were gathering in this place, Alice and Sienna were carefully looking at the falling stars, although Sienna in turn was not entirely sure that they were doing everything right. Alice assured that there was really nothing to worry about, because he was more than sure that the monsters were driven by basic needs and human flesh was their #1 diet. She didn't argue with him about this, but she still wanted to know why he was personally acting as bait. It seemed dangerous to her. But Alex assured her that his participation was simply necessary, otherwise their plan would go down the drain. He also noted that her grandfather knew better, that he was still skeptical, and the personal participation of the aristocrat could force him to change his mind. After which, Alice decided to ask Sienna a question that had been sitting in his head for a long time, and this question was what he would like to know what she would do if her fellow tribesmen did leave the Empire. Alice knew perfectly well that Sienna was the kind of person who would never turn her back on her family, and most likely she would resign and return to the tribe to move with them. Therefore, before her answer, Alice once again noted that he would not dissuade her if she decided to leave. But this does not change the fact that he is sorry to part with such a talent as her. All these words were pleasant for the girl to hear, and therefore every time Alice said something like this, she smiled. But before she could answer his question, a huge number of monsters ran out of the forest and began to run towards them, so they decided to put this issue aside and discuss it a little later. So she took him on her shoulders, and they immediately started running away, because this was their part of the plan. While they were running, Alice noticed that these monsters were really very dangerous, because they didn't crawl like turtles, but ran as fast as they could to grab their victim. He even felt a little like a hero of some horror movie. When a large enough number of these monsters finally came together, Lecky entered the game and used one of her most powerful spells to destroy them all at once, and it was called the Firewall spell. Not only did this destroy most of the monsters, it also attracted the attention of other monsters that were nearby. After destroying these guys, Alice immediately noticed that the smell from them was not very good, which means that Mac, who created these monsters, did not even bother to put protection from mana on them. In any case, there was no time to think, because the fire attracted the rest of the monsters, and so Alice believed that they should work hard and complete the destruction of these creatures by morning. This pursuit continued for some time until Sienna simply fell to the ground, exhausted, and said that she was incredibly strong and tired and simply could not continue. Looking at this, Alice concluded that even a knight had a hard time carrying a person all day long, which is why he had to ask Sienna for forgiveness and praise her for the job well done. And he also did not forget to turn to Lecky and tell her the same. In any case, they were almost finished, and it turned out that they were able to destroy all the monsters that were in the area, although he was not completely sure of this. After which, Alice decided to check with Leica whether there was really no one else around here except the dead, to which the girl responded with sadness and said that unfortunately she did not find any more traces of human mana, although she really wanted to fight a little longer. Looking at the remains of these monsters, Alice noticed that the energy was very strange, and he was also confused by the fact that these monsters were wearing military uniforms and armor instead of burial clothes. So he decided that he would need to better study the area around the borders where the war was fought. In any case, at this point, he probably decided to end their fun and entertainment and suggested that the girls return to the village. Back in the village, they realized that they hadn't even noticed that they stank incredibly badly. So Alice quickly decided that before they could negotiate any further, they should wash up, although it wasn't surprising, since they had been running around the forest all night. Sometime after they were able to tidy themselves up, Alice was already sitting in the village elder's office and talking about how, as he said, he was able to keep his promise and the issue with the monsters was closed. So now it seemed to him that he could calmly talk about work and future cooperation. The elder honestly admitted that he did not expect that they would be able to complete this matter, and so quickly. Alice told him that in fact, his family does not tolerate delays, and therefore he decided to deal with it as quickly as possible. He also decided to say that with everything that concerns his land, he will sort it out on his own a little later. So he also does not need to worry about this. And because of which the old man had to say that he does not even know how he can thank her. Alice was waiting for these words. As soon as the old man said this, the guy immediately began to talk about the fact that in fact, he does not need gratitude, but an agreement to cooperate. Thus he wants to hire capable young people as security guards for his new bank. According to the prince, the detailed terms of employment will be reflected in a written contract, but he can guarantee one thing right away, that everyone will be happy and he will not offend anyone, especially his people. The old man did not have to think long. As soon as Alice made such a proposal, he immediately agreed and said that since the prince was so confident in himself, he had no other choice but to agree to such things. The contract with the village and the mercenaries was concluded very quickly. Even with the monsters, it was necessary to deal because of the bank. But in any case, one way or another, there was only one stage left, after which everything should work out. Sometime after his trip to the village, Alice went to the kingdom of Ernesha for an official meeting of his family, at which he announced his plan, which was to create a special imperial bank with a corresponding reputation, and in the contract, as they could see, it was stated that it was a special institution for storing and lending money. One of the aristocrats, while Alice was talking about his bank, decided to ask him a question and interrupted the guy. According to him, perhaps he did not understand something, but he would like to know, since when a simple safe at home is not enough to store money. Alice gave them an answer almost immediately, saying that the safe was of course very good and a very old and good method, but he asked each of them to think about how safe it was, because he was sure that sometimes they had thoughts about someone being able to get into this safe and steal all the money, and given the expression on the faces of the aristocrats, they really had such thoughts. The guy himself was thinking at that moment that, not to mention that there had already been cases of penetration with magic, during which people had all their hidden funds brazenly stolen, it seemed to him that such cases would become more and more frequent over time, so he believed that this argument should have an effect on the aristocrats. So he put on a serious face again and confidently told them that he was aiming to create the safest vault that no one could get into. And he also said that he was planning to equip the bank with reliable security, whose skills were no less than those of a knight. Of course, he did not hide the fact that storage is not the only function of the bank, and an equally important part is the system of lending money, which was even more surprising for the aristocrats, because they did not believe that the guy was going to lend money just like that to anyone. Alice confirmed this, but immediately added that he would only give money to those who were able to return it, and according to him, the bank would regularly receive a certain share from the debtor, which would be based on the amount of the loan, which he would call interest. This aristocrat decided to point out another question, which was what would happen if a person suddenly refused to repay the debt. Alice made an incredibly scary face, and with a terrible laugh asked a question in response, in which he wanted to know how the aristocrat himself thought what would happen to such a person. Although Alice was actually joking, one could easily tell from the aristocrat's face that he had already shit his pants, so Alice decided to answer democratically and said that no matter what, it would help improve the empire's economy, because the most multifunctional bank in history would come to the rescue. After its creation, Alice intended to put into circulation a new currency that would replace all gold in the future and help their economy rise even higher. But after these words, the aristocrats changed their minds and began to say that these were too radical changes. Even one bank meant a lot to them, and the introduction of a new currency was a completely new level. So they were not sure that there was any need for this, but Alice expected such a reaction and was ready for it. So he started talking about how, as far as they all knew, the current currency had an unstable rate due to counterfeiting of coins and mixing of their gold, so he would like to make up for this omission. He also added that the capital necessary for the distribution of the new currency will be provided by him personally, and he's also ready to guarantee the necessity of these changes in the name of the royal family. At this point, he finished explaining his plan, after which he asked each of the aristocrats to share their opinion and how they saw this idea in the future. Most of the aristocrats began to speak about how they were for and supported the idea, which made Alice think that everything had gone well, although in fact, before the meeting began, he had bribed and found favor with some of those present to agree to his proposal. After the meeting, one of the aristocrats immediately decided to ask the man again. Leon really didn't want to just leave it all like that. It seemed to him that they definitely needed to do something. The man turned around at the same moment and asked his interlocutor a question, in which he wanted to know what he was suggesting to do in which case, and what they could do in general. After all, according to Zell, they were dealing with the Duke, which meant that he had every right to conduct such a business. But his interlocutor still could not agree with this, because it seemed that if nothing was done, it would only get worse for them. This interlocutor was Count Kane, who would clearly have problems if Alice had recreated his idea in life, and Count Diesel understood this perfectly well. But he didn't say anything more to Kane, and just turned around and started to leave, telling him along the way that Kane should be grateful that he was keeping quiet about the fact that he was hiding a whole 1,000 wandering dead, although now he no longer had the desire to cover for him and his problems, which couldn't help but anger Kane. In the end, everyone agreed, thanks to which within a month, the bank was completely ready. This is despite the fact that it was located on the best land in the capital. Alice, walking around the capital, thought about the fact that in the future, he would need to establish a branch in a city with a good exchange of goods or a high percentage of tourists. As for Fahilia, a bank there, unfortunately, will not open anytime soon, no matter how much the third prince himself would like it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some of the capital's residents, who were saying that it seemed they now had the opportunity to borrow money at good interest rates, and that they would no longer have to suffer from violence and the astronomical sums demanded by loan sharks. Also, most people were now confident that they would be able to carry out their plans for which they always lacked the money. Rumors that a bank had opened in the capital spread throughout the empire very quickly, but some of the aristocrats still continued to believe that a safe was much better than any bank, and therefore they would definitely not switch to something new. Although they tried to convey to these aristocrats that robbers have recently begun to very often encroach on goods and their money, therefore this bank is a fairly good solution to these problems. But in any case, rumors also spread about how robbers began to attack bank strips in which huge amounts of money were transported because they believed that they could live on this money practically for the rest of their lives. But as it turned out later, the robbers did not expect that the guards of the banking system would be so strong and that they would be able to control even the aura. Therefore, rumors that bank guards possessed aura were also spread by the empire, and the most important thing for all the aristocrats was that the guards easily destroyed all the robbers to smithereens. And over time, it became clear that behind all the robbers stood Count Cain, who was caught and put in prison. And most importantly, it could be said with certainty that he would soon receive serious punishment, since the list of his crimes also included hiding the dead. A few weeks later, Alice came to his father to tell him that he was going to start rebuilding Fahilia, which was a little strange to hear for the emperor because, in his opinion, it was not quite the right decision. Alice continued to stand his ground and say that he believed that Fahilia was a province that was worth developing, and that to do so, it was necessary to build as many infrastructure facilities as possible. The emperor understood where he was going with this, and he understood his enthusiasm, but it still seemed to him that rebuilding an entire city was easier said than done. And even if he did manage to do it, he still didn't understand what the guy was going to do next and how he was going to maintain this place. After all, everyone in the empire knew that Fahilia was a very harsh region due to its distance from the center and the cold climate. And therefore the emperor thought there that most likely, Alice was worried that even after the city was rebuilt, it remained a shelter only for locals and none of them would want to move there. And this problem could well destroy the entire province. So he tried to convey to Alice that no matter how great a ruler he was, it would be very, very difficult to rebuild such a backwater from scratch, although Alice only thought that his father was not entirely right. But suddenly the emperor came closer to the third principal and began to say that since such a conversation had already started, the man wanted to tell the guy something, after which he began to say that in fact he planned to help him get out of this province in a couple of years. In other words, he planned to find more favorable conditions for the guy, but to his regret, this process takes much longer than he could have expected. Alice was shocked when he heard this, because he heard it for the first time, and it was in his opinion a very rash choice, because trying to push it through would cause discontent among the aristocrats, and therefore he was surprised that his father was willing to make such sacrifices. Therefore he immediately decided to tell the emperor there that he was very grateful for his kindness, but he would immediately like to assure his father that he did not intend to leave his lands, which surprised the man even more, and therefore he wanted to know why Alice made such a choice. In his mind, Alice thought that he didn't want to go to a place full of aristocrats who would just be a nuisance. And he finally saw the prospect of building his own paradise, even in a place like Fahilia. But telling his father straight out not to interfere in his political games would be a bit rude. He also, of course, understood that the desire to go back would be quite natural. He told his father that if this were an ordinary province, no one would stick their nose into it. But he assured his father that he could make this town shine, and all he asked for in this situation was a little trust. The emperor saw the boy's determination and simply could not refuse him, so he answered him that he appreciated his determination and agreed to it. The construction of Fahilia went smoothly, and the residents were notified in advance and gave their consent. And the best personnel for the construction were also selected, with whom Alice himself soon met. Ken told the guy that there were rumors among the masters that working under his supervision as an automaton gives access to amazing technologies, and it would be great if different talented people personally came and helped him. So Alice decided to take advantage of this and therefore lured more people in this way. First of all, he wanted to instruct them to build a residential area in which the local population could feel calm and comfortable. And besides that, they had a lot of work, because the guy was planning to completely remake everything here. In that case, most of the new masters in construction noted that this required a strong fence, which Alice himself could not disagree with, because he himself understood that the area was full of ferocious monsters. And in his mind he thought that the locals would not be particularly surprised by a 2-meter rabbit running nearby, or a griffin flying overhead. But considering that in the future, visiting tourists will look in here, such moments should be taken into account, and the fence that the masters talk about should be made. He completely agreed with them that safety was above all else, and he had the perfect stone for fencing, which confused the craftsmen a little, because they did not understand what kind of stone they were talking about. After these questions, Alice, instead of a bunch of answers, simply put the stone on the table and asked the men to express their opinion about it. After looking closely, most of them concluded that this specimen was definitely of the highest quality and definitely had no equal, but they still thought that a lot of such stone would be needed to build the wall, and they were not sure that the prince would be able to find enough. Although in reality, it was not a problem, because according to Alice, in the mines given to him as a reward for participating in the war, there were a lot of them, and he also heard that other lords neglected this stone due to the lack of technology for its extraction. But this all changed, and for people, it is not a problem. The guy was sure that the amount of stone they had would be enough to build an entire castle, and there would still be some left over. So he thought that maybe he should ask these craftsmen to make a statue of the great Prince Alice, but that would be a little later anyway. Suddenly, one of the masters had a question about the purpose for which he wanted to build this city, because it seemed to them that he did not bother the population that much. Alice did not argue with them, and noted that in fact the main goal was that he wanted to make this city a tourist center. In his mind, Alice thought that producing their special product was great, but he didn't want to spend his whole life on it and die without having accumulated a fortune. And if he turned his land into a tourist spot, then there would be plenty of fun. And when the time comes, he will tell the masters about all this. But for now, he asked them not to ask him this question, but rather to discuss the schedule according to which they will work. A few days had passed since then, and he was a little upset that due to their large-scale plans, checking everything was taking a lot of time, but he was glad that things were at least starting to move forward, and they were starting to do something anyway. He decided to leave all his work, and he himself decided to rest a little, because lately he had been working too much. He had a special room which he entered through a special passage, and in Alice's opinion, it was his personal paradise, where he could enjoy his rest properly, and he called this place room number 3. He of course understood that he could settle in the castle itself, but he wanted to have personal space where no one would find him. Besides, this room was strong enough to be used as a shelter in case of a siege, so now he can drink lemonade to his heart's content with peace of mind. He also thought that next time he needed to build a similar room somewhere near the hot springs, so that he wouldn't have to walk far and could enjoy warm baths. Although over time he realized that something was still wrong and he became a little bored, and this was not surprising. There was too little entertainment in this room, and this is the downside of the Middle Ages. The choice of books was also not particularly large. These were books either on magic or the most boring novels for nobles, and he wanted to read at least some colorful comics that were in his past life. So the idea came into his head that when everything was in order with the paper supply, perhaps he should set up printing production as well. Thus, he wanted to try himself in a new industry, because it seemed to him that food and sleep alone were not enough for real pleasure, and he should find an interesting occupation for himself to occupy his eyes. His thoughts were interrupted by a special device, through which he received a message from his subjects that they had big problems, and therefore they needed him to come to them. At this moment, the dark magician continued his dark activities, thinking at the same time that he had finally managed to accumulate enough power to bring his revenge to life. All he could think was how dare they look down on them and call them black magicians, just because their thirst for knowledge was so different. So he used black magic to awaken the victims of the greed of the stupid people in power. In this way, he was able to create a large enough army that could destroy even the largest state, and now even the dark sect will be forced to recognize him. Alice also received a letter on this matter, which said that a large number of undead were appearing on the northeastern and southern borders. Their number was estimated at several 100,000, and if the information was to be believed, they were going to cross the borders of Ernesia and the alliance of 3 states. Although Alice understood that it was not such a big problem and he could handle it, he was so upset to hear it because they interrupted him during his rest. When Alice told Asya that all the victims of this war turned into evil spirits, it took her some time to just believe it. But Alice stood firm and also said that if we take into account the soldier's testimony, the person in charge of intelligence stated that the number of dead soldiers corresponded to the number of undead, so this was the pure truth, which there was no point in doubting. Therefore, Lakey was forced to point out the fact that what happened in Sienna's home village should be considered as training, because in the future, everything could become even worse. And as it seemed to her, black magicians were involved in this, who were terrible people with bad taste, although Sienna and Asya thought that she was too hasty with accusations, because it could be a pure accident. Be that as it may, people were saying that the undead had split up and had already crossed the borders of Ernisha and the alliance of the three countries. In other words, it could be said that there were too many undead, and they urgently needed to come up with a plan to stop them. Asya, taking this information into account, assumed that they should already start gathering troops, which Alice was not entirely sure about, since there were no messages from the palace, and most likely, they had not yet decided what to do next. Alice began to understand this moment, that he apparently relaxed too early. He needed to study everything carefully, because he simply could not find significant problems, and therefore he miscalculated so much that now he has quite big problems. But what scared him most was that because of these undead, trade would sag, and with it the rebuilding of the city, which sounded very, very bad to him. But in any case, he understood that he needed to convey to the guards that they should be vigilant and carefully monitor that the undead could not penetrate the estate's territory, and he conveyed this instruction to Asa and Sienna, who carried out this request without any problems. He also added to his people there that they should not worry too much, because he had a couple of ideas, because he understood that if problems arise, it is better to consider them as opportunities, and therefore it is worth taking advantage of this opportunity and trying to hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, at the border point of Erzia, in one of the fortifications, the undead began their attack and literally climbed up to capture it. The knights who were on the tower at that moment understood that if they did not destroy them, they would continue to climb without stopping, and at one point they would still be able to capture the tower. But thanks to the successfully organized defense, there were no more losses, and they successfully held back the onslaught of these monsters. And as they were ordered, they focused on fighting the undead that attacked the wall. One of the commanders, when he first heard the warning about the undead who were heading to the capital, thought it was some kind of joke. But thanks to this denunciation, they were still alive. So he confidently ordered his men to continue the defense until their castle was safe. The emperor at that moment received news about the undead and immediately decided to give the order to organize the evacuation of the residents who lived near the border, because in the worst case, they would have to leave the fortress. In any case, it does not matter so much. After which he thought that Alice was a great guy for suggesting to prepare in advance, because otherwise they would have lost many more people. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the butlers, who entered the emperor's office and said that he believed that endless defense would not solve the problem and that they needed to take decisive measures, to which the emperor replied that, as he himself knew, this was an unprecedented case in the history of the empire, and therefore he did not yet have any special ideas on how to fix it. Then the butler decided to say an idea that shocked the emperor, namely, he suggested that he seek help from the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom of Galen was known to be the most skilled side in the world in combating the undead with other dark forces, such as necromancy and curses. The emperor didn't argue with the fact that their methods were certainly impressive. But on the other hand, he wasn't sure that they would help the Ernesian Empire just like that. Following its doctrine, for many years, the Holy Kingdom has officially rejected all species of beings other than humans. However, in the Empire, citizens of all ages can obtain citizenship, provided they have certain abilities. Because of these differences, relations between the countries are tense, although this has not yet affected politics. Therefore, the emperor was not sure that they would be able to help them just like that. And he also did not even imagine that they could ask for help, because they could try to make one or more changes to their policy, which the emperor certainly would not want to allow. One of the aristocrats, after the emperor's words, decided to say that these negotiations would undoubtedly not be the easiest because they could try to deport or discriminate against representatives of other intelligent times. Considering all this, the emperor decided that turning to the Holy Kingdom for help was the last thing he should do, which was agreed upon by most of the aristocrats. Of course, the emperor understood that if things went too far and they had no choice, they would still have to do it. But for now, they had to try to solve this problem on their own. The emperor's speech was interrupted by another butler, who presented the emperor with a letter and asked the man to look at it immediately, because according to the butler, it was very important. After reading this letter, the emperor smiled, and from his facial expression one could confidently say that he had read good news. After which he rose above everyone and said that perhaps they would not have to become debtors to the Holy Kingdom, because Prince Alice said that he had a solution that could help in this situation. Meanwhile, the Merman Empire was in complete chaos as the undead continued to advance, and people simply had no idea what to do in this case. The current ruler, Merman, had only recently taken up the post and had already gotten into so many troubles that he had no idea what to do next, even though he was surrounded by questions from all sides. The only thoughts in his head were that after the war, the situation, although it had improved a little, the distrust of the citizens of the empire remained unchanged, and it was incredibly difficult to cope with it. And the mass invasion of the undead only worsened the situation, and therefore he had already begun to give up a little, because he did not even know what to do in such a situation. Emperor Merman hoped that they would be able to count on the support of their allies, although his advisors immediately told him that it would be very difficult because the kingdom of Demaniel was also in a difficult situation, and it was unlikely that they would be able to help them with anything at all. But fortunately, one of the advisors told the emperor that the Holy Kingdom had offered to help, and so he believed that they would have to accept their offer. The emperor, hearing this, was not entirely happy, but on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that there was no other option now, and he could not do anything. So he accepted this proposal and decided that they would ask for help from the Holy Kingdom. After all, he, like no one else, understood that bowing before the Empress of the Holy Kingdom was all they were capable of now, although he still tried to find in his head some other options that they could use. After all, it was more than obvious to him that if this kingdom helped them, then in the future they would most likely interfere in the affairs of the empire and prevent him from carrying out various kinds of reforms. But he did not have time to think about this decision, so he decided to accept this offer. The key reason why the Holy Queen is taking the initiative in this situation is the holy water they are spreading. This water works in such a way that if you pour it on monsters, they immediately start to run away. And if it does hit, the undead are cleansed of all the black energy that is inside them, and for this you only need one drop. Many countries have studied holy water to learn its secrets and how it works. But in the end, no one has yet managed to make a similar material, because they have not been able to reveal the secrets. The Holy Kingdom actively offers support to countries that have suffered from the undead. They use their water as an excuse, but in return, they demand it in full, forcing them to sign absurd treaties that in normal times no country would even think of signing. King Demaniel faced exactly the same problem. He was not sure what to do until the end. He only heard rumors that despite the ridiculous conditions of the Sacred Kingdom, the Merman Empire still concluded an agreement with them. As for the Ernisia Empire, they decided not to accept the conditions for now. But on the other hand, King Demaniel was well aware of the fact that there was one small oddity, which was that the Ernesian Empire had not done anything yet. Although they had quite big problems, but they were acting as if they had absolutely no problems. Now, on the other hand, he understood that they would most likely soon make a decision and also sign the contract, because it seemed to him that this was hardly possible, and all he needed at the moment was to come up with a way to deal with the undead, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by one of the butlers, who burst into his office with the news that a letter had arrived from the Ernesian Empire. The king immediately began reading the letter, which stated that they were saying that they were providing the means to exterminate the undead at a lower price than the Holy Kingdom. And now the king realized why they had not acted until now. A little earlier in Fahilia, Alice gathered all the people he needed to create a substance similar to holy water and said that he was going to create a material that would help them deal with evil spirits. In short, holy water is not just water, it is some kind of substance that is more like concentrated mana, which helps to free the undead from black magic. According to Alice, he had done the analysis, and now he understood perfectly well that he could reproduce this composition to a certain extent. And if this was what he thought, then they would not have to buy holy water or cooperate with the Holy Kingdom at all. The magician who was under Alice's command could not believe his ears, because in that case, if Alice was right, then he would do something that no one had ever managed to do before. While Alice was developing his holy water, he remembered that in his 45th life, he had entered a world where a religious kingdom ruled the entire continent, and all that mattered to him was the one saint he trusted more than anything. And she wasn't someone who just enjoyed everyone's support. She was truly dedicated to serving others and wishing for peace in the world. Then she told Alice that she didn't think she could create enough holy water for everyone. Plus, she said it was too expensive for commoners. But then what she most wanted was to find a way to create mass production of holy water for them, and later for the whole world. And with this request, she came to Alice so that he could help her. In that life, he served her and was not averse to doing whatever he could to help her realize these plans. He collaborated with her because he was touched by her belief in a better world for people, to the point that she was willing to give up one of her main sources of income. Remembering those times, he understood how naive he was. But thanks to this, in his 100th life, the guy was able to create holy water that can actually help ordinary people and replenish what he believed in all this time. For a long time, no one could believe it because it was incredible, especially the fact that Alice was able to create holy water in such a short amount of time amazed everyone. Although according to Alice, the effect was slightly different from real holy water, because the dose of ordinary holy water was 1 drop for the effect, but the dose of artificial holy water was much larger, but overall the effect was the same. Besides, according to Alice, the best thing about artificial water is that it can be made in huge quantities, and it costs almost as much as regular water, so there will definitely be no problems with this. Therefore, Alice was more than confident that they could easily set up continuous production to combat the current problem, and all that was left for them was to come up with a production technology and send the goods to the front. After some time, most of the warriors began to use this artificial water in huge quantities at the front, simply pouring it on all the undead they saw. And what was their surprise when they saw that it worked and the undead really fell, although on the other hand, they could not expect anything else, because everyone in the Empire knew that Alice was an incredibly talented guy. They also thought that he saved them, because not only does this water work, but he also sells it much cheaper. Emperor Merman was very angry when he found out that Ernesia was using artificial holy water, and that it was actually capable of something. He thought that it was some kind of nonsense and deception. But on the other hand, he was more irritated by the fact that they had already signed a treaty with the Holy Empire and agreed to their bad conditions. His shouts and anger were interrupted by the butler, who could not decide for a long time, but he still entered his office and said that he had another letter from Ernesia for His Majesty, in which it was said that they understand that in many countries there may be doubts about this artificial water. So Alice, the developer of artificial water, is ready to personally arrange a demonstration, so he encourages everyone to take an active part. After this letter, Alice received a response in the form of a very large number of letters that were sent from people who all wanted to see his face and the workings of his holy water. But what was more surprising to him was that even the Holy Kingdom wanted to see him. Lecky thought it was a little dangerous, but on the other hand, she understood that as long as Alice didn't reveal his identity, everything would be fine and his safety would not be in any danger, which the guy himself could not agree with, because he believed that thanks to his business, he would not be able to hide anything anymore. But still, Lecky came to him in order to find out why he decided to perform and show all this. According to Alice, he had not 1, but 3 reasons why he decided to act this way. Firstly, he felt that this would make all his clients his future debtors, and thus he wanted to leave a reminder in history that his invention saved many lives and to be able to use it in the future. Secondly, he wanted to increase the need for his person throughout the world, so he decided not to miss this opportunity. Besides, he heard very well that there were rumors that he was a weak genius who didn't care about anything in the world. He actually liked the image of a genius, but he didn't want to remain indifferent in this situation either. So he decided that he needed to show them what terrible consequences awaited those who ruined their relationship with him. Well, and the very last reason was that thanks to this, they would be able to get even more rich and thus hit the jackpot. The day of the presentation arrived when Alice and his team were ready to present the holy water that he had created. And as soon as he entered the office, he immediately attracted the attention of a huge number of people who had come just to see him, and also immediately noticed the representatives of the Kingdom of Domanial, the Kingdom of Felman, and even the Duchy of Gretchen. So as he thought, the Merman Empire abstained, which means that they made a deal with the Holy Kingdom. In any case, as soon as he entered the stage, he immediately began to hear dissatisfied sighs and words like that he was just a child, and apparently they, having come here, had wasted their time. Alice heard every single one of their statements. Although he didn't argue with them, all he decided to say first was that he liked the attention, and so he introduced himself as the 3rd prince of the Ernesian Empire. Looking at their faces, one could assume that they were not entirely interested, But he still began to talk about what everyone was probably interested in. Does artificial holy water really have the same effect as real water? Right after that, he decided to give them a precise answer, saying that it is a complete analog, except for the fact that you need to use a little more water itself. But he thinks that it is difficult to believe in words alone, so he decided to give a visual demonstration. To do this, he brought one of the representatives of the undead to this meeting, where the research will apparently be conducted. Most of the aristocrats immediately began to get scared, and some even started to run away, because they had never seen such a monster in real life. They had only heard stories about it. Alice immediately asked them to calm down and not to worry, because he had everything under control, and this monster was not dangerous, since they had used the appropriate magic. After which he turned to Sienna and asked her to proceed with what they had agreed on. She opened a small bottle of artificial holy water without any problems and poured it directly onto this monster, after which it began to scream incredibly loudly, making it difficult to even be in this place. But after a few minutes, he calmed down and fell down, after which Alice added that the demonstration could have ended there, but if they wanted to see it again, they could arrange it. But looking at these aristocrats, one could say that once was more than enough for them, which is why Alex began to think that they were all such weaklings, although he did not show them anything like that. Looking at him, they all thought about the same thing. In their heads, there were thoughts that Alice was simply a merciless person, because not only did he bring the undead here, but he also did not disdain to personally destroy them, and did not even blink an eye. In other words, they considered him a difficult child. But suddenly, all these thoughts were interrupted after one of the aristocrats from the crowd decided to ask the guy about the price. After this question, thoughts immediately appeared in his head that although artificial holy water is much cheaper, at least 10 tons of this substance are required for one country. So he began to say that he perfectly understands that many people are now having financial difficulties, so he will not force everyone to pay the bill at once. But he was not going to give it away for free either, since he himself had spent both the money and his own strength, so he was ready to accept their payment in the future, as soon as they could afford it. In other words, he was offering them to take this water on credit, which most of the aristocrats clearly did not like. Although Alice understood that normally it would cost no more than plain water, but under the current circumstances, the price could be raised a little, which is what the third prince did. As a friend, and the crowd once again raised a hand, this time it was a girl who decided to ask the guy if his artificial holy water had any relation to the Holy Kingdom. The prince liked such straightforwardness, because he did not think that among the aristocrats there would be someone who would dare to ask him such a question. But still he answered them clearly, saying that these were two completely different things, and his artificial holy water had nothing to do with the Holy Kingdom. He decided to convince them of this and therefore told them that the correct name of his artificial holy water is artificial mana neutralizer. The effect may be similar, but the principles and methods of production are completely different. In other words, Alice was trying to convey to them that he had come up with it out of consideration, that the Holy Kingdom was unable to provide enough holy water and any claims against him regarding this product would deprive them of future support. At this point, he decided to end his speech and added at the end that he could provide as much water as they needed to clean their territories, and they should resolve all other issues themselves. In the south of the eastern border of the Duchy of Kretchen, the raid of evil spirits continued, which could not end. The command of this fortress understood perfectly well that at this rate, they would break through, and it was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the command was notified that artificial holy water had arrived, sent from the Ernesian Empire. There was a large enough amount of water to raise some doubts about its quality and whether it would help them at all. In any case, they had no other choice. So the commander ordered them to prepare immediately, and as soon as they prepared everything necessary, to immediately start using this water. They poured this water into special containers, with the help of which they began to pour it on the undead. And as soon as they did this, they immediately noticed the result, because the pressure of the evil spirits significantly decreased, and it was noticeable how difficult it was for them to resist this water. After which the soldiers ran out of the fortress to finish off all the undead and clear the area around. They were well aware that while Commander Number 1 was neutralizing the undead, Team Number 2 was using artificial light water to destroy them. It was incredibly surprising to watch as they began to win, and all the undead began to die little by little, which made the commander think that this water had come to his army, because it seemed to him that their end would soon come. But everything suddenly changed so much. Therefore, the thought appeared in his head that although Prince Alice was a stranger in their country, there was something to thank him for. Once the artificial holy water was delivered to all countries except the Merman Empire, people began to exterminate the undead in various ways, some using magic to deliver the water directly to the undead. But the most unique method was used by one of the countries, which used crossbows to deliver a water bomb directly to the monsters. And sometime before that, Alice asked them to understand another important thing, which is that they should not go personally and water the zombies, because it is too risky. So he suggested them to use other methods that will help them stay at a safe distance. In other words, they were very lucky, because thanks to Prince Alice, who gave them all his water at a reduced price, they were able to use it as much as they wanted and destroy all the undead that were around their fortresses. The Black Mage who summoned these undead was bursting with anger, and it was not surprising because the hundreds of thousands of his undead that he had summoned for so long were almost completely destroyed in just 1 week. Everything would have gone according to plan if Prince Alice had not intervened in this situation, preventing him from taking over the entire empire and laying each of the emperors at his feet. He was a little worried from the beginning about the Holy King having holy water, but he was sure that it would definitely not be enough to defeat his entire undead army. So he was faced with a question in which he wanted to know where Alice got so much holy water from. So he decided that he literally had to overthrow the Tower Wizards who oppressed them and start the era of the Dark Sect, because he couldn't sit idly by. Meanwhile, Asia in the palace informed Alice that, according to the scouts, all the remnants of the undead were currently concentrated in one place to protect their creator, the Black Magician. And it was assumed that punitive detachments created by secret agreement would gradually approach the site of the siege. Considering this data, Alice realized that this man was using the undead as a shield, but in any case, he was sure that it would not help him, and he would definitely not get out alive. But now Asya wanted to clarify with Mr. Alice how they should deal with the complaint that the Holy Kingdom had made to them. But he thought the best solution to this situation would be to just ignore it, because it was just a bunch of nonsense that wasn't even worth reading. And if they sent more, they should just continue to ignore it. After which he decided to find out Leica's opinion about the enemy mage who summons these creatures. And if Leica's words are to be believed, then it would be a good idea to illuminate him as quickly as possible. But in any case, she believes that it will not be easy because he has hundreds of thousands of undead under his control. And although she is not particularly well versed in necromancy, but according to an authoritative source, the maximum recorded number of undead that a 7th level mage can control is about 30,000. She didn't know what methods he used, but it was very likely that he had tremendous power. However, even his power had to have a limit. And when they found him, then they could capture him. Alice was already so tired of all these problems that he just wanted to rest and not think about it. But every time they said that the fight would be difficult, it upset him even more. The Black Magician did not sit still and continued his activities. As soon as he gained strength, he went out into the public again and used his black magic to increase his army and replenish his supplies after he was raided. Many warriors tried to stop him and therefore attacked all together, hoping that they would be able to stop this monster. But in the end, they did not succeed, because the power of this magician far exceeded the magician of level number 7. From that moment it became clear that there was incredible power in his domain. But no matter how strong he was, at some point he realized that everything was not as good as he imagined. And the main problem at the moment was that his strength was coming to an end. He was incredibly annoyed, but at some point he still made a decision for himself and decided that he needed to retreat in order to later come up with a new plan with which he could destroy all his enemies. In order to avoid this, he decided to use his spell, which was called Acid Cloud. Thereby he released a huge amount of poison, and they had no choice but to ask the magicians to neutralize this poison. And while they were doing these things, the Black Magician quickly began to run away, and he managed to do it. The first thing he did was run into his hiding place and started screaming that he couldn't believe he had to run from mages who were lower level than him. But that motivated him even more, so he decided that he had to take revenge for today's humiliation. But for now, this was not the main thing, because he understood perfectly well that this place would soon be discovered, and therefore he needed to leave quickly. But before that, he needed to take only the most necessary things and what he might need in the future. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a voice behind him calmly telling the magician that he had so many books and scrolls, but still nothing helped, which is why this voice was very upset. The Black Magician immediately turned around and looked behind his back and saw a man there, so he wanted to know who he was. But instead of a normal answer, Alice noticed that he also stunk, which made it even more difficult for him to talk to him. However, after a few more seconds, Alice introduced himself as the third prince of the Ernesian Empire and that he had come here to take his black soul. The black magician could not believe his eyes that he saw a man here who was already waiting for him, because it turned out that it was simply impossible to find this place so quickly. Alice assured that thanks to the work of his specialists, this place was not as difficult to find as it seemed to the black magician, after which he allowed himself to tell this man the reason for his unexpected visit. And the first thing Alice wanted to tell him was that he wanted to learn more about the local sorcerer's magical system, because in his opinion, it looked like a good opportunity, so he decided to come. But considering what he had already read, he could confidently say that there was nothing useful here. The second reason was that he had one personal question for him that he was itching to ask. At first, the black mage was surprised, but when Alice began to say that it was he who raised the legions of the undead and carried out an attack on several fronts, terrifying people, the magician understood why Prince Alice had come here. Alice did not stop there and continued to talk to the black magician, because he wanted to find out from him what was driving him at that moment, because he could not even comprehend what he had done. But since the black magician continued to remain silent in response to his questions, he subtly hinted to him that he had better start talking, otherwise nothing good would come of it. The black magician hated threats against himself the most, so as soon as Alice began to threaten him, the man began to shout that he was just a boy who allowed himself too much and spoke to him dismissively, for which he would now punish him. But before he could even finish his words, Alice launched his surprise attack, and it was so fast that the magician didn't even have time to notice it, but he clearly noticed the damage from this attack. At that moment, Alice was thinking that even black magicians are ultimately people who feel pain, and if they put in a little more effort, they will start to crumble, and even their black magic won't help them. After which, Alice began to assume that the black magician apparently wanted to gather an army of the undead in order to invade neighboring countries and enslave them, which was exactly what he thought the man's plan was. The man continued to shout that the boy did not dare insult him and say that his army was a useless idea. But Alice started laughing at him and saying that his army was actually a useless bunch of undead that was incapable of anything, which made it even funnier for them. Although he didn't deny the fact that perhaps the undead army might seem strong compared to normal soldiers, Alice didn't quite understand what the man was going to do next once his army was destroyed. After all, it seemed to Alice that after he had destroyed the entire world, would he really sit on the throne and rule the undead? Although he didn't deny that perhaps at first the man would still consider himself the king of the world, but over time, he would still understand that there were only dead people around. The black magician did not tolerate these conversations, and at some point asked Alice to shut his mouth, because if it were not for him, then everything would have worked out for him. But a puppy like him dared to interfere with him and destroy the work of his whole life, which made Alice laugh even more, because he was not surprised that the man began to look for excuses. After which, Alice noted that he had actually been stupid when he decided that his actions had a rational reason, because in fact, he now understood perfectly well that he was wasting his time. And then he raised his eyes and looked straight at the man, after which he said that he definitely did not deserve a quick death, and now Alice must make sure that his death will be complete despair and humiliation, and all this will be for the sake of those who fell victims in his ritual plan. These words were the last straw for the black magician, and as soon as Alice finished speaking, the man immediately took his staff and began to attack him, shouting at the same time that he should shut his mouth and never speak again. But he didn't stop there and used the summoning technique, and after a few seconds, monsters that looked very stern began to emerge from the ground. All he didn't like at that moment was that these monsters looked too terrible. It seemed to him that one should know one's limits even when a black magician desecrates graves. But the man assured the boy that he would have no time for jokes now, because this was his best invention of all the bodies of select fighters, and no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to defeat their perfect form. Alice didn't panic at all and calmly looked at this monster, thinking about what he should do next, because just tearing this monster apart would be a bit boring. Besides, in this case, he wouldn't get his hands dirty. And there was also a possibility that he could thus introduce some kind of infection into his body. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a good idea that he wanted to try out as soon as possible. After which he noted that apparently a lot of people had to be sacrificed to create one such monster. But Alice was sure that it was time to put an end to this. And for this, he used the purification technique that he often used in past lives. And not even a few minutes passed before this masterpiece, in the opinion of the Black Magician, fell to the ground and ceased to exist. This caused the man to panic because he did not believe that Alice actually said the word purification, and he did not even imagine where Alice got the power that only the saints of the Holy Kingdom possessed, although Alice believed that this technique was generally available and anyone could master it. These words did not stop the magician, and he continued to shout that this was a forbidden technique that could only be used in the sacred kingdom. Mentally, Alice thought that in fact this was only a parody of purification, and its power was inferior to the original. But even such a not very powerful technique was more than enough to destroy such a monster. And looking at the Black Magician, he understood without any doubt that he had already reached his limit, and now all that remained was to destroy him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a Black Magician who decided to offer the guy a deal. His whole body was shaking with fear, but he still found the strength in himself and raised the staff, then said that if Alice let him go, then he was ready to pay a good price, which no one would give Alice for sure. But before he could finish his sentence, Alice came closer to him and said with a smile that he did not need any money and that he was already quite hungry, so it was time for them to finish this business. A few hours later, the Knights of the Empire burst into the house and ordered the sorcerer to raise his hands and leave in peace. But when they looked closer, they saw something very scary that made them stand in a stupor. They saw the incredible mutilated body of the Black Magician, so they did not quite understand what to do in this case, to be happy or upset. All this was very strange for them, until they noticed a message in which it was written that the person who did this to the sorcerer did it on purpose. So they only had to take his body. Justice triumphed. The Black Sorcerer came to an end, and in the end, his ambitions forced him to kneel before the International Union. That is how the Empire presented it to its people. But Alice was not against it, because he understood perfectly well that what he did, however, cannot be shown to anyone. It was quite hard for him, but he still figured out this problem, and everything ended well. Although he was a little sorry that he was unable to find information about the enemy headquarters, as well as the Dark Sect, even considering the fact that he bought into his memories but still did not find anything. One of the priests of the Royal Empire was very angry that this shameless prince allowed himself to do such a thing. So he turned to Lady Helen, although she had no idea what the man wanted from her or what she should do, except maybe sue the Urnesia Empire for reducing the damage from the undead invasion and saving the people. But the old man believed that holy water was a miracle that only the Royal Empire could provide, and because of this, other states did not have the right to use it. But she believed that all this was pointless, and if it helped save people, then they had no reason to complain about it and should forget this story forever. But she still thought that she should visit the Urnesia Empire and look at Alice's face, because it was he who created an alternative to holy water. Time passed, the history of the undead gradually died down, and Alice turned 17. Besides fighting the undead, a lot of other things happened. For example, Fry got a girlfriend and eventually had offspring. Aiken and his blacksmiths attempted to reproduce Damascus steel and then smelt titanium. But the biggest changes were made to Fahelia herself, as she was incredibly transformed. Alice was very happy when he walked around his city, because it finally acquired beauty and became a real place where you want to come. People still couldn't believe that they had a new home, and one that was so beautiful and wonderful. But Alice assured them that this was not the end, and they should definitely get ready, because soon they would be able to move in here, and then they would definitely stop missing their hometown, for which they were incredibly grateful, because if it weren't for him, they would hardly have seen anything like this. Looking at the happy faces of the people, Alice couldn't help but think that he would finally no longer have to freeze at night, and because of this, he was very glad that he was able to do such a good deed. After which he decided to leave, and one of his men approached him, who wanted to clarify with Mr. Alice whether he wanted to stay and look at the rest of the houses, to which the guy replied that he was confident in the quality of the construction, and at this rate they would be completed in the shortest possible time, so he would leave, because he still needed to prepare the next stage. The next step was that when these houses were completed, he should have a housewarming party, but this needed to be prepared. When he told Asya about this, she found it a little strange to hear that he was planning to hold a banquet in honor of the construction of the city. Alice didn't quite understand why she was so surprised, because gathering all the people together and celebrating it seemed to him like a great idea and would definitely lift people's spirits. But instead of words, Asya approached him and decided to check if his temperature was right, because she didn't quite understand why she was doing this at all. The guy didn't have a fever, and then she realized that he was saying this with complete seriousness. After which she began to think about the fact that the guy had been hiding all these years and ignoring the social receptions of aristocrats. And at some point, it even began to seem that he was not the Alice she knew. Alice did not understand why she had such a reaction to his decision, because it seemed to him that he had not proposed anything special, and in his opinion, they certainly could use some noise in the city and beyond. Although he understood perfectly well that Fahilia was rapidly developing, and it still remained a wilderness for the world somewhere out there in the snow, which is why they had almost no visitors, with the exception of some merchants. So he thought that if he organized a banquet, people would be drawn to them, maybe not in the interests of the city, but at least because of the interest in his modest person. And then it dawned on Asya that he was really right, and this was a good idea. Also, Alice added the fact that the construction of the city is only part of the work, and it still needs to be promoted. So he called Asya here to listen to her opinion about it, which confused the girl even more. Alice started talking about how he thought that they didn't have people who knew anything in their organizations. And since he considered Asya a person who was from a noble family, he decided to entrust her with creating the banquet, although along the way he promised her that he would help her and would not sit idly by. The girl understood what he wanted from her, and although she had no experience in this matter, she was ready to promise Alice that she would try to do everything possible to help him. But she agreed too hastily, because right after that, Alice noted that a couple of influential aristocrats, and perhaps even his father, might come to visit them, which made Asya nervous, because she understood that she would have to organize a banquet for such serious people. In other words, she had to say that she would have to devote her whole life to making this banquet wonderful. After this, Alice went to his room and began to think about who else he should send an invitation to come to his city and attend the banquet. In his opinion, high society is such a stupid relic of the past. No matter who you invite, there will still be dissatisfied people. And in general, he had no friends either among his trading partners or among influential aristocrats. Therefore, he thought that if he invited only aristocrats, it would look strange. So he thought that it was worth maintaining a balance and inviting a wide variety of people. But this still did not solve his problem, because he did not even roughly understand who would be best to send this invitation to. At some point, he got tired of thinking only about this, and it began to irritate him very much because he was worrying about it too much. So he quickly put all these worries aside and realized that it was not in his nature to worry about such things. And to solve this problem, he decided to just invite everyone and start walking. Apparently, it seemed to him the more people, the better. Similar invitations were sent to absolutely every aristocrat, even those whom Alice had never met, which caused some aristocrats to be confused as to why they were invited to this banquet at all. The son of one of the aristocrats could not even believe that this was such an important gathering and that his father was obliged to go there, to which the man replied that he was still little and did not fully understand how it worked. After which he explained to him that Alice was an extremely important person in the empire, and that he was also an incredibly private person, and with the exception of his first birthday and coming-of-age ceremony, he did not appear in public, and even Kania attended more social events than him. To each invitation of the man, Alice answered with a refusal, citing his incredible busyness, and his health was considered weak, so it was difficult to say anything for sure. In other words, this banquet became a pretext to finally get closer to many aristocrats. Alice told his mother about this idea, who was very happy that her son would finally appear in public, and first of all wanted to find out from him whether he was personally going to organize the banquet. The father also decided to support his son and assured him that he would try to find time in his schedule to attend Fahili and his banquet at the same time. A few days later, Alice was already beginning to think that this preparation for the banquet was a bit difficult for him, and he was already beginning to think that perhaps he had thought of all this in vain. But on the other hand, thanks to everyone actively participating, everything should go like clockwork. And besides, the holiday is tomorrow, and there is simply no time to cancel everything. The day of the banquet finally arrived, and all the aristocrats who had received an invitation began to arrive in the Fahilia Empire. Even more guests arrived than Alice could have expected. Many subordinates thought that there were a lot of guests, and all of them were famous aristocrats, which made it hard to believe that until recently, this was a melting wilderness that even merchants couldn't reach. Alice watched with pleasure as the gentleman he had invited entered his palace, but on the other hand, he did not understand why they were all so impatient, because they had simply come here to look at him and were already asserting their rights. Besides, the banquet was supposed to start at night, and they had been dissatisfied with something since the morning. But in any case, he was at least pleased that now they understood what they were dealing with. And although this was a rather open display of interest, in any case, Alice was glad that he had achieved such a result. He understood perfectly well that everyone wanted to meet him, but Alice had long ago decided for himself that everything would definitely not be so simple. Meanwhile, most of the butlers continued to work actively, and most of the aristocrats said that they would take them to their quarters where they could rest before the banquet. Most of the aristocrats looked around and could not believe that they had actually come to Fahilia, because it was certainly a beautiful and magnificent city, but at the same time, some kind of pity was creeping up inside them. They thought it was too cold and snowy here. The land was not visible even in summer, and yet Fahilia remained a land of cold for them. But at some point, they began to notice that they were getting hot in their outfits, and they couldn't believe that they would have to take off their clothes because they were hot, in a place where it was usually very cold. Alice watched this process carefully and waited until the aristocrats realized that this place was very hot and began to be surprised. A few minutes later, Asya came to Alice and told him that everything concerning the preparation for the banquet had been checked several times, and that no problems had been identified with the seating of the guests, the dishes, the lighting of the hall, for which Alice praised Asya and said that she had done an excellent job. She assured him that she shouldn't say these thanks because she was glad to be useful to him, and yet she wanted to know if Alice was sure about the place where the banquet would be held, to which the guy confidently replied that he thought it was the perfect place for the presentation of their town, but still asked Asya what was bothering her so much. But before she could say those words, he noted that in any case she need not worry, because he had never made a mistake in what he did, with which Asya could not help but agree. Asya nevertheless decided to point out that if that was the case, then it would be better for her to go straight to the patrol. But suddenly Alice interrupted her and said that then she would not have time to prepare for the banquet, so he ordered her to leave everything she was doing and start preparing, which could not help but surprise the girl. She immediately began to ask him what this meant and why she needed to prepare for the banquet, to which he replied that he had completely forgotten what he had already told Sienna, and was now telling her that all of his closest assistants must be present at the banquet, without exception. This literally shocked the girl, and she even dropped all her papers on the floor because this was really news that she did not expect to hear. According to her, it was too unexpected, and besides, she was definitely not ready to do something like that. But Alice didn't care at all. He called several maids, whom he ordered to prepare Asya for the future banquet. While Asya was getting ready, one of the maids decided to approach Alice and tell him that a request had been received from the castle to activate the teleportation magic circle, which could not but please, because he understood perfectly well what this could mean. He immediately left his room and headed to activate the magic teleport, thinking along the way that out of politeness invitations were sent to the entire Imperial family, but most of them refused, and Alice understood perfectly why. The concubines had no reason to show up. The elder brother was too busy establishing public opinion that had returned after the waves of undead. As for Sister Kanya, she said that she has a duel with one of the swordmasters ahead of her, so she is serious about winning, and therefore needs to devote as much time as possible to preparation. In the end, the only one who was able to come was Alice's mother, who didn't even think that teleportation was such a convenient thing. But before she had time to ask Alice about it, he pounced on her with hugs, because he missed her very much, to which she responded with a smile and began to hug him, saying that she simply could not miss this banquet, which he personally organized. After which she also noted that His Majesty was also looking forward to the banquet, and according to Le Fon, the Emperor himself said that he would arrive as soon as he finished his business, which caused a little fear in Alice, because it seemed to him that he would have to sweat to justify his expectations. Alice understood perfectly well the fact that even if this was a banquet organized by the prince, the arrival of the emperor was an unusual occurrence, so it was definitely worth preparing for such an event seriously. After some time, the guests began to approach the place where this banquet would be held, and they were a little confused by the fact that it would be in an open area, around some strange fountain. Of course, each of them understood perfectly well that there is such a thing as an open-air banquet, but it is usually held in a garden or flower meadow, which can be admired. As for this place, it was not very favorable for such events. Moreover, most of the aristocrats immediately began to discuss the fact that the third prince apparently did not understand banquets at all, but they did not say anything to him about it, because they thought that in any case, This was just a chance to establish contact with Mr. Alice. But suddenly their thoughts were interrupted when a very bright light appeared around, which illuminated everything around. And then the aristocrats realized that they were simply mistaken and could not believe their eyes. That at night, it was as light as day. Most likely it was magic, but it looked incredibly beautiful. Meanwhile, Alice continued to actively get ready, because he understood perfectly well that according to the plan, his exit would soon be, so he wanted to clarify whether everyone was ready. The first to come out of her room was Sienna, who changed a lot when she put on the dress and wig, which made Alice notice that she looked very good, to which Sienna responded with a smile and said that she thought that with this wig, her outfit would look more harmonious. The next one to come out of the room was Asya, who felt incredibly awkward in this dress, because it seemed to her that she looked simply ridiculous, which surprised Alice, because it seemed to him that she had already gone out in public. But Asya noted that she was much younger then and had not worn this kind of dress for a long time, so she felt very uncomfortable. But Alice assured them that they had no right to doubt their beauty, because at the very least he liked them very much. But these were not all the guests that Alice invited. Then Lecky came out of her room, who heard Alice complimenting Sienna and Asya and also wanted to hear a few words about her outfit. Instead of words, Alice simply gave her a thumbs up and said that she looked good. This was more than enough for her, so they were fully prepared to finally go out to the aristocrats. Meanwhile, most of the feudal lords were actively trying Mr. Alice's cuisine, and in fact they liked his food incredibly much. Some of them even wanted to know the recipe. But suddenly they had to interrupt their celebration because the earth began to shake as if an earthquake had begun. But as it turned out later, it was that same fountain that began to open. And a few seconds later, a huge statue of the third Prince Alice emerged from under him, and next to it was Alice himself, along with his subordinates, who looked at them proudly. After a short pause, he finally stood up and began to approach his guests, saying along the way that his name was Alice Ernesia, and that he personally wanted to thank everyone who accepted the invitation to the festive banquet on the occasion of the construction of the city. He also decided to add that his main goal of this banquet was to introduce them to the fruits of his labors. He really wanted to believe that they were already intrigued and that they had a whole layer of business opportunities here. So he decided to point out that they could already start fantasizing about what it would be like to move and live here. And he, in turn, would be happy to show them their city. But first he would like to welcome the honored guest who had recently arrived. And this guest was the Emperor of Vernacia himself, Thiril, who personally came to this celebration at the invitation of his son. And as soon as Alice introduced his father to everyone, the man immediately decided to note that, as an emperor and as the father of this child, he was very pleased that they had come such a long way to be present at his son's first banquet. After which, Alice took the floor again and said that since his father was already here, it was time for them to introduce Fahilia, which would soon become the center of innovative technologies and the pride of the entire empire. The first thing Alice decided to do was to introduce all his guests to the commercial and residential area. According to him, this place would become the center of all future trade routes in Fahilia, as well as the most prosperous area for residents. Security measures in the city are fully observed, and first of all, this barrier is regulated by the attention of magicians, so it will be impossible to simply pass through it. The stone from which the barrier is made is harder than steel, and neither the monster nor the various kinds of monsters that live nearby can break it. Even a small army is unlikely to cope with this, since the barrier is constantly maintained, its strength is constantly increasing. And he was personally tested by Lecky, who is a 7th-level mage, so they can trust his words. Suddenly, Alice's story was interrupted by one of the aristocrats, who wanted to ask Alice one question, which was that, as far as he knew, the climate here was so harsh that it was not suitable for life, so he wanted to hear from Alice what he could say about this problem. Alice was very glad that he was asked this question right now, for which he thanked the aristocrat and said that he would certainly give him an answer to this. Before giving his answer, he thought about the fact that he had actually bribed this man in advance, because he was sure that random questions would only cause unnecessary chaos, which he absolutely did not need right now. Before Alice gave a precise answer, he decided to point out that, for sure, as soon as they entered the city, they immediately felt something unusual, which surprised everyone who listened to him a little, because they did not quite understand what he was talking about at all. Therefore, Alice had to note another very important but surprising fact, that they are now outside and at an open banquet, Although in their opinion, the climate here is very harsh and very cold, whereas this is possible. And before they had time to assume, Alice noticed that a special magical device had been installed in the city. As soon as Alice mentioned this device, a question came from the crowd about whether this was a heater for the farm that the third prince himself had developed, which made the guy a little worried because this question was asked by someone he hadn't bribed, and therefore his whole presentation was going a little off track. Although in any case, he himself was going to raise this issue, so it doesn't really matter whether he does it now or a little later. Therefore, he decided to give a specific answer, saying that this is an improved version of the heater and the latest development, which is designed to insulate the entire city, but their operating principle is significantly different, and there was simply temperature control, and here even wind and snow are controlled to create a special atmosphere. In other words, he shocked all the aristocrats by the fact that even with the harsh climate, it is quite comfortable to live in Fahelia, and you can walk around even without incredibly warm clothes. Alice smiled very hard at this, and thought that they really thought he would joke about such things, because he spent a lot of money, and their magicians worked overtime because of it. At this point, the presentation came to an end, and all that was left for him to do was to wish the guests a good evening and enjoy all the benefits of this event. But as soon as Alice finished speaking, almost all the aristocrats immediately began pestering him, wanting to somehow get closer to him, and some of them began asking questions about trade. Some wanted him to cooperate with them, and for them to produce some goods together. Some decided to come up and find out if they could buy this miracle device from him that heats the territory, because they also wouldn't mind installing something similar in their kingdom. All this was incredibly tiring for Alice, and he no longer really wanted to continue doing these things, because it seemed to him that being popular was so tiring. But then he realized that for the sake of the future, he should be patient, and he needed to do it, at least today. Sienna, Asia, and Lakey were actively discussing what was happening at that moment. It seemed to them that Mr. Alice deserved what was happening, because he always worked so hard, and today it was quite obvious that so many people paid attention to him. But their dialogue was interrupted at one point when one of the aristocrats approached Asia to invite her to a small dance. He immediately promised that it would be just one song, and she could not worry about it. She was forced to refuse him, for which she asked for forgiveness and said that she could not because she was at work today. At that moment, Alice was watching Asia closely and thought that he wouldn't really mind if his knights could relax a little and enjoy this evening, because they were constantly on edge and doing his job around the clock. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some girl who came closer and apparently wanted to talk to Alice. But he immediately had an unpleasant feeling that he was some kind of victim. She said hello and said that she came up to him to ask him to dance with her instead of standing there and being bored. Alice immediately had the thought in her head that it was usually the man who invited her to dance, but the girl decided to change tactics because he stood there and was silent. But he also understood perfectly well that there seemed to be a lot of girls his age here. But this didn't bother him much at that moment, and what he really wanted to know was what was with the look in his mother's eyes as she looked at him attentively. But then the realization came to him that Lifon incredibly strongly wanted Alice to accept this girl's offer, at least with someone to dance. Alice felt incredibly awkward, and all he could think about was that he had simply refused the proposed candidates. But this did not mean that he was refusing marriages in the future. In other words, he had made his mother worry for no particular reason, so he suggested that perhaps he should pretend that they were communicating. So he accepted the girl's offer and thought along the way that what hurt his pride most was being considered incapable. But the girl said that he would gladly accept one dance from her, but would like to immediately warn her that he dances incredibly little and only hopes that he will not cause her great discomfort. The girl noted that in this regard everything was fine, and it seemed to her that everyone starts somewhere, so she wouldn't mind teaching the guy a little. In fact, Alice had long ago mastered all dance techniques in his life, from simple dances to dances suitable for ballroom competitions, so he would definitely not have a problem with this. Also, Alice did not forget about his second dream, which concerned the fact that he always wanted to be a Casanova, so it seemed to him that he could not be passive towards girls. Otherwise, he would be considered a weakling, so today he decided that he would actively communicate and dance. So after the first dance with the girl, he announced that today they did not need to rush, because he could be a partner for each of them. But as soon as he finished these words, a huge number of girls rushed at him, who wanted to spend time with him as soon as possible, which is why Alice lost control a little. But he couldn't hold out for very long because at some point he became too tired, so he ran away. So Sienna and Asya decided to offer him to let the girls lead their dance, which made him even more angry, because he thought he wasn't that bad at dancing. He also decided to ask them in response why they themselves weren't dancing, to which Sienna replied with a smile that they were at work and weren't allowed to. Alice knew that this was a very stupid excuse and shouldn't be said, but in any case, he didn't try to prove anything to them and decided to find out how many girls were left there. But looking back, he immediately noticed that there was a huge line of aristocratic girls standing behind him. Suddenly, he looked at Asya and realized that he urgently needed to come up with something. And at that moment, a very good idea came to him, which he would like to implement, and in this way, he could possibly solve the issue with each of these girls. Therefore, he suggested that Asya not just stand there, but give him some time and dance with him, which could not help but shock the girl. After all, he understood perfectly well that Asya, unlike Sienna and Leica, was unable to enjoy the moment and continued to watch the girls closely, as if she herself lacked it. So Alice decided to ask her to literally save him from all these girls and dance one dance with him so that they would leave him alone. Asya was not against it and even told Alice that it would be an honor for her. But she also wanted to point out that she had not danced for a long time, so she was not confident in her skills. But Alice convinced her that she could not worry about it, because she would definitely remember everything during the process. For some time, Asya couldn't even believe that she would work as a knight and dance with her master. In response to these words, Alice decided to point out that this should in any case be much better than fighting the enemy. Although on the other hand, he believed that whether it was dance or fighting, the basic principles of body movement remained similar, and all that needed to be done at that moment was to simply relax and surrender to the rhythm. Dance was simply a combination of music, body movements, and flows of inspiration. In this way, they approached the matter more seriously, and this dance looked very beautiful and harmonious from the outside. A few hours after the banquet began, Alice could hardly move normally. It seemed to him that everything should have ended much earlier, and he had definitely miscalculated his strength. Although he could do something physically, his body was simply completely exhausted mentally, and he didn't even know how to fight it. When suddenly Sienna came up to him to tell him that there were a few more people in the banquet hall than they had invited, and Alice, although he was actually busy, noticed that they had some uninvited guests with whom they had to resolve some issues. Asya and Sienna immediately approached him and offered to settle this issue quickly and without unnecessary noise. But Alice was in no hurry to make any hasty decisions and decided to think a little. Suddenly, his thoughts turned into concrete words, and he told the girls that he would like them to carefully follow him from a distance because he needed to talk to someone, which caused the girls some doubts because they understood perfectly well that this was very dangerous. They were also surprised by the fact that Alice apparently understood perfectly well what kind of people these were, when suddenly Alice interrupted them and assured them that in fact he did not know everyone, but only one person. But he can say with confidence that this could be his future client, with whom he can make a profitable deal that will definitely benefit Fahelia. They started to carry out this plan, and Alice had to first take a little walk around the city to show everyone that no one was guarding him. And this actually worked, because some of the guests immediately started to follow him. While walking, Alice stopped, turned around and said that he was very glad, and it was a great honor for him to see this man here, because as far as he understood, he was now talking with the ruler of the magic tower, Hellman. He turned out to be absolutely right, because behind him stood the head of the magical tower of Ernesia, the ruler of the magical tower of Hellman. At first, he was a little surprised that Alice had discovered him so quickly, but then he smiled and said that he hadn't thought that Alice would recognize him right away, after which he asked for forgiveness for his rudeness and for the belated greeting. But Alice didn't care at all about it, and he assured his interlocutor that it was just a banquet, so he didn't need to apologize to him. After which the Tower Lord decided to ask Alice how he recognized him at all since they had never met before. Alice did not argue with this fact, but he wanted to note that the Lord was so openly interested in their magical inventions that it was very easy to notice. Particularly attention was drawn to the question when the Tower Lord asked whether this was not the heater for the farm that was personally developed by Alice. After which Alice added that he actually did not expect such an important person as the Lord of the Magic Tower to accept the invitation. He thought that he would be the last one to meet him here, to which the Lord replied that in fact there was nothing wrong with that after all. It was an invitation from Mr. Alice himself. But suddenly Alice interrupted him and remarked that his thoughts were that he thought the Lord of the Tower would not be to his liking, and for all these ardent messages of the Holy Kingdom. So he deliberately brought up a sensitive issue to take their conversation to the next level. The bishop noted that in fact there was a misunderstanding and he had no reason to sympathize with them. Although in fact Alice knew from the very beginning that he politely refused the kingdom and the Lord was glad that they understood each other, Alice thought at the same time that the Lord of the Tower was incredibly young, because it seemed to him that he was much older, but judging by the amount of mana, it was him. In any case, the Lord wanted to get down to business, because they had not just approached each other and Alice completely agreed with him. So he decided to start by saying that he would like to talk in a calm environment, and it seemed to him that this should be done as quickly as possible, because the Lord of the Tower was probably a very busy person. But before getting to the heart of the matter, Alice decided to clarify, or did the Tower Lord know people who very carefully approached them from behind? Alice knew very well that they had been keeping an eye on him for a long time, and unlike everyone else, they definitely didn't have invitations. He was also interested in why wizards only wore black robes, because as far as he had heard, white was in fashion now, and maybe they should wear something more cheerful. The Tower Lord turned around and said in a quiet voice that he had immediately sensed questionable mana, and as he assumed, it was definitely not a matter of mood. The black magicians immediately began to say that Alice or Nisha was the person who prevented them from completing their business, and that is why they came to sort it out. And they also immediately assumed that the Lord of the Magic Tower would hinder their future actions. But they are willing to give them a chance to give up, and then no one will get hurt. Alice was surprised that they were so offended by the holy water that they even decided to come to his banquet to take revenge. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the Lord of the Tower, and he began to say that it was actually his mistake that such small cockroaches even got here. The black magicians realized that they were not going to give up, so they began to cast spells and say that no matter how strong a magician he was, the Lord of the Magic Tower, he still would not be able to cope with the three of them at the same time. Alice, looking at what they were doing, immediately realized that they were apparently all black magicians and also of the 7th level, in which case it was clear how they passed by the knights unnoticed. But apparently the Tower Lord didn't care at all about their level and how strong they were. He turned around and slowly began to approach them, saying along the way that they were giving out too many big words for a bunch of low-grade wizards. After which he used a spell that only magicians above the 8th level could use, which could not help but hit his opponents as well. But the black magicians still had no doubt in their victory, and while the Tower's Lord was creating a protective net, they continued to shout that he could not cope. But before they could finish speaking, the Lord's magic literally wiped them off the face of the earth, without even giving them a chance to counterattack. After some time, they fell from a great height, and Alice realized that apparently it was gravity magic, which clearly surpassed in power all the black magic of these three guys. And it seems that the Lord of the Magic Tower is not an empty title. Afterwards, the Lord said that he tried to do everything as quietly as possible, but he still had to apologize for using magic on his territory without permission. He was even ready to make an official apology, but he would like to do it a little later. Alice assured him with a smile that this was already unnecessary and that it was definitely not worth doing. Besides, he was interested in seeing what the country's main magician was capable of. The Lord immediately realized that Alice was not lying, because he noticed that the knights of the third prince had been simply standing and watching all this time. And apparently Alice was really checking him out. In any case, the man offered Alice to take care of these black magicians so that they would never bother the prince again, for which Alice was very grateful to him. With one snap of his finger, he transported them to some other world from which they would hardly ever be able to escape, after which he wanted to ask Alice why he had contacted him at all. Alice began to tell him that in the future, Fahelia would be seriously engaged in the development of magical equipment, but unfortunately they had little manpower, and therefore he would like to entrust some projects to people from outside who could be trusted. Thus he thought of asking one of the deputies, but since the ruler of the Magic Tower himself had already appeared before him, he decided to address him directly, and apparently the magician really liked this idea, because he wanted to ask Alice with a smile what he was planning to create this time. Alice noted that it was a little unsafe to talk about this here, to which the Lord of Magic agreed, and also added that he personally was not against participating, but he needed to convince the others, so he asked the guy to be patient. But Alice understood everything perfectly well, and told him that a little later he would officially contact him when he gave his answer. At this point, the dialogue came to an end, and the bishop noted that he had enjoyed talking to the boy and would look forward to the day when they would meet again. Alice suggested that he stay a little longer and take part in the fun a little, but the Tower Lord assured him that he had a lot of work, so he could not stay here for long. Besides, black sorcerers had also formed, and he definitely needed to solve this problem as soon as possible. After which he teleported, and this upset Alice a little, because there was a barrier everywhere that did not allow such things. So Alice had doubts about selling this development on the market, because the 8th level magician did not even think about how to get around this trap. Right after Alice and his knight returned to the banquet, the Emperor approached him and wanted to know where the guy had been for so long. Alice knew perfectly well that he couldn't say that he was at a meeting with the Lord of the Magic Tower and was watching the black magicians fluttering in the sky. So he told his father that he needed to leave urgently to settle one matter. Well, Alice was even more surprised by the fact that his mother had already gone home a long time ago because she was tired, but his father did not do the same and was waiting for him all the time, apparently in order to talk to him. A few minutes later, they, together with Alice, climbed up to one of the observation points of Fahilia to talk in private, so that no one would disturb them. Father began the conversation by telling Alice that he could not believe that he had built such an advanced city and that all his ingenuity still continued to amaze him. After which he wanted to ask the guy one question, which was that he wanted to know if the guy really didn't want to return to the capital. Alice did not think long about the answer and immediately assured his father that he had absolutely no such desire. Besides, he had plenty of things to do in this place. The father smiled and told his son that he understood him perfectly and actually expected such an answer, so he decided not to insist anymore. And perhaps in his opinion this place suits him better than the capital, because here Alice can be himself and not think about how he will live the next day. After which the father said words that Alice definitely did not expect to hear, namely that in fact his older brother would most like for Alice to come back, which shocked Alice very much. He even thought that perhaps the Emperor had drunk a little too much alcohol and was now saying what he would like to see, but these thoughts quickly passed away because he realized that the Emperor definitely could not allow himself to do something like that. Moreover, when the Emperor began to talk about the fact that he would soon need to make very serious decisions, Alice realized that everything was very serious, and apparently they were talking about the heir to the throne, because the Emperor had no other problems at the moment. Alice thought that it was high time for his elder brother to take this position. Besides, his authority had grown significantly after the war, and the aristocrats supported him, so he was an ideal candidate for this. The only thing Alice was worried about was that his father wanted him to return to the palace to take some key position. After the banquet was over, the residents began to actively settle in, and to their great surprise, the houses they were moved into were incredibly beautiful and much better than the houses they had lived in before. Meanwhile, the final approval came from the royal palace, and Fahilia was officially recognized as a major city. A month later, life in this city had become more and more vibrant. Alice was walking around the city, eating fruit and thinking about how everything had improved here compared to what it was before his arrival. The city lived much faster than he expected thanks to their agitation, which attracted both residents and merchants, who over time began to come here one after another. It seemed that the city had everything necessary for a comfortable life, and even the initially skeptical residents were ultimately satisfied. So Alice was glad that he was not mistaken, and sometimes it was great to get out of the castle and see how happily its inhabitants live. What pleased him most was that the number of traders had increased significantly, and the guy suspected that this might be because he had predicted the development of tourism and the entertainment industry in his city. He knew perfectly well that this was the best time for their trading company to release new products, taking into account Fahilia's requests. But for now, he didn't even suspect what new product he could offer to people. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of one of the merchants, who was luring customers to himself and saying that he had unique goods, and if the guy was not mistaken, then these sellers were from the kingdom of Feldwin, and they specialized in imported products. So Alice decided to go inside and check out their selection, where he was immediately greeted by one of the salespeople, who was clearly happy to see a customer in his shop. Moreover, looking at this client, he immediately noticed the fact that his jewelry looked like real, plus his suit was clearly made of expensive fabric, clean and neat shoes, as if their owner rarely walked on the ground. This was an immediate sign for this man that he was a great client and could definitely sell him several products, so he immediately got involved and started telling the client that they specialize in products from other continents, so he could confidently choose from a huge number of their products. After looking at several items, Alice decided for himself that there was nothing particularly interesting here, and it seemed to him that it was time to leave this store, until he noticed one thing that caught his attention. So after that, he decided to stay and take a closer look. The guy approached the fruits of some plants, but the seller immediately told Alice that it was pretty useless and the fruits were a new import, but they turned out to be too bitter in taste and they were not even suitable as a medicine, so he would not recommend this product to him. But Alice was so happy that he didn't even know what to do with it, because when he looked closely at this product, he immediately realized that it was real cocoa. After some time, Asya and Sienna began to worry about their master again, because he had been working on something completely new for several days, and according to him, it would be a new product that would surprise everyone. At that moment, Alice continued to work on cocoa, and he not only adapted the cultivation conditions, but also improved the variety itself. As a result, his cocoa is the result of painstaking work, and at first he lost half of the seeds, but they grew so well in just 1 month that he almost burst into tears. But he was very glad that he had such wonderful magicians who helped him bring this plan to life. After which he decided to give Leica a task, which she was ready to handle because she could do anything for Alice. But his task was quite unexpected for her because he asked her to grind these grains and serve them in the smallest form. It was essentially a waste of the talent of the most powerful mage in this city, but Alice still thought it would be faster and more reliable. And that way, he could serve this product to everyone. Lecky completed this task with ease, for which Alice praised her and assured her that as a reward for all her efforts, she would be the first to try the cocoa in its finished form. While the girl didn't quite understand how cool it was, she still told Prince Alice that she was looking forward to it. The speed of production was simply incredible, and it was all thanks to Leica, who seemed to understand that this was not a simple product, but something unusual, and therefore she wanted to try it as soon as possible. When it was almost ready, he immediately felt that wonderful aroma of chocolate, which in all his past lives was the king of desserts. For several lifetimes in a row, Alice thought about chocolate. In the Empire of Ernesia, it was not there before, and he missed it unimaginably, but finally, he found cocoa beans, and now he can make his favorite drink. But when he presented his new invention to his knight and blacksmith, they were a little skeptical about this invention, because they believed that the drink was not exactly what the people needed now. The blacksmith was the most angry, calling the guy names and telling him that he was tearing a busy man away from the department, just to have a snack. But Alice calmly told him that first, the man needed to try the chocolate and cookies and tell him what he liked the most. And as soon as they started trying all these delicious things that are made of chocolate, each of them could not believe that it could be so delicious. Especially Sienna liked the sweet and sour taste of the fruit, which goes perfectly with the sweetness of this chocolate. Everything was too sweet for Aiken's taste, but even he liked some desserts. And such a dessert was candies with alcohol. In his opinion, this is the best option that could be, which Alice did not doubt, because he immediately assumed that the gnome would like this particular treat. After tasting, Asya and Sienna could confidently say that everything was so delicious that Alice could sell every product offered. As for Aachen, he did not give his comments and just wanted to leave quickly. But as it turned out, Alice hadn't given them everything to try yet, and according to him, this wasn't even half of his chocolate desserts. After these words, the maids began to come out of the kitchen, each of them holding a dish in their hands that they were about to try. Alice admitted that he got so carried away by the process that he prepared too many different delicacies, and now they need to try it all, although he believed that this flight was good for them, because chocolate improves brain function. The demonstration lasted for more than 1 day, and after several tastings, Alice took their recommendations into account and slightly changed the taste of some desserts. Several days passed, and Asya simply could not eat these desserts anymore. It seemed to her that her stomach consisted of nothing but chocolate. Sienna completely agreed with her, because even Lecky couldn't keep up with such a pace, and as for Aachen, he had long since fled. Given their comments, Alice realized that he had probably gone too far when he decided to feed them only chocolate for 3 days in a row. Thus, at the cost of tears and nightmares of everyone who tried it in the last week, the final product was created, with which not only stores began to open, but also specialized shops that sold exclusively chocolate products. At first, many were skeptical, but then most people liked chocolate and could not imagine their life without it. Not only local residents, but also visitors who heard rumors about the new dessert flocked to the chocolate. And what's most important is that the aristocrats are absolutely delighted, and he hasn't seen such a reaction for a long time. For example, his Uncle Richie, he ate his cheeks quite a lot on these desserts. Even Alice didn't expect such a reaction. The demand for chocolate to be sold to other countries continues, with some countries buying the recipes and making them at home. Elite goods are not sold in regular stores and are only available by pre-order, So Alice specifically sold this chocolate at an inflated price only to aristocrats. But oddly enough, the demand for it only grew among those wishing to indulge in luxury. He just improved the packaging and used slightly more expensive ingredients, plus delivery by teleport. This is how he drove up the price of his product. He would also be happy to expand his production because he understood perfectly well that if he could sell chocolate wholesale, he would receive even more profit. But he also understood perfectly well that this was far from easy, and his castle did not have as much space for growing fruits as he would like. In other words, it could be said that the land of Reincarnation itself is not suitable for growing cocoa, so without wizards, growing it in a greenhouse is simply impossible. As for trading with the company where he first bought cocoa beans, unfortunately he could no longer work with this company and did not plan to do so in the future, so he immediately discarded this idea. Besides, Alice didn't want anyone to know his recipe, even though he revealed that the main ingredients were cocoa, but still, in his opinion, the recipe and production technology should remain a secret and no one should know about it. And if he doesn't give this knowledge to anyone, then all the other people will need time to create their own technology, and they know this very well. So they deliberately force the deal, pretending that they are on his side. But the guy is not a fool and understands everything perfectly well. So he immediately told everyone that he was not going to conduct any negotiations and continued his production independently. The main reasons for creating chocolate were the desire to enjoy it for itself and not to make money from it. Besides, when Alice produced paper, he only thought about money and did not pay attention to the consequences for others. He was simply too lazy to think. He just let the situation slide, and then it led to war. So he thought that he shouldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. Otherwise, he could lose everything he had ever achieved. So he wanted to control everything and see how the situation would turn out this time. Alice had an option to make chocolate appealing to aristocrats. It was necessary to make it so that they could enjoy its taste as much as possible in a natural setting. So he wrote a letter in which he asked for help from Lady Carrot. All the aristocrats knew that the Duchess of Carré and Alice were on good terms, so Lady Carré shared chocolates so that the aristocrats could show off in society and thus make a little advertisement for Alice's chocolate. Everyone thanked the lady for this and said that she was simply wonderful, because thanks to her, some of them received so much attention that they had never been able to receive. After some time, even famous people became interested in chocolate and wanted to try this dessert, but even they did not have the opportunity to buy it, and one of these famous people was Geothal. She was the owner of the Ehel company, and her name was Geothal, and she came especially to the lady to find out how to get this chocolate. The woman would never have thought that the owner of the company was such a sweet girl. But after some time, it turned out that she came here only to become one of the most sought-after chocolate merchants in these parts. But the most important thing is that she came here to ask permission to talk to Mr. Alice about one matter, because it is not so easy to contact him anymore. So she decided to turn to the girls for help. She also immediately decided to note that she did not come here empty-handed, because she understood perfectly well that he was very busy and nothing could be done. So if they could not come to an agreement, then it was okay. But if they did, then she brought them a wonderful set especially for them. After the day was over and the woman was returning to her state, she was not in a very good mood, because she, like no one else, understood that in order to sell even a couple of goods, you need to please everyone. But her assistant always assured her that this was the essence of the business, because if she did not indulge her desire to know, she would not be able to get into the estate, although she herself understood this perfectly well. She also decided to note that she wanted to talk to the carriage lady, but alas, she did not succeed. And regarding the new product chocolate, there was still no answer from him, so the girl did not quite understand what to do next. But her assistant was more than sure that Alice seemed to be completely uninterested in collaborating with them. Moreover, she was sure that he would have difficulties with production, but apparently he was not going to even make deals, although it seemed that there was not enough space on his land to grow fruits, although she had heard that Fahelia had learned to regulate temperature with the help of magic.